Chapter 841. He gave a fake smile and then left. Once everyone was gone, Wei Wei Bai let out a sigh of relief, her expression relaxing. She said, "Marrying Chi-Chi may be easier to capture." The system was incomparably virtuous and immediately said, "There are still 2 substitute stickers left. They were left behind in the previous plane and were not used." Wei Wei Bai, don't tell her that it was a substitute sticker. Was it a substitute? That was just an out-of-body experience. What was the difference between this and MX? In any case, 2 days later, Wei Wei Bai was immediately stuffed onto a flower bridge. The wedding was very low-key. They all lived in the same home, so the flower bridge passed through 2 courtyards before landing. Madame Bai specially set aside a courtyard for Chi-Chi. After all, she couldn't let him squeeze in with Wei Wei Bai in a dilapidated house. Wei Wei Bai came out of the sedan chair with a red veil over her head, and a pair of black boots appeared before her eyes. It was Chi-Chi. He reached out, seemingly gentle, but in fact very forcefully grabbing her arm, not allowing her to escape as he dragged her in. After bowing to the heavens and the parents, the husband and wife finally bowed to each other. Wei Wei Bai was sent to the bridal chamber. The speed of this marriage could break the ancient world record. The wedding was very low-key, and they only invited their own family to a banquet. After all, everyone knew that this marriage was not a good thing. Madame Bai and the head of the Bai family sat in the main hall, unable to smile. Chi-Chi was gentle and courteous, toasting them one by one and finding no fault. This made the Bai family people reluctantly smile. After all, Chi-Chi didn't look that bad. Once everything was settled, the Bai family also left. Chi-Chi entered the room and saw a petite figure in a wedding dress sitting on the bed. The fiery red wedding dress was like a dazzling stream of flames flowing down her body. She didn't notice that he had come, her white and slender fingers tightly gripping her handkerchief, twisting it nervously. From time to time, she would curse that damn Chi-Chi or stomp her feet, angrily saying, "I won't let you off." Chi-Chimu stood at the door, his eyes deep as he stared for a long time before slowly walking over. He didn't pick up the wedding scale on the table. Instead, he directly reached out and lifted her red veil. The red cloth fluttered in the wind. It revealed her black, watery eyes, pink cheeks, and snow-white skin. Her red clothes completely accentuated her beautiful features. It was so gorgeous that it could not be suppressed. Chi-Chimu's dark eyes were dyed with a dazzling light. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 40. His voice was as hoarse as a knife. "Wei Wei Bai, I told you. You went back on your words. I'm going to drag you to hell." His voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Wei Wei Bai's body trembled, but she immediately straightened up. She gritted her teeth and said, "It's a fact that you tried to kill me, so why can't I go back on my words? Don't tell me that I have to keep a poisonous snake by my side." Chi-Chimu revealed a smile. The man was wearing a red groom's robe today. The neat red clothes made his slender body look as tall and straight as a pine tree. His face, in the bright candlelight, had a kind of treacherous evilness. His sharp eyes were dark and unfathomable. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed her arm, fiercely pushing her onto the bed. Wei Wei Bai fell onto the bed in fright. Chi-Chimu got onto the bed. His movements were extremely fast, pulling out the hairpin in her head and untying her hair. A head of fine black hair scattered over the bed, and the scent of orchids filled the air. Chi-Chimu took a deep breath, excitement appearing on his face. He chuckled softly and slowly leaned over, whispering in her ear, "Do you know what hell is?" Chapter 842. After Chi-Chimu and Wei Wei Bai got married, Madame Fu didn't guard against him. Although she still loathed him, at least it was for her daughter's sake. She didn't realize her previous plan of stopping him from going to the imperial exam. And Wei Wei Bai also got what she wanted, receiving the side mission without any surprise. Ding! Stop the male lead from taking the imperial exam can fail. But what was the suffix for fail? Wei Wei Bai's eyes lit up. Tongzi, is it to stop him from taking the exam? It's fine if he fails. System. Then the reminder isn't that can fail, but that there is no punishment for failure. This follow-up is to say that you can fail, but you must make a move to stop it, and this move must not go easy on him. Only this way, even if you're exposed by the male lead, there will be no problem. At this point, the system also added, there is this kind of failure supplement, because in the previous life, the Bai family stopped the male lead from taking the exam, but failed. So, stopping the imperial exam was necessary. Failure was also possible. Wei Wei Bai can't go easy on him. Chi Chimu hasn't participated in the provincial exam yet. He started from the county-level exam and has to take the exam until next year to become the top scorer. I can't stop him every time. Although there were some changes to the time of the imperial exam here. But what county-level scholar, or high scholar, they all had to pass one by one, and then next year was the court exam. The system calmly flipped through the data, then chewed on the instant noodles seasoning packet. Every time, Wei Wei Bai, so her 1.5 year of time, was actually used to be a stumbling block for Chi Chimu. There was no time to be lazy. For the first time, Wei Wei Bai pondered the meaning of the main system. After thinking it over, she discovered that the main system was a Huang Shuren, an exploitative class, an evil devil. If there was a chance, she must tie it up and feed it to the dogs. The system gave 10,000 likes to the host's cute idea. Wei Wei Bai had just finished communicating with the system when the door opened. The embroidery bandage in her hand shook, and the needle pierced her finger, dripping blood. As soon as Chi Chimu entered, he saw his little cousin gripping the needle tightly, looking at him with both disgust and fear. When he saw the blood on her finger, his eyes darkened. How could you be so careless? Wei Wei Bai knew that her character had become a vicious woman who hated her cousin. It couldn't be helped. Chi Chimu liked this kind of thing. The more she hated him, the more he liked to torment her, and the faster her favorability rose. What the fuck was this perverted way of increasing favorability? Chi Chimu didn't put her attitude in his eyes at all. Wei Wei Bai was someone he could completely control, even when he was in such dire straits. She couldn't resist him. Under his plan, the rumors outside had already spread everywhere. She was defiled by robbers, and no one wanted her anymore. Even Madame Bai had given up on her. He no longer paid attention to her. His affection for her was so pretended that anyone would believe it. Everyone knew that she was willful and arrogant, but he had always been tolerant and protective of her. Therefore, no one would believe her even if she went out and cried that she had tortured her. Chi Chima's dark schemes had all succeeded. He walked to her side and bent down to hold her bloody hand, but Wei Wei Bai dodged. She watched him warily, instinctively trembling at any intimate approach. This was a problem she had developed after being tormented by him during this period of time. She had suffered a big loss. She had used 12 substitute stickers. 12. In her eyes, Chi Chimu was now a monster that ate her life points. Chapter 843. Under the dim yellow light, her eyelashes cleverly covered those bright eyes filled with loathing for him. That beautiful, white, tender face carried an innocent feeling of ignorance. So bad that it really was stupid. Chi Chimu's fingers uncontrollably stroked her face. He had become the top scorer, so she could strut around everywhere. Wasn't she the most vain, the one who liked to flatter the strong and trample on the weak? Why didn't she understand that she could only trample on others when he stood high? His fingers gently and couldn't help but knead her face for a while before he got up and walked to the table. He fumbled around and took out the thing she had stuffed in. It was a cheat sheet. Chi Chimu looked at the sheet and couldn't help but shake his head. Even framing people is so straightforward, so stupid that it can't be cured. But there wasn't the slightest trace of anger in his words. Instead, there was some helplessness. After the examination, Chi Chimu calmly walked out of the examination hall. The questions were too simple, and he had figured out the examiner's preferences. Not a single accident happened. As he walked out of the examination hall, a carriage ran past him. The carriage was incomparably low-key, without any extravagance. But Chi Chimu saw at a glance that the insignia belonging to the imperial family was on the wood. It was the third prince's carriage. At this time, the third prince should have been pushed aside to the great imperial temple to pray for the emperor. In his previous life, he had appeared late and didn't have time to befriend the third prince when he was at his lowest. Later on, he had to take out that wealth and spend several years to gain the third prince's trust. And in this life, he planned to approach the third prince early on. The more down and out, the easier it was to approach. Chichimu thoroughly calculated the benefits in his heart and returned home. He found Wei Wei by sitting by the window holding a fruit, taking small bites. She didn't notice him, swaying her legs in satisfaction. Her skirt was like a flower, rippling with her movements. Heartless. Chichimu's face was cold, but his eyes couldn't help but soften. The usually cold room, with one more person, seemed a bit too crowded. It was as if her presence was everywhere. The calculations in Chichimu's heart had all disappeared, leaving only a pile of thoughts on how to torment her. When Wei Wei Bai heard the system prompt that Chichimu had returned, she calmly took a bite of the fruit. Just as she was about to swallow it, she found a warm chest pressed against her back. She almost choked herself to death. Was there such a reminder? He only spoke when he was already behind her. With the fruit in her mouth, she quickly adjusted her expression. Her eyes widened in surprise as she turned around to look at him. However, just as he turned around, he didn't even have time to put on a proper expression. He sealed her lips with a kiss. The sweet and juicy flesh in his mouth made him want to plunder it. His kisses had always been rough and aggressive. The tip of his tongue wrapped around her, stirring her flesh into pieces. As their breaths intertwined, Wei Wei Bai trembled violently. Chichimu's mouth was filled with the fragrance of the fruit she ate. Only when he was satiated did he release her. There was a hint of warmth in his gloomy and cold eyes. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were soaked with water, and a half-eaten fruit in her hand fell to the ground. Chichimu unhurriedly enjoyed her fear. He reached out to gently stroke her shiny black hair, his tone calm and gloomy. I was driven out of the examination hall. A hint of joy flashed through Wei Wei Bai's eyes. But Chichimu's next sentence made her unable to smile. I know it was you who stuffed the notes. Wei Wei Bai quickly refuted, No, it wasn't me. Chichimu looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. The handwriting is all yours, yet you're still quibbling. Plagiarists can never enter the examination hall. You made me lose the qualifications for the imperial examinations. Right now, I wish I could chew you up and swallow you into my stomach. As expected, Wei Wei Bai was scared. Her pink face lost color as she looked at him anxiously. Like a small animal that had been detained, she wished she could bury her head and hide. Chichimu hid his smile, his eyes deliberately becoming cold and ruthless. I have nothing now. It's better to kill you, stuff you into the well, and say you committed suicide. Wei Wei Bai was so anxious that she cried, Don't kill me. During this time, Chichimu's ferocious appearance really made him seem like a murderer, causing this little pitiful girl to be tormented into a shadow. Chichimu still wanted to scare her. Suddenly, a kiss landed on his face. The kiss was filled with tears, sour and astringent, but unexpectedly wrapped in honey. She hugged his neck, tearfully kissing him. Chichimu's face was filled with shock, his mature viciousness disappearing. Don't kill me. Wei Wei Bai looked like she had lost her head from anxiety, not knowing what she had done. Chichimu was dazed as she kissed him. His heartstrings trembled, and he didn't know why he became dizzy. He actually said something that shouldn't have been said. Not killing you. I can't bear to. Ding. The male lead's favorability has increased to 50. Chapter 844. After saying this, Chichimu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately changed his words. After all, if you die like this, wouldn't it be letting you off too easily? As expected, he saw Wei Wei Bai's expression freeze, and the kiss that fell on his face also slowed. Chichimu was dissatisfied and tugged at her arm. Continue kissing. Kiss me more, and I'll let you go. As expected, this sentence made her feel both annoyed and forbearing, and she continued to gently kiss his face. Chichimu sat quietly like this, letting her hang on his body. After a long time, his waist was actually a bit sore. The days of training were too short, and there was all kinds of torment in bed. His physical strength still hadn't reached his ideal standard. He had to train the strength of his arms and waist, or else it would be very strenuous to carry her the next time. He passed the county-level examination very easily. He got first place and became a scholar. Chi Chimu calculated the time and went to ask Madame Bai to let him go to the great imperial temple to study. Because it was quiet there, Madame Bai didn't hesitate, hating that this little brat who couldn't be killed to quickly get out. Every time she saw him, she thought of her dead son. But her daughter was married to him, and she couldn't wish him well. She was also worried that Wei Wei Bai's future life would be too desolate. She could only wish for him to leave the Bai family as soon as possible. Out of sight, out of mind, Chi Chimu went out the door, and the flattering and gentle smile he directed at Madame Bai disappeared. There was only a gloomy indifference on his face. When he returned to the room, he saw Wei Wei Bai eating melon seeds and reading those storybooks. Her side profile was facing him, a smile on her lips. It was quiet and beautiful, making one's heart soften. Chi Chimu's mood improved a bit, and the hatred in his heart for the Bai family was somewhat diluted by her appearance. He originally didn't want to bring Wei Wei Bai along. He didn't know why, but when he thought that he would have to stay at the great imperial temple for at least 4 or 5 months, he felt uncomfortable everywhere. If he put her here, wouldn't he be unable to torture her? Once the thought moved, it couldn't be suppressed. Chi Chimu's eyes darkened, his voice gentle. Does Wei Wei want to go out and play? Wei Wei Bai seemed to have discovered him and immediately turned around. Her eyes lit up, but she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Who wants to go out and play? There's nothing in the fu." It was so rare that his eyes were shining. However, he was still stubborn. Chi Chimu's face was full of regret. I heard that the great imperial temple's plum blossoms have bloomed. Also, in the great imperial temple's kitchen, there are plum blossom cakes that can't be bought with money. Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a moment, as if she was thinking about the plum forest in full bloom. And those desserts. In the end, she turned around, her back to Chi Chimu. Who cares? He spoke hesitantly and regretfully. Chi Chimu couldn't help but laugh silently. He didn't know what he was so happy about. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 52. Wei Wei Bai said she wouldn't go, but she was still dragged by Chi Chimu to the great imperial temple on the outskirts. She said that she wanted to study here in peace and quiet. He had notified the temple in advance, paid the incense money, and had a place to eat and live. Wei Wei Bai entered the temple and found that Chi Chimu didn't bring a single female servant, and the manservant had also been sent back. She trembled. System smash. Chi Chimu, that pervert's next torture isn't going to make me wash clothes and clean in the ice and snow, right? System, how could that be? It's that simple. You have to bring the water to wash your feet, wait on you to scrub your back, organize your books. There's so much work that you can't finish. Don't worry. Wei Wei Bai. In addition to the main system, her home system could also be fed to the dogs. She didn't mind. Chapter 845. After entering the temple, the side rooms were already cleaned. But Chi Chimu wasn't satisfied with the monk's sloppy treatment. He turned to Wei Wei Bai and said, "As my wife, won't you show some appreciation? Look, this dust is too thick. It's not enough to sweep one side. You should at least sprinkle some water and wipe it down." In the middle of winter, having someone wipe the room, it was enough torture. Wei Wei Bai herself wasn't willing, and with her character setting, it was even more impossible for her to be willing. So she straightforwardly sat down on the tallest table, her feet off the ground. She turned her head and said with a cold expression, "What does it have to do with me? These are all servants' work. Even if you torture me to death, I won't do it." No matter what, she was still the young miss of a large family. She didn't need her fingers to be stained with dirty water for the rest of her life. Chi Chimu's expression darkened. Without another word, he stretched out his arms on either side of her. Wei Wei Bai's cold face trembled. This was the after effect of being tidied up during this period of time. A trace of a smile flashed through his dark eyes, but his voice was very cold. "I want to study, so the fewer people the better. Didn't I bring you here to serve me?" Wei Wei Bai was anxious, her face red with anger. "Don't flatter yourself. Who will serve you? When have you ever served me?" Chi Chimu lowered his eyes and suddenly lowered his head, placing his face by her neck and deeply inhaling her orchid fragrance. This kind of smell that used to be linked to his death, making him feel uncomfortable no matter how he smelled it. Now, it had become one of his favorite smells. He said in a hoarse voice, "Haven't I served you very well in bed?" Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened, her face red. Finally, she couldn't help but admit defeat. "Sweep, I'm done sweeping." Saying this, she pushed him away and jumped off the table. In the end, Chi Chimu's hands clasped her waist and pushed her back to sit at the table. He stood up straight again and said with an indifferent expression, "By the time you're done, you won't necessarily be done by tomorrow. Sit down obediently." With that, Chi Chimu turned, rolled up his sleeves, and nimbly began to sprinkle water and wipe the room. His movements were very fast, and all the tables, chairs, and floor were wiped clean. While cleaning up, he also packed up his luggage and books. In an orderly and swift manner, the entire room was tidied up neatly in an instant. Chi Chimu carried the bucket out, and when he came back in again, he was holding a large bouquet of blooming plum blossoms. He put the flowers into the empty vase. The somewhat tacky vase was suddenly set off by the plum blossoms. He stood beside the flowers. His handsome appearance was even more dazzling than the flowers. After Chi Chimu finished arranging the flowers, he turned around and caught her gaze. The look in her eyes was so strange. There seemed to be a hint of shyness of a girl, but it also seemed to be angry about something. Then she looked away. The corners of her eyes were red, so he looked at her for a while before looking away. After tidying up, the monk delivered the vegetarian meal. Wei Wei Bai didn't mind. She ate anything when she was hungry. Besides, there was also the dessert after the meal. Everything was satisfied. During the meal, Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while before saying, "You're pretty neat. Have you learned how to clean up?" Chi Chimu paused in his eating and raised his eyes to look at her. His eyes were dark, and then he sneered as if nothing had happened. "Learned? I've been bullied by your Bai family since I was young. Do you think I have servants to take care of me? Even my meals are leftovers. You want to learn this bit of house cleaning skills?" Wei Wei Bai was mocked and ridiculed, and she stared at him foolishly. She didn't know why he was suddenly angry. Chapter 846. Chi Chimu saw her like this and knew that his sudden sarcasm was somewhat untimely. He wasn't an old woman who liked to nag about his miseries everywhere. His face was cold as he stuffed rice into his mouth, not looking at Wei Wei Bai. Suddenly, a piece of fried tofu appeared in his bowl. Chi Chimu's chopsticks paused. Wei Wei Bai forced herself to remain calm. "If you're not full, then eat more. What are you complaining about?" This sounded like something she would say. "At most, I'll bully you in the future and not starve you. I'll give you a servant so you don't have to sweep the floor." She coldly snorted. Chi Chimu was silent for a moment before he sneered. "Isn't it me bullying you? You can't bully me now." After his rebirth, when he didn't have any rights, she was the first one he held tightly in his hands, unable to break free from. Only he could bully her. Chi Chimu ate the fried tofu in his bowl and belatedly remembered. This was the first time she had given him something. For some reason, his heart became somewhat docile. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 55. Chi Chimu studied for several days before inquiring about the third prince's room. The third prince had come with a hidden identity. Apart from the shadow guards at his side, no one knew his identity. This was very advantageous to Chi Chimu. He planned to build a good foundation of friendship with the third prince in advance. The third prince had a shortcoming. He was overly sentimental, especially those kinds of coincidental encounters. Making friends without any purpose could move his heart. Chi Chimu silently weaved a net, thinking step by step about the scene of their first meeting. The first time they met, he only needed to show his unique bearing. Only then would he be able to reveal his talents step by step. While he was at it, he would take out all of the third prince's preferences from his previous life and let the third prince treat him as a confidant. It should be about time. Chi Chimu finished his plan when he suddenly discovered that the room was somewhat empty. He looked up blankly and found that Wei Wei Bai had disappeared. Chi Chimu immediately stood up from the chair and walked out the door, his face dark. She didn't even say a word when she went out. She didn't bring any maids with her. Wasn't she afraid of danger? Chi Chimu thought that no matter how bad her heart was, she was still an unmarried eldest miss who never stepped out of the house. After marrying him, she was even more restrained and not allowed to go out. He knew nothing about the dangers of the outside world. He hurried out to search, but the ground was covered in snow. There were plum trees everywhere in the great Emperor Temple, and they were in full bloom. With Chi-Chimu's keen sense of smell, he could smell a bit of orchid fragrance. He followed the scent. His heart tightened as he searched for it. When he finally found an old plum tree, he saw a familiar embroidered shoe poking out of the plum blossoms. Chi-Chimu hastened his steps. The snowy ground was too slippery, and his footsteps were unsteady, almost staggering. When he arrived at the foot of the plum tree, he saw her hugging a plum tree branch. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and she didn't dare to move. He climbed up the tree, but it was too high for him to come down. With tears in her eyes, she looked at him in surprise. Chi-Chimu. Chi-Chimu coldly raised his head to look at her, truly itching to fling his sleeves and leave. This was the first time he saw her tears. They were not tears of excitement, but of anger. He thought that she would encounter something when she went out, but she actually came to climb a tree? She was already so old, yet she still had a child's heart. Wei Wei Bai didn't know how to get down the tree and could only say with trepidation, "Chi-Chimu, save me." This pitiful expression, coupled with her red and delicate face, was simply as cute and lively as a little flower fairy among the flowers. Chi-Chimu saw her like this, and his tight heart finally relaxed, but his heartbeat sped up. Chapter 847. She kept pleading with him in a soft voice. This voice was different from the one on the bed, with a few more traces of sincerity. It was pleasing to the ear. He enjoyed her pleading enough before stretching out his arms. "Jump down, I'll catch you." Wei Wei Bai's face paled, and she immediately shook her head. His face darkened. "What, do you dislike me?" Wei Wei Bai became angry. "I don't believe you. You'll sprain your waist when you hold me. If I jump down, you won't be able to catch me." Chi-Chimu's face reddened, somewhat embarrassed. He couldn't be bothered with his childishness and immediately said, "Isn't it because you ate too much and became too heavy?" If he hadn't been impulsive and wanted to toss her onto the bed, his usual physical strength really wasn't enough. He had been bullied for so many years that his body had long since become empty. After being reborn, to be able to work so hard to make up for it, it was already very good to train his physical strength. This woman still dared to dislike him. She had clearly been tossed around on the bed by him until she couldn't cry out. Wei Wei Bai tightly hugged the branch. "If I jump down, you'll definitely move aside. You won't hold me, and you won't be able to hold me." She just didn't trust his physical strength. For a moment, Chi-Chimu forgot about his schemes, and the rationality and IQ in his mind disappeared along with her disdain. There was only the impulsiveness and ruthlessness of a young boy. "Come down, you still don't believe me? You'll freeze to death if you hang up there all night." Wei Wei Bai's body trembled, but she still didn't dare to come down. Chi-Chimu was sized up by her suspicious gaze, and the fire in his heart slowly climbed up. He kicked the tree trunk, and it actually shook. Wei Wei Bai cried out in fright. Chi-Chimu could have gone to get a ladder, but under her distrustful and disdainful gaze, an impulse surged up. He said coldly, "If you don't come down, you don't need to eat dinner. You don't need to eat that plum blossom cake and the newly made plum blossom shortcake." Such a vicious little heartless. She liked to eat these things. Chi-Chimu thought for a moment. Fearing that he didn't have enough chips, he reluctantly said, "I'll buy you a few folktales books. Do you want to read them?" He dared not let her buy it herself. If she bought it, it would be too much. Only he could make the selection. Wei Wei Bai hesitated. She couldn't resist the temptation and said, "Then catch me. You must catch me." Chi-Chimu raised an eyebrow and sneered. "You really don't believe me?" For the sake of the storybook and sweet cakes, Wei Wei Bai threw caution to the wind. She immediately let go of the plum branch, her skirt fluttering as she threw herself into Chi-Chimu's arms. Chi-Chimu was mentally prepared and retreated several steps with her in his arms, relieving his strength. Although his waist was bearing a lot of force, he was barely able to hold on. He hugged her tightly. What a burden. Wei Wei Bai hugged him tightly and refused to let go. When she finally confirmed that it was safe, she breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Her smile was soft and sweet. She said softly, "I knew you would hug me and not let me fall on the ice." Chi-Chimu really wanted to mock him. Just now, no matter who died, they wouldn't come down and didn't believe him at all? It was only because of the pastries and storybooks that she developed a little bit of trust in him. But looking at her smiling face, her eyes were shining. He didn't say anything and immediately walked back with her in his arms. Wei Wei Bai said, "You can put me down. Your waist can't hold on any more BA." Chi Chimu really exploded. "Shut up. If you talk again, I'll kiss you." This threat made her immediately not dare to say anything. Once they were far away, an indifferent gaze was retracted from the window of the room next to the plum tree. He was a young man with a delicate appearance. He wasn't considered exquisite, but he had a noble temperament. "Your Highness, did we disturb you?" A shadow guard nimbly appeared behind him. The third prince shook his head, his eyes softening. "Thinking of my brothers and sisters in the palace. Father King and Mother Empress don't have the slightest bit of affection, but to be able to see such a pure and sincere pair of lovers here, it could be considered that I didn't come in vain. Killing each other, scheming against each other." The third prince had seen too much and instead yearned for people who valued affection. After Wei Wei Bai returned, she had mocked Chi Chimu's waist. As a result, after dinner, just as she was about to take a bath, she was pressed down in the bathtub and experienced what was called broad shoulders, narrow hips, and a male dog's waist. It was like he had eaten dynamite as he pressed her down and said, "Did I spray my waist? Well, no, I think I spray my waist." Even if Wei Wei Bai used a sticker, the remnant soul left in her body was still her own. Was she someone who would let others bully her? After being bullied, her body couldn't help but reach out and push him. And then Chi Chimu sprained his waist. Wei Wei Bai. Chapter 848. Because Chi Chimu had sprained his waist after seeing the doctor, he lay on his stomach on the bed. Because there was no one to wait on him, he didn't make a sound and just laid there. The medicine was left unboiled. The doctor ordered people to heat it, but it wasn't. Wei Wei Bai ridiculed. "Yo, it's really retribution. I'll let you toss around and sprain your waist." Chi thick-skinned Chimu looked at her indifferently before saying, "At least I made your legs go soft." Wei Wei Bai's face reddened. She had never seen such a shameless man. She gritted her teeth. "You wait for me." Saying this, she picked up the medicine bag and turned to leave. Seeing Wei Wei Bai's childish appearance, Chi Chimu thought she was going to throw away all his medicine. So he didn't feel anything and continued to close his eyes to rest. He knew how to recover from this kind of minor sprain. It was fine not to take medicine or heat, but it was more uncomfortable. This kind of discomfort was nothing to him. Compared to spraining his waist, a man's dignity, Chi Chimu's side. He still had to exercise his body. A scholar was useless. Even if he sat on the throne in the future, it would be useless. With Wei Wei Bai's shrewish appearance, if he didn't squeeze her dry, she might even dare to have an affair. Chi Chimu lay on his stomach before realizing that it had been too long. Why hadn't she come back yet? Chi Chimu's expression was gloomy. She didn't want to take advantage of him lying down to leave, right? In fact, she had come here because he had dragged her along. Maybe she felt tired of looking at him every day and planned to go back. The more Chi Chimu thought, the darker his expression became. Then he revealed a cold smile. It was better if she ran away. Once he recovered and caught her, he would have a better reason to deal with her. Didn't she like plum trees? Press her under a plum tree and do something. Chi Chimu, whose mind was full of dirty waste, had just finished thinking of 100 tormenting postures. Wei Wei Bai had already rushed in, her face black from the charcoal smoke, holding a bowl of medicine in her hand. "It burned me to death, burned to death, burned to death." She held a bowl of medicine and hurriedly placed it on the table. Then, she immediately blew on her palm. Chi Chimu stared at her in a rare daze. However, Wei Wei Bai glared at him fiercely. "What are you looking at? It's all your fault. You chased away all my servants and made me suffer." These words were too delicate, but it was a matter of course. Chi Chimu's throat was somewhat congested, and his lips and tongue became dry. "You're brewing medicine for me?" Wei Wei Bai said coldly. "Don't flatter yourself. I don't have anyone to serve me. If you keep lying down, who will clean the house and light the charcoal? I won't. Don't think that you can slack off just because you sprained your waist." These words were obviously so arrogant and selfish. However, it sounded delicate and delicate, like a sweet cake in his mouth. It could simply soak into the tip of his tongue and reach his heart, causing his brows to relax. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 60. He couldn't help but smile, but he was afraid that she would see through his true feelings, so he quickly covered it up. When the medicine was warm, Wei Wei reluctantly handed him the bowl of medicine. Drink it yourself. Chi Chima didn't dislike it. He held the medicine in one hand and was about to drink it. He discovered that there was a mischievous smile in Wei Wei Bai's eyes, which seemed to contain something. His heart sank, and his previous sweet mood dissipated. He suddenly recalled his previous life, that cup of poisoned tea. Wei Wei Bai saw his hesitation. What? Are you still afraid that I'll poison you to death? Chi Chimu silently looked at her for a moment before saying with a smile that wasn't a smile, If you poison me to death, who will clean the house? Who will bring you the water to wash your feet, and also give you a bath? Chapter 849. Wei Wei Bai's face flushed red, and she said angrily, You shameless scoundrel! You read books on propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. How can you not have the slightest bit of scholarly demeanor? You're simply a rogue, shameless. Chi Chimu smiled at her, not the slightest bit angry. Then he clasped the bowl with his fingers, took a deep breath, and raised his head to drink the medicine in one gulp. The entrance was very, very bitter. Chi Chimu frowned, but when he understood what had been added to the bowl, he happily relaxed his brows. It was coptis. Then he calmly handed the remaining bit of medicinal juice to Wei Wei Bai. It didn't seem bitter at all. Wei Wei Bai looked at him nervously. You don't feel anything? Chi Chimu endured the bitterness and faintly raised an eyebrow. What should I feel? Like a knife twisting in the abdomen or a broken liver and intestines? You vicious woman, you poison me? Wei Wei Bai saw his calm expression and couldn't help but retort. Who poisoned me? I won't dirty my own hands. Chi Chimu looked at her suspiciously. Wei Wei Bai had a guilty conscience and hurriedly poured the medicine in the bowl into her mouth. After drinking, she looked like a villain intoxicated with success. Did you see if I poisoned you? Then a bitter taste that made her tongue explode swept through her taste buds in an instant. Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a moment, and then her entire face wrinkled like a bun. She hurriedly spat and found that it was still bitter, so she quickly went to drink water. Seeing Wei Wei Bai being forced to turn in circles by the bitter taste of the coptis, Chi Chimu finally laughed. He couldn't help it at all. He had poisoned himself with a pile of coptis, and in the end, he was asking for trouble. Wei Wei Bai hated to death. She slammed the cup on the table, the bitter taste still lingering on the tip of her tongue. Chi Chimu, you crafty old bastard. Chi Chimu choked and coughed, almost laughing himself to death. It's a pretty good description. In his previous life, he had been called a crafty old fox and cursed to death. Hearing this curse, he really missed it. The bitterness of the coptis in his mouth, along with the shadows of the deaths of his previous life, slowly faded away. Instead, it was replaced by her increasingly distinct appearance. Bad, brainless, and unable to tell good from bad. He didn't know how to tell good from bad, and he didn't know how to endure and give in. Only her appearance was adorable. Her only advantage was that she was cute. Chi Chimu thought critically and cautiously. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 65. The system looked at the cute, evil, little girl host who had regressed from a childish state to a fertilized egg and was now playing pranks every day. She also looked at Zhong Sheng, who didn't properly develop his ambitions after coming back. Instead, he spent all his time in love. Although it was called revenge, it was actually just a primary school male lead who bullied the girl he liked every day. These two people's poisonous dog food. He had completely lost his appetite. Therefore, it had to buy an extra bowl of instant noodles to relieve pressure. Only after Chi Chimu had healed his waist injury did he consider approaching the third prince. He thought of the hairpin he saw in his previous life. It was found when Wei Wei Bai's maidservant was tidying up the warehouse. Because he looked good. It was worn by Wei Wei Bai for a while. However, he found it familiar. Later on, he saw that it had the special pattern of his family on it. That was why he used a trick to get the hairpin. Only then did he discover the enormous wealth. In this life, Because his encounter with Wei Wei Bai had changed, the timing of his search for the hairpin had also changed. Qi Chimu wasn't in a hurry, because being able to meet the third prince earlier was more useful than any wealth. He considered it for a moment and inquired about the 3 people who had recently come to study and live in the great imperial temple. One of them lived under the old plum tree. The young master in the best wing should be the third prince. Chapter 850. Qi Chimu smiled confidently. He picked up the flute and was about to leave. But he felt that running to someone's window to play the flute was too purposeful. He saw Wei Wei by drawing on the paper in boredom and couldn't help but walk over and grab her wrist. "Come, listen to me play the flute." Wei Wei Bai looked disdainful. "What flute are you playing, you poor scholar?" Qi Chimu's face turned cold. "Are you going to listen or not?" Wei Wei Bai trembled, afraid that he would torture her again. She immediately stood up, threatening to coax an audience. Qi Chimu finally confirmed that the foolproof conditions for a perfect encounter had been met. Wei Wei Bai was pulled to the side of the old plum tree and sat on a low branch, her feet still touching the ground. Qi Chimu leaned against the plum tree, looking like a young master, full of magnificence. He suddenly thought of something. "Why did you climb a tree last time?" Wei Wei Bai said somewhat awkwardly. "Wasn't it because the little monk in the great imperial temple's kitchen said that if I wanted more plum pastries, I needed to pick the flowers myself? Didn't I see that this tree has the most flowers?" Qi Chimu was simply angered to laughter by her reason. She only cared about eating, forgetting to protect her life. He couldn't help but lightly tap Wei Wei Bai's head with the flute. "Really stupid. What's the use of picking flowers? Just use money." Wei Wei Bai hurriedly covered her head, the corners of her eyes red as she glared at him. Qi Chimu was dazed for a moment before turning his face away. He picked up the flute and gently blew. The flute's tune was the third prince's favorite. It was also composed by the third prince's deceased mother. This tune was very good. It was the sentimental and gentle feeling of a young girl encountering love. It was also widely circulated, so no one would be suspicious if he played this tune. This tune should be too gentle and affectionate, often used to express one's love for a certain woman. Qi Chimu couldn't help but look sideways again, only to see Wei Wei Bai holding her face with both hands, listening with a somewhat gentle expression. She seemed to be enjoying it very much. This expression, his heart skipped a beat, but he didn't dare to look again. He continued to play the flute with his eyes lowered. However, he was distracted and did not pay attention to his surroundings. Then, a figure slowly appeared beside the plum blossom tree. He was dressed in a low-key light-colored robe and had a slender figure. He stepped on the flowers as he walked over. His movements were neither too fast nor too slow. He had a noble air about him. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be shocked and looked up. However, she saw that the man had a gentle and nostalgic expression on his face as he listened to the sound of the flute very seriously. The system said, "Third prince, the male leads cheat, Luo Baiji, the future emperor of this world." Actually, the system did not need to say anything. When she looked up, she saw a shining golden crown on Luo Baiji's head. Was this the legendary crown? It was so shiny and rich. Qi Chimu's attention was originally on Luo Baiji, but from the corner of his eye, he saw Wei Wei Bai staring blankly at Luo Baiji. That focused look in his eyes. That gentle gaze. Why did she look at him so seriously? She didn't even look at him like that when she was begging for mercy on the bed. Could it be that she had taken a fancy to Luo Baiji? Qi Chimu felt a burst of sourness in his heart. His breathing became heavier, but the sound of the flute sounded more tactful. Wei Wei Bai finished looking at the crown before moving her gaze away. Then she looked at Qi Chimu, only to find that the other party was looking at her with an abnormally gloomy gaze. That dark gaze was like that of a venomous snake, as if it wanted to eat a person. Wei Wei Bai, the target's face darkened at the slightest disagreement. After the flute was played, Qi Chimu did not want to continue playing. He suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. Chapter 851. He changed his expression and gently said to Wei Wei Bai, "Wife, does it sound good?" Wei Wei Bai, "Wife, aren't you ashamed of this title?" She couldn't help but look at the only audience, that third prince. As a result, Qi Chimu's eyes turned cold, and he reached out to pinch her chin. Then he smiled tenderly. Didn't you say that this husband is too pedantic and doesn't know how to give you a bit of a surprise? I especially want to learn this song. I heard that it's what you girls like the most. Wei Wei Bai looked at him with disdain, very loyal to her character setting. You play it too badly. Where's the essence of the original song? There's no surprise. Listening to you play the song, it's more like being scared to death. Chi Chimu had been nursing a fire. What did she mean by always looking at the third prince? Was it because she took a fancy to other men's good looks, or because of their low-key but expensive clothes and decorations? Could it be that she knew that Luo Baiji was a member of the imperial family, so her heart was moved? He played the flute, but she disliked it. She was focused and happy looking at other men. He hadn't died yet, but she wanted to blossom first and then jump over the wall. The gentleness on Chi Chimu's face couldn't be maintained, and he fiercely threatened, "If it doesn't sound good, then throw away the extra sweet cakes I ordered to make. In any case, it's useless to feed them to a wooden person like you who doesn't understand music." Wei Wei Bai still broke a bit of her character setting for the sake of sweet cakes. This era was too boring. Besides eating, she didn't have any other pursuits. So she immediately tugged at his sleeve, acting cute with great familiarity. No, it's good, it's very good. Husband, any song you play sounds good." Chi Chimu heard her call him husband, and his breathing became somewhat unstable. He forced himself to hold on and coldly snorted. "That sweet cake is your husband. You only know how to eat. Don't you know that you're so heavy that you're going to break the bathtub from sitting on it?" Wei Wei Bai anxiously said, "What bathtub from sitting on it? It's clearly you who insisted on squeezing in, that's why it broke." Wei Wei Bai only reacted after hearing this. She quickly glanced at the audience next to her. Although the third prince still had a noble and indifferent expression on his face, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. She immediately got up and fiercely pushed Chi Chimu away. Lifting her skirt, she turned and ran, her face flushed red. When Chi Chimu saw her run away, his feet almost didn't follow his mind as his body chased after her. It was like a butterfly chasing after a fleeing flower. It was obvious that she was attracted to him. However, he only reacted after taking a few steps forward. The third prince? He glanced at the third prince who had just been attracted over. That familiar yet youthful face let him know that this was the best opportunity to get to know him. But thinking that Wei Wei Bai didn't know where to go, he wasn't in the mood to exchange pleasantries. He thought of what he had just said to Wei Wei Bai. It was indeed inappropriate to discuss such a private matter in public. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't withstand such a dirty joke. Chi Chimu could only hurriedly nod to Luo Baiji and say, "Sorry for the disturbance." Then she directly gave up the opportunity to get to know the third prince and turn around to chase after that little bastard who only knew how to eat and was not the least bit worrisome. Chi Chimu ran away. Standing in place, Luo Baiji finally couldn't help but laugh. It was really too amusing. He really had never seen a married couple with such a cute and likable way of interacting. They were clearly bickering like a pair of clowns. But it made people feel that this was what it meant to be in love. The shadow guard next to him was gratified. It had been a long time since he saw the third prince laugh. In the future, it would be good to let that couple get closer. Unknowingly, Chi Chimu's goal of obtaining the third prince's favorable impression was accomplished in a very strange way. Chapter 852. Chi Chimu had run halfway when he caught Wei Wei Bai. Their first perfect meeting with the third prince had been ruined. What made him even more irritable was, had she taken a fancy to the third prince? So Chi Chimu dragged Wei Wei Bai back for a joint hearing. He pushed her onto the bed. Then he blocked the bedside and smiled coldly. "What? Just now you saw a man, and you were so shy that you ran away." Wei Wei Bai was at a loss, belatedly understanding what he was saying. She immediately exploded. "Chi Chimu, am I that kind of shameless woman?" Chi Chimu thought of his past life. In the palace, he seemed to have heard that Madame Bai wanted to send Wei Wei Bai into the palace to be the third prince's concubine. When he thought of that, his eyes turned red. If she hadn't died, she was the third prince's woman in his past life. So when they met in this life, this woman's eyes were fixed on him. He smiled coldly, most of his face shadowed, very sinister. I don't know if you're shameless or not, but if you dare to set your eyes on another man and have an affair with me, I will kill you. The last 3 words were as cold as the language of hell. It made one's scalp numb. Saying this, Chichima didn't care that it was daytime and had already pounced. He was already very familiar with how to subdue her. Coldly and swiftly, he bound her restless hands and pressed down on her struggling legs, imprisoning her under him. She couldn't go anywhere, and running away was useless. He could catch her at any time. Wei Wei Bai's face was filled with fear. Chichimu, get lost for me. He scared her. Chichimu pinched her face and sneered, "What? You're very happy looking at other men, but when I'm not by your side, you're going to pounce over." In his past life, she might have been the 3rd prince's concubine. It made him gnash his teeth at the thought. She didn't know if her previous life would affect this life. Could it be that she fell in love at first sight? Wei Wei Bai finally couldn't take it anymore. She burst into tears and said angrily, "It's none of your business, even if I throw myself at him. Don't you hate me? The more fickle I am, the more annoying I am. Wouldn't you be the happiest? Why are you angry?" Chichimu was enraged. "You really want to climb the wall to find a man for me?" Wei Wei Bai gritted her teeth and glared at him. "What's wrong with finding a man? Are you jealous?" These words were like a clap of thunder that struck Chichimu. His fingers trembled, and he almost couldn't hold down the lively Wei Wei Bai. Jealousy. He was not stupid. In fact, he was very intelligent. During this period of time with Wei Wei Bai, the thoughts of tormenting her in his heart turned into eager tenderness. When he was in bed, he began to worry about whether he would hurt her. He even carefully helped her clean her body. He couldn't bear to let her do any of the servant's work. He knew that her temperament was delicate and she had never done this before. He would rather do it himself, and there wasn't a trace of unwillingness in his heart. He was aware of all these signs, but he didn't dare to think too deeply. However, her words completely shattered his ostrich mentality. Jealousy, he was indeed jealous. The kind of unbearable sourness and fear of loss intertwined together. It could simply drive a person crazy. Chichimu couldn't help but tighten his grip on her bound hands. He said word by word, "Who's jealous? I won't be jealous, but you are disgracing my reputation by finding another man. I will make you regret being born into this world." Such vicious words. Even in his previous life, when he was eradicating dissidents, he had never said these words. Chapter 853. But he used it to threaten Wei Wei Bai, who only knew how to make a small fuss. Although her heart was bad, she could never be bad to the right place. Chichimu was afraid that he would regret it. He wouldn't like her. He couldn't like her at all. Even if he was crazy, he couldn't like her. The Bai family was what he wanted to eradicate, and she was also one of the murderers who had killed him in his previous life. After eradicating the Bai family, he kept her by his side. It was just to see her in so much pain that she wished she was dead, suffering day and night under the body of her enemy, powerless to struggle. This was his revenge plan. Wei Wei Bai heard his words and froze, her face pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "Reputation, reputation, you just care about your damn reputation. Get off my body." Chichimu wordlessly began to tear off her clothes. Wei Wei Bai was like a stubborn donkey, struggling with all her might. "Chichimu, if you like reputation so much, then sleep with your reputation. Why did you come looking for me?" Chichimu buried his head and worked hard. Get off, get off. Don't you feel uncomfortable with a woman you don't like?" Not uncomfortable. Chichimu's entire body trembled, and there was even some fear in his eyes, hidden in his dark expression. He softly repeated, "How can I be jealous? I can't. Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 70. After this incident, Wei Wei Bai began a Cold War. This Cold War lasted for several days, mocking and ridiculing Chichimu every day, in addition to disdain. Chichimu didn't know if he felt guilty or not. He actually didn't dare to be too forceful. Their situation of strength seemed to have been reversed. After the system finished kneading the instant noodles, it remembered that it had a host. "What's wrong? Why are you still hating me?" Wei Wei Bai leisurely trimmed her nails. "Am I not teaching Chichimu how to rest and recuperate as a husband of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues?" I don't show my might, don't protest. So how can he understand how difficult it is for my lively and jumping sweetness? Men, once cold, understand love. The system was silent. Lively and jumping sweetness. Wasn't that a hypocrite who stirred up trouble? The host would always have a perfect misconception of his own position. When Chichimu went out, he deliberately ran into the third prince and successfully played a game of chess with him. The third prince was unexpectedly easy to get along with. He seemed to have a good impression of him. But halfway through the game, the third prince casually asked about Wei Wei Bai. His heart immediately turned cold, and he immediately became vigilant. Why did he ask? Did he fall for Wei Wei Bai? When Chichimu thought of that, even a plan to beat up the third prince appeared in his mind. Fortunately, the third prince was only envious of their deep love. She also said that two people who were so deeply in love must be kind and pure, trustworthy people. Bai, vicious, selfish. Wei Wei, Chimu, scheming, dark and twisted. Kind and pure? Was the third prince's eyes clouded by something? How could he tell? Even someone as good at enduring as Chichimu couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard this description, almost revealing his true face. The emperor that he had assisted in his previous life. To see someone so perfectly miss all the correct answers, fine. The emperor that he chose, he had to kneel and hug his thigh to death. Perhaps because he heard Wei Wei Bai, his mind was distracted while brushing up the third prince's good impression. She had ignored him for 5 days. In the past, she would at least order him around, scold him, disdain him, and even use her delicate little hands to hit him. Chapter 854. She wanted him to clean the house, make him go get more plum cakes, and warm her bed for her to sleep. Thinking about it like this, was he a masochist? He actually hated that she couldn't be like this. It was better than ignoring him. She even gave him a sidelong glance. Perhaps she saw that he was absent-minded. The third prince asked, "Do you have some urgent matter?" Chichimu's mouth was quick. "No, I just wanted he stopped in time." The third prince was very understanding. "I understand. Newlyweds should go back and accompany your wife." Chichimu wanted to explain, but seeing the other's clear eyes, as if seeing through everything, he could only take back his lies. Then he gave up the opportunity to get closer to the third prince. And he came back again. He was still carrying some plum cakes in his hand. The reminder of Chichimu's return had just sounded. Wei Wei Bai was very natural and smooth. She quickly and skillfully propped up her face with both hands, a trace of melancholy on her face. Her eyes were faint and sad as she looked out the half-open window at the blooming plum blossoms. Angle, posture, expression. There was absolutely no dead angle. Chichimu stepped through the door and looked up to see Wei Wei Bai sitting at the table, her side facing him. Her figure was petite and thin, her slender, snow-white fingers propping up her face. There was no delicate and indifferent expression on her face. Instead, there was some cute baby fat propped up by her hands. But this couldn't compare to the fragile and helpless sadness on her face. When was the arrogant, brainless, and selfish Wei Wei Bai, who didn't care about others, also had such a sorrowful and weak expression? She had always been a little hedgehog, uncomfortable and prickly. She seemed to have just noticed him and dazedly turned back to look at him. The corners of her eyes were red, and tears could be seen faintly in her eyes. That kind of silent grievance overflowed. Chichimu couldn't speak for a moment and could only stand foolishly, the cake in his hand shaking a few times. When Wei Wei Bai saw him, she immediately rubbed her eyes. Then she snorted and shifted her sitting position, turning her back to him. Chichimu pursed his lips, a wave of anger stifling in his heart. He hesitated for a moment, then slowly moved to stand behind her. "Do you want some cake?" Bai Weiwei didn't say anything. Chichimu stared at her back for a moment before suppressing his voice, doing his best to be gentle. "It was just made. I also asked them to put more honey in it." Weiwei Bai was indifferent. She didn't even give him a cold snort. Such a cold war between Weiwei Bai. He was at a loss for what to do, and even his entire body felt uncomfortable. He would rather she scold him. At least when she was scolding him, her eyes were very beautiful. Her gaze was so bright that it seemed like there was light in them, and those eyes were filled with his shadow. Chichimu couldn't help but move, wanting to see her. However, Wei Wei Bai discovered his intentions and changed her position, continuing to face him with her back. She was clearly not looking at him. This was the first time Chichimu had been so thoroughly ignored by someone. His fingers clenched so tightly that the rope was about to cut into his flesh, but he didn't feel any pain. He placed the cake on the table and opened the wrapper, revealing the beautiful plum blossom cake inside. Wei Wei Bai glanced sideways. Chichimu's eyes brightened. In the end, she only glanced and didn't look much before turning her head away again. She didn't even say a word of disdain. Chichimu's eyes were gloomy. After enduring for so many days, he finally exploded. He grabbed Wei Wei Bai, forcing her to turn back. Wei Wei Bai was pulled by him, and her entire body fell back, straight into his arms. Chapter 855. The man's embrace was warm and carried a faintly discernible cold fragrance. That fragrance was actually stained with the orchid fragrance of her body. However, this pleasant smell was unable to cover up his violent and brutal actions. Chichimu reached out and clasped her chin, turning her face back to look at her pair of black, bright eyes filled with fear. He looked at her coldly and sneered. "What? You really dare to ignore me? I've been too good to you, making you forget your identity?" His hand gripped her frail, slender arm with some force. His entire person was filled with a terrifying, killing intent. Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes trembled, and she finally spoke. "Chichimu, who do you think I am to you? Your toy, or the target of your revenge? If you're so hateful, you might as well push me into ice water and drown me. In any case, it's not your first time. Why restrain me like this, mutually tormenting each other?" After she finished speaking, her tears failed to live up to her expectations and fell. This cry was silent, extremely aggrieved and pitiful. It made one's heart throb with pain. Chichimu used to be happy and excited when he saw her cry, but now his mood was very bad. He couldn't maintain the gloomy expression on his face as he sensed the fragmented, weak sourness in his heart. His hand gripping her chin shook uncontrollably. He wanted to fret and stop her from crying, but his fingertips couldn't help but rub against her delicate face. She cried pitifully, her face somewhat pale. His fingers pressed against her warm cheeks, as if wanting to give her a bit more color. Wei Wei Bai with flushed cheeks was so beautiful. Almost without thinking, he lowered his head and kissed her. This kiss was out of control. With a burning and strong possessiveness, he recklessly plundered the sweetness of her lips. Wei Wei Bai was held by him and could only weakly raise her neck, allowing him to take what he wanted. Chichimu said that her physical strength was poor, but it wasn't the kind of poor women. It was very easy to control a delicate Wei Wei Bai. So Wei Wei Bai could only lean against his chest, her cheeks dizzy from his kisses, her eyes soft and unable to struggle. She glared at him angrily. Chichimu's breathing was chaotic, the gloomy and indifference in his eyes replaced by an even more intense heat. He lowered his head awkwardly, released Wei Wei Bai, and took 2 steps back. Then, as if he wanted to hide something, he picked up a sweet cake and gently brought it to her lips. "Eat some. It was still warm just now." The desserts were already cold, but his fingers were unbearably hot. Wei Wei Bai's face was cold and pale, just like the elegant and delicate plum blossoms outside the window. Her eyes were full of angry condemnation. Then, she reached out and slapped the sweet cake out of his hand. She stood up and met Chichimu's complicated gaze. Gritting her teeth, she angrily said, "I hate you. Hate your self-righteousness and pettiness. Hate your unreasonable and perverted coercion. Hate even more when you bully me. I want to divorce you." As soon as he said this, Chichimu didn't say anything, only looking at her solemnly. She was clearly scolding him, but his heart was beating like a drum, this violent heartbeat. He could barely control his emotions. He suppressed his surging emotions and revealed a smile. "Divorce me? Unfortunately, the law states that only men can divorce women. I won't let go. When you die, you can only die in my family's graveyard." Wei Wei Bai was stunned, her eyes reddening. Chichimu turned his face away, clenching his fists. He suddenly turned and walked out with quick steps. When he was far away, he couldn't see the woman anymore. Chi-Chimu punched the temple wall, his eyes burning red, his baleful aura frightening. He gasped for breath, the beating in his chest unable to calm down. It beat against his chest again and again. His heart wasn't at peace at all. Just like Wei Wei Bai, she wasn't easy to worry about. Chi-Chimu pressed against his chest and leaned against the wall, standing dazedly for a long time. Snowflakes fell, floating above his head. He seemed to have just woken up, laughing at himself. He really couldn't deceive himself. How could he like such a heartless little fool? Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 75. Chapter 856. After Chi-Chimu left, Wei Wei Bai sat down in a chair, exhausted. Her eyes were still red as she began to gnaw on a sweet cake. It was rare to eat a food she liked in a plane. She didn't know the next meal. AI, this cake was made too authentically. The system watched from beginning to end, thinking that there was some small side task to torment people. In the end, when it looked up, there was nothing above its head. It asked, "Is it okay to anger the male lead and make him run away?" For its disappointing host, its heart had been broken. Even halfway through the book of 1,000 moves against the host, its heart softened. It felt that after interacting with each other for so many planes, there would always be some feelings. So, as a decathlon super good system, it should be a bit gentler. Wei Wei Bai, if I don't do this, the favorability will be stuck and won't go up. Chi-Chimu is a man with a strong sense of inferiority. His goal in life is to take revenge and let himself live in incomparable glory. Speaking to this point, she couldn't help but sit up straight, giving this useless system a bit of science. This kind of man, you have to give him a blow when his feelings are about the same. Let him know that his actions will hurt me. Such an indifferent protest could make the other party begin to face their hatred, discover the true feelings in their hearts. Wei Wei Bai sighed. So now give him the cold shoulder until he can't stand it, and he will naturally let go of his vengeful mentality. The system was silent for a moment before finally sighing faintly. Wei Wei Bai's scalp tingled from its sigh. Question mark. The system spoke earnestly. You could be considered to have gone through hundreds of battles and have more experience. Before, you couldn't even kiss, but now you can take the initiative to roll in the sheets. I'm deeply gratified. Wei Wei Bai, why does this praise sound so awkward? When Chi-Chimu returned, he had already returned to normal. He was indifferent and gentle, looking like a hypocrite. Wei Wei Bai ignored him. When it was time to sleep at night, Chi-Chimu warmed the quilt with a water bottle and said, "You sleep, I'm going to read a book." Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything and went straight to bed. She nestled in a warm spot and closed her eyes to take a nap. After Chi-Chimu had been fidgeting for a good while, when he came over, he found that she had fallen asleep. He stood by the bed for a long time before he took off his clothes and went to bed. In the dim yellow candlelight, he looked at her curled-up body with her back to him. Finally, he couldn't help but reach out and carefully pull her into his embrace, until her entire body fit perfectly into his chest. He heaved a sigh of relief, but his heart was still beating rapidly. He buried his face in her hair and smelled like orchids. This fragrance was completely devoid of any shadow. There was only tenderness and even peace of mind. He hugged her, inhaled her fragrance, and fell asleep peacefully. The next day, he woke up early and got out of bed before she did. Afterwards, Chi-Chimu went to the kitchen and spent some extra silver to prepare some of Wei Wei Bai's favorite vegetarian dishes. There was also the plum blossom cake that she always ordered every day. When he brought it back, she was sitting on the bed. Her long hair was messy, and her eyes were still sleepy. So cute that it made one's heart soften. Chi-Chimu felt that he was sick. How did he discover his feelings? Looking at her again, he felt that everything about her was good. He pursed his lips and said indifferently, "Get up and tidy up. Let's eat." Wei Wei Bai rolled her eyes at him, not knowing how delicate and lovely her small appearance was. Chi-Chimu's eyes darkened, but he didn't impulsively rush over to push her down. He looked at the dishes on the table with forbearance. Chapter 857. It was all her favorite food. She should know his intention to soften. As a result, Wei Wei Bai finished eating without any expression, as though she couldn't tell that he had specially ordered these dishes to be prepared. For the first time, Chi Chimu, who had never allowed to suffer a loss, endured and didn't let her know. This was what he did for her. It was as though saying it would put him at a disadvantage. He sullenly watched her heartlessly finish eating and didn't move his chopsticks much. After waiting for a long time, Wei Wei Bai left on her own. Chi Chimu sat at the table, his entire body gloomy. He threw his chopsticks on the table, wanting to slap the table and threaten her to pay attention to him. But when he looked up, he saw Wei Wei Bai running to the charcoal stove and stirring the flames to warm herself. The warm light of the fire shone on her white, jade-like face. Her eyelashes were like butterflies, and her eyes were clear and clean. Her entire person was truly warm and lovable. If he didn't know her nature, with her appearance, who knew how many men would be charmed away? Chi Chimu endured, but in the end, he couldn't bear to continue using insidious methods to control her obedience. He still didn't know her nature, but he was still bewitched by her. Chi Chimu's feelings for Wei Wei Bai were too complicated, so he could only avoid continuing to win the third prince's trust. The third prince was also happy to find a friend to pass the time within the quiet and boring great imperial temple. Chi Chimu knew the third prince's thoughts and used the method of chess friends to slowly introduce the topic of politics. As expected, the third prince looked at him differently. The two people got along harmoniously. Chi Chimu had worked for him in his past life and naturally knew how to cater to his interests. But looking at the third prince's increasingly trusting gaze, the heartless person in his room treated him coldly day after day. He would occasionally reveal a complicated expression. The third prince asked, "What, does Chima have some difficulties?" Chi Chimu hesitated for a moment before saying indifferently, "No." The third prince was like a woman inquiring about gossip, asking with some interest, "Is the one at home angry with you?" During this time, he had been close to Chi Chimu and naturally knew about Wei Wei Bai's Cold War. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Chi Chimu's calm face. His lips moved before he resigned himself to his fate. A woman's mind is truly hard to guess. He believed that during this period of time, he had rushed to curry favor with her, and everyone could see it. However, she took his concession as a matter of course and didn't feel the slightest bit of closeness to him. However, the third prince was very mature and said, "It's you who don't know how to please. Women need to be coaxed. With your cold face every day, even I am about to be scared away, let alone a little girl." Because the third prince was 2 years older than Chi Chimu. Therefore, when he addressed Wei Wei Bai, the third prince would call her little sister. It was also a tacit agreement that Chi Chimu had already obtained a place in his heart and obtained his trust. Chi Chimu said somewhat awkwardly, "Coax?" He had already fetched water for her to wash her feet. Was that not enough to coax her? After coldly washing her feet, she went to sleep on the bed that he had warmed up in advance. Then, she continued to ignore him with her back facing him. Several times, Chi Chimu almost couldn't suppress the dark distortion in his heart and forced himself on her. But this impulse was bitterly suppressed. He wasn't a fool. Previously, obtaining Wei Wei Bai had already made her particularly loathe him. If he wanted to change the way the two of them interacted, he couldn't continue to force it. The third prince shook his head. This coaxing needs to rely on a mouth that knows how to sweet talk in honeyed words, rely on shameless pestering, and more importantly, wholeheartedly devoted actions. Chapter 858. This summary was rather interesting, but when he thought of the third prince's previous life, the harem was a mess of intrigue. Chi Chimu also felt that this guy's words weren't too reliable. He hesitated, blindly obeying her, where's the least bit of a man's backbone. The third prince hated iron for not becoming steel. Do you want a tender and sweet little wife, or do you want a man's backbone? These words made Chi Chimu silent. Wei Wei Bai had nothing to do for several days. Counting the time, she knew that the Cold War was about to end. After all, the Cold War was to force Chi Chimu to see his heart clearly. It was fine as long as the goal was achieved. Don't push it too far, so as to avoid dropping favorability. Wei Wei Bai was just thinking about what reason to use to end this situation of ignoring her. The door was pushed open, and the delicate fragrance of plum blossoms wafted over. Chi Chimu slowly walked in, holding a large bouquet of plum blossom branches. Wei Wei Bai turned to look at him, her eyes puzzled. Chi Chimu thought of the third prince's flowers. It was said that before husband and wife, they should occasionally have some fun. Sending a few flowers, a few gifts, or a few sweet words would have a good effect. He originally didn't want to do so, but when he passed by the plum blossom forest and saw the brilliant flowers, he stood dazed for a long time and couldn't help but break off some good-looking branches. But when he really came before her, Chi Chimu, holding the flowers, suddenly fell silent. Wei Wei Bai looked at the flowers in his hands and understood. He was going to send flowers, After sending flowers, he would reluctantly show a shy expression and then soften his attitude at night. It would definitely increase the favorability. Wei Wei Bai was already about to reach out to receive the flowers. Chi Chimu lowered his head and walked over, then walked directly to the vase. The vase that hadn't had flowers for several days was replaced with a large bouquet of plum blossoms. Wei Wei Bai quickly retracted her fingers and clenched them into a fist, almost reaching out to take the flowers. Chi Chimu arranged the flowers, his back to Wei Wei Bai. His indifferent, handsome face was dyed with traces of red. He didn't expect that a simple act of sending flowers would be so difficult, even afraid of rejection. Chi Chimu heard his own heartbeat throbbing violently. He suppressed this restlessness, regained his calm expression, and turned to look at her. However, he found that Wei Wei Bai was peeking at him, although she quickly looked away. But Chi Chimu's mind was still moved. He suddenly walked over and held her wrist. In his palm, her slender wrist was so fragile and easily restrained. Chi Chimu couldn't help but pinch her before saying, "Come with me." Wei Wei Bai frowned. She wanted to say something, but she remembered her Cold War with him. She just rolled her eyes at him and refused to move. Chi Chimu was in a deadlock with her, but her delicate ears were somewhat red. His heart skipped a few beats, and his tone suddenly became heavy. "If you're not leaving, then let's go to bed." When Wei Wei Bai heard this, she turned around and glared at him fiercely. Her beautiful eyes were full of annoyance. Chi Chimu pursed his lips before saying, "Are you going or not?" Wei Wei Bai frowned and hesitated for a moment before she reluctantly got up and followed him out. Chi Chimu led her along, walking slowly. The great imperial temple was surrounded by plum trees. The petals of the plum blossoms scattered down, carrying a hint of romance. They walked to the east side of the great imperial temple, where there were the most plum trees. On the snowy ground, the red plum blossoms were in full bloom, more gorgeous and beautiful than flames. Wei Wei Bai stared blankly for a moment. Chi Chimu looked at her and found that she liked it, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He, who had always been clear-headed, clearly knew that his feelings for her were wrong. Chapter 859. Wei Wei Bai swore that this was the plane where she spent the most substitute stickers. She didn't even dare to calculate whether the pitiful 30 life points from completing the mission could offset those substitute stickers. She was so haggard. The system also swore that this was the first time it had seen a plane with so many bullet screens. From time to time, there would be a damned army bombardment, a bombardment of core socialist values. It felt that it was already a qualified member of the egg team. It was so haggard. Chi Chimu's spirit had been very good recently. No matter what, Wei Wei Bai would start throwing things at him again, scold him, and occasionally hit him with her pink fists. Moreover, she would resume those unspeakable, laugh-inducing activities on the bed. Chi Chimu felt that his life was especially bright. Right, he had also won the third prince's trust. He had almost forgotten this matter. After staying in the great imperial temple for several months, Chi Chimu treated Wei Wei Bai differently. He couldn't bear to use any of those humiliating methods on her. Instead, he repeatedly made concessions to protect her. Everything that she ate or used had to go through his hands. Not a single trace of his previous ruthless and gloomy appearance could be seen. But Bai Wei Wei was still as heartless as before, making things difficult for Chi Chimu at every turn. She also wanted to happily use sweet tricks on Chi Chimu, letting the favorability climb up. After all, sweet strategies were easy and enjoyable. Who liked to torture themselves, pondering every day how to scheme against their target. However, the imperial examination stumbling block forced her to go against Chi Chimu. After leaving the temple, Chi Chimu, after several months of studying and preparing, was about to enter the examination hall again. Wei Wei Bai's small imperial examination mission also reminded her. Stop Chi Chimu from entering the examination hall. The time limit was 3 days. Wei Wei Bai looked at the 90 favorability she had obtained by selling her body and couldn't help but say, is there a hole in your main system's head? Would it die from giving a sweet strategy? Must it torment me to death before it's happy? The system said, there are sweet strategies, such as those where the male lead and the host are already in love, and then the male lead will follow the reincarnation cycle with his memories. He will fall in love with the host at first sight every day, and the second sight strategy mission is completed. Wei Wei Bai, what? There were no insane side quests, no unreliable idiotic system that dragged him down, and no unreasonable time limit for clearing the game. You've completed the mission after meeting him twice? The system said, no, I'm just in charge of the sweet strategy. I just need to show off my love. Wei Wei Bai, then why don't I have a mission to show off my love? The system was a little embarrassed. That's because you're a torturing guide. The sweet strategy route was easy to enjoy, so it was very difficult to snatch it. Generally, only an outstanding system with ability and background could snatch this kind of mission for its host. The oppressive route is all those incompetent people at the bottom of society. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment before she said, I understand. To put it bluntly, her system was at the bottom of society. It was poor, incapable, and had no backdoor. All it could do was snatch some unpresentable and undesirable missions for its host. Suddenly, an image appeared in her mind. In the bleak cold wind, a tattered and desolate system wrapped in newspapers, rummaging through the trash for some leftovers. It was poor and haggard. It was obviously tired to death, but for its host who had neither food nor water, it could only keep rummaging through the trash. It only hoped to give its host some edible food so that she would not starve to death. Chapter 860. You can search Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come to search book www.sashu.com in Baidu to find the. Thinking of that scene, even the stone-hearted Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but feel her nose turn sour. Forget it. Her family's system didn't have the ability. What could she do? After all, society was cruel. Perhaps her family system's family background wasn't good, which was why it had become a social loser. Of course it couldn't get good resources. Wei Wei Bai showed a rare gentleness. It's fine. No matter how poor or bitter, we'll walk together. One day, you'll shake off this poor hat and have a beautiful future. The system's face was a mess. It felt that the host had misunderstood something and hurriedly explained, actually, there's a reason why I didn't grab the sweet route. It's not because I'm poor and useless. Wei Wei Bai, I understand. Poor people also needed dignity. She understood. System, what does the host understand? Why doesn't it understand? Chi Chimu put the imperial examination case in the room. He didn't specifically guard against Wei Wei Bai. He saw her sitting at the table, embroidering with a twisted expression. After returning from the temple, she had been called by Madame Bai to recite a pile of words, including how to win over a husband's heart and how female workers also needed to practice well. That was why it was rare to see her so quietly doing these things. Chi Chimu naturally understood that it was because that poisonous woman, Madame Bai, knew that his value had increased. So she planned to use Wei Wei Bai to win him over. In the future, if he really succeeded in the imperial examination, he would be a target for Madame Bai to squeeze. He thought of that old woman, and his lips curled into a cold smile. When the court examination was over, he would find an opportunity to take away Wei Wei Bai and then kill the entire Bai family. When the time came, he would burn the corpses, and who would be able to find out that it was murder? At that time, Wei Wei Bai could only rely on him. How good would that be? Chi Chimu put down the book. He had memorized the questions for tomorrow's examination. After his rebirth, the imperial examination was much simpler for him. He looked up at her and found that she was already yawning in boredom, but she was still earnestly embroidering flowers. She wore a simple and elegant light blue dress today, her hair casually tied up with a simple and beautiful hairpin. It was simple and clean, like a pear blossom reflected in water. Chichimu stared at her in a daze for a good while, a quiet sweetness fermenting in his heart. When he had seen enough, he shifted his gaze away and saw the hairpin on her head. It was the key and map to his family's treasury. He didn't need the map, but the key, for the time being, he didn't need it. Under the deliberate planning in advance, his relationship with the third prince was so good that he didn't need money to surrender. When the money was needed in the future, it would be when the third prince rebelled. He calmly brewed a cup of honey-flower tea and took the mung bean cake. Then, he walked to her side, put down the mung bean cake, and gave her the flower tea. Drink some, it's good for your body. And then, take the embroidery bandage from her hand. There were several flower sketches on the table. It was the homework that Madame Bai had given her. Chichimu held a needle and thread, calmly and indifferently beginning to help her embroider. Her embroidery skills were much better than hers. Wei Bai raised her eyebrows and was about to start taunting. Chichimu directly stuffed a piece of mung bean cake into her mouth. Be good. I'll help you embroider it soon. Wei Bai immediately said vaguely, My embroidery is different from yours. My mother will know. Chichimu said indifferently, It's better if it's different. How could the servants outside not be clear about the matters in this room? Many of them were Madame Bai's eyes and ears. If he helped Wei Bai, Madame Bai would only feel more at ease. Wei Bai looked at his embroidery. It wasn't feminine at all, but his movements were very beautiful. She couldn't help but frown. How do you know everything? Chapter 861. Chichimu looked up at her. His face was indifferent, but his eyes carried traces of gentleness. Maybe it's because I will meet a wife who doesn't know anything. So life made me learn everything in advance so that I can welcome her. He thought of his difficult past and didn't feel much anger. At least those experiences had allowed him to learn many things. And these things made her look at him brighter. Thinking about it this way, those lives weren't so worthless. Wei Bai was stunned before she realized who the wife he was talking about was. She pursed her lips as though she wanted to sneer. But her lips moved, and she finally turned her head away. Humph! Chichimu looked up at her and found that her ears were a little red. Warm light entered the window. The two of them sat together, their shadows intertwining. They appeared affectionate and gentle. Chichimu's fingers nimbly embroidered flowers, his mood unusually calm and beautiful. He wanted to continue like this, always. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 92. The imperial examinations were the next day, so it was rare that they didn't toss around much at night. Wei Bai was halfway asleep when the system woke her up. She rubbed her eyes and carefully crawled over Chichimu's body, getting out of bed. Chichimu opened his eyes and saw her casually draped in a soft and thin robe, walking barefoot across the cold floor. Then she walked to the table and bent down to light the lamp. She turned her face to him, her eyelashes lightly entwined, seeming somewhat nervous. Her complexion was somewhat pale and delicate under the light, and her pair of black eyes were illuminated by the light with an amber hue. She opened his box for the imperial examinations and put some papers inside. Would it be like last time, giving him a cheat sheet for the imperial examinations? Chichimu's heart was actually somewhat stuffy. She still hadn't fallen for him, so she didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache over whether or not he could pass the imperial examinations. But to make him hate her, he couldn't do it. Wei Bai breathed a sigh of relief, then turned and gently crawled over his body, smoothly returning to the warm bed. She glanced at him and found that he was still asleep. Wei Bai yawned silently and continued to close her eyes, slowly falling asleep. Chichimu opened his eyes again. He reached out and gently pinched her face. Little rascal. However, there was a hint of gentleness in his voice, and there wasn't the slightest bit of scolding. He very carefully hugged her feet in his arms, and sure enough, they were extremely cold. He placed her feet on his warm abdomen to warm her feet. Wei Wei Bai moaned comfortably in her sleep. Chi Chimu's eyes carried traces of indulgence, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. The next day, Wei Wei Bai woke up and found that Chi Chimu had gotten up early and left. The entrance for the imperial examinations was especially early. Before the sun rose, the students had to wait. Wei Wei Bai didn't think too much about it. The system said, "It doesn't look like a cheat sheet." Wei Wei Bai said, "It's not like I can pass the test, even if I use my cheat sheet." She had already asked the system, and the same blocking method would not work. Wei Wei Bai lazily got up. "All right, Chi Chimu has left. I should also elope." Yes, what she put in was a green hat love letter, as well as a beautiful praise for her elopement partner. On the paper she had given Chi Chimu last night, she had written that she had fallen in love with a certain man at first sight, praising him for a full 3,000 words. Then at the end of the letter, she had casually scribbled a line of small words. She had decided to elope with a certain man, and then asked for a letter of divorce. Chapter 862. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, "This method of obstruction is fierce enough. I gave him a green hat, and he can't take the exam if he's anxious. Isn't that vicious?" System, too ruthless. When Chi Chimu saw this elopement love letter, he couldn't help but be angered to death. "Wei Wei Bai, I've already found a friend to help me stage this elopement drama. I'll be able to come back when the mission notification is complete." Once she carried out the elopement mission, she would really create an elopement plot. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to fool the main system. The system was deeply silent, expressing infinite towards its host's death-seeking behavior. She still wanted to come back. Wasn't she afraid of being eaten alive by Chi Chimu? Chi Chimu spread out the draft paper. Seeing that the questions hadn't changed, he very calmly began to write the answers. The examinees beside him didn't have good expressions. The imperial examination questions were very difficult, much more difficult than the previous few times. So among the wailing examinees, Chi Chimu could be considered the calmest. He suddenly thought of the few pages of paper that Wei Wei Bai had stuffed into his hands. He swept a glance and found that they were love letters. "The man I like is incomparably handsome, has excellent family knowledge, noble character, gentle and considerate, likes me to death." Because he was in a hurry to enter the examination hall, he only hurriedly swept a glance in front of him. He was already blushing from such a straightforward confession. This was a very rare experience for Chi Chimu. Noble character, of course, he was definitely one. Incomparably handsome, he had never seen anyone better looking than him. Other than Wei Wei Bai, there was no other woman. Gentle and considerate, he poured out his heart and lungs for her. So he was definitely gentle and considerate. Liked her to death. What did it matter if she wanted to die? Anything was fine. It turned out that what she had stuffed into his hands in the middle of the night was actually a love letter. So he directly entered the examination hall with a love letter. Those who were searching his body also examined it, then looked at him with an indescribable expression. One of the soldiers who was searching his body said, "Carrying this, is it to give yourself the motivation to pass the exam?" Divorced, his wife wearing a green hat. If he didn't pass the exam, wouldn't he vomit blood and die? Chi Chimu nodded. "And is this contraband?" Her love letter must have been his motivation. Just a glance at it made him so excited that he could write his best essay. Another first place was guaranteed. The soldier looked at him sympathetically. "It doesn't count. Take it." Then Chi Chimu excitedly entered the examination hall with a love letter. This was the first love letter that Wei Wei Bai had given him. It was the best gift he had ever received in his life. Therefore, good things had to be looked at slowly. He couldn't bear to look at them all in one go. Chi Chimu treated this love letter as his prize. Anyway, after finishing a big question, she would read 2 lines of love letters. "He's as handsome as a tree in the wind, like a pine plum tree in the snow, making people unable to forget him at first glance." She was cold to him, but she had a hot temper. He didn't expect that even his inner confession would be so intense and unrestrained. Like this, Chi Chimu's spirits were exceptionally good as he more or less finished writing all the imperial examination questions. After reading the love letter, there was only the last piece of paper and the last few lines left. He had just finished writing his question. The question was related to national affairs. He had long prepared a draft in his heart. Just as he was about to put pen to paper, he suddenly saw that the last few lines were like this. I like him. His family is rich, raising his gentle and without the taste of poverty. His family is rich. He felt that something was wrong. He continued to read. I like him. His name is Ping Linqing. I can no longer extricate myself from him. The smile hanging at the corner of Chi Chimu's mouth stiffened. So Chi Chimu, let's separate. Forcefully twisting a melon is not sweet. I won't twist it for you. Let's never see each other again. Chi Chimu. He was silent for a long time before he suddenly laughed coldly, his laughter incomparably sinister. Then he put pen to paper, the tip of the pen sharp and awe-inspiring, full of murderous intent. The answer was originally aggressive and progressive, so this writing style was simply a perfect match. Chi Chimu finished writing the answer. When the time came, the door opened and the examiner collected the paper. He unhurriedly got up and even calmly tidied up the box, placing the green hat love letter on his chest. He walked out and returned home. He pushed open the door. The room was empty. He very calmly opened the box. The jewelry was missing some tacky gold and silver items, and the clothes were missing some simple and warm styles. Chi Chimu looked at the jewelry box. He didn't ask for it back. His intention of letting her wear his Chi family's hairpin was also thrown away. The hairpin was too simple and unadorned, not like gold. So she also didn't want it. Chi Chimu suddenly laughed, his laughter hoarse and ruthless. He fiercely smashed her jewelry box, his foot trampling over the hairpin, his expression terrifyingly sinister. He didn't just want to twist a melon. He wanted to stew it, boil it, and then force it to be eaten bit by bit. You'd better run further away, Wei Wei. Chapter 863. Wei Wei Bai sat in a carriage while a fine horse followed beside her. Miss Bai, the Yohu pavilion I mentioned is not far ahead. The carriage swayed. A slender white hand gently rested on the carriage's curtain, lifting it halfway. Wei Wei Bai smiled and poked her head out. I'll have to trouble Mr. Ping to send me on this trip. Ping Linqing was in his 30s, with a gentle and refined appearance. His eyes held a trace of reverence as he said, No, you and I have the same hobby, and we both like the same author, so we're close friends. Wei Wei Bai nodded. Right, I especially like Little Husband Don't Run. The monk and the Taoist priest loves you, but I'm madly loving a melon, as well as the matter of the young lady and the gardener and that dog. Ping Linqing's gentle expression also became excited. Close friends, ah? The novel The Young Lady is simply his most classic work, written with sentimental sentiments, moving songs and tears, especially that part in bed, cough, cough. Ping Linqing remembered that he was outside and immediately suppressed the excitement of meeting a close friend. Wei Wei Bai hurriedly agreed. Right, you and I think alike. Then, old driver Bai and wretched old man Ping revealed the same knowing smile. Wei Wei Bai returned to the carriage once again. The system finally hugged its head. So, this is an ancient yellow novel fan, meet and greet? Wei Wei Bai spread her hands. Otherwise, where would I go to find a man familiar with me? This kind of society had too many rules for women. She simply had no chance to meet other men. Even if she did, she wouldn't know them. Especially after marrying Chi Chimu. That man stared at her like he was staring at his family's treasure. He didn't let her expose herself at all. She wanted to find someone to pretend to elope with. What was more familiar than a fan meeting another fan? Two wretched smiles in their eyes. Moreover, they were going to see the author together. For fans, this was simply an explosive, super good news, The system said, why do I feel like you just want to see the weird author who wrote about dogs, humans, and beasts? Wei Wei Bai said wretchedly. He, of course not. Am I such a wretched person? System, you are. Don't be so humble. If you keep being humble, you'll get beaten up. As soon as they arrived at the Yohu Pavilion, Wei Wei Bai and Ping Linqing walked side by side. A noble young master in white robes fluttered in the wind. It was a beautiful woman in a lotus-colored dress. They stood on a strangely matching piece. The scenery at the Touring Lake Pavilion was beautiful. White snow covered the lakeside, and the lake water was clear without any ice. The branches and leaves of the lotuses were exposed on the surface of the lake, giving it a unique flavor. Ping Linqing said, "We're the first readers to find this place. When I think of seeing the author I admire, my heart beats like a deer in March." Wei Wei Bai said, "I'm not just a deer. I wish I could turn into the ink in that book just to touch his hand." Ping Linqing's smile changed. "I want to become his chair and let him sit on me as he writes that beautiful chapter. How could a hardcore fan lose?" Wei Wei Bai snorted. "I want to become his eyes and be the first to see that sentimental novel. When it comes to protecting my life, I'm the first. Whoever loves the second can go." The expressions of the two readers were not right. Because they loved the same author, they felt like they were rivals. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. They glared at each other. The first signature later would be hers, his. Whoever came to snatch, it would be an irreconcilable enemy. Pa! A teacup was placed heavily on the table and shattered. He stared coldly at the couple in the distance. How much did they like each other? How long had they been looking at each other? Download the at https://m sashu.com button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 864. Sir Chi. A tall man in a black suit bowed respectfully and said. Chi Chimu sat in the pavilion, pouring a new cup of water. What did you say they were talking about? The distance was too far to hear clearly, but the excited and joyful expressions on their faces could still be seen. The man was the third prince's head of secret guards and was highly skilled in martial arts. He had been borrowed by Chi Chimu to find someone. The man nodded. The distance is too far. I can only vaguely hear some. Chi Chimu indifferently lowered his eyes, no longer looking at the irksome scene not far away. He slowly turned the teacup, his voice suppressing some kind of emotion as he said, somewhat hoarsely, "Say what you heard." The man nodded, his face expressionless, his voice flat and emotionless. That man said to Madam, "You are the woman I admire. When I see you, my heart is like a deer in March, beating nonstop." Chi Chimu's hand paused in the middle of turning the teacup. Then he said softly and coldly, "What did Madam say?" The man said calmly, "Madam said, I am more than a deer. I wish I could turn into the ink in that book, just to touch your hand holding the brush. Turn into ink. Directly pull it under the sun for a few months and turn it into ink. Black to death." Chi Chimu's gums had a metallic taste, the blood from biting out of hatred. He didn't reveal any emotion, only saying indifferently, "Continue." The man said to Madam, "I want to turn into a chair for you to sit on and make a beautiful chapter." Then Madam replied, "I want to become your eyes and see every article you write." Because it was too far, many of the words he heard were missed. So the man combined the scene he saw to analyze the feelings of the eloping man and woman. He concluded that the other party was speaking words of love. So the words he missed, he automatically filled in for them. He felt that he did a good job. After Chi Chimu finished listening, he didn't show any expression, but the teacup in his hand cracked a few times. It was unknown how great the enmity was for a man with ordinary strength to crack a teacup. After the man finished his report, he calmly continued to stick to the pavilion's pillar, acting like he didn't exist. Because of these words, Chi Chimu sat in a daze for a good while. He had never heard even a single good word from Bai Weiwei's mouth. Even if there was, he was the one who forced it. He had never thought that she, who only knew how to prick people, could say such beautiful words of praise. She had really met the man she liked. That was why he was so passionate. When he thought of this, those words of praise turned into the most vicious knives, turning his heart upside down. His internal organs were in severe pain. It was much more painful than when he died in his previous life. His fingers kept trembling, and he didn't dare to look up at them in the distance. He was afraid that he would not be able to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. He couldn't be impulsive. If Wei Wei really fell in love with him, killing Na Ping or whatever would push her away completely, it would be best to lock up that dog of a man and torture him until he was either dead or alive for the rest of his life. Then, he would ask Wei Wei to beg him. For that man's life, she could only follow him for the rest of her life. There was nowhere to run. This was the best method. He slowly drank a mouthful of cold water, feeling that his mouth was full of the taste of blood. He stuck out the tip of his tongue and slowly licked the corner of his lips. He had used too much force and actually bit his lips until they bled. // Chapter 865. The head of the hidden guards beside him said, "Madam left with that man." Chichimu still had his head lowered, playing with the teacup. If someone familiar with him in the previous life knew what his actions represented, they would know that he was making a decision. He suddenly let out a heavy sigh and stood up. "Kill him." The head of the hidden guards immediately nodded. Then he turned and left. Chichimu also slowly got up, his movements slow and stiff, as if he was carrying a 1,000-June boulder on his back. As expected, after meeting her, there was no such thing as reason. He couldn't bear the existence of that man. He would rather die than let another man exist in her heart. If one existed, he would kill one. Not a single one of them could survive. Even if he knew that she hated him to the point of wanting to kill him, it didn't matter. He felt for a handkerchief in his hand. It was that ugly peony painting. He had also taken it from her hands. How ridiculous! The things that belonged to her in his hands were all snatched by him. It didn't matter. Chichimu's eyes were as cold as the cold abyss. He didn't care and continued to snatch it. At worst, he would perish together with her in this life. Wei Bai and Ping Linqing laughed at each other, pushing and glaring at each other. The two people's footsteps became faster and faster, hating that they couldn't shake off the other. This was the first signature of their family. Whoever got, it would be the king of hardcore fans. Ping Linqing suddenly fell down with a thump. Wei Bai's eyes immediately lit up, and she rushed forward with a burst of strength. Ping Linqing was startled and immediately scrambled to chase after her, but his legs were too soft. Before he could take 2 steps, he stepped on a rock. With a splash, his entire person fell into the lake. He didn't see that there was a sharp dagger behind him, about to stab into his back. But before it could be stabbed, that person had already fallen into the lake. The head of the hidden guards appeared, coldly looking into the lake. The person hadn't appeared for so long. He should have frozen to death. He calmly and quickly put away the dagger, then turned and left. Wei Bai saw that there was a unique courtyard in front of her, the door half open, revealing the begonia that had lost its petals and leaves. She knocked on the door, but no one answered. She was afraid that Ping Linqing would come after her, so she pushed the door open and entered. Ping Linqing had already informed the author that he would be visiting today. Walking through the door, he found that the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. She didn't think too much about it and didn't want to ask the system. Although she loved Huang Wan, she loved the cute little author who created Huang Wan even more. But when he was mocked and ridiculed by the system, his heart still hurt. Therefore, Wei Bai lifted the hem of her lotus-colored dress and walked forward slowly. She was surrounded by romantic flowers, and the shadows of the flowers were cast on her slender back, giving her a 30% brilliance and 70% elegance. She saw that the door of the hall in front of the courtyard was open and thought that the author was inviting guests in. Therefore, he stepped in very naturally. Then he stopped in his tracks. In front of her was a familiar figure, slender as bamboo. He raised his head and looked at the ambiguous pictures of nuns, monks, young ladies, gardeners, and so on in the middle of the hall. The faint sunlight shone on his body, bringing out a few thin strands of pale white, as if he was covered in snow. Wei Bai took a few steps back, shock on her face. This was true shock. She roared at the system. Could it be that Chichimu is madly in love with a melon? Fuck, you can't judge a book by its cover. The system was also shocked. What misunderstanding do you have about the male lead? He is just a pervert, not a wretched person. That madly in love with a melon is still tied up and struggling in the backyard. Wei Bai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chichimu isn't the author. Chapter 866. You can search Transmigration System. Male God, come over to search book www.sashu.com in Baidu to find the system was speechless for a moment before saying, "If that's true, you'll probably be so scared that you won't be able to capture him." Wei Bai's face was stern. "You're wrong. If he really is an author, I reckon that I won't be able to capture him. I can immediately throw myself at him to hug his thigh. The author lived well, so they would produce more food. That way, readers wouldn't starve to death. So the author was her spiritual parent. The system suddenly didn't want to recognize this host. Why did other hosts read world classics and profound mathematics, physics, and chemistry? Its host was actually someone who felt a sense of superiority from reading little pornographic novels. Chichimu finally turned his head. He looked at her indifferently, his voice without the slightest trace of excitement. Wei Wei, you didn't tell me you were coming out. I was very worried when I didn't see you when I got home. Wei Wei Bai smiled awkwardly and said to the system, "Has my Imperial Examination Obstruction mission been completed yet?" The system said flatly, "No, Chichimu didn't affect the completion of the examination at all, so the main system was dissatisfied and had you act out the elopement drama. At least personally tell the male lead that you want to elope and not come to see a pornographic novel author." Wei Wei Bai, the main system want me to die, System, yes, admitting it so shamelessly. Wei Wei Bai took a deep breath. The capture strategy had reached this point, but Chichimu's favorability hadn't dropped at all. Although the abnormal favorability rose very strangely, it wouldn't drop no matter what kind of blow encountered. This could be considered one of the benefits. She remembered that her Imperial Examination Obstruction mission hadn't been completed yet, so she could only brace herself and step forward. "Chichimu, I gave you the letter. Did you read it?" Chichimu chuckled in a low voice. His clearly gentle expression inexplicably carried traces of morbid gloom. He muttered to himself in a low voice, "I read it, but I didn't think that although my Wei Wei's writing is vulgar and not very smooth, the emotions are sincere and touching. It makes one's internal organs burn, and life is worse than death." Wei Wei Bai, is he saying that her writing is so bad that it can poison him to death? She felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. Wei Wei Bai's instinctive reaction to perverts made her take a few steps back. Her body was ready to run. Chichimu acted as if he hadn't seen her actions. His eyes were very cold, his smile unchanged. "So are you here to give me the divorce papers?" Wei Wei Bai braced herself and said. The system said, "I feel like he's here to give you a death notice." Wei Wei Bai, Chichimu took 2 steps forward, only to see Wei Wei Bai take several steps back. She straightened her thin back and raised her fair and slender neck high. Her snow-white, satin-like skin was tinged with a faint pink from excitement. This attitude was one of vigilance and uneasiness, but it was also so weak that it could not withstand a single blow. Chichimu slowly shook his head, his voice slow and flat. "How can I give you something else?" Then she watched helplessly as Chichimu took out a knife. The knife was so sharp that it flashed with a frightening white light. Wei Wei Bai saw it. Fuck! The favorability was only 92. Was this going to be a love, but not being able to get revenge drama? She took several steps back and was just about to run when the door slammed shut. Wei Wei Bai anxiously knocked on the door. "Let me out! Open the door, Chichimu was already behind her, his slender figure shrouding her, forcing her to curl up by the door with no place to escape. His expression was calm and gentle, but the knife in his hand didn't tremble in the slightest. Chichimu's eyes showed some pity. "What's wrong? Why are you so afraid of me?" Wei Wei Bai's face paled. "Chichimu, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly. Killing is against the law. Your future is very good. If you kill me, you'll have nothing." Chichimu smiled faintly. The knife in his hand was already placed across her weak and pitiful neck. Then Wei Wei Bai heard him say, "Be good. Wei Wei Bai, say you love me." Wei Wei Bai, who had a knife held against her. Oh, this unfolding was like a lunatic. Chichimu used a bit more force, and a trace of blood flowed down from her skin. His eyes narrowed slightly, the light in them warm to the point of madness. "Say it. Say that from now on, I'm the only one in your heart. Say that I make you infatuated, tossing and turning." Wei Wei Bai breathed laboriously. "Chichimu, there's no meaning in forcing it." Chichimu gently shook his head, then said with a smile, "I'll force you. If you don't say it, I'll kill you." Wei Wei Bai, he's forcing a melon. The melon is so scared, ah. Slash. Chapter 867. Wei Wei Bai still had the elopement mission hanging over her head. She didn't dare to move, her small face deathly pale, a thin layer of sweat appearing on her forehead. The orchid fragrance on her body was even more alluring because of its owner's intense reaction. Chi Chimu's expression was indifferent. Only his pair of black eyes were bottomless. The knife in his hand was very steady, so steady that the little prey in front of him had no chance to escape. The woman in front of him was still that little bastard who hid vicious thoughts in her heart and was cruel to the people she didn't like. He had always known that she didn't like him, but in the beginning, it was only for revenge, to obtain the pleasure of tormenting her. Later, his heart began to soften, and he couldn't help but want her to smile. When she smiled at him, his heart turned into spring snow. And now, it was an obsession that couldn't be obtained. His voice was slightly hoarse. Wei Wei, I know you're afraid of death, so just say love me. Even if it was self-deception, it could make him once again summon up the courage to imprison her and walk down this path together. Just once was enough. Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened, saying, I love you guaranteed, that the favorability would be over 95. The system tugged at her ear and said, Quick, say the elopement line and the small mission will be complete. Wei Wei Bai, I want to say I love him. System, say it, we'll dance together with the dog. Wei Wei Bai, this world really made people despair for no reason, ah. Bai Wei Wei was on the verge of collapsing. Her face was pale, and she was so scared that her lips lost color. She seemed to want to curl herself in a non-existent air, tightly pursing her lips. Her eyes were somewhat red, extremely pitiful. Chi Chimu, who do you think you are? My older brother died because of you. I hate you to death. You're clearly a poor boy with no power, no foundation, eating my family's food and drinking my family's water, yet you don't know how to be grateful. You only know how to threaten me and harm me. Speaking to this point, she choked with sobs, tears threatening to fall from her eyes. Stubbornly sad. This was an expression that had never appeared on her face before. Chi Chimu very much wanted to refute. He had lost his dignity in her home, living precariously. It wasn't good at all. Her brother also deserved to die. It was only natural for him to hate the Bai family. But looking at her red and fragile expression, he couldn't say a word. Wei Wei Bai widened her eyes, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws like a paper tiger. You even forced me to marry you and treated me like that. I'm not the kind of person who will forgive you generously. I will take revenge for the smallest grievance. Whoever angers me, I will make them pay back 100-fold. Today, even if you kill me, I will tell you that I eloped. I want to anger you to death. As soon as the word elope appeared, the word complete immediately appeared on the small mission evaluation. When Chi Chimu heard her words, he was stunned for a long time. He was originally an intelligent person. He immediately caught the main point of her words. Didn't you elope with that pale-faced scholar because you liked him? Because he asked urgently, he used a bit of strength on the knife, and a drop of blood immediately fell from her dazzling white neck. This drop of blood instantly caused Chi Chimu's muscles to tighten. He gritted his teeth and endured the stabbing pain in his heart. He didn't move the knife away and continued, You don't like him. It's just to anger me, right? Wei Wei Bai sneered, but her smile was somewhat stiff. She suddenly gritted her teeth and reached out with both hands to grasp the blade. She had always been delicate and afraid of pain. Chi Chimu didn't expect her to do this at all. Chapter 868. He let go of the knife, but Wei Wei Bai changed direction midway, narrowly grabbing the handle. Then she gripped the knife, the tip of the knife immediately pointing at his chest. The knife was a bit heavy, and her wrist was slender and weak, so the knife trembled slightly. Chi Chimu didn't retreat, standing steadily like this, not caring in the slightest about the knife in her hand. He gritted his teeth and asked word by word, Is that so? You don't like him. You just want to anger me. Wei Wei Bai sneered with reddened eyes. I just want to anger you to death. I also deliberately wrote my admiration for another man into a love letter and stuffed it into your exam box, just to disturb your mind in the exam room and make you fail the exam. She clearly said it so sinister and vicious. But tears fell from her soft white face, silently crying and crushing his heart. He suddenly realized something and took a step forward. The knife was pressed against his chest, the tip immediately piercing into his flesh. Wei Wei Bai jumped in fright, worry and fear flashing through her eyes. She immediately retreated nervously. But there was only so much space to retreat, and he didn't have the slightest concern for his life. Instead, as if wanting to prove something, he took a few more steps forward. The place where the knife pierced into his flesh was immediately dyed red with blood. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. She was afraid and distressed, and wanted to let go of her hand and throw away the knife. But without waiting for her to let go, Chi Chimu's palm had already firmly gripped her fingers, making it impossible for her to throw away the knife. He was so close to her. The scent of orchids and the smell of blood intertwined. A suffocating smell, just as he was about to take another step and let the knife stab into his chest and pierce through his heart. Wei Wei Bai finally collapsed. She shouted, "You're crazy. Chi Chimu, let go of me." Chi Chimu's gloomy brows relaxed. His chest was injured, but for the first time, the heartache he felt after learning of her elopement didn't hurt. A gentle smile appeared on his face. "You said you love me." Wei Wei Bai was so scared that her eyelashes trembled. Her face was pale, and she looked like she was about to faint at any moment. She gasped, "Let go of me," and moved back. She was even more scared than when he pointed a knife at her. Chi Chimu stared blankly at her. His emotions suddenly broke through the barriers in his heart and surged forth. He even felt his nose ache a little. "Say you love me. Otherwise, I'll continue walking." This kind of threat was so ridiculous. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have been forced into a dead end. She raised her head, and her pale face was full of contempt. "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? I don't believe you dare to come here." Chi Chimu only looked at her deeply. Then, he slowly raised his foot and was about to continue walking. This step was the border between life and death. There was only a thin line between the tip of the knife and his heart. Wei Wei Bai finally couldn't hold on any longer. Her lips trembled, and she was on the verge of collapse. Her voice was hoarse as she shouted, I love you, Chi Chimu." When he heard these words, he was stunned for a moment before revealing a smile. This smile was different from his usual scheming and calculating sneer. It also wasn't like the smile of desire on the edge of the bed. Instead, it was pure joy. He was so happy that even his eyes, as dark as the abyss, were filled with light. So handsome that it made people's hearts pound. He let go, and the blood-stained knife in her hand immediately fell to the ground. Wei Wei Bai couldn't stand steadily. Her entire body trembled as she sat on the ground. She raised her head to look at Chi Chimu, like she was scared silly. Chi Chimu didn't care about his injuries and slowly crouched down. Then he stretched out his hands and gently hugged Wei Wei Bai's trembling body, his fingers almost faintly curling around her. // Download. Chapter 869. It was as if he was afraid of disturbing her. He murmured softly, his voice as soft as water. Wei Wei Bai, you really like me. She couldn't bear to hurt him. Her reluctance was liking. She didn't dare to say love, as long as there was a bit of liking. It was hard to suppress her joy. Wei Wei Bai looked up, her eyelashes trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks. Chi Chimu, I hate you. But he didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, he hugged her with greater strength. Then he rested his head on her shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her red ears. But I like you very much. Ding! Male lead's favorability has increased to 95. Chi Chimu's wound was light, and the bleeding quickly stopped. He reached out, held by Wei Wei in his arms, and walked straight out. During this time, his physical strength had improved a lot. Wei Wei Bai's weight was no longer a burden to him. The head of the shadow guards saw his chest stained with blood, carrying a frightened and adorable girl as cute as a jade dumpling out, and then ordered him to bring the carriage over with a smile on his face. The shadow guard was silent for a few seconds, but he still dutifully took out the best golden gun medicine and sprinkled it on Chi Chimu. In any case, this kind of wound was so shallow that he wouldn't die. The carriage arrived, and they quickly left. In the carriage, Wei Wei Bai was tightly held in Chi Chimu's arms. She still had a dazed expression, but Chi Chimu was very gentle, gently stroking her hair as if he was petting a cat. His movements were tender and satisfied. It was a bit perverted. The system coughed lightly. What scared Silly? The turn just now was a bit too fast, causing it to twist its waist. It was the first time it had seen eloping to the point of increasing favorability. Wei Wei Bai said blankly, "I forgot." System? ? Wei Wei Bai became excited. "I forgot to ask for madly infatuated a Melon's autograph. It must have been taken by that idiot Ping Lin-Qing." System? Wei Wei Bai, don't you think it's a pity, painful, and unbearable? System? Painful. Could its host's brain be a little practical? What the hell is in there? Not long after they left, in the ice lake, a deathly white hand poked out of the water eerily. Then it was a human head. Ping Lin-Qing struggled out of the lake with a twisted face. He trembled and said, "I hate it so much. How can my virgin signature be taken away by someone else? I won't die until I get the signature." Then he steeled himself, climbed out of the water, and continued to climb in the direction of the house. After Wei Wei Bai went back, her stomach hurt. Perhaps it was because she was too excited that her period came, but she actually had menstrual cramps. Her face was pale as she nestled in the bedding. A red thread stretched out of the bed curtain. The imperial physician borrowed from the third prince was speaking with Chi Chimu. It sounded vaguely like she was having difficulties in having children or something. Wei Wei Bai finally thought of this. "Will I get pregnant?" The system replied, "No, I can simulate a fake one for you, but your body can't give birth to a child." Wei Wei Bai asked why. The system replied, "You're not a person of this plane. You can only be a passerby. You can't have a real connection with the people of this plane." Wei Wei Bai pondered for a moment. She understood. After all, letting people enter the mission role, although she didn't know what benefits it would bring to the main system. But if an employee developed feelings for the mission of the plane, or even a child, then the feelings would definitely be different and the employee might not want the mission anymore. So there definitely wouldn't be such a thing as a child. Chapter 870. His eyes were dyed with light, bringing out a scorching temperature. It was a simple sentence, but it was so humble and real that it moved people. Wei Wei Bai stared at him blankly, a faint blush suddenly appearing on her white face. She seemed unable to face his treatment and turned her face away. "What's the use of you saying this? You must be thinking of how to bully me in your heart. I don't believe it." Her tone, however, was not an aggressive attack. Instead, it carried traces of unconsciously shyness and unease. Like a little fluffy bird, she wished she could bury her head and hide. Seeing her like this, Chi Chima's heart brightened. She wasn't without feelings for him. He pulled out a white towel and wiped her feet clean. Then his tone was still indifferent and somewhat warm as he said, "Sweet words are indeed too insignificant. You and I still have a lifetime, and time will reveal a person's heart. How about I write you a note, and you can ask whatever you want? If I let you down in the future, let me be plagued with illness and be lonely and trapped for a lifetime." Wei Wei Bai stared at him blankly, as if she felt that he was a different person. Chi Chimu didn't feel that his feelings had changed too quickly. He had always controlled everything in his own hands, and his feelings for her came unexpectedly. His feelings for her were unexpectedly heavy. He wasn't the kind of person who was used to running away. Once he confirmed his commitment, he would firmly bite Wei Wei Bai and not let go. Then he would treat her well for the rest of his life. But Wei Wei Bai still had the temper of a child. She couldn't distinguish between good and evil, and her temperament was also wavering. She must be alarmed and suspicious because of his feelings. Chi Chimu also didn't expect her to give a positive response. As long as she didn't have an affair, he would slowly teach her feelings in the future. Her body was trained by him, and her feelings were also trained by him. Chi Chimu stroked her delicate little feet, his eyes deepening. He inwardly swallowed his saliva. Such a good time to confess, but he still suppressed his desire, lest she feel that he wasn't serious. Suddenly, he heard a soft response. "Okay." Chi Chimu suddenly raised his head, his eyes clear and intense. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head and gritted her teeth. You're the one who said it. Give me a call. In the future, I'll be sick and lonely for the rest of my life. Not only that, I'll be eaten by dogs after I die. Chi Chima didn't answer, instead carefully and gently putting on her shoes and socks. Then, he poured the foot-washing water away. Wei Wei Bai frowned. She thought that he was just joking, but Chi Chimu had already returned. He deftly picked her up and walked to the desk, placing her in a chair. He personally spread out the paper and ground the ink. Tell me, what do you want me to do? I'll do it if I can. Wei Wei Bai looked at her suspiciously, but her face was getting redder, and even her eyes were watery. She suppressed the tremor in her voice as she spoke. In the future, you can only have me as your wife. You're not allowed to have concubines. You're not allowed to have women outside. No, you're not allowed to even look at them. This was a request that most men couldn't fulfill. But Chi Chimu very calmly wrote it down, and even deliberately wrote it in detail. No matter which of the 7 crimes she committed, including not having a child, it couldn't be violated. Also, you have to treat me well, very well, very well. You can't lie to me, harm me, bully me. Chi Chimu also wrote it down, but he deliberately emphasized, the premise is that I don't hurt you. If the truth was to hurt her, then he would rather deceive her. Wei Wei Bai didn't think so much. She tilted her head and softly muttered, how can you hurt me? You could just write it. At https://www.sashu.com/full text at https://www.sashu.com download text at https://www.sashu.com mobile text at https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 871. Regarding the side mission's insane punishment mechanism, Wei Wei Bai was already powerless to ridicule. The system was still munching on melon seeds. What's the matter? Is it intense? Still writing 6-9? Wei Wei Bai, go read your socialist core values. Chi Chima did as he said. A good husband with 24 filial exemplars. That considerate appearance made even Madame Bai, who was so vicious and critical of Chi Chimu, feel relieved. Chi Chimu had really been bewitched by his daughter to the point of confusion. The things he did were things that men disdained to do. He was so considerate to his wife that he did everything by himself. If it weren't for his excellent knowledge, winning 2 major prizes in a row, directly entering the emperor's eyes and summoning him long before the court examination, he would be poked in the back and scolded as a softy, losing face as a man. Therefore, Madame Bai completely gave up on monitoring Chi Chimu. With Wei Wei Bai, Chi Chimu would really become an official in the future. Wouldn't he be at the mercy of the Bai family? Wei Wei Bai blushed, her feet pinched by Chi Chimu as he put on her shoes. Chi Chimu, people are saying that you're not like a man. In fact, in modern society, Chi Chimu's appearance was also abnormal. Clothes, shoes, and even jewelry, he had to personally ask about them and personally handle them. Wei Wei Bai would sometimes hug the system and tremble. Chi Chimu seems to be a control freak. Love isn't like this. His control over her was just short of building a cage, breaking her limbs, and letting her turn into a doll by his side for him to dress up and manipulate. If it weren't for the bright 98 favorability points, she didn't dare to believe what his love was. System, love is something that depends on the person. Some people are healthy since childhood, have a sound family, and normal 3 views. If they love someone deeply, of course they respect and love them. Even if you want to remarry, they will let you go with a smile, bearing a lifetime of pain alone, only asking you to be happy. Wei Wei Bai, thinking about it this way, Chi Chima's body was once crippled, his family annihilated, and his 3 views warped. Love is indeed not quite right. The system said, the male lead is the type of person who loves his lover so much that if you don't go with me, we'll die together. In short, if I can't live, you'll have to die a horrible death as well. Wei Wei Bai, after listening to the analysis, I feel even colder. After Chi Chimu finished dressing her up, he said with an indifferent expression. You are such a forgetful person. Recently, I have been close to the third prince. Some people want to secretly harm me. I am afraid that the people around you are not reliable, so I personally watch over you. Wei Wei Bai said hesitantly, what does this have to do with you helping me put on my shoes and clothes? Chi Chimu, because others may poison your shoes and clothes. Wei Wei Bai, what a lofty reason. Did he think that she didn't see the perverted smile in his eyes when he helped her put on her shoes and pinch her feet? He was clearly a perverted control freak. Because Chi Chimu had been close to the third prince recently, he was viewed as a thorn in the side of the crown prince and the popular fifth prince. In particular, he had schemed to have the emperor let the third prince return to the center of power and help the third prince accomplish several good deeds that benefited the country and the people. This caused the third prince's prestige to rise. So the enemy camp hated him to death, and his weakness was Wei Wei Bai. Others would indeed make a move on her first. Chi Chimu was clear in his heart that in this life, although he had the upper hand and could accomplish many things ahead of time, but in this life, he had an additional weak spot, so he could only guard her even more carefully. The third prince held a flower-admiring banquet and invited the family of his trusted aides to go together. Recently, the old emperor's health had deteriorated. He knew that the old emperor would be able to hold out until the beginning of spring. So he had already formulated a plan with the third prince to catch the crown prince and the fifth prince in one fell swoop. Slack. Chapter 872. And the flower-admiring banquet was a cover-up. At the flower-admiring banquet, Chi Chimu jumped out of the carriage, and Wei Wei Bai lifted the curtain. He had already reached out to hold her waist and lightly carried her out of the carriage, placing her on the ground. Wei Wei Bai blushed, discovering that many noble ladies were looking over. She couldn't help but frown and stomp her feet. Restrain yourself outside. What are you doing? Chi Chimu smiled, casually reaching out to tuck a strand of hair from her cheek behind her ear. The people outside are indeed a bit talkative. Later, I have something to do and will leave for a while. If someone bullies you, you can directly bully them back. I'm here. He was neither too big nor too small and could be considered a golden thigh. He could support her. Wei Wei Bai was somewhat hesitant. Won't I cause you trouble? Chi Chimu said in a low voice. If you cause me trouble, I'll happily accept it. Feel free to provoke. Wei Wei Bai glanced at him suspiciously, then turned and proudly raised her head to walk forward. Who will cause trouble? You speak as if I will cause trouble. Her long skirt fluttered, the long ribbons of her skirt fluttering in the air. Her dainty face was taut, her pair of eyes black and bright. Chi Chimu couldn't help but reach out to grasp her ribbon, allowing it to slide along his fingers. Just like her skin was so soft and smooth. He didn't care about the astonished gazes of others and naturally stood behind Wei Wei Bai, following her. If it weren't for his outstanding figure and cold and arrogant temperament, others would have thought that he was Wei Wei Bai's servant. They entered the banquet. As expected, Chi Chimu saw the third prince give him a look. He leaned close to Wei Wei Bai's ear. Wait for me to come back. If you're hungry, eat something. Don't run around, or else I won't be able to find you when I come back. Saying this, he didn't care how ambiguous his posture was and stood up to leave. After he left, Wei Wei Bai also had a calm expression. She looked at the charming women in the courtyard. He felt that he should be admiring these beauties instead of flowers. There was even a stage set up, and Yaya was singing something that no one knew. Wei Wei Bai ate the pastries and ignored the others, silently calculating how much time was left. He could not allow the main quest to be completed too early. Wei Wei Bai had just finished eating a piece of white cake when a fragrant wind blew over. She looked up and saw a woman in a scarlet dress. She had a pair of bright eyes and looked very arrogant. Wei Wei Bai looked up at her, but didn't get up. She didn't even ask what she was going to do. The woman looked by Wei Wei up and down, then suddenly sneered. As expected of someone from a small family. With such a petty appearance, how could he have the face to stay here? Bai Wei Wei looked at her indifferently. She continued to take a beautiful flower cake and nibble on it. She was truly tired from dealing with Chi Chimu. As for the passerby, he had no intention of dealing with him at all. She felt that apart from Chi Chimu, she was surrounded by grass. She was a Buddhist. The woman saw that she was delicate and weak and looked at her expressionlessly. She thought that Wei Wei Bai was scared stiff and couldn't speak. She became even more sarcastic. I am the pearl of the Prime Minister's palm, Chinabeo. You still haven't paid your respects when you see me. Wei Wei Bai, this appearance, this simple and crude line that didn't go through the brain. Could the author write a little more carefully? Even a passerby, it didn't need to casually give someone such a stupid line without IQ. Chinabeo saw that she was still ignoring her and suddenly sneered. Young Master Chi is such a good man, but he was forced by you to marry you. You, a withered flower plundered by bandits, what qualifications do you have to stand by his side? Wei Wei Bai looked at her indifferently and then said indifferently, "Oh." Chinabeo stifled a bellyful of anger and was almost suffocated to death by her one word. Chinabeo was furious and immediately had her lackey maid come over. Slap her mouth for me. Wei Wei Bai sighed. Why did this woman have to make things difficult for another woman? Why did the cannon fodder have to make things difficult for her, this pitiful attacker? She slowly got up, and the system notified that Chi Chimu had returned. Wei Wei Bai was very elegant. She reached out and adjusted the flower hairpin on her head, then opened her mouth and sneered. What? The Prime Minister's daughter hates marriage so much, drooling over someone else's husband. Do you want me my husband's concubine or an outside wife? Chinabeo choked, her face flushing red. You, Wei Wei Bai said innocently. What about me, ah? Your eyes are glued to my husband. How about I give you a chance? You serve me tea right now, and I'll recognize you as my younger sister. Chinabeo had never suffered this kind of humiliation and was about to slap her face. Wei Wei Bai nimbly dodged and ruthlessly slapped back. So what if you're the Prime Minister's daughter? Everyone has the right to punish a mistress. Chinabeo covered her face in disbelief. She was about to scream for people to chop Wei Wei Bai up. Wei Wei Bai suddenly broke into a run and rushed into Chi Chimu's arms, who had just walked over. Husband, she bullied me. Chinabeo, I've never seen such a thick-skinned and shameless person. Chapter 873. Chi Chimu saw that Wei Wei Bai was bullying people, so shameless, so good at framing people, and even complained to him. He was relieved. He gently took out a handkerchief and wiped her hand. Does it hurt? Hitting someone would hurt too. Wei Wei Bai lowered her eyelashes and pursed her lips, looking indescribably innocent and pitiful. It hurts. Chi Chimu hurriedly blew on her hand. I'll wash it when we get back and then apply medicine. This corny action made Wei Wei Bai and everyone present, including the system, tremble. Wei Wei Bai said to the system in disgust, I purely wanted to disgust Chi Chimu and make his favorability drop by 1 or 2 points. Helping a villain do evil, being arrogant and vicious in front of people, but acting obedient and seeking shortcuts behind people's backs should be the most loathsome. In the end, Chi Chimu, this pervert, had nothing to do with the people of Earth. This brain logic was simply crazy. She couldn't disgust him, but disgust herself. The system sighed faintly. This is love, Wei Wei Bai. After Chi Chimu finished wiping her hand, his expression was gentle as he reached out to wrap his arm around her thin shoulder and walked out. When he walked to Chunabeo's side, he spoke in a neither light nor heavy tone. If you want to find a plaything for your husband to be his concubine, you should choose a good one. A woman with a dull face, a vicious heart, and looks like an old woman in her 50s. If she really lowers her head to give you tea, she won't be afraid of wronging your husband. Wei Wei Bai suddenly fell silent. This poisonous tongue could drive a person to death. She couldn't bear to add oil to the fire. Chunabeo's complexion was deathly pale, and her body went limp. 2 female servants immediately supported her. Her lips trembled as she said, Chi Chimu, you actually dare to treat me like this. Who do you think you are? If I hadn't flattered and curried favor with the prince, how could I have allowed a poor scholar like you to come here? The third prince's flower-admiring banquet wasn't something ordinary people could enter. Chi Chimu's status was the lowest among the people invited. Her voice was somewhat mournful. Her status was clearly higher than that of the couple, but her imposing manner was completely lacking. Chi Chimu glanced at her indifferently, then frowned, as though looking at her had dirted his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to refute. He didn't even want to look at her, not to mention talking to her. Chichimu lowered his head and whispered softly to Bai Weiwei. What was originally a peaceful and quiet place has been disturbed by the barking of evil dogs. We should hurry and leave BA, lest we be dirted by those filthy and ugly people who rely on their power to bully others. Weiwei Bai looked at Chun Abeo sympathetically. The Prime Minister's pearl. After being humiliated by Chi Chimu, if word got out, it would be difficult for her to marry in the future. Weiwei Bai couldn't help but whisper, "It's not a vicious dog. She didn't do anything." Chi Chimu's eyes were filled with indulgence, his tone soft and sticky. "You're so kind, Weiwei." The crowd at the scene and the system. Could he be any more blatant in his blatant lies? He felt as though he was in contrast to this vicious and twisted couple. Chun Abeo's arrogance and despotism had also become straightforward and natural, delicate and cute. After Chi Chimu returned home, as expected, he fetched clean water and washed her hands, one finger at a time, until they were clean. Weiwei Bai watched his serious expression, his hands meticulous and gentle. He didn't seem to feel that bending his body to do this was very lowly. Weiwei Bai couldn't help but say, "I lied to you. No one bullied me. I bullied others." In that scene, anyone with eyes would know that she was the one who bullied Chunabeo. Chichimu gave a faint in before saying, "You know how to bully others and protect yourself. I'm very happy. Fast crossover system. Male God, come over here. / fast crossover system. Male God, come over here. / fast crossover system. Male God, come over here. Download fast crossover system. Male God, come over here. Fast crossover system. Male God, come over here." Chapter 874. Weiwei Bai carefully looked up at him before whispering, "Don't you dislike my vicious and perverse personality?" He smiled. "Why would I dislike it? My personality has never been good. We should be a match made in heaven." Was this how a match made in heaven was used? Weiwei Bai finally admitted defeat and said to the system, "I only ask that the favorability doesn't rise. If it falls, don't be delusional." System. This is love. Weiwei Bai. If you love me again, I'll let you fuck a dog. System. When Chi Chimu wiped her hands, he suddenly softened his voice. Weiwei Bai. In 3 years, I will stand in a position where no one will dare to bully you. At that time, I will not let those who bullied you off so easily. Today, his status was still too low. A few words of verbal humiliation were not enough to make her situation much better. Weiwei Bai. I didn't get bullied. She spoke the truth. The woman who was humiliated was much more miserable than she was. She could see that Chun Abao liked Chi Chimu. Humiliation from the man she liked. It was more painful than being stabbed with a knife. Chi Chimu only smiled, but did not continue speaking. Wait until he grasped the power of his previous life. Whoever dared to provoke him, he would first cut off their tongue, dig out their eyes, and throw them into the mass grave to feed the wild dogs. With this comparison, Chi Chimu suddenly realized that Weiwei Bai was not the least bit vicious. In his previous life, he was a person whose personality had already been twisted, a person who walked the path of darkness. Vicious and cold, it really penetrated his bones. He couldn't help but gently place a kiss on her wrist. "You are really kind." Weiwei Bai. Before the court examination, Chi Chimu's plan with the third prince gradually grew. Although he had grasped the plan, he would still occasionally feel tired. Every time he was tired, he couldn't help but look at Weiwei Bai. After looking, he would feel that life was so promising. Then, they were motivated to work hard for their future. Weiwei Bai kept a close eye on the favorable impression points every day. She was afraid that she would do something out of line and cause the favorable impression points to suddenly fill up. She counted the days and wished that the next day would be the court examination. During this time, Chi Chimu became more and more tired of her. Other than the time when it was necessary to plot against others, even when he was reading and writing, he wanted her to be by his side. Slowly, the days passed peacefully and sweetly. When the snow melted, the peach, plum, and apricot blossoms began to hang on the branches. Chichimu could finally begin to prepare for the final exam. During this period of sweet days with Wei Wei Bai, he and the third prince had successfully tripped up the crown prince and caused Prime Minister Chun to lose most of his power. Meanwhile, the fifth prince was involved in the investigation of molesting the emperor's concubine. Let the fifth prince win the emperor's heart again. Chichimu also had a lot of insidious methods to pull out all of his favor. When the truth of the case was revealed, he would design another case of witchcraft to frame him for cursing the emperor to die early and destroy the fifth prince's power. In any case, the emperor's body was truly rotten. After he finished the court examination, the emperor died in less than half a month. After the emperor died, the fifth prince would definitely lose any possibility of succeeding the throne, and the third prince was the biggest winner. In this life, Chichimu didn't even use his family's wealth and left much more smoothly than in his previous life. On the morning of the court examination, Wei Wei Bai was shaken awake in a daze. Chichimu fed her some water and helped her put on her clothes and shoes. Carrying the things for the imperial examination, he took Wei Wei Bai out the door. Chapter 875. The sky was still dark. Bai Wei Wei didn't wake up until she got into the carriage. What's the matter? Where are we going? Chichimu took out the millet porridge that had been warm since yesterday and filled a bowl for Wei Wei Bai to eat. Wei Wei Bai drank in a daze. She had stuffed a note into the wooden box she gave him for the exam last night. She thought that he would carry the box to the exam early. But in the end, he actually carried her here. Chichimu slowly drank the porridge. He said, "Inviting you to see the beautiful scenery." Wei Wei Bai yawned and muttered in dissatisfaction. What beautiful scenery in the dark ah. Chichimu smiled, but didn't speak. The carriage traveled for a while before stopping. Chichimu lifted the curtain and let Wei Wei Bai come over. Look, Wei Wei, this is my path to the light. Wei Wei Bai looked out with a face full of question marks. She saw a 10-li long street, majestic and full of lanterns. There were people everywhere, the lanterns in their hands illuminating the dark sky. Chichimu said, 10 years of cold study is just for today, and I will step on this group of scholars and ascend to the highest position. Wei Wei Bai said, what if you're not careful and fail the roll? Chichimu, if I fail the roll, I will be very sad and will lean on you to cry. Wei Wei Bai thought of that scene, and her face paled. She immediately waved her hand to drive him away. Roll away. Quickly go get your first place. Chichimu saw her cute little appearance and couldn't help but plant a kiss on her soft and tofu cheeks. In public, Wei Wei Bai was so angry that her face turned red. What if someone sees Chichimu? Chichimu smiled as he got off the carriage. Wearing a white robe and a blue robe, he casually picked up the lantern on the side of the carriage and walked into the crowd. He looked back at her several times before unhesitatingly throwing himself into the sea of people for the last time. Wei Wei Bai suddenly realized why he had brought her here. The so-called beautiful scenery. She was just looking at Chichimu. He wanted her to stand here and watch him take his first steps to power. Wei Wei Bai lifted the curtain. Her face was as white as snow. After a long time, she slowly lowered the curtain. By stopping him from taking the imperial examinations this time, does that mean that the side quest has been completed? She remembered that in the plot, after Chichimu became the top scorer, he basically met gods, killed gods, met devils, killed devils. The people of the Bai clan could only be abused by him. So, there shouldn't be any side quests after this. The system coughed lightly. Now that you've completed the small mission of stopping the imperial examinations, there's still one more small mission to complete. Wei Wei Bai looked haggard. Another small task? The system said, give him a cup of poisonous tea and send him to heaven. Wei Wei Bai, she suddenly wanted to lie down. Actually, it wasn't that unbearable to spend a night with a dog, right? The side mission of this plane would definitely kill her without a doubt. Wei Wei Bai thought of the note she had stuffed in and finally couldn't help but say, if he saw the note and his favorability increased to 100, I would have played for nothing. After all, when she stuffed the note, she had considered that after passing the obstacle of the imperial examinations, the side quest should be completed directly. So, the things written on the note, in addition to thoroughly disturbing Chi Chimu's mind, could also make him unable to restrain his joy and increase his favorability towards her. But she had overlooked that damned poisonous tea plot. The system also glanced at the note. It really admired Wei Wei Bai for being able to think of such a bizarre reason to stop it. It thought that the Green Hat love letter was already powerful enough. Chapter 876. As a result, the obstruction note in the palace examination went up another level. Wei Wei Bai sat in the carriage, her hand supporting her forehead, incomparably sleepy. But when it was about time to reach home, the carriage didn't stop. Wei Wei Bai suddenly opened her eyes, clear and sharp. She said, "Tongzi, what's the situation outside?" The system was as calm as the wind. "We were kidnapped." Wei Wei Bai, "Who kidnapped you?" System, "Passerby, the fifth prince and cannon fodder, Chinabeo." Chi Chimu helping the third prince led to the fifth prince's mad counterattack. Wei Wei Bai was the first to be brought out for revenge. Wei Wei Bai sighed. "Being loved is also a heavy burden. Chi Chimu's love for me is really too famous. People don't retaliate against him and just catch me to torture. If it weren't for the fact that favorability didn't lie, she could come up with conspiracy theories. Chi Chimu, this scheming boy, wanted to set up a target and dote on her, but in fact, it was just to use her as a shield. She was very sure that Chi Chimu, that guy, would do it. Kidnapping wasn't a big deal." Bai Weiwei closed her eyes again and continued to take a nap. She woke up early and didn't have the energy. Chi Chimu didn't look at the note Weiwei Bai gave him this time. She wouldn't harm him. He saw through her very clearly. She was moved by him. He was also very clear about it. The soldiers searching him strangely glanced at the note and found no place to hide the note, so he put it back. Chi Chimu smiled. Sure enough, that note wasn't a cheat note. Although he didn't know what she wrote, the soldier didn't show any particularly shocked expression. Therefore, the words on the note shouldn't be anything shocking. He entered the examination hall. The environment of the palace examination was particularly good. This examination would last for a full day until sunset. Although the emperor's health wasn't good, he would still find time to come over. He knew these steps by heart. He opened the test paper. Sure enough, it was the same test paper as in his previous life. Chi Chimu's expression was indifferent as he laid out the paper and ground it, his movements neither fast nor slow. Because the answer to the question had been prepared for a year, he picked up the pen and wrote it down without even using draft paper. Other people had to write a draft and then copy it, but he had saved a lot of time. Therefore, he finished the questions that were supposed to last the entire day before noon. He was afraid that he would stand out too much. He pretended to be incomplete. As for Weiwei Bai's note, it was still under the paperweight. He had not read it yet. After he finished writing the question, he finally took the paper and unfolded it to read the words on it. It was a simple line of words. There are no fancy adjectives. I am pregnant, Chi Chimu. Chi Chimu was stunned. A wave of ecstasy suddenly swept through his heart. His breathing was labored, and he was at a loss. His body felt as heavy as lead. It turned out that when one was extremely happy, one's body would not relax at all. She was pregnant. They had a child. Chi Chimu couldn't help but giggle foolishly. His fingers tightly pinched that line of characters, constantly rubbing against it. Really good. Really too good. He had never felt that life was so good. His eyes were even moist with tears. He lowered his head and wiped them away. For a person who had been lonely for 2 lifetimes at this moment, life had almost reached perfection. His ecstasy continued to surge, but he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The paper was somewhat thick. He tried to rub it with his fingers and found that it was 2 pieces of paper that were tightly posted. He carefully tore it open and found that on the next page, there was a paragraph written on it. Full text //. Download. Chapter 877. These words extinguished all the joy in his heart. I lied to you. The doctor told me that my body has lost the ability to be a mother. Chi Chimu almost didn't dare to look down. She knew. She must also know that she couldn't have children because he had pushed her into the ice water. Would she blame him? I don't blame you, but want to cling to you for a lifetime. When these words entered his eyes, Chi Chimu choked up for a moment. She didn't blame him. She suddenly felt that the child wasn't important. Her clinging to him was the most important. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 99. Wei Wei Bai heard the favorability prompt and knew that her slip of paper should have been discovered by Chi Chimu. She wasn't tied up. The people tied up were all members of the Bai family. The fifth prince's expression was sinister. He hadn't had a good time recently, so his temper was particularly bad. Wei Wei Bai was terrified. "Who are you? Why did you tie us up?" The fifth prince sneered. "I just gave you the 5-step powder. After today, you will die tomorrow without the antidote." The people in your family also drank the same medicine. Wei Wei Bai's face was deathly pale. She looked at him in bewilderment. "What enmity does our Bai family have with you that you want to retaliate against us like this?" The fifth prince threw the teacup on the table, his expression sinister. "Retaliating against you is not enough. I want you to go back and poison Chi Chimu. If he dies, you live. If he lives, your entire family will die." The bound Madame Bai's expression immediately changed. "Sanai, you have to do it. Otherwise, the Bai family will be ruined, and Mother will also die." The other members of the Bai family immediately nodded. Right, kill Chi Chimu and come save us. In any case, you didn't like Chi Chimu at first. Kill him and find a better man for you." Wei Wei Bai furrowed her brows. The flower pattern Chi Chimu had drawn on her forehead was particularly beautiful and exquisite, setting her off to be even more charming and moving. The fifth prince glanced at her and suddenly raised an eyebrow. "You killing Chi Chimu will count as your merit. When I inherit the throne in the future, I will bestow you a consort and let your family rise to the heavens with chickens and dogs." Chi Chimu was the third prince's most formidable military advisor behind the scenes. Killing Chi Chimu was not only revenge, but also severing the third prince's limbs. Without Chi Chimu's brain, just by relying on the third prince's scheming, he definitely wouldn't be able to win against him. Chi Chimu's methods were ruthless, his mind clear, and he was an expert at playing with power. Clearly, he had never been an official before. However, he was like a 1,000-year-old fox who had been immersed in the officialdom for decades. People feared him and wanted to get rid of him. Chun Abayo, who had been standing proudly at the side and looking at Wei Wei Bai with disdain, suddenly spoke. "Your Highness, you said that you wanted me to personally disfigure her." The fifth prince flirtatiously lifted Chun Abayo's chin with his fan and looked at the makeup on her face. Then, he calmly withdrew his fan. "What are you in such a hurry for? Others look better than you. Are you jealous?" Wei Wei Bai's appearance was indeed top-notch. Even the fifth prince, a man who soaked in women's flowers, was inevitably moved. Wei Wei Bai finally reacted. Her face was deathly pale as she stood up and silently retreated a few steps. Her entire person was especially pitiful and vigilant. She was like a small animal that had fallen into a trap and didn't know how to break free of this predicament. The fifth prince knew at a glance that Wei Wei Bai was a timid and afraid person. Moreover, he had also looked at the past data. This was a scheming, foolish, and sweet woman who was also proud of herself. Her brain was stupid and useless. // Chapter 878. This kind of woman was definitely greedy for life and afraid of death. At first, he also doubted why Chi Chimu was moved by this kind of woman. But when he entered and saw her for the first time, he easily knew the reason. Her appearance moved people's hearts. Her pair of clear, watery eyes were enough to move a man's heart. The fifth prince turned the fan in his hand and couldn't help but soften his voice. "It's just a cup of poison tea. Coax Chi Chimu to drink it and make me happy. I'll do my best to satisfy whatever you want." At first, he didn't intend to be so gentle. He even prepared a terrifying punishment, intending to force her to agree. But seeing her like this, he couldn't help but be gentle. Wei Wei Bai nervously clutched at her sleeves. I won't kill the fifth prince. That poison is very painful. Your intestines will be twisted into a ball. It's so painful that you can neither beg for life nor die. You wish you had never been born." Madame Bai immediately howled miserably. "Wei Wei, listen to Mother. Mother knows you don't like Chi Chimu. Just coax him to drink a cup of tea and save us, B.A. Wei Wei Bai looked up, tears in her eyes. She looked at them with extreme fear. Bean-sized tears fell, crying so hard that it made one's heart ache. The fifth prince opened his folding fan. For the first time, he felt that bullying people was not refreshing at all. She was such a delicate and soft girl. Could she really poison Chi Chimu, that 1,000-year-old fox, to death? Just as the fifth prince was hesitating whether to let go of Wei Wei Bai, Wei Wei Bai's inaudible reply sounded. "I'll do it. Let my mother go, B.A." These words were really too soft. If not for the fifth prince's good hearing, he would have missed it. She wouldn't lie to him, right? The fifth prince looked up at her and found that she was staring, her tears still falling. He quickly frowned. No matter how he looked at her tears, there was something wrong with her body. The fifth prince immediately waved his fan. "All right, quickly go, B.A." Chinabeo watched as Wei Wei Bai walked out unscathed and said to the fifth prince, "Didn't you promise me to disfigure her? That's why I begged my father to support you." The fifth prince was already very irritated, but after hearing her words, he became even more irritated. "She's so beautiful. Who would be willing to part with her?" Chinabeo, why are there so many shameless people in this world? Only half of the court examination had passed. A young eunuch calmly threw a slip of paper onto Chi Chimu's table. Chi Chimu watched him warily, not touching the slip of paper. The little eunuch made a hand gesture, which was Wei Wei Bai's name. Chi Chimu's expression changed. He immediately picked up the note and found that Wei Wei Bai had been tied up. He immediately got up and ignored the exam. In a few minutes, the emperor would be here. This was a good opportunity for him to stand out. However, this was nothing compared to a single strand of Wei Wei Bai's hair. His face was dark as he walked out. When the guards outside saw that he was about to charge out, they immediately drew their swords and pointed them at him. During this period of time, Chi Chimu had been bitterly practicing martial arts. With a flip of his hand, he snatched away a knife, not caring that he would be injured as he forced his way out. He snatched a horse and madly galloped out. Wei Wei Bai had been tied up, and he used all his strength to search for her. He soon learned that Wei Wei Bai had been kidnapped by the fifth prince. But the fifth prince had hidden himself deeply, and he couldn't find him for the time being. Chi Chimu was burning with impatience. When he searched late into the night, the third prince's people also met up with him. He still couldn't find her. He knew that the fifth prince had bound Wei Wei Bai for a reason. He could only calm down and return home to wait for the fifth prince's request. But as soon as he stepped into the room, he found that the candles were brightly lit. His footsteps paused, and in the next second, he immediately rushed in. He saw Wei Wei Bai sitting in front of the dressing table, staring blankly at the mirror. She turned back and suddenly revealed a gentle smile to Chi Chimu. "Chi Chimu, I cried and ruined my makeup. Help me redo it." Chi Chimu rushed over and pulled her into his arms, his voice choked with sobs. "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine." His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Only when he saw her did he realize how much he feared losing her. Full text / download / Chapter 879. Wei Wei Bai hesitated before placing her hand on his back. Then she slowly leaned over and hugged him. She seemed to want to do her best to give him a bit of warmth so that he wouldn't tremble so badly. Her tone was stifled. "I'm fine, Chi Chimu. I'm not dead yet." Chi Chimu had experienced all kinds of desperate things, and he could face them calmly. There weren't many times when he felt fear. Most of the time, it was anger and hatred. But when he saw her return tonight, all that was left was the lingering fear and the trembling of surviving a calamity. When she was kidnapped, he actually felt that everything he had done since his rebirth was meaningless. This feeling was so painful that he was at a loss. Chi Chimu hugged her even more tightly. He experienced the reassuring feeling of her warm body. Like a child, he could only slowly quell the feeling of helplessness after losing her in her arms. Wei Wei Bai didn't mind his tears wiping her dress. She only hung her head weakly, her long black hair scattered messily across her chest. Her small face was pale and blue. She didn't know what kind of poison that 5-step powder was. It wasn't dawn yet. It began to wrench in pain inside her body. Wei Wei Bai silently endured, swallowing back the blood in her throat. Chichimu seemed to feel her unnatural trembling and suddenly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot and tear-stained. He spoke coldly. Did he treat you rudely? He was the fifth prince. Wei Weibai shook her head and said softly, No. Chichimu's eyes recovered their clarity and sharpness. He seemed to be afraid that the murderous intent in his eyes would frighten her. He immediately lowered his eyes, but his tone softened. It's good that you didn't. I'll have the doctor come over tomorrow to examine your body. He wasn't reassured that she had been kidnapped and released. He was afraid that the fifth prince's people had done something to her body. Wei Weibai frowned as she looked at the mirror. Her long hair was messy and her makeup was ruined. She didn't look good at all. Chichimu, draw me another flower. Chichimu felt that Wei Weibai's state wasn't right. She was still thinking about her makeup at this time. But when he thought about how childish she had always been, he went along with her. He picked up the rouge powder box and fetched some water to help her wash her face. Then, he reapplied makeup on her delicate, snow-white face. She liked the bright makeup, but he knew that under her gorgeous makeup, her plain and elegant face was even more lovable. He was afraid that she would attract more rotten peach blossoms when she went out. He had always been happy to indulge her with more makeup. But today, Wei Weibai was holding his hand. Her eyes were bright, and there was a faint smile on her face. Why don't you give me some light and elegant makeup? Chichimu's hand paused, seemingly somewhat puzzled. Wei Weibai was a little embarrassed and said, I know you like my clean and elegant appearance. Chichimu's old face reddened. She actually knew that he liked her bare appearance. He felt a little sweet in his heart, and his movements became much gentler. He lightly brushed a thin layer of powder on her face, and then pressed the powder with his fingertips. He gently touched her cheek. A faint touch of red. Her bloodless face suddenly brightened up. Her complexion wasn't good. Chichimu silently thought that he should have a doctor come over as soon as possible to examine her body. He was afraid that in addition to being unable to bear children, she would also fall ill. Wei Weibai saw that she had become neat and beautiful and smiled in satisfaction. She got up and said to Chichimu, Am I the most beautiful woman you've ever seen? // Chapter 880. Chichimu's eyes were infatuated as he nodded. Yes, no matter how many beautiful women he met in the future. Even if she gradually grew old and wrinkles climbed to her eyebrows and eyes, she would still be the most beautiful woman in his eyes. This had nothing to do with appearances. It was just his heart. Wei Weibai covered her smile. You really are shameless. I say I'm the most beautiful, and you actually agree. Chichimu saw her smile, and his heart couldn't help but relax. He was afraid that she had been kidnapped and would feel depressed when she returned. Wei Weibai casually walked to the table and poured a cup of tea. The tea that had been spiked had long since turned cold. But she carelessly handed the tea to Chichimu with an innocent smile. Husband, I see that you are tired, so I'll reward you with this tea. Her attitude was so natural, as if she was joking with him. Chichimu took the tea and brought it to his nose when he suddenly paused. He looked up at her, a trace of grief flashing through his eyes. The room was filled with the fragrance of orchids. There's also a faint, almost unpleasant aroma in her tea that he would never forget, even if he were to die. It made him return to his previous life. At that time, she had lowered her head and timidly handed over the tea. He thought he had already won and didn't think much about it, but he fell for her just like that. In this life, he used up all his thoughts and schemes to scheme against everyone. Only towards her, he lost his initial desire for revenge. Instead, he indulged her more and more. In exchange, it was still the same cup of poisoned tea. Chichimu's fingers trembled. His voice was somewhat hoarse and trembling. Wei Wei, do you want me to drink it? Wei Weibai stood by the table, staring at him blankly, the smile at the corner of her mouth stiff. The flower between her brows was so delicate. He had personally drawn it. Chichimu said heavily, word by word, Do you want me to drink it? Wei Weibai's body swayed, her fingers propping up the table. The naive arrogance in her expression finally disappeared. His heart was filled with fear. She clutched her sleeves tightly. She was so nervous that she looked at him helplessly. He couldn't say a single word. It was as if she was the one who was going to drink the poison. Not like him. She even gave him a pleading look. She seemed to be asking him not to force her. This expression made Chi Chima's heart ache. His Wei Wei also knew how to use him to seduce a man to die for her. Chi Chimu sneered, his laughter low and somewhat mournful. She was really born to be his nemesis. In this life, no one could stop him from climbing up. Only she, this heartless little bastard, with a simple, helpless expression, completely defeated him. As Chi Chimu smiled, his expression turned indifferent, seemingly powerless. He looked at her tiredly and suddenly did not want to force her. You're the one who brought it to me, so of course I have to drink it. How can I waste your good intentions? Chi Chimu raised the teacup to his mouth, his lips curling into a light smile. Sure enough, he shouldn't have spoiled her. Wei Wei Bai, who couldn't be raised properly, had to be personally tied up and watched over by him. The tea that Chi Chimu brought to his mouth had not yet touched his lips. He wanted to collapse. He wasn't a fool. If he died, she would be able to freely live her good life. No, she was so stupid and brainless. Without his protection, it was impossible for her to live well. Sure enough, it was better for him to live. Otherwise, who would still love this vicious, selfish, and useless little heartless person who would only drag others down? To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 881. Chi Chimu thought of this and was just about to throw away the teacup. A fair and slender hand suddenly swung over. The teacup in his hand was thrown out. Chi Chimu's hand was empty, but he still maintained the action of holding the teacup. Her movements were too fast, so Chi Chimu's brain couldn't react. He could only stare foolishly at her. Wei Wei Bai waited for the system to announce the completion of the side mission before immediately knocking away the teacup in Chi Chimu's hand. After all, if she killed the target, her main mission had to be completed as well. When she handed Chi Chimu the poisoned tea, she had already calculated that no matter how deranged the main system was, it wouldn't use the main mission as a joke. Sure enough, when she handed over the tea, the countdown to the completion of the side mission began. As long as Chi Chimu held the teacup for more than 2 minutes, regardless of whether he drank it or not, it would count as completing the mission. And she deliberately used the poison that had killed Chi Chimu in her previous life. Because Chi Chimu had died once, he must have studied this kind of poison and had a particularly deep impression of it. As long as she gave him this cup of poisoned tea, he would be able to smell that something was wrong. Then he definitely wouldn't drink it, and would even hold the teacup to stall for time, interrogating her as to why she poisoned him. 2 minutes passed with this question. Then she hugged his thigh and begged for forgiveness, relying on her 99 love value. Chi Chima's attitude was, of course. What else could he do? Of course it was to forgive her. But she didn't think that Chi Chima's brain was full of holes. He clearly knew that the tea was poisoned. He even wanted to put it into his mouth. Fortunately, he also hesitated for a while, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to hold out for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes passed, she knocked away the teacup in his hand and let out a sigh of relief. Chi Chimu stared blankly at her for a moment before returning to his senses to look at the shattered teacup on the ground. Wei Wei Bai clenched her fists, her hands red from hitting the teacup too hard. Her face was deathly pale, and even the light red rouge couldn't hide her unsightly complexion. As if she had just woken up from a dream, she moved her lips and cried in fear, "Don't drink it. I poisoned it. Don't drink it." Chi Chimu staggered a few steps, looking at her in disbelief. He had originally thought that he had reached the deepest level of hell and would never be able to climb out. Her words pulled him back to the human world, where there was light everywhere. Chi Chimu saw the fear in her eyes and knew that she had been frightened. He didn't care that she wanted to poison him. He only knew that she was scared. He couldn't bear to see her so scared. He hurriedly stepped forward, but Wei Wei Bai hurriedly took a few steps back. Her tears fell. "I didn't do it on purpose. They captured my mother and a lot of people to threaten me. They even threatened me." Chi Chimu's long arm reached out, directly pulling her into his embrace. He hugged her tightly, and at the same time, he held the hand that she used to push the teacup away. Looking at it, Her soft and boneless palm, as expected, had turned red. She was in too much of a hurry. She was indeed the one who was hurt when she clashed head-on with the teacup. The darkness and distortion in Chi Chimu's eyes were gone, leaving only tender pity. Does it hurt? Wei Wei Bai's face was deathly pale as she looked at him in confusion, seemingly unable to understand what he was doing. Chi Chimu patiently asked again, "Does it hurt?" Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips, the rims of her eyes red. She finally nodded, aggrieved. "It hurts. Chi Chimu, I'm in so much pain." She really was in pain. The system wanted to relieve the pain, but she refused, because this plane had used up too much life points. Slash. The Chapter 882. She couldn't bear to spend anymore. She just had to endure the pain. What kind of pain hadn't she endured before? So right now, she felt as if her internal organs were overturning rivers and seas. Chi Chimu said with heartache, "I'll go find some medicine for you to apply. It'll be fine soon." Wei Wei Bai laid in his arms, looking at the sun peeking through the window. Her mind blurred, knowing that this body of hers was done for. There was still one last point of favorability. She suddenly reached out and grabbed his clothes, her voice weak, her breath gradually drifting away. "Chi Chimu, will you still like another woman?" Chi Chimu frowned, suddenly feeling that something was wrong. Why was her body so cold? "No, just you will torment me to death. I don't have time to like others." He spoke the truth, but his hand couldn't help stroking her forehead. Did she catch a cold? Wei Wei Bai was powerless to stop him, only smiling weakly. "But I can't torment you. How about you like me in the next life?" Chi Chimu's hand touched her face, so cold that it made his hand tremble. His breathing paused, finally realizing what was wrong with her. Large beads of sweat broke out on Wei Wei Bai's forehead. She seemed to want to laugh, but a mouthful of blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth. She was in so much pain that her whole body trembled, her bright eyes covered with a layer of gray gauze. "I know I'm bad and selfish. They gave me poison and said that if you didn't die, I would die. I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid of death." Chi Chimu's face was completely white. He couldn't care about anything else, immediately carrying her and rushing out. "Wei Wei, I'll call an imperial physician for you. It won't hurt anymore." His voice trembled, his legs almost weak as he ran out. Wei Wei Bai leaned into his arms, absent-mindedly saying, "I poisoned you. Do you hate me to death? Don't hate. I don't hate." Chi Chimu repeatedly roared. He had long been unable to hate her. He didn't have enough time to love her, so how could he hate her? Bai Wei Wei revealed a smile, but she pressed it back down in grievance. "Chi Chimu, I'm dying of pain." Chi Chimu forced a smile and comforted her. "It'll be fine after seeing a doctor. Don't be afraid." "Is that so?" Her voice weakened. Chi Chimu's breathing quickened, almost crying out loud. "Yes, when have I ever lied to you?" Wei Wei Bai's body became lighter. She didn't even feel any pain. She couldn't help but smile. "You lied to me so many times." Chi Chimu immediately said, "I won't lie to you even once in the future." Wei Wei Bai said coquettishly, "Really?" Chi Chimu, "Really, I won't lie to you even if I deceive the heavens and deceive the earth." Wei Wei Bai said, "Then you should live well. I don't want you to be lonely and sick all your life. I want you to live happily." Chi Chimu's eyes were red as he rushed forward. He couldn't think, only knowing how to respond. "All right, I'll promise you anything." Wei Wei Bai endured the pain while leaning against his chest in satisfaction. She dizzily uttered her last words. "Chi Chimu, love me a little more, okay?" "Okay." Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 100. The host body has suffered great destruction and is in danger of death. Immediately leave this plane. Countdown to leaving this plane. 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Successful departure. Chi Chimu's footsteps suddenly stopped. He stood on the bustling street with Wei Wei Bai in his arms, momentarily forgetting the direction of the imperial palace. He wanted to take Wei Wei to the third prince's place to borrow an imperial physician. He heard that the imperial physician was very powerful. As long as the person had a single breath, he could save them. But he had actually forgotten which direction he was going to go. "Wei Wei, Do you remember the way? Chi Chimu held the ice-cold Wei Wei by and asked foolishly. I forgot. She was clearly in great pain, but he had forgotten where to find a physician for her. Wasn't he really useless? // to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 883. Host has completed the mission and gained 30 days of life points. Received an additional side mission's sympathy reward of 20 days of life points, a total of 560 days. Deducting 1 life subsistence allowance for 5 days, 5 days for the Flower as Jade sticker, 5 days for the system instant noodles, 5 days for the popcorn, 10 days for the painkiller. 130 life stickers, specially approved to receive the main system's wholesale price, 50 days of life points. Remaining 480 days of life points. External life points can be accommodated for 800 days. Wei Wei Bai was startled awake by the deduction of life points. She knew that there were many stickers used, but she hadn't thought of so many. The first time she used stickers in the previous plane, 3 stickers cost 15 days. If she hadn't received the wholesale price, her 1 year of life points wouldn't have been enough to deduct the number of bedtimes in Chi Chima's plane. Sure enough, to live, she had to stay away from the bed. How much life points had she spent in a year and a half's time? If she hadn't had Yi Yuxuan, she would have died long ago. The system said happily, wholesale price, the first time I've seen the wholesale price. I heard that only when the quantity is large enough can there be a wholesale price. Next time, fight again and see if you can get a few more wholesale prices. After all, the wholesale price was discounted. It was cheaper than the supermarket cleaning up expired food. Wei Wei Bai's face turned white. There was still next time? The next time the target dared to pull her into bed, she would strangle them to death. 50 days of life points. Even if it was the wholesale price, it was so expensive that her heart twitched. She couldn't take it anymore. She had to look at Yi Yuxuan. She had to look at his shiny face. Her wounded heart would heal. Was there any host as miserable as her? Life or death. In the end, she had to pay the life points. Was it easy for her to live? Wei Wei Bai got up from the bed and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Walala. She raised her hand and saw a thin silver chain around her wrist. Her wrist was white, and the light blue blood vessels were visible. The delicate silver chain was even more conspicuous. Wei Wei Bai was speechless for a moment and silently lay back down. Hey, System Smash, am I still in the realm? She clearly saw herself lying on the bed in her own room. Why was he imprisoned? This was completely illogical. He must still be dreaming. It was better to continue sleeping. The system said, Wake up. Yi Yuxuan is still grieving over at the balcony. Her health points are calling for you. Wei Wei Bai asked, Where's my dad? With her father around, it was impossible for him to chain her up. The system said, the male lead sent him to America to find a doctor. Wei Wei Bai, where is Qin Xiu? The system said, he followed your father to find a doctor. Wei Wei Bai frowned. Did something terrible happen to my body? So you want to lock me up and let everyone go to the doctor? The system said, no, it's just that the male lead wants to have you all to himself. That's why he found a reason to send your doctor and your old father away. Then, he chained you, who wouldn't resist, to appease his restless heart. Wei Wei Bai said, I'll sleep for 3 days. 3 days ago, weren't we still sweetly watching a movie? Yi Yuxuan's 3 days and her 1.5 years. Why did it feel like they were not in the same dimension? She was the one who had experienced more things, but she realized that the speed of Yi Yuxuan's schizophrenia was not something she could catch up to. The system really did not know how to smooth things over. Yi Yuxuan was getting more and more affected by the plane. It was worried that Yi Yuxuan would not be able to take it and directly cause schizophrenia. Chapter 884. Fortunately, Yi Yuxuan, who represented reason in reality, was strong enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to be abused by Wei Wei Bai. Yi Yuxuan heard the sound of the chain, and his heart couldn't help but throb with pain. He didn't turn around, but stood quietly on the balcony, a cigarette in his hand. His eyes, sometimes twisted with struggle, sometimes sober and rational. More than that, it was a crazy obsession. He knew that something was wrong with him. Moreover, His originally calm temperament was gradually sliding into a huge vortex that he couldn't control. That black hole was the sense of insecurity of losing Wei Wei Bai. Now that he was away from Wei Wei Bai for a few seconds, he wished he could tie her up, for fear that if he looked away, she would be gone. It wasn't normal. He had already used all his strength to suppress and analyze his feelings. But for the first time, he felt powerless. He saw the ash fall to the ground, and his head suddenly hurt. His body trembled as he supported himself on the edge of the balcony. The scene in the dream was like a viscous vortex, constantly spinning and pulling him in. It pulled him completely into the dream, the most painful scene after losing her. Reborn young master's delicate cousin follow-up. Everyone in the Bai family trembled. The bluestone road outside the door was stained with the blood of the Bai family. Madame Bai trembled as she brought over the tea, saying in a low voice, "Chi Darren, please have some tea." Chi Chimu silently looked at the white orchids outside the window. This was Wei Wei Bai's boudoir. After her death, this room was sealed up by Madame Bai. Madame Bai and the fifth prince were in cahoots. Before the third prince ascended the throne, she had secretly contacted the fifth prince. Even when Wei Wei Bai ate the five-step powder, the fifth prince used all his family members to threaten Wei Wei Bai to kill him. It was also Madame Bai's own plan, just to surrender to the fifth prince. Chi Chimu unhurriedly took the tea, his movements neither fast nor slow as he used the lid to scrape the foam from the tea. The poison had been switched. After all, Wei Wei Bai's orchid fragrance was so special. There was no one else in the world who was the same. Thinking of this, his expression became absent-minded for a moment, and his heart began to ache. To alleviate this pain, he said faintly, "Pull one more and kill it." Two soldiers appeared and immediately pulled one of the Bai clansmen out. "Sister, save me. Save me. I don't want to die." The one who was dragged out was Madame Bai's younger brother. Madame Bai trembled and her legs almost gave out. She immediately sat on the ground. She implored Chi Chimu, "In the past, I was blind and blinded to treat you like that. Moreover, I also didn't know that the fifth prince would be so cruel. He told me that he wouldn't take Wei Wei's life, so I helped him deceive Wei Wei. But he didn't expect the fifth prince to poison him. He never thought that Wei Wei Bai would rather die than poison Chi Chimu. If he had let her return that day and poison Chi Chimu to death, she would be able to rush back immediately and get the antidote. But when the sun came up, she didn't see her daughter come back. At that time, she felt uneasy. Only when she returned did she find out that Wei Wei Bai had died. Chi Chimu locked himself up for a day before emerging with Wei Wei Bai's corpse in his arms. Then he held a funeral for Wei Wei Bai as usual, insisting on burying Wei Wei Bai in the Qi family's graveyard. Madame Bai didn't dare to say anything because of her guilty conscience. But everything that happened next caused the entire situation to spiral out of control. The old emperor died, and the third prince inherited the throne. The fifth prince and the crown prince were imprisoned. All the losers who were involved in this battle were dead. Download the mobile article at https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 885. Even the fifth prince died in less than half a month in the Forbidden Land. It was said that he died very miserably, as if he was tortured to death. Madame Bai worried day and night, but in the end, she couldn't escape. Early this morning, Chi Chimu led people to surround the entire Bai family. Then he killed a person every once in a while. Without giving any reason, he directly started killing. This kind of pressure caused many people to directly collapse. Chi Chimu didn't pay too much attention to Madame Bai, who was paralyzed on the ground and begging for mercy. His expression was cold, his eyes empty. When he swept his gaze over the dressing table, there was a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. There seemed to be a girl with a thin back, long hair hanging to her waist, and a sleepy face sitting there. She seemed to be holding powder to apply to herself, but couldn't do it properly. She could only throw away the powder and willfully and arrogantly order the people around her. Chi Chimu, what are you still looking at? I like the flowers you drew. Why aren't you coming over to draw for me? Chi Chimu stared blankly at her, his smile unconsciously deepening. But his eyes were tired and miserable. Madame Bai saw him smile, and her mind suddenly flashed with inspiration. Sir Qi, I am sorry, but on account of me being Wei Wei's mother, please spare our lives. Don't you like Wei Wei so much? Qi Chimu's empty and drifting eyes finally had some substance. He lowered his eyes, looking at her without any emotion. Then he gently nodded and said with a sigh, You also know that I like her. It's a pity that she is no longer here. When she was here, he even had thoughts of giving up on dealing with the Bai family, this malignant tumor. Unfortunately, Wei Bai was no longer here. Madame Bai repeatedly said, But this is still Wei Wei's home. Before she could finish, the poisoned tea in Qi Chimu's hand was quietly poured over her head. Madame Bai was startled, then suddenly screamed and immediately dug out the antidote from her clothes. This kind of medicine was colorless and tasteless. She had obtained it from the dead fifth prince. Even if one touched their skin, they would be poisoned to death. She had long thrown caution to the wind, knowing that Qi Chimu wouldn't let her family go. So she first showed weakness and then coaxed Qi Chimu to drink the tea. Once Qi Chimu died, they would flee to the neighboring country and have a slim chance of survival. But she didn't expect that Qi Chimu would directly pour the tea over her head. Madame Bai took out the antidote and was about to put it into her mouth. A foot ruthlessly stomped down, precisely landing on Madame Bai's hand. He crushed her hand and the antidote under his feet. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. It sent chills down one's spine. Madame Bai screamed. Qi Chimu watched expressionlessly as he threw the teacup at Madame Bai. Then he stood up and kicked Madame Bai away. The poison in Madame Bai's body had already taken effect. The poison was highly toxic, and her skin began to fester. It looked terrifying and mournful. Qi Chimu's heart was unperturbed. He originally thought that revenge would make him feel better, but he was still dispirited. Qi Chimu said in a tired and bored voice, Kill them all, then throw the corpses into the mass grave to feed the dogs. As for the Bai family, burn it. Nothing here was good enough for Wei Bai, even if it was the place where she lived. He wasn't willing to sully his wife in this place. After Qi Chimu walked out of the Bai family, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched at his chest in heart-rending pain. His eyes were about to burst as he gasped for breath. Qi Chimu powerlessly opened his mouth as though he was howling in pain. His legs trembled as he walked, and his tears fell along with him. Chapter 886. This was the first time he cried after Wei Bai was buried. He didn't even know how he had endured so many days. Every day, when he woke up, he didn't dare to open his eyes. The empty pillow made him incomparably suffocate. He had clearly lived very well in his previous life. No matter how lonely a person was, no matter how many hardships he had experienced, it had never hurt to the point of despair. In this life, everything had clearly gone smoothly. The third prince had ascended the throne ahead of time. He had rushed out of the court examination ahead of time and was made the top scorer by the imperial brush. The Qi family's wealth hadn't been touched. In the future, his official career would be smooth, and no one would be able to stop him from having a bright future. He should even ride a horse now and parade through the streets to admire the flowers with a group of grand scholars who had passed the court examination. His life should have been so good. It was just missing a Wei Bai. It was just missing her. Why couldn't it work? Qi Chimu thought he could hold on. After all, he had passed through all kinds of desperate situations, even the impossible of rebirth. What reason did he have to not hold on and live a good life? Even before she died, she wanted him to live a good life. He had agreed. But why couldn't it work? Qi Chimu gritted his teeth and endured, tears streaming down his face. He had lied to her. He couldn't live happily at all. He didn't even have a heart. How could he be happy? Another winter, Qi Chimu resigned from his position in the court. 3 years of brilliant official career. He had only wanted to give her a title. He was plagued by illness. The imperial physician told him that his heart was ill to the bone and he was overly worried. If he couldn't resolve himself, he wouldn't have long to live. A serious illness in the early spring completely destroyed his body. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Qi Chimu coughed, weakly burning paper money for Wei Bai. He said gently, This life, I estimate that it will be like this. I won't live for many years, and I won't be happy for many days. Speaking to this point, he finally revealed a sincere smile. This is also good. Suicide is too cowardly, and living is too hard. It's not bad to die earlier. Chichimu's face was deathly pale, but his smile remained. Someone as impatient as you might have already reincarnated. I don't know if I'll be able to catch up to your next life. I'm afraid I'll be reborn again. After his rebirth, everything began anew. But after her rebirth, she might not be the same as she was in this life. He was afraid that he wouldn't meet her. Chichimu sighed. Meeting you is truly a sin. I don't know what I owe you, this little heartless one. You made me suffer. He should have been filled with glory and splendor, a life of wealth. She had brought him a life of loneliness and suffering. However, he still felt happy. There was nothing he could do about it. Everything she gave him was good. Even if it was lovesickness that seeped into one's bones, or if it was a life-threatening illness, it was fine. Even after she died, he was still willing to pamper and miss her. As a person of 2 lifetimes, he couldn't compare to her 1 year of companionship. Chichimu coughed up blood and said with a smile, Weiwei, I also hurt very much. The wind and snow gradually grew heavier, and Chichimu sat through the night. After he returned, his body completely collapsed. He endured for 3 days and missed her for the rest of his life. Then he died. He promised her to live a good life, but he lied to her. He had to hurry to the underworld to find her and apologize. When the time came, he would allow her to beat and scold him or kneel on the abacus. He only asked to be able to wash her feet again or draw a flower between her brows for her. If she still didn't forgive him, he would tie himself up again and let her do as she pleased. She was a bit selfish, but her heart was soft. No matter how low he was, as low as the dust, she would always love him. Chapter 887. Weiwei Bai couldn't take it anymore. Her voice trembled as she said, Are you okay? I'm fine. I just want to kiss you. Yi Yushuan's tone was calm, but his voice was hoarse and magnetic. It pulled at her eardrums and made her ears itch, and his words made Weiwei Bai, who had always been thick-skinned, feel a little shy. She coughed lightly. Unchain me, and I'll let you kiss me as much as you want. Yi Yushuan looked at her armed expression, and a sharp sense of danger flashed in his eyes. No, let's just lock it up. You have too many motives. I'm a little scared. Scared? If someone else said that they were scared, Weiwei Bai might sympathize and give him a thumbs up. But Yi Yushuan said that he was scared. This was a big problem. Yi Yushuan was perennially paralyzed with constipation and an unbreakable heart of stone. He was scared too? Weiwei Bai carefully shifted her body, and her smile was a little stiff. Yi Yushuan, you have to know that my feelings for you are very pure. Don't think too much. I just want to cheat you of your life points. She didn't dare to ask for anything else. Yi Yushuan pursed his lips slightly and revealed an expression that was like a smile, yet not a smile. This expression was rare. To be exact, it was rare for any expression to appear on his face. He put his fingers on the chain on her wrist. He touched her blood vessels and then said softly, You are indeed very pure to me, but you don't have any feelings for me. This sentence caused a ripple. It made Weiwei Bai's mind clear up for a moment. For a second, her expression almost changed. She felt that Yi Yushuan was much more superior than her. She calmed down. This guy was so hard to fool. It was useless to say that she liked him. Yi Yushuan lowered her head and felt the blood vessels on her wrist. Your pulse isn't fast. Even if it's occasionally rapid, it's because you're nervous and guilty. Even your heartbeat has nothing to do with emotional fluctuations. It's just a biological instinct. He had trained before, and it was a very standard elite training method. He knew much more about the human body than she did. He could even see their micro-expressions clearly. Every time she lied, there would be a moment where she had to pretend. Weiwei Bai couldn't pretend anymore. No matter how good her acting was, she couldn't control her heartbeat and pulse. Unless, of course, Slagstem was using cheats. Thinking of this, Weiwei Bai tried to call the system. Give me an idiot hack and make Yi Yushuan's IQ drop by 100. How am I going to let him see if my pulse and heartbeat are fast? The system glanced at Yi Yushuan in fear. It shivered and poked its head out from behind the trash can. His aura is similar to yours. Mental retardation sheets usually attack indiscriminately. Once the mental retardation sheet is activated, you'll also lose 100 points. Moreover, it didn't dare to use the cheat in front of Yi Yuxuan. Yi Yuxuan seemed to be a little bit awakened. It didn't dare to imagine how miserable its fate would be when Yi Yuxuan fully awakens. It didn't even dare to speak now. How could it use the cheat? Wei Wei Bai said, "Trash system, what's the use of having you?" System said, "Trash host, if you have the ability to rely on the system, why don't you have the ability to do it yourself and use the cheat?" To be honest, even if Yi Yuxuan's IQ drops by 100, he'll still be higher than you. The favored son of heaven was a Jack Su super halo that would destroy the heavens and destroy the earth. It could mess with anyone, but it couldn't mess with Yi Yuxuan. Wei Wei Bai thought, "System, this trash, spit out what you ate and return what you used. We're done." She was just about to curse that trash system. Her chin was lifted by someone, and Yi Yuxuan kissed her lightly. Chapter 888. Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes fluttered, and her breathing became erratic. After he exposed her disguise, she could not be as calm as before. Yi Yuxuan said, "Don't worry, there's no point in lying to me. I'm naturally sensitive to other people's emotions." Because he was not a normal person, he was completely lacking in emotions. So to know what others were thinking, he observed other people's expressions since he was young to guess what they were thinking. So he knew even if she lied to him. Wei Wei Bai looked at him calmly. In fact, her heart was in a mess. This kind of atmosphere was similar to when a real big shot came and smacked her to the ground with a fly swatter when she was about to fly high in the sky. She suddenly said, "Yes, Yi Yuxuan, I don't like you. Even if you're handsome, rich, and an old virgin, I still don't like you." These words were heartbreaking. The system notification said, "This sentence increased by 30 days. Emotional fluctuations, even if it was uncomfortable, could increase one's lifespan." Yi Yuxuan was undoubtedly uncomfortable, but his expression was still paralyzed and did not change much. Then he kissed her gently. After the kiss, he said, "I'm in a bit of pain here. Give me a kiss to calm me down." Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. She knew that Yi Yuxuan was not the kind of guy who could be fooled. She suddenly said to the system, "When he kissed me, did my lifespan increase?" The system said no. As expected, he knew that she was lying to him. So Yi Yuxuan started to restrain his emotional fluctuations towards her. She could still gain lifespan now, but one day, Yi Yuxuan would be tired of this kind of deceitful relationship. At that time, he might completely shut off his emotional channel towards her. Wei Wei Bai struggled in her heart. She breathed heavily. There was no emotional shield in reality, and her current state was not suitable for liking anyone. But she was going to lose her life. Feelings were not that important. Wei Wei Bai bit her lip, her fingers clenched, and suddenly she reached out to pinch Yi Yuxuan's face. She no longer pretended to be angry and directly exposed her fangs. "Yi Yuxuan, listen to me, you old virgin with a facial nerve disorder. I've hated you since the beginning." Yi Yuxuan stared blankly for a moment before she vaguely nodded. It was as if he already knew about it. Bai Weiwei wasn't polite with him. Her fingers exerted force and pinched his face red. "Look at you. You put on an icy face every day. Who are you trying to scare? I have a weak heart, do you know that?" Yi Yuxuan's face was pinched by her, and he looked somewhat comically calm. A trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes. "Did I scare you?" Wei Wei Bai gritted her teeth. "Nonsense. Do you remember the first time I took the initiative to look for you? At that time, I sat in the reception room of your company for an entire day. You were having a good time in the meeting and ignored me for an entire day. When you were done with the meeting, you walked out directly and didn't even look at me." Her father's company was a little small. It couldn't be compared to a giant like the Yi family. She heard that her photo had been chosen by Yi Yuxuan. Her father was overjoyed. She was also curious about her fiancé's personality. She wanted to get along with him first, so she called to make an appointment to see him. And the result? This bastard had a cold face, as if he didn't know her. What kind of person was she? A true blue princess with princess syndrome, a vain ghost, and a super fairy. Yi Yuxuan, This expressionless person with eyes that grew to the ceiling, his attitude was enough to make her bear a grudge. Who wasn't a little princess or a little prince? Why did he dislike her so much? If he disliked her, then so be it. Let's just dislike each other. Address of the full text: https://www.sashu.com// Download of the full text: https://www.sashu.com// Chapter 889. Yi Yuxuan tried to recall, and the image of her at that time appeared in his mind. She was sitting obediently on the blue sofa in the living room. She was wearing a white dress with air bangs. Her long hair reached her waist, and there was a pearl hair clip in her hair. She looked like a little lady. When he walked over, he only glanced at her lightly. He actually remembered it so clearly. Yi Yuxuan recalled and said, "You didn't have much of a presence at that time. I forgot who you were." He had completely forgotten that he had a fiancée. So when she appeared, he automatically treated her as an insignificant person. Wei Wei Bai. Could this answer be more heartless? Wei Wei Bai let go of his face. She twisted her fingers and took a few deep breaths before saying, "After that, you treated me like air every time. Like how I like you. Tui, I like ghosts more than you." Falling in love with the iceberg CEO was a plot. Novels were ridiculous, let alone reality. Who would have the patience to live with an iceberg face? Yi Yuxuan lowered his thick eyelashes. Although his expression was indifferent, he didn't know why he felt a little sad. He pursed his lips and said softly, "I still treat you like air now." Wei Wei Bai was about to frown, but she heard his deep and gentle voice. "I'm everywhere. Without you, I would suffocate." It was a serious and sincere sentence. It should have been mushy, but it was incomparably sincere. Wei Wei Bai suddenly felt that she couldn't even win against a stoic face when it came to romantic words. This world really made people feel hopeless. Wei Wei Bai's heart actually beat a few beats faster. She couldn't help but touch her chest. Fortunately, she didn't have a heart attack. Wei Wei Bai knew that at this point, she might as well just smash the pot. Anyway, he wouldn't believe her even if she giggled and said that she loved him. She might as well just say it. Anyway, she was full of resentment towards him. "Tell me, what did your fiancé do to me? You didn't care when my family was in trouble, and you didn't ask when I was sick. People know that I have a fiancé and wanted to call you to come out and take a look, but I don't even have your number. How embarrassing." Speaking of which, Wei Wei Bai suddenly felt a little sad. At first, she also thought that since she had a rich fiancé, her life should be more romantic. She had been foolish and sweet before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been fooled by her scumbag sister for so long. "In the end, you didn't give me flowers, you didn't take me to a yacht, you didn't know my birthday, you weren't by my side when I was sad, you didn't understand my despair at all." As Wei Wei Bai spoke, she suddenly felt sure enough, aside from Yi Yuxuan's HP, there was nothing special about her. He was completely useless. Even if she wanted a ***, it would be better than this stinky man. Bai Weiwei raised her eyes and said sincerely, "Yi Yuxuan, you tell me, is what you did a human being? You said that I lied to you, but you either ignored me or locked me up and treated me as your possession." She shook the chains. "How do you want me to like you?" These words were so heavy that it could pierce through his heart. Yi Yuxuan had never heard such a heartfelt truth. She had always lied to him, coaxed him, and sweet-talked him, even passionate as fire. He looked at her blankly. His usually calm mind was completely messed up. Wei Wei Bai heard the system notification. "My HP has increased by another 100 days. Even the system was astonished by this crazy increase. "Why did you suddenly provoke him so much?" Wei Wei Bai said to the system calmly, "I can't lie to Yi Yuxuan. If I want to live, then I can't shamelessly continue to attack him with false feelings." The system said, "Then what are you going to do?" Wei Wei Bai, "Let's exchange feelings for feelings." Since he couldn't fool him, he might as well reveal his true emotions. Indeed, she did not like him that much. Even if it did throb, it wasn't true love. Suddenly, the chains on her wrists were undone. Wei Wei Bai looked at him in confusion. However, she discovered that Yi Yuxuan had lowered his head and gently kissed her wrist. Then he raised his head, and for the first time, a helpless look of affection appeared in his eyes. Then tell me, what do I have to do to make you like me? He paused and said, I'll change them all. I'll change the ones you don't like. Wei Bai. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. / transmigration system. Adonis, come here. / transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Download transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Mobile transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Chapter 890. Wei Bai took a deep breath and said to the system, Yi Yuxuan seems to have been transmigrated. This isn't him. The ice-cold man turned into a helpless and pitiful puppy. The difference was so big that the earth flipped several times. The system said, this is him. Love changes people. You have to believe that your charm is enough to bring the dead back to life. Erectile dysfunction will turn into Shikijiru, and the Antarctic face will turn into an equatorial face. Wei Bai was speechless. What a magical equatorial face. What kind of weird description was that? She looked up at him carefully and found that Yi Yuxuan's face had softened a lot. Although his expression was still paralyzed, at least it was more pleasing to the eye. It was not the equatorial face, but the Antarctic face was a few degrees warmer. Wei Bai tried to say, Yi Yuxuan, why do you like me so much all of a sudden? Yi Yuxuan was silent for a while before saying, you're the person in my dreams. The person in my dreams. Wei Bai was confused for a while. Did he mean that she was the person in his dreams? Yi Yuxuan's voice was magnetic, and now that he lowered his voice and softened it, it was even more irresistible. I've never had any emotional fluctuations. I've never experienced happiness, anger, sorrow, or joy. But you brought me all kinds of emotions that I can't believe. When I see you, I think you're beautiful. My heart beats faster and dopamine secretes crazily. My physiological reaction makes me unable to control myself. It was like fate, ever since he started to enter the dream world. She was the one who brought him all his happiness and sorrow. When he saw her in reality, he was often in a state of despair, but was saved by her. This feeling was too painful, but it was too wonderful. Wei Bai could not understand Yi Yuxuan's feelings. She tried to say, then when did you start to have feelings for me? She had been his fiancée for so long, but he really did not have any reaction to her. When did he start to chase after her? Wei Bai began to recall. The system suddenly interrupted. The plane is ready. In 10 minutes, we will forcibly transmigrate. Wei Bai's contemplation was interrupted. Why so sudden? Don't I have many days of HP? The system said, 800 days are up, but something unexpected happened. This time, the plane passage is not stable. We must enter as soon as possible, or else the passage may collapse. Wei Bai, why didn't this happen before? The system said coldly, 9 more minutes. Wei Bai really wanted to slap the system. Yi Yuxuan saw that her expression was natural. He lowered his eyes. The first time you made my heart throb was, however, Wei Bai felt that her ears were ringing and her head was heavy. She frowned and couldn't hear Yi Yuxuan's words clearly. By the time he felt better, Yi Yuxuan had finished speaking. So, when exactly did he start to have feelings for her? She did not hear him at all. Do you want to ask again? Trash-fried system. It's been 7 minutes, 6 minutes. What could he do in such a short time? Yi Yuxuan was so generous with her HP. Wei Bai always felt that if she did not give him some benefits, she would be a bit of a scumbag. She suddenly said, okay, I know I'm your emotional provider. If you meet other women in the future, they can also stir up your emotions. Are you going to run away with them? Yi Yuxuan, no. His eyes were extremely deep and his tone was firm. There are no other women, men, children, old people, animals crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com//crossover system. Adonis, come here and txt download at https://www.sashu.com crossover system. Adonis, come here and read it on Calm, crossover system. Adonis, come here. Chapter 891. Wei Wei by Left. How could someone say something so funny in such a serious manner? She said, All right, I believe you. Come on, turn around. Yi Yuxuan looked at her hesitantly, as though he was afraid that she would disappear if he turned around. Wei Wei Bai stretched out her leg and kicked him lightly. She said capriciously, Hurry up. How can you be my fiancé? Why are you so disobedient? Yi Yuxuan shifted his body and turned around. Then he suddenly felt a weight on his back. Wei Wei Bai was lying on his back. Fiancé, carry me. Yi Yuxuan's posture stiffened. He felt her soft body rubbing against the back of his hand. He stretched out his hands and carried her on his back. Wei Wei Bai laid on his back lazily, as though she had no bones. Let's go to the bathroom. I want to take a shower. Yi Yuxuan took half a step forward and stopped. Us. Wei Wei Bai's voice was soft. She purposely pressed against his ear like a seductive demoness. Hurry up. Yi Yuxuan. He grunted, then took a step forward with his long legs. He walked quickly to the bathroom door and gave it a hard kick. The door slammed open and hit the wall. This strength could kill. Wei Wei Bai looked at Yi Yuxuan's ferocious actions and suddenly wondered if she had gone overboard with her flirting. She was going to turn him into a beast. After entering the bathroom, she got off his back with some effort. Then she said to Yi Yuxuan, Why aren't you turning on the water? Yi Yuxuan blinked, clearly a little dazed. Perhaps it was the first time someone had ordered him around like this. He was a little surprised and curious. If someone else had spoken to him like this, he would have ignored them. But this person was Wei Wei Bai. He actually felt a wave of joy in his heart, because from a moment she said that she hated him. All her expressions and actions were real. This gave his uneasy heart a little bit of peace. At least she wasn't lying to him. Yi Yuxuan rolled up his sleeves and personally tested the temperature of the water for her. His fingers touched the warm water and moved gently. His movements were elegant and nimble. He had already tested the best temperature for her. Suddenly, he was stunned. The sound of clothes falling to the ground came from behind him. The steam was rising in the bathroom. Yi Yuxuan turned around and saw Bai Weiwei take off her pajamas as if nothing had happened. The clothes slipped down to her delicate white ankles. Her body was graceful and slender, and her skin was as delicate as jade. Bai Weiwei reached out and tucked her thick long hair behind her back. Her movements were natural and generous. It was as if Yi Yuxuan was just a decoration. His burning gaze couldn't affect her at all. Yi Yuxuan's hands were still in the water. He didn't move at all when he turned around. He suddenly felt his mouth and tongue dry. There seemed to be an intense desire surging out from the depths of his throat. But Wei Wei Bai's next sentence poured cold water on his head. Yi Yuxuan, I might die. Yi Yuxuan was silent for a while. Then he twisted his stiff neck. His expression tensed up. It was even colder than before. There's no such possibility. Wei Wei Bai stepped into the bathtub as if nothing had happened. She sat in the water. She tilted her head. Her eyes seemed to be stained with water. You know my body? I've been sleeping. Also, my heart isn't good. I might die at any time. Crossover system. Adonis, come here. /crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. The Chapter 892. When Yi Yuxuan chose her photo, she thought that Yi Yuxuan had gotten the wrong person. After all, her illness was not suitable for the heir of a big family like him. But after she was chosen, not a single Yi family member objected. What a weirdo. Yi Yuxuan sat outside the bathtub. His arms were propped up on the edge of the bathtub. His black hair fell from his forehead and covered half of his eyes. But it didn't hurt the coldness in his eyes. He even took a towel and reached out to hold her ankle. This action was possessive and perverted. Wei Wei Bai felt a little uncomfortable with the strength he used to hold her ankle. He lowered his head and carefully washed her feet with the towel. He didn't feel that this position was lowly. Then Wei Wei Bai heard his steady and sure voice. I won't let you die. Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a moment before saying, but my body Yi Yuxuan raised his eyes and repeated each word in a heavy tone. I won't let anything happen to you. When you were asleep, your vital signs were very stable. Since your heart is not good, I'm already planning the surgery. I know your body better than anyone else. Wei Bai. She could be so stable because of the system. Otherwise, she would be a dead person now. But she couldn't say this. Bai Weiwei looked at her naked body under the water, her dazzling white body. When Yi Yuxuan discussed her health, he was actually indifferent to her body. She helplessly reached out and splashed water on his face. His handsome face was full of water stains and was unbelievably sexy. Wei Bai didn't seem to be bewitched. She gently held his face with her fingers and said arrogantly and coldly, Yi Yuxuan, feelings can change. Yi Yuxuan finally frowned slightly. Wei Bai was not afraid of his cold face. Instead, she leaned closer to him and said, I'm very beautiful, right? This was not narcissism, it was the truth. Yi Yuxuan's eyes sank as he looked at her wrist, which was as white as snow. Under her beautiful neck, her delicate collarbone was filled with water, and the water droplets fell down to the delicate and soft white place below. He breathed in the heat. Before he could look down, his chin was lifted up by Wei Bai. She cut off his line of sight and said with a cold smile, What if I don't wake up one day, my muscles atrophy, my skin ages, my cheeks become sunken, I lose my hair and teeth? Can you still love me? Yi Yuxuan held her breath. He heard her say coldly, Yi Yuxuan, it's hard to love someone. It's even harder to love someone forever. I don't want you to regret it. There were no false, sweet nothings, and there was no purposeful passion. She revealed her true emotions. It was so cold that it hurt. Yi Yuxuan was silent for a few seconds. Just as he was about to say something, he found that her hand had lost its support and slipped from his chin. He quickly grabbed her wrist, afraid that it would hurt her. Wei Bai had already closed her eyes and fell to the side quietly. Her body was still faintly discernible under the clear water. Yi Yuxuan's face was still. He sat for a while and touched the water with his fingers. He found that it was a little cold. He stood up and pulled the towel beside him. Then, he bent down and carried her out. He carefully wrapped her in the towel and carried her out. After putting her on the bed, he suddenly bent down and kissed her gently on the lips without any desire or even sincerity. Yes, Yi Yuxuan replied softly. It was a promise that should be as important as life. Yet, he was so calm and collected. Even if she grew old, became ugly, and her body deteriorated, she would never give up. In his eyes, she could still evoke any of his emotions and make him impulsive and crazy. He could go on like this forever, as long as the soul in this body was her. /T. Chapter 893. Wei Bai woke up from scolding the system. You piece of trash. Tell me, did you eat too much and become overweight? That's why you're dizzy from transmigration? She had never left early before, unless she agreed to it. However, this plain passage was like a storm. Even when she was asleep, she still felt dizzy. It was as painful as motion sickness. The system said, You fainted because I was so hungry that I couldn't carry you. That's why I staggered when I walked. Wei Bai, the system was exhausted. The next time we transmigrate, I might not be able to carry your soul. I'll have to drag you. Wei Bai said, Nonsense. I'm so light that I can fly. How am I heavy? The system said, You eat Yi Yuxuan's life points. You're heavy. Wei Bai, she was just about to argue with the system about whether the soul was heavy or not. A scream rang out. Then, there were many screams, all from women. Wei Bai looked up. The floor was covered in blood. She was so scared that she took a few steps back and almost fell. She turned around and saw a young girl lying on the floor. She was emaciated and had a ferocious look on her face. Wei Bai took a deep breath. What the hell? She raised her head and looked around, only to find that she was in an incomparably luxurious hall. The dazzling crystal chandelier was obviously expensive, not to mention the dazzling jewels, antiques, and famous paintings that filled the hall. The air was filled with a nauseating smell of fresh blood. At least hundreds of young girls were running around screaming. The towering stone door was tightly shut. It was not something that could be opened by a human. Wei Bai suppressed the discomfort of smelling the blood and the irritation in her heart. She immediately entered calm observation mode. She suddenly realized that something was wrong. There was danger. Without waiting for the system's reminder, she had already followed her instincts and pounced forward. The predator, leaping down from the ceiling, only managed to grab the hem of her gorgeous dress. Wei Wei Bai was wearing a pink lace tutu skirt. Her brown curly hair was messy. She fell to the ground and stabbed something in her arm. Blood immediately flowed out. The floor was littered with glass shards, and the red wine and blood were all over the floor. Ignoring the headache from the memory transfer, she saw the man who jumped down from the ceiling. He had black hair and red eyes. His face was deathly pale like a zombie. His face was filled with a maniacal grin, and two terrifying fangs were exposed at the side of his mouth. What the hell was that? Wei Wei by then realized that in this terrifyingly large hall, other than the screaming girls, there were also some creatures that looked like men. Hunting. Memories swarmed into her mind. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. She already knew what these inhuman hunters were. Vampires. She quickly got up and ran. Behind her, the vampire laughed sinisterly and followed her unhurriedly. It seemed that he wanted to tease his prey and wait until she was in despair before he bit her to death. Wei Wei Bai grabbed the collar of her dress tightly. When she fell, the buttons flew off, revealing most of her skin. She frowned and heard the footsteps of the vampire following her. Memories of this world appeared in her mind. This was a world where vampires ruled over humans. Although humans were large in number, they were like the food pigs raised by vampires. In front of vampires who were as strong as gods, no matter if it was strength, intelligence, action, or leadership, they were all useless. Chapter 894. Blood Kindred had a strict hierarchy. A higher-level Blood Kindred could order a lower-level Blood Kindred. And in terms of hierarchy, it depended on the bloodline. The older the bloodline, the more powerful it was. For example, the noblest bloodline was inherited from the first Blood Kindred ancestor. Wei Wei Bai saw these messy settings and couldn't help but want to curse. What the hell was this? Don't tell her that the target of her strategy was the annoying vampire who was chasing after her. Wei Wei Bai finished looking through the memories. She also knew why she appeared at the vampire's blood feast. The blood feast, as the name suggested, was a feast for sucking blood. It was a type of entertainment that vampires liked to hold the most. They would use the name of the noble Blood Kindred to invite beautiful and clean virgins to this feast. And the girls that came were all here to become a Blood Kindred. The feast was in the name of finding the next generation of vampires, so that a large number of girls would flock here. Blood Kindred could use the embrace to turn humans into Blood Kindred. In this world, Blood Kindred were the absolute upper echelons, nobles, and masters of all humans. Everyone envied Blood Kindred, wanting to abandon their lowly human identity and become a high and mighty Blood Kindred. And the original owner also came for the opportunity to receive the embrace. But she didn't expect that not long after the feast started, it would become a feast for the vampires. Those virgins were sucked dry of blood and turned into skinny corpses. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, "What kind of world is this? How can humans be so lowly? If it was me, I would overthrow these vampire bats. Humans are the head of all things." The system immediately said eagerly, "There are free flags in the supermarket that can be claimed. Why don't I give you one? And you can wave the flag that says I'm going to revolt and start a rebellion." Wei Wei Bai, scram. The vampire behind her seemed to have finally lost his patience. He suddenly sped up and said with a laugh, "Little darling, didn't you want the embrace? Why are you running? Come into my embrace. Let me kiss your neck." Bai Weiwei felt goosebumps rising on her skin. Her expression was somewhat ugly. Damn it, this was such a large-scale hunting scene. This was really a test of one's ability to survive. What's more, the system didn't tell her who her target was. However, Weiwei Bai gave it some thought. In this situation, staying alive was the most important thing. She definitely couldn't care less about who her target was. Another young girl screamed as she collapsed. Her blood was sucked dry by the vampires. Her delicate white skin immediately caved in, turning into a withered and terrifying shape. Bai Weiwei turned her head and saw the frightening scene of the hunt. Suddenly, even the rise from the other plane was about to be thrown up. She was wearing an A-line gown similar to the ones worn by medieval noble women. The huge skirt was as gorgeous as a blooming flower. However, it was extremely inconvenient for him to move around. The fingers of the vampire behind her had already touched her shoulder. She hardened her heart and was about to call out the system to exchange for life-saving items. After all, she now had 800 HP. No matter how big or small she was, she could still squander it. He was just about to communicate with the system. The system yelled, "Run forward, the target is sitting there." Weiwei Bai followed its words and hurriedly ran forward. Passing through the screaming crowd, a black throne appeared at the top of the hall. There was a tall person leaning on the throne. Weiwei Bai didn't see anything clearly. She ran too fast and stepped on the edge of the skirt and fell down. Chapter 895. This feeling of loss of control caused by Weiwei's always calm thinking to shatter. Without hesitation, she reached out and slapped him on his pale but delicate face. This action caught him off guard. Other than the young girl's scream, all the vampires stopped hunting and looked at Weiwei Bai silently. A human actually dared to hit Prince Arthur. This made all the vampires at the scene feel a chill down their spines. They were worried that they would be killed by their prince together with this human. This slap made Arthur's body freeze. Her strength was not worth mentioning. He didn't even feel the slightest itch. He only felt that her fingers were like feathers, gently brushing the skin on his face. But this action was a form of disobedience. Even to the high-ranking vampires, this was a human's provocation to the vampires, an action that was not allowed to exist. The prince's eyes, from the confusion and greed, instantly returned to coldness. His killing intent increased his aura. After Bai Weiwei finished beating the Chinibyu vampire, she suddenly woke up. Her brain was originally confused because of the excessive blood loss and the pleasure of being bitten. She immediately knew that she had made a wrong judgment. She had angered this vampire who had a favorability of -30. A bunch of thoughts flashed through Weiwei Bai's mind. The lack of information about the target made her unable to make the most correct response. She saw that Arthur's cold fingers had already reached her neck, as if he was going to break her neck bone. Between life and death, she followed her instincts and curled herself up. She stretched out her hands and hugged his cold neck tightly. Her whole body shrunk into his embrace. Her warm breath, with the sweet smell of blood, blew by his ear. "Sir, don't kill me, I beg you," she begged weakly. "I'm willing to do anything for you, anything." Delicious prey, like a sweet fruit, emitted a smell that made vampires crazy. Arthur's fingers were on her neck, and he almost broke it, but she begged for mercy in fear and took the initiative to approach him. This made him hesitate. Weiwei Bai seemed to sense his hesitation and hugged him even harder. She was like a kitten, kissing him on the cheek to please him. Her fragmented kisses continued to land on the places she had just hit. This was the first time Prince Arthur, who had lived for more than 100 years, was so close to someone. To be precise, it wasn't just people. No creature had ever been able to get so close to him and kiss him. This experience caused his body to stiffen for a few seconds. Her soft and delicious body kept trembling in his arms, as if she knew that she had made a big mistake. That was why she was willing to pay any price to please him. This kind of attachment without a bottom line made his anger from being offended dissipate a lot. He pursed his thin lips and suddenly grabbed her long hair. She was in so much pain that she couldn't help but raise her head. Arthur lowered his head and revealed his sharp teeth. He bit his wrist and then stuffed the blood into her mouth. The blood of vampires was also red. However, it was different from human blood. This kind of smell was extremely cold and domineering. Weiwei Bai really wanted to vomit, but when she remembered that this lunatic was her target, she could only grit her teeth and take the initiative to suck the blood from his wrist. She cursed in her heart at this motherfucking vampire world. However, Arthur's fingers froze. The tip of her tongue licked the skin of his wrist. It gave him a strange feeling. What a bold human. // Chapter 896. Arthur's red eyes reflected her cute face coldly. and his murderous aura was not as strong. His voice was cold and demonic. Since you've drunk my blood, you're mine. Stay by my side and provide me with your blood. Feeding blood to his prey. It was the most powerful way to mark a blood servant. Other than letting the prey emit his scent at all times, other vampires would not dare to touch her. What was more terrifying was that this scent made it impossible for her to escape from his tracking. If she wanted to run, he could easily find out where she was. After Arthur finished speaking, he ignored the shocked gazes of all the vampires present. He looked up casually and ordered coldly, "The blood feast is over, get out." After that, Arthur carried his prey and turned to leave. The stone door opened, and the girl who had survived the disaster. There was also a dumbfounded vampire who could only leave. The next day, the anorexic great noble, Prince Arthur, had a cute little blood servant. It spread throughout the city and the noble circle. While everyone was guessing the origin of the little blood servant, Yi Zichen and the others were still trying to figure out the origin of the little blood servant. Wei Wei Bai, on the other hand, lost too much blood, lying in the hospital on the verge of death. She had difficulty breathing, had nightmares, and her body was so heavy that she could not move. With great difficulty, she opened her eyes with strong willpower. She saw herself lying on a soft bed, a warm ward, and a tall stone window with sunlight shining in. This was different from other planes. It was not like ancient times, nor was it like modern times in the traditional sense. Human technology was still advanced, but at the same time, the blood breed's magic existed. Her wrist was pierced with a needle for blood transfusion, and the blood in the blood bag slowly flowed into her body. Wei Wei Bai saw that there was no one around, then said to the system fiercely, "Quick, give me that psychopath's information. How can I defeat him without information?" The system said the information was delayed this time. Some of it was lost. Wei Wei Bai said, "Send it. Send as much as you can." The system immediately sent her Arthur's information. Arthur was a great noble of the blood breed, the youngest elder who controlled the most power in the blood breed world. Because he saw humans killing each other in an ugly manner as a child, he developed the idea that humans were stupid and disgusting creatures. As a result, they began to loathe humans as food. He felt that drinking human blood would dirty his noble stomach. Therefore, he began to dislike human blood. As time passed, he developed anorexia and narcolepsy. Because of his constant hunger, his personality was tough and cold, but occasionally he would be violent and cruel. She didn't lack either whimsy or coldness. Wei Wei Bai finished reading the incomplete information. He began to analyze the character in his mind. This kind of brainless non-human should like strong and pure white little white flowers who still yearn for the light, even after suffering all kinds of torture. Seeing the ugliness of humans made them anorexic. This meant that Arthur was a lunatic who liked things that were perfect and sunny. She pondered deeply. Could it be that this time, she was going to be a retard who would smile like a Virgin Mary and say, "Forgive you," even if her blood was sucked? Needless to say, he was mentally ill and mentally retarded. They were indeed a perfect match. The system replied, Probably. Wei Wei Bai said, "As a system, don't you feel ashamed to say uncertain words like probably?" The system immediately said proudly, "Under your influence, we have long abandoned shame. Being thick-skinned is our fine tradition." Chapter 897. Fortunately, it activated the life guarantee in time. Otherwise, the host would be committing suicide. Wei Wei Bai only sprained her ankle under the guarantee of life guarantee. She stumbled and ran towards the forest in front. The system quickly said, "Why are you running? Don't you want the strategy?" Wei Wei Bai said, "Nonsense. I'm talking about the strategy. This is the fun. Sitting on the bed and waiting for my blood to be sucked is a puppet. I have to move and fill out my character setting to gain favorability." The system said, "What kind of character setting do you have?" What kind of weird character setting did the host give herself again? Wei Wei Bai said, "I'm a cute, pretty, strong, and bright little girl who looks obedient on the surface, but actually wants to escape from the evil vampire's cage. I'm kind and beautiful. I'm pure, and..." The system said, Evil. Don't say any more. I was wrong. My face is not thick enough to listen to you. Please forgive me. Wei Wei Bai said. What? Don't you think I'm very similar to this character's setting? This is simply me acting in my own character. The system said, pfft. It spat out a mouthful of blood. The host's face was really thicker than the other planes. She only ate to gain face. Wei Wei Bai ran into the forest and said to the system. The original host didn't know Arthur. Although she came to the blood feast with the intention of becoming a vampire, she was mostly tricked into coming here. The original host studied in an aristocratic school. Because of her excellent grades, her deskmate was jealous. Her deskmate knew that the blood feast was a vampire's hunting feast, but she still gave the invitation to the original host. She tricked her into going to the feast. Yes, that invitation did not belong to the original host. After Wei Wei Bai looked at the original host's memory, she knew that the original host was also miserable. Although she was ambitious, she was also vain. At least she did not do anything that was heartless. She was really unlucky to have met such a deskmate. She thought for a while and knew how to change her character setting. After all, she was so flattering yesterday, but today she would rather die than submit. It was a good play, and the invitation that was tricked out of him was a turning point. Didn't you want the sunshine, little white flower? She was a proper little white flower. Bai Weiwei limped forward, thinking about her character in detail, as well as the strategy, while running forward. She stumbled and fell in a sorry state. Her white nightgown was torn by the branches, and there were small bloodstains on her bare feet. Her brown curly hair fluttered behind her. She was slender and light, hidden in the gaps between the leaves. Light and shadow mottled her white body. It was like a dazzling stream of light. It slid into the eyes of the man above her head. This moment of amazement actually pierced through his heart of stone. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at -30. Wei Wei Bai. Why did the favorability increase? Could it be that running away had taken effect so quickly? Arthur finally knew that she was a tenacious little white flower. So he had a good impression of her? He just thought of that. The system reminded her, the male lead is up there. Wei Wei Bai looked up. Up there? A terrifying shadow loomed over her head. Wei Wei Bai's eyes appeared. Huge bat wings, a black fluffy body, and a pair of terrifying red eyes. A huge and terrifying bat was above her head, staring at her coldly. Wei Wei Bai, no, she refused. She refused to be the target of the bat. But when the bat saw her, it let out a terrifying sharp sound, and then directly swooped down on her. Chapter 898. Wei Wei Bai, ugly, don't come over, ugly. She wanted to change dimensions. She couldn't bite the bat male protagonist. Wei Wei Bai was too anxious to escape. She tripped over a tree root and fell to the ground. The bat had already rushed through the forest. With an extremely handsome posture, it retracted its wings and landed heavily in front of Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai awkwardly retreated until she leaned against a big tree. Then, she hugged herself tightly and looked at the bat. The dust rose and fell again. A man wearing a black aristocratic costume with golden edges nimbly jumped down from the bat's back. His movements were light, as if he was flying. His long silver hair swayed and fell back on his back. Bai Weiwei reluctantly revealed an ugly smile. Darren, you. Why are you here? Arthur slowly walked in front of her. His chin was slightly raised and his eyelids were lowered. He was cold and arrogant, as if he was looking at a lowly insect. His cold expression suddenly softened. Because of this gentleness, the originally exquisite and beautiful face, the thin and cold lips, the tall and handsome nose, and the pair of black eyes that seemed to be flowing with red light, all turned into water, bringing with it a sense of warmth. He didn't threaten her, nor did he fly into a rage. He only said indifferently in a gentle voice, "Why did you suddenly think of coming to the forest to see the scenery?" Wei Wei Bai's eyes were full of vigilance. She gritted her teeth and looked at him coldly. However, she clumsily put on a flattering look. She forced a smile. "I'm not lost. This place is a bit big." Arthur observed her for a while and suppressed the sarcastic smile on his face. He said gently, "Indeed, this place is very big." The forest is full of poisonous snakes. For a human, it is very dangerous. Wei Wei Bai's pupils shrank when she heard about poisonous snakes. Arthur seemed to look at her with some pity. He squatted down and still looked high and mighty. Also, outside the forest, there are all kinds of monsters and wild beasts waiting for humans who are alone. If they catch you, his fingers carelessly caressed her trembling face. It was as if he could not feel her fear at all. He smiled and said, "If you're caught, you'll be torn to pieces and eaten." When he spoke these words, his eyes turned red. It was terrifying, and the fangs by his mouth suddenly appeared. He looked incomparably beastly. Wei Wei Bai's body trembled, but the fear in her eyes was suddenly replaced by clear determination. She suddenly reached out and stabbed him in the chest. It was as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, so his movements were fast and accurate. The silver cross in her hand was worn by the original owner. It might be an ornament, but Wei Wei Bai used it as a weapon. The gentleness on Arthur's sickly pale face disappeared. His eyes turned completely red, and a violent distortion appeared in his eyes. Vampires were not afraid of sunlight, so her actions did not cause any harm to him. However, he was thoroughly enraged. A lowly human would not crawl under his feet to survive. He actually dared to run away. He was going to participate in the Sacred Blood Conference on his mount. As a result, he sensed that his blood servant had shown a strong desire to escape. Without hesitation, he turned around and gave chase. It was rare for him to find a human whose blood could enter his mouth. Moreover, in these few months, the Sacred Blood Conference would decide who the next leader of the vampires would be. Their 13 elders were all eyeing this position covetously. Therefore, he needed this human's blood to replenish his strength. When he chased after her, he even wondered if he had sensed wrongly. Chapter 899. Wei Wei Bai felt that there was something wrong with the image of a little white flower. Perhaps she should have adopted the image of a tyrant flower. When she was stepped on by Arthur to eat dirt, she finally fainted. When she woke up again, she heard people talking. "So this is the blood servant. I heard that Prince Arthur rejected the Holy Blood Conference just to capture her. She doesn't look like anything special. Is it the smell of her blood? The blood that the prince likes must be more delicious. The escaping blood servant needs to be punished. When she wakes up, if the prince doesn't protect her, then start punishing her, he." A bunch of women's voices rang out. They buzzed like thousands of flies. Wei Wei Bai was annoyed. She had to conquer and deal with perverts at the same time. Her body was still losing too much blood. Couldn't she just have a good sleep? She had always had a low tolerance for targets that were not part of her strategy. Wei Wei Bai suddenly opened her eyes and saw that she was lying on a huge bed. There were hazy gauze curtains hanging around her. She tore open the curtains and saw a bunch of women wearing Rococo-style dresses laughing and talking. "What the hell is this?" The system said, "Your maid." By Wei Wei. "Fuck, I actually have a maid, this thing." The system said, "Because you're the prince's blood servant, there will be human noble women serving you as your maids." Wei Wei Bai said, "They don't come with good intentions." These women did not look like they were here to serve her. They looked more like they were here to trip her up. She looked pale and cute as she poked her head out from behind the gauze curtains. The women looked over and were stunned, because Bai Weiwei was too cute and fair, and her eyes were also very special round-shaped cat eyes. For a moment, none of the women said anything. Weiwei Bai frowned. "Who are you?" As soon as she spoke, the women knelt down and saluted her. Their attitude was a little careless. "Miss, we are here to serve you." Weiwei Bai looked at them warily. Her fingers gripped the gauze curtain tightly. She seemed very nervous. The disdain in the eyes of those human maids increased. One of the maids walked over. "Because you ran away, you need to be punished before His Majesty the Prince forgives you." Weiwei Bai sneered. "Why should I accept punishment? What kind of thing is a blood servant? I don't admit to it at all. What you're doing is imprisoning, kidnapping, and torturing. According to the law, you should be imprisoned and sentenced." As soon as this sentence came out, the women at the scene were silent for a moment, and then they laughed together. To think that there are still humans who can say such things. How laughable! As the blood servant of a noble prince, you should be proud. Being a blood servant is such a glorious thing. Your parents will be happy for you. You really don't know what's good for you. There must be something wrong with your head. You should start receiving your punishment. Wei Wei Bai, on the other hand, had a cold expression on her face. Her face was extremely tense as she asked doubtfully, "Aren't you humans? How can you be so willing to be oppressed by vampires and still be proud of it?" These were even more outrageous words. This world was controlled by vampires. One of the human maids finally couldn't take it anymore. She rushed over and pulled the weak Wei Wei Bai off the bed. She was high above, fanning herself as she coldly looked at her. "What are you thinking in that head of yours? How can a lowly human like us insult a noble blood clan?" Chapter 900. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. Although her character was a strong and unyielding little cutie who would never admit defeat, every word he said was pretentious and courting death. But these people in front of her were probably humans. Why did she feel that the humans in this world had been thoroughly brainwashed by vampires? She couldn't help but ask the system, "Can we change the main mission? I feel that something as trivial as conquering a vampire's love is nothing compared to the great cause of human liberation." Humans have been brainwashed to such an extent. As a human, she really wanted to sigh. The system said, "Sigh, why do you always want to die like this? Isn't it good to admit that vampires are noble and beautiful, and that you lowly humans are not worthy of them?" Wei Wei Bai was shocked. "Are you possessed by vampires?" The system said, "No, it's just that I suddenly saw a side mission and couldn't bear to give it to you." Wei Wei Bai said, "Side mission? How crazy can it be? I'm used to it. Don't underestimate my tolerance." The system said, "Just a reminder, this side mission was suggested by you to the main system." It finished speaking. The system beep sounded, followed by an impassioned background music. It was the kind of music that could automatically elevate one's level and kill the enemy with a broadsword. In the background music, the system's calm, automatic beep sounded excited. Humans will never be slaves. The host is willing to use her own flesh and blood to fight against the dirty vampire army. It's inspiring. Wei Wei Bai, I feel like I'm going to die. I feel like the side mission is definitely, fuck it. Please complete the mission of resisting vampires and destroying the vampiric empire with all your might. Ding, the resisting vampires side mission has been activated. Go, young girl, your glorious road of blood has been opened. Humans are noble. Vampires will one day be a dish on our table. This mission had just been issued. A red blood bar appeared above Wei Wei Bai's head. Side mission failed. Spin 100 times on the spot and self-destruct along with the system. Wei Wei Bai, what kind of punishment was self-destructing on the spot? Was this a punishment for her cheap mouth? Wei Wei Bai, system, I was wrong. Vampires, no, the noble blood clan is the leader of all things. They're the strongest in the universe. Humans are Chinibu and weak. They deserve to be inferior. Hurry up and tell the main system that I'm afraid of death and can't take on the task of being humanity's savior. She couldn't bear this task. How could a weak and pitiful girl like her bear such a heavy task? The system said, "Don't talk to me. I'll go quietly. 6 months later, we'll definitely self-destruct together. So let me go and have some fun." Wei Wei Bai said, "This mission is too big and too unreasonable. How am I supposed to fight against the entire vampiric empire by myself? Are you trying to kill me?" The system said, "Actually, you don't have to succeed. You just have to hold on until your HP bar turns green." Wei Wei Bai, turn green? The system replied, "It means that if you keep resisting and causing the vampires to suffer losses, your health bar will turn green. Once you've caused enough damage to the vampires, your health bar will turn completely green." After all, Wei Wei Bai was a host who didn't have many cheats. To fight against the entire vampiric empire, the main system wouldn't go to that extent. After Wei Wei Bai heard this, she was in a daze and thought for a while. It really didn't seem that difficult, as if this was a strategy that couldn't let her have a comfortable time. So she had to go to hell mode to die. Wei Wei Bai's face paled. The maids thought that they had scared her, so they couldn't help but laugh and say, "Miss, get up. Your punishment time is up." / Download the at https://m Sashu. Com button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 901. After saying that, two maids rushed over and lifted her up. In this world, her body was petite and cute, so she was easily dragged away. Wei Wei Bai was still thinking about how to make her health bar turn green, but he was already being pushed forward by someone. It was noon when the sun was at its best. After leaving the door, Wei Wei Bai found that there were many people outside. It seemed to be a very lively street. Then a maid said to everyone in a loud voice, "This person disobeyed the orders of His Highness the Prince. His Highness is merciful and will reduce the death sentence to oral punishment." Oral punishment, a strange punishment method. Then Wei Wei Bai saw the so-called oral punishment. Bitch, as a human, you actually dared to disobey the honorable prince. You are a disgrace to us humans. Wei Wei Bai, shocking. This person is so shameless. She doesn't even have self-respect. Why is she kneeling and licking the vampires? How disgusting. How can there be such a person among us humans? Hurry up and die. Wei Wei Bai. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't itch. She had died so many times that she was calm. Ugly freak. A woman with a rotten face like yours should immediately kill herself. How can you disobey our honorable prince? Wei Wei Bai. Ugly freak. Ugly freak. Who said she was ugly? Stand up and use your face to compare. Don't be a coward. Her eyes suddenly widened. Her brown eyes were full of gloomy, murderous intent as she looked at the crowd. The sunlight just happened to fall into her clear eyes. They were lively and lively without any dispirited expression. She straightened her back. Every step she took was very stable. There was no trace of sadness or embarrassment on her face for being scolded. It seemed that these scoldings couldn't hurt her at all. Her long, curly hair fell to her waist. On her fair face, her delicate lips were tightly pursed. She was even arrogant, as if she didn't care about those who scolded her. Wei Wei Bai suddenly said coldly, "A bunch of cowards who only know how to bow and scrape before vampires. After kneeling for so long, your knees are broken. You can't even get up. You can only squirm on the ground like maggots. You guys disgust me." The HP bar above his head suddenly turned a little green. Wei Wei Bai suddenly realized something, and her tone became heavier. As humans, you are willing to be slaves. Flattering and lowly. There are so many of us, but we are ruled by vampires who are only 1/10 of our number. How embarrassing. As soon as this sentence came out, the crowd fell silent at once. This silence was even fearful, because if he said that, it was very likely that he would be killed. Everyone looked at Wei Wei Bai as if they were looking at a dead person. Wei Wei Bai saw that the HP bar above her head had turned a little green. She suddenly realized that the so-called resistance against the vampires was actually just using words to resist. She had thought that she would have to recruit people and spend her days thinking about how to make a vampire turn green. The system reminded her, the male lead is on a tower not far away. His eyesight is very good. He can see you and hear your words, which is why his HP bar is green. After Wei Wei Bai heard the system's words, she naturally raised her head and struck a beautiful pose. She sneered, her eyes full of disdain, and swept across the tower. Then she turned around and walked into the crowd without hesitation. She didn't even need the maid behind her to push her. On the tower, a pale and slender hand crushed the edge of the tower's bricks. The cold wind blew, and the long silver hair fluttered, shining beautifully under the sun. Chapter 902. Arthur lowered his head and saw her carrying him as she walked towards the crowd. He grinned coldly, revealing his snow-white teeth. He originally wanted to let her get the punishment she deserved. However, her reaction was very interesting. Humans were all cowardly creatures that sought approval. Being disdained and insulted by their own companions should be very sad and miserable. Instead, she was like a victor teaching everyone a lesson. When she scolded this group of vampires, the holy light on her face was simply too clean and beautiful. Too clean. Arthur couldn't help but swallow his dry throat. He really wanted to tear her apart and let her bright red and sweet blood flow all over the ground. Then he would slowly step on it. It would definitely be delicious. But when he thought about tearing this little prey apart, he couldn't find another one. Even if he found one, it would definitely not be as interesting as this one. For the first time, a strange sense of anxiety appeared in his heart. Arthur lowered his thick eyelashes, and a thick shadow covered the red in his eyes. His voice was soft and cold. It seems that verbal torture is not enough. Then, let's begin the real punishment. This sentence became an order and was passed down. Then, Wei Bai felt that something was wrong with the crowd. All kinds of cold, evil, and twisted emotions flashed in those people's eyes. Wei Bai knew in the next moment why the atmosphere of the crowd changed. An egg hit her. Wei Bai took a few steps back, and her body was hit by a rock. She groaned. The order was given. It said that if you don't kill her, you could do anything. These words spread in the crowd. Jealous women ran over and wanted to tear off Wei Bai's beautiful long hair. Wei Bai immediately turned and ran. A lustful light flashed in the men's eyes. As long as they didn't kill her, it was fine. In other words, they could do anything to her. During the punishment, the crowd who acted as the punisher was not guilty. This made the malice of human nature begin to expand. Wei Bai moved very quickly and dodged the attacks of a few women. She finally knew that second-year syndrome was contagious. Just like rabies, there was a pile behind her. The streets were bustling with activity and many things. Wei Bai displayed the skills she had learned from watching Hong Kong films for many years. She knocked down everything she saw and threw chairs at them. He threw whatever he saw as he drilled into the alley. It seemed that Arthur was right. He really did want to force her to kneel down and lick his feet. If the entire city attacked her, it was possible that she would be beaten to death. She didn't expect the male lead of this world to have so much power. Humans were indeed brainwashed into slaves. Suddenly, a stone hit her on the head. Wei Bai's mind went blank for a moment. Blood flowed down from her forehead. She covered her head, frowned, and cursed under her breath. Just as she was about to run, she was tripped by someone. Wei Bai fell heavily to the ground. She sucked in a breath of cold air. Her knees and elbows were bleeding, and she lay on the ground. A man had already rushed over and grabbed her long hair. "You're not bad-looking. You've offended a high-ranking blood clan noble. Killing you is a light punishment." A few men followed and surrounded him. The women on the outside looked at her with evil smiles. Wei Bai really wasn't possessed by a Chinibyu, but at this moment, she really felt that human nature was evil. And as long as she followed the crowd's heart, even if she killed someone, she wouldn't feel guilty. Wei Bai couldn't help but say to the system, "Sai, in this world, only I am the purest, kindest, and most determined little sunshine sweetheart." Chapter 903. Look at this group of people, how ugly. System. To set up the character setting, the host has been possessed. Wei Bai spat. "You are not fit to be human, vampires' lackeys." The men's faces immediately turned ugly. Suddenly, a hand began to tear Wei Bai's clothes. Her collar was pulled open. Wei Bai gritted her teeth and suddenly grabbed the stone that was thrown at her and ruthlessly threw it at the man who was violently attacking her. Then she got up and ran forward in a sorry state. But there were people everywhere, tearing, beating, chasing crazily, making her struggle until she was on the verge of death. But she did not give in at all, even when faced with the attacks of so many people. Her body was dirty and her head was bleeding. She still did not beg for mercy, nor did she make a sound. Her footsteps slowed down, and her body became heavier and heavier. Even her eyes were filled with despair. The man standing at the top of the tower had a calm expression on his face, but his expression darkened. The anxiety in Arthur's heart continued to expand, begging for mercy, crying, to the point of showing the most unbearable side of her. Why was there nothing? He went from being indifferent at the beginning to now staring at the traces of the little prey. She was really smart. So many people surrounded her in such a strange place. She actually knew how to use the complicated terrain to escape. If it wasn't for the fact that to punish her, Sunset City would have been closed. Who knows? She might really run away. Arthur lowered his head and saw that she was actually hiding under a dry well at the entrance of an alley. Her face was covered in blood, but but it did not detract from the brilliance of her beautiful cat eyes. He saw her calmly binding her ankle with a piece of cloth. It seemed to be the foot that was twisted. She lowered her head, but she did not cry dejectedly. Instead, she hid herself deeper and looked at the well vigilantly. She even held a wooden stick, as if she wanted to perish together with those who hurt her. Arthur suddenly couldn't remember her flattery on the first day when they met. No, it was not that he couldn't remember, but when he thought about it, he even felt that it was rare to see her flattering, because ever since she failed to escape, she did not curry favor with him at all. Instead, she staked everything on one throw and risked her life to leave him. This was her true face, a human who hated vampires. There weren't many of these kinds of humans, but they weren't few either. However, there were almost none who dared to be so brazen. Arthur's handsome face, which was as cold as ice, was somewhat distorted, revealing a murderous smile. He said softly, "Pull her out of the well. A bug should behave like a bug. Pets were supposed to please their owners. How could he be so independent? He hated puppets, and he hated puppets that were so disobedient." Wei Wei Bai thought that she could hide for a little longer, but in the end, she was discovered and dragged out. She couldn't help but curse the system. If it wasn't for the fact that the favorability didn't change, I would have thought that the crazy dog was so disgusted that he wanted to kill me. There was nothing wrong with her character setting. However, Arthur, the target of the strategy, hated humans. Therefore, she would probably suffer a lot in the early stages when the favorability did not increase. After Wei Wei Bai was dragged out, she was dizzy and on the verge of fainting. However, she was still lying on the ground with her head raised. Her eyes were fixed on these people. The calmness and determination in her eyes even scared some of them away. "Bitch, what are you looking at? You're just a slut who offended the prince, and you still don't know your mistake." A man rushed over, the iron rod in his hand raised high, and the rod came crashing down. Wei Wei Bai would be paralyzed even if she didn't die. /save button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 904. All of a sudden, a finger as pale as a bone grabbed the iron rod. The man holding the iron rod was instantly flung away. All the humans took a deep breath. When they saw who it was, they immediately knelt down and kowtowed humbly, not daring to make sound. It was like a completely different person from the previous, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. This was a human, bullying the weak and kneeling in front of the strong. Wei Wei Bai's blood-stained eyelashes trembled. Her fingers dug into the ground as she breathed heavily and looked up at him. He stood elegantly in front of her, a faint smile on his cold and handsome face. "Are you begging for mercy? Little darling." Wei Wei Bai trembled, biting her lips and not making a sound. Arthur stretched out his leg and stepped on her hand. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but cry out in pain. She curled up into a ball, looking indescribably pitiful. Arthur cruelly asked again, "Beg for mercy." Wei Wei Bai didn't make a sound. He was clearly so strong and calm. She was battered and exhausted, weak and petty. But her attitude didn't satisfy him, because her eyes didn't yield to him at all. Arthur laughed coldly. "Look around you. Those who bullied you are all humans. If you're like them, you don't need to be bullied and can bully others." Then he saw his little prey, and his expression changed. Her eyes seemed to be struggling, and her eyelashes trembled even more. The anxiety in Arthur's heart disappeared a little. He tempted, "Beg for mercy. I will forgive you. You are the most valuable human here. You can kill all those who bullied you." Wei Wei Bai suddenly looked up, anger flashing in her eyes. Her voice was almost broken. "Do you think you can control everyone's fate just because you're a high and mighty member of the Blood Clan?" Arthur's face darkened, and he stomped his foot. Wei Wei Bai screamed. His voice was so soft that it made people's scalps numb. "I don't know if I can control everyone, but at least I can control your fate." Wei Wei Bai sneered. With her face covered in blood, she was incredibly stubborn. Arthur smelled the sweet scent of blood in the air, which made him start to feel impulsive. Suddenly, a weak hand grabbed onto his trousers. He was overjoyed. She was going to give in. But in the next moment, he heard her hoarse and cold voice. "You can't. You can kill me, but you can't make me obey you. My soul is not yours." The system expressed that this kind of shameful Chinibu line was extremely awkward. Would there really be people who would gain favorable impression points after hearing such words? Ding! The male lead's favorability is -20. Wei Wei Bai's expression did not change. Her face could be disfigured, but her character could not be messed up. If one were to say that it was a beautiful little white flower facing the sun, it would be so white that it would be crazy, so white that it would explode, so white that it would be like the Virgin Mary Sue. Her face glowed with unimaginable beauty. Even if humans have an ugly side, they are mostly kind and beautiful. Her voice was so firm. It was as if this was her religion. Not everyone is willing to submit to you invaders. Not everyone. Her eyes glowed brighter and clearer than the afternoon sun. Arthur's breathing stopped. He looked down at her, his body tense. An impulse crazily surged up from his back. It was excitement. It was a terrifying desire. He finally knew why he was not interested in any creature. Because he wanted something perfect, something pure. And today he had found it. Wei Wei Bai completely ignited the passion that had been sealed in his body for 100 years. It made his false calmness completely collapse. He wanted to conquer her. This was what his genetic hunting instinct was telling him. Arthur slowly bent down like an elegant gentleman, but his next action was frighteningly violent. He grabbed her long hair, forcing her to look up. He knelt down on one knee, lowering his head to kiss her bloody lips. Her bloody lips that were filled with gravel were so delicious that it made his pupils contract. He left her lips. His beautiful eyes narrowed, like a viper's, gorgeous and cold. No, you are wrong. There is no kind and beautiful human. If there is, I will crush her. You will succeed in attracting my attention. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at -10. System, both the male and female leads' awkward lines were off the charts. It suddenly felt a bit of despair towards this world. // Chapter 905. Wei Wei Bai didn't feel anything about the system's despair. She just felt that a vampire who had lived for a long time still had such a pure personality. It was indeed a problem. Pure. Yes, this was the feeling she had when she observed Arthur. She found that this man was surprisingly persistent about clean things, to the point of being a little perverted. At first, she was just trying to see if her character setting was right. So, the character setting was actually a little too much. Most normal people wouldn't have this kind of reaction, but he actually ate this kind of character setting. Fuck, this guy had lived so many years in a dog's stomach. He was so full of Chinibu, but he hadn't been extinct. She opened her eyes and found herself lying in a coffin. The cold coffin, the gorgeous red velvet cushion, and the pattern of roses entwined with branches. Wei Wei Bai didn't know where to put her limbs. Then she found that the wounds from the beating, and even her sprained ankle, had healed. This coffin seemed to have a healing effect on humans. Wei Wei Bai reached out and pushed open the black lid of the coffin with difficulty. She climbed out of the coffin. It was still daytime, but all the heavy curtains in the huge castle were closed. According to the information, although the vampires in this plane were not afraid of sunlight, silver crosses, and garlic, they even breathed because they could catch the smell in the air when they breathed, and it was easier for them to catch prey. But they still came out at night and didn't like the sun. Then she saw that beside the small black coffin, it was actually a huge white coffin. It was the typical Western style of coffin. The white coffin was like a white skeleton in the dark room, shining with an unsettling luster. And on the top of the coffin, there were actually snake and bat patterns. Previously, she was busy escaping and observing the character settings set by Arthur, so she didn't pay much attention to her surroundings. In the end, she saw towering stone windows, a huge empty room, and a coffin on a blood-red carpet. It really had some of the temperament of the vampire world. But when she looked at the information, it showed that the humans outside could already travel around in cars and planes. And vampires were the mounts of all kinds of magical creatures. Good nerves, a good mix of a world. When Bai Wei Wei saw the white coffin, she carefully stepped barefoot across the red carpet and walked over. She found that the coffin was very quiet, and the vampire inside seemed to be asleep. She heaved a sigh of relief. In the silent room, this low gasp was very obvious. The man in the white coffin suddenly opened his eyes. A deep red color appeared in the depths of his pupils. This kind of red was abnormal. Years of hunger caused him to fall into a terrifying predatory state. He always used deep sleep to counteract this hunting instinct. He hadn't slept for 3 days. Yesterday, it was to punish the blood servant. But today it was woke up. Bai Weiwei didn't realize what she had woken up. She bit her lip and looked at the door helplessly. She couldn't push open this heavy, terrifying, and gorgeous door. What kind of weird door was this? Why was it so heavy? She reached out, tried to push, and tried to pull. His hands were numb, and he couldn't move them at all. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her back, as if she was being watched. She didn't even hear the sound of the coffin opening. An incomparably pale hand suddenly appeared on her shoulder. /download. Chapter 906. The humans stood at the back obediently, bowing their heads and not daring to speak. Most of the vampire servants did not dare to speak either. The woman standing at the front was wearing a gorgeous rococo dress. She had long blonde hair and beautiful red eyes. She bowed and opened her fan. "Your Highness, do you want to have a blood feast? Why did you suddenly call us here?" She was the castle's housekeeper, Countess Liz. Arthur ignored her and used a fork to fork a piece of cut beef. "Eat." His tone was like feeding a pet, casual but with a hint of undetectable affection. Bai Weiwei frowned. The smell of blood at the tip of her nose made her very uncomfortable. She suddenly waved her hand and hit his cold and pale fingers. The bloody piece of beef flew out. Arthur's face turned cold. He narrowed his red eyes and broke the fork in his hand. He reached out and pinched her chin, forcing her to look up at him. The young girl's face was warm. The beautiful color of blood was very obvious on her cute face. But her eyes did not have the slightest longing for the blood breeds. There was even a trace of vanity and pride. Becoming the prince's blood servant. What a glorious thing. But she was disgusted. Her clear eyes were like a pool of water. One could see the bottom with one look. Maybe with lust, her eyes were not beautiful anymore. Arthur's heart suddenly relaxed and could not help but forgive her disrespect. "You don't like meat? Then drink some soup." Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased by 2. Weiwei Bai said, "There's actually a market for this kind of pretentious and outdated little white flower mistress who only knows how to go against you." "I'm so touched." The system said, "Male leads are always different." Weiwei Bai said, "I'm not talking to you." Scram. She wanted to cut ties with this retarded system. The system silently retreated to the corner, biting on its handkerchief and crying. It was despised by the host. But Liz, the housekeeper, looked at Weiwei Bai coldly. The disgust in her eyes was obvious. Weiwei Bai, of course, felt the disgust. She was a little excited. The supporting female lead who was going against her was simply a rare animal. It had been a long time since she had seen one, before she could think of how to make use of this supporting female lead. Liz's expression suddenly changed. She fell down heavily and curled up, screaming in pain. "Weiwei Bai, ? Rise screamed. "Your Highness, I was wrong. I was wrong, please spare me." Arthur was indifferent. He even smiled. "Where did you go wrong?" Liz crawled up from the ground in fear and knelt down. Her face twisted in fear, she said, "I shouldn't have put your blood servant in your room without permission." The absolute suppression of the vampires. For a prince to kill a count. Even the slightest bit of killing intent was enough to make her feel a tearing pain that was worse than death. She was completely suppressed by Arthur. Arthur, on the other hand, acted as if he had done nothing. His posture was elegant and relaxed, and his fingers gently stroked Weiwei Bai's hair. It was as if he was stroking a pet that he loved. "Since you know you're wrong, why aren't you crawling over?" Liz didn't dare to disobey and immediately crawled over to the table. She lowered her head and revealed an ugly smile. "Your Highness, I promise I won't make such a low-level mistake next time. Please forgive Liz this time." She was ingratiating and humble. Compared to the arrogant person who had just entered, she was like a completely different person. Arthur's voice was gentle, but it made people feel numb with coldness. "Kiss my feet." Liz was stunned. Then she lowered her head and impatiently licked Arthur's feet. "Arthur, Who said you could lick my feet? Download the at https://m Sashu. Com button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 907. A vampire's body could be said to be impenetrable. She almost bit off her teeth, but she did not even leave a mark on his body. So Wei Wei Bai bit and fell asleep. It could not be helped. The consequence of excessive blood loss was that the body was especially tired. When she woke up, it was daytime. This time, she was not lying in the coffin but sleeping on the bed. The human maid immediately came over, respectfully and obediently combed her hair and changed her clothes. Then, they served her human food. Wei Wei Bai was hungry, and the food was too delicious, so she ate while pretending to be tasteless. This conflicted look made it seem like she was eating in pain. Others did not dare to have any disrespectful thoughts towards her. A blood servant who could survive in Prince Arthur's room, and who could make Countess Liz kneel down and kiss her feet. This kind of status of a blood servant was not something they could be jealous of. After Wei Wei Bai finished eating, she calmly asked for a book. She also had to study in this world, and she was still a student in an aristocratic school. She would graduate next year. Wei Wei Bai began to read and write a thesis. The thesis was on the effective way to deal with cruel vampires. She finally understood Arthur's character. It was one thing to be a Chinibu, but he preferred people who could constantly go against him. Maybe it was because the vampire years were too boring, so he developed this kind of ghost behavior that constantly pursued excitement. Wei Wei Bai was very calm and boldly continued to provoke him. In fact, she dared to do so because of her blood. After all, an anorexic vampire boss suddenly caught a prey that could only provide high-quality, delicious blood. To put herself in his shoes, if it was a human anorexic, when they were starving to death, a food suddenly appeared that they could eat and find delicious. That kind of food was the savior of the human race. That was why Arthur did not want to kill her for the time being, so she could be so lively and offend him. By Wei Wei's side, so many planes, the one who needs the most abuse is the target. The system hesitated whether to say anything. Wei Wei Bai seemed to know what the system was thinking. Shut up. The system, which was despised by the host, suddenly felt very sad. It decided to eat a lot to relieve its sadness. It pulled out the shopping cart. System popcorn, system dried mango, and rose biscuits. When Wei Wei Bai finished reading the book, she had just started writing her thesis. During dinner, someone suddenly asked for an audience. It was a human, and someone that the original owner knew because Arthur was still asleep. The maid didn't dare to make a decision, but she also didn't dare to offend Wei Wei Bai, who was favored. Therefore, she had no choice but to inform Wei Wei Bai that someone had told her that something had happened to her younger brother. Wei Wei Bai said in surprise, "My little brother?" She recalled the original owner's information. She did have a younger brother. Gambling was his second nature, and his personality was extremely bad. The original owner was able to go to an elite school, not because of her family's wealth, but because the original owner had excellent grades. He was always the first in his year and looked down on all the other students. This also allowed the elite school to waive her tuition fees, accommodation, and meals. However, she had lost both her parents. His family was poor and only had a deadbeat younger brother who drank and gambled every day. If this kind of younger brother came to find his older sister, it definitely wouldn't be a good thing. Wei Wei Bai sighed. This family background really was a must-have for a little white flower. Then she thought about it and calculated the time that Arthur would wake up. She felt that it was just enough time for her to do something. Although going against him did make Arthur feel excited and curious, he didn't know what to do. Chapter 908. But life had to be adjusted. Stimulation was the main thing, and flirting was the secondary. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips, blinked, and adjusted her state of mind. Panic immediately appeared in her eyes. Then she got up and hurried out. The maid followed behind her. "Miss, where are you going? You can't leave." Steward Liz was punished and was confined in the dungeon. So the rest of the maids didn't dare to do anything to Wei Wei Bai. After all, Arthur's attitude towards her was too special. Everyone was afraid of ending up like Liz, so their attitude towards her was trembling with fear. Wei Wei Bai frowned and said coldly, "Don't follow me, and I'm a free person. It's your business if you want to be a vampire, a slave, or a servant, but I don't care." This was a suicidal line. She would definitely offend people. The maids' eyes immediately changed, and their faces darkened. If it weren't for Wei Wei Bai's identity, they would have torn her apart. Bai Weiwei expressed that this pure and strong little white flower persona should have said such words that deserved a beating. Then she ran out of the castle without hesitation. The maids looked at each other, not knowing if they should stop her. After all, they were new human maids, and they were only here to serve Wei Wei Bai. And in less than 2 days, they were scared out of their wits by Liz's fate. They had never seen a blood servant who was so unlike a blood servant. Wei Wei Bai didn't think that she would be able to leave the castle so smoothly. She looked back, and the huge, brightly lit castle towered in the darkness. It was grand and exquisite. The system finally dared to speak carefully. The male lead woke up and is looking at you from behind the curtains. Wei Wei Bai didn't ask the system to shut up again. In fact, compared to the first time, the system was more reliable. What made her even angrier was the unreliability of the system. This time, it was a mistake, but next time, she might even lose her life. She really had lost her integrity. She still remembered the first time she transmigrated. She couldn't even bear to give up her first kiss. The panicked expression on Wei Wei Bai's face became even more obvious. She didn't look back. With her back to the huge window upstairs, she fled the castle without hesitation. It was as if the castle was filled with evil spirits, making her want to disappear immediately. Above the castle, beside the largest window, a pale hand rested on the windowsill. Because he had rested and had enough blood in his body, his pupils had turned into a beautiful black color. That pair of black eyes was staring at the fleeing little figure. Chi, half of Arthur's face was hidden in the shadows. The smile on his face was cold and evil. A small bat flew to his shoulder. He instructed softly, "Follow this naughty little prey." The bat immediately flew out. Arthur turned around and walked into the room. It was enough to let the bats chase after a human. It was not enough for him to go out personally. He walked into the room and saw a small black coffin beside the white coffin. He stopped in his tracks. This coffin should have been thrown out, but he had actually forgotten to give the order. Arthur casually extended his finger and touched his cold face. "Forget it. I'll just keep it." After all, this coffin would remind him of that ecstasy. The pleasure he had never experienced was like a landslide or a tsunami. No wonder so many vampires would fall for this kind of thing. Arthur narrowed his deep and cold black eyes dangerously. When would he catch his little prey again? When the time came, he would taste her delicious blood and possess her. That would definitely be an extremely gorgeous banquet. When Arthur thought of this, he couldn't wait. He felt the direction in which she fled. The blood in her body was wrapped around his mark. It was useless even if she ran to the end of the world. / for convenience next time, you can click on the button below to record this reading record. Chapter 909. She didn't want to catch him personally. Arthur returned to the window. He casually stepped out of the window, and a giant bat rushed out to catch his feet. Then it carried him into the dark night. Wei Wei Bai saw this familiar scene, this familiar line, and this familiar tacky bully. She was speechless for a moment. "Your brother owes us 100,000 gold coins. If he doesn't pay up today, we'll take his life," the bully said with a cold smile. Her brother, on the other hand, was crying and kneeling on the ground, saying, "Sister, you're a student of an aristocratic school. You must know a lot of rich people. You can definitely borrow money to save me. This scumbag of a brother. And this plane has taxis, trains, and planes. Why is the currency not RMB, but gold coins?" Wei Wei Bai said with pity. "What's the use of killing him? He can't pay up. Why don't you take out his kidney? It's worth at least 5,000 gold coins. His heart is worth 8,000 gold coins. His lungs, liver, whatever. While they're still fresh, you can find a good buyer and get at least tens of thousands of gold coins." The bullies looked at her in shock. The knives in their hands even trembled and they stuttered. "That's scary." The brother's face was also pale. He looked at Wei Wei Bai in shock. The bully and the brother had the same look in their eyes. It was like looking at a demon. Wei Wei Bai suddenly laughed innocently. I'm just kidding, huh? Bully and brother. Damn it, we can't laugh at all. She said it like it was real. The system was calm as the wind. The male lead is coming. Wei Wei Bai's face changed immediately. Her smile disappeared and her eyes reddened. She rushed over, squatted down, and hugged her scumbag brother, who was kneeling. Don't hurt my brother. I'll pay you back. Don't hit him. The bullies held their knives and were dumbfounded. The fight hasn't even started yet. Wei Wei Bai trembled, but her eyes stubbornly looked at the bullies. How can you treat him like this? He's just an immature child. Brother, I'm an adult. Bully, godlike child. There will be retribution for treating my little brother like this. Wei Wei Bai got up, pulled her brother, and ran without hesitation. She turned around and said to her brother with a strong face, Xiao Bai, let's run. Mommy asked me to take care of you. I can't let anything happen to you. Her brother had a look of, where am I? Where am I going? Didn't he want her to pay the debt? Why did he run away? If they ran away, those debt collectors would definitely beat them to death. Only then did the bullies react. They all started cursing. That son of a bitch. He even said that his sister was rich, so he wanted to take the opportunity to escape. The evil tyrant immediately chased after him. Wei Wei Bai grabbed Brother Xiao Bai tightly as she ran left and right. The bully shouted from behind with a knife in his hand. It's only right and proper to pay one's debts. If you don't pay back what you owe, I'll chop you down on sight. If you don't pay me back, I'll hang myself in front of your house. The corners of Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. She almost laughed out loud at the last sign. She bit her lips to suppress her laughter. Her lips were about to be bitten through. After much difficulty, she finally found a dead end. It wasn't easy. She had run for a few streets before she finally found a dead end. She was so touched that she was about to cry. Looking at the dead end, Wei Wei Bai's eyes dimmed. She was in despair. Her brother finally had a chance to speak. Sister, why are you running? I owe so much money and don't pay it back. They will kill me. Wei Wei Bai's body trembled as her face turned pale. I won't let anything happen to you. /save button to record this reading. Chapter 9-10. The bully had also caught up. You can run so fast. Does your sister train in track and field at an aristocratic school? Wei Wei Bai immediately pulled her brother behind her and blocked the bully. My brother can't owe you so much money. You must be lying to him. The bully waved his knife. Your brother is a gambling addict who doesn't know that he owes so much money. He said that you have money, so hurry up and take it out. Wei Wei Bai clenched her fingers and said with a trembling voice, I don't have that much money. How can you not understand our family situation? The bully sneered. Your brother said that you've caught the eye of a vampire. Go sleep with him for a few nights. Won't you get 100,000 gold? They did not know that Wei Wei Bai had caught the eye of a prince. They only thought that she was an ordinary vampire. But as long as she was a vampire, it would be much easier to return the money. Wei Wei Bai's face turned pale as she turned to look at her brother. Xiao Bai, did you really say that to them? Her brother finally had a chance to speak, and he immediately shook off Wei Wei Bai's hand. He coldly said, Sister, why are you running away? I owe you so much money. If you've really caught the eye of a vampire, shouldn't you hurry up and climb into a vampire's bed and then give me the money? Wei Wei Bai stared at him blankly. Her face was completely pale, and under the moonlight, there was a heartbreaking sadness. Her lips trembled. Xiao Bai, do you miss me that much? I worked so hard to get first place in school. Wasn't it all so that after graduation I could have a good job so that our lives would be better? Her brother disdainfully said, How good can it be? What can you give me? A luxury car or a villa? Don't joke. A vampire should be grateful to have a chance to be on the list. Wei Wei Bai had a face of disbelief. But vampires harm us humans. Her brother waved his hand and fiercely pushed her. Don't say things that will get me killed. You're so stupid. I owe you so much money. You must know a lot of vampires in school. You're so pretty. Why don't you go and seduce one? Wei Wei Bai. This younger brother is so fresh and refined. It's really rare. She staggered back a few steps and looked at her brother in a daze. How can you say that? I want to protect you. The younger brother revealed a ferocious expression. If you want to protect me, hurry up and give me 100,000 gold coins. If I owe them so much money, They will beat me to death. Wei Wei Bai finally couldn't take it anymore. She gasped and angrily said, "How could I have 100,000 gold coins? Even if I sold myself, I wouldn't have that much." These words reminded the Slag brother. His eyes immediately lit up as he grabbed her hand and pushed her to the ground. Wei Wei Bai did not notice, and her body fell heavily to the ground. Her arm was scratched and blood flowed out. The younger brother immediately pointed at his sister excitedly. "My sister is the student with the best grades in the aristocratic school. This identity is valuable enough." The bully didn't react. The younger brother continued, "That's right, she's very pretty. I don't know how many love letters she's received since she was young." The bully finally realized something. They all looked down at Wei Wei Bai. She was helplessly lying on the ground. Her brown curly hair was scattered. Her light brown eyes were as cute and charming as a cat's eyes. She was wearing an elegant long dress. Although she was a bit embarrassed, she was so delicate and beautiful that it made people's eyes heat up. The Slag brother saw that there was hope for him to return the money. "Although I can't sell it for 100,000 gold coins, it's definitely enough to repay the interest. When I win the bet, I'll return the rest." Wei Wei Bai stared at her brother in a daze. To TXD. Chapter 911. The bully sneered. "That's good. Your sister is quite popular." Wei Wei Bai finally realized something. She struggled to get up, wanting to escape. But it was too late. The trash brother rushed over and grabbed her arm. "Sister, didn't you want to save me? If you go with these people, you'll be saving my life." Wei Wei Bai looked at him with a face of shock and disappointment. "Xiao Bai, do you know what you're saying?" The trash brother repeated without hesitation. "Sell you to repay the debt. You're so beautiful. You can live a good life after a few times." Wei Wei Bai, stop saying I'm beautiful. Although it's true, it's still embarrassing. She said to the system, "This brother is so cute. He knows how to appreciate my beauty." System, silence was not its intention. It really had nothing to say. The bully rushed over, grabbed Wei Wei Bai's arm, and dragged her away. "Okay, I'll let you go this time. Your sister can be used to repay the debt." Wei Wei Bai struggled powerlessly. She was dragged away just like that. However, her eyes were fixed on her younger brother. The pain of being betrayed by her family made her bright eyes lose their final luster. It was as if all the beauty in the world had been shattered. The bullies pushed Wei Wei Bai forward. After walking a few streets, she suddenly staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. The bully immediately said fiercely, "Hurry up and stand up. Don't play tricks, you can't run away." Wei Wei Bai lowered her head, her long hair covering her face. She thought expressionlessly, that Shinibyu still didn't come out. Looks like it wasn't exciting enough. Wei Wei Bai obediently stood up, but in the next second, she took the opportunity and rushed into the alley. Very good, this time it was a dead end. The bullies immediately blocked her, angrily pushing her against the wall. "Bitch, you still want to run? If I don't break your legs, you won't be honest?" One of the bullies wanted to stab Wei Wei Bai's leg with a knife. In the end, Wei Wei Bai did not struggle. She just stared blankly at the knife that was coming at her. She didn't even dodge. Her expression was still and lifeless, as if she had given up on everything. In the next second, the knife suddenly froze. A hand as pale as bone, slender and exquisite as a work of art, lightly grasped the knife. The blade was sharp, but it didn't leave a single mark on that hand. Under the cold moonlight, his silver hair fluttered like flowing water. Bully was stunned. In the next second, he was sent flying and crashed heavily into the wall, spitting out blood. That elegant and slender figure stood in front of Wei Wei Bai. He held a knife in his hand, and his voice was indifferent. "I heard that you have a good item. How much is it? I want to buy it." The remaining bullies saw him descend from the sky, his inhuman strength and his silver hair. Everyone immediately felt their scalps go numb. They knelt down and kowtowed. "Sir, if you want it, I'll give it to you. It won't cost a single gold coin." He was a member of the Blood Clan, and he was a noble vampire. They were just humans. How could they dare to raise their heads in front of a vampire? Arthur revealed a gentle smile, but his eyes were as cold as a demon's. "Oh, my people are actually not worth a single gold coin. You really have no taste. Those people widened their eyes in shock. Wei Wei Bai was actually a high-level vampire? They immediately knew that they were in trouble and were about to beg for mercy. But a cold snort sounded in the air. It wasn't a laugh, but the sound of a knife cutting through flesh and blood splashing. Slash. Chapter 9:12. Those bullies didn't even have time to blink. Arthur's figure was like the wind, flashing past like a phantom. In an instant, everyone's throats were slit and they died. In the dark alley, the smell of blood filled the air. Arthur threw away the knife in his hand and said with disdain, "What a disgusting stench." He turned around and said with some pride, "Look, I've killed all the people who bullied you." Wei Wei Bai sat by the wall in a daze, staring at him with eyes full of fear. At this moment, this vampire who killed people was a demon in her eyes. Arthur's heart, which had been jumping for joy, suddenly turned cold. A trace of blood appeared in his black eyes. This would happen when vampires were emotionally unstable. He slowly walked in front of her and reached out his hand to grab her chin, forcing her to look up at him. "What, are you scared? I'm taking revenge for you." Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened. The tears in her eyes suddenly fell. When it fell on the back of Arthur's hand, the scalding temperature made his fingers tremble. Then she slapped his hand away and said with clenched teeth, "You're the one who's addicted to killing. Don't use me as a reason for you to kill people. I feel disgusted." Arthur's expression froze. His cold black eyes were dyed red and suddenly turned into a furious blood-red color. His back was facing the moonlight. His delicate face was full of evil charm, like a demon in the dark night, with a chilling sharpness. Disgusting. His voice deepened, and there was a hint of evil in it. It was indescribably gorgeous. A product saying that its owner is disgusting? You're a cheap product that I can buy without spending a single gold coin. He tilted his head and smiled maliciously. Speaking of which, 100,000 gold coins is not a small amount. Your poor little brother will have his limbs cut off and fed to the dogs. His fingers greedily caressed her smooth face. Your brother is a sensible person. With your face, you can earn quite a bit of money by sleeping with the vampires a few more times. The fear in Wei Wei Bai's eyes deepened, but more than that, there was a fragile heartbreak. Her younger brother, her closest family member, he had betrayed her. Arthur had been watching her from above and saw with his own eyes how she was betrayed. He looked at the despair in her eyes with interest. The more desperate she was, the more she realized that only by being by his side could someone protect her. Isn't that right? Arthur saw the tears in her eyes finally fall unwillingly. Sparkling and translucent tears fell from her eyes drop by drop, but she was expressionless, stubbornly silent. Arthur's heart actually surged with irritation. He pursed his lips and was just about to pull her back. However, Wei Wei Bai broke free from his grip. A cold look appeared on Arthur's face. She wanted to run again, but in the next second, he was stunned. Wei Wei Bai pulled down her collar and expressionlessly took off her skirt. Under the moonlight, her naked white body was flawlessly beautiful. Arthur stood in place, and for the first time, shock appeared in his blood-red eyes. Then he looked at her as she walked step by step in front of him. Her long brown hair fell on her white back, making her look like a snow-colored fairy under the moonlight. She raised her pure white neck and said in a soft voice, "Then if I sleep with the honorable prince for a night, how many gold coins can I get?" Arthur's throat tightened, but it wasn't because of desire. Instead, it was an indescribable irritation and discomfort. Her body was trembling too much, and her eyes were filled with despair and sadness. But she gave up and put on a charming face. She really was an eyesore. Arthur suddenly took off his coat and covered her entire body. He angrily hugged her and then jumped onto the bat. He coldly said to the person in his arms, "What a disappointment. Let's go home." She quietly laid in his arms, but his chest was soaked with her tears. He had clearly bullied her to the point of despair. But he couldn't feel happy at all. Or was it because the person who bullied her wasn't him? Arthur felt her cold shivering, and he couldn't help hugging her even tighter. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 10. Chapter 9:13. Halfway through, he turned back. He didn't even have time to find clothes for her. He tore off a large piece of curtain and wrapped her tightly from head to toe. Then, he suddenly disappeared. Not even an afterimage could be seen. Liz was finally released from confinement and walked out tiredly. She saw her noble prince appear in front of her. "Give me a few human doctors as fast as you can." Liz was stunned. She found that Wei Wei Bai in his arms was silent. Arthur glanced sideways and gave her a fierce and furious look. "What are you waiting for? Get out of here." Liz was so scared that she took a few steps back and immediately turned to run. Of course, she knew why she had to catch them. Because it was the fastest. There was no need to dawdle. After the human doctors were caught, Liz saw Arthur squatting by the bed, holding Wei Wei Bai's hand and staring at her face. The doctors trembled as they walked over, even forgetting to salute. However, Arthur ignored all of this and stepped aside to let the doctor pass. This was something that would never happen in the past. Liz's lips trembled, but she didn't dare to remind the doctors that it was disrespectful to let a prince back away. The doctors checked and immediately rushed to the hospital to get the blood transfusion equipment and blood bags. One of the doctors said excessive blood loss and malnutrition caused the temperature to drop. Blood must be transfused immediately. Arthur stood aside, pursed his lips, and repeated softly, "Excessive blood loss?" The doctor immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness. Because of excessive blood loss in a short period of time, and because the patient's body is weak, she should have been in a state of not eating for a long time. That's why such a serious situation occurred." Arthur, not eating enough? And it was for a long time. There were still people who didn't eat enough in this day and age. Prince Arthur, who knew nothing about life at the bottom, was confused. His inherent beliefs were impacted. After the blood transfusion, it was already dawn. Wei Wei Bai's breathing also stabilized, and her face looked better. The sunlight shone in from the window and shone on her body, making her look warm. Arthur didn't mind the sunlight. He sat beside her, propped his chin on his hand, and squinted at her. When her eyelashes trembled, her tense heart suddenly relaxed. Then, he saw her open her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with light and incomparably bright. She seemed to be puzzled as she looked up. Suddenly, she thought of something and turned to look at him. Arthur sat up straight, his movements deliberately elegant. He said condescendingly, "You're awake. Why didn't you tell me that you lost a lot of blood? I could have sucked your blood later." Was he that scary? It was very painful for humans to lose too much blood, but she stubbornly endured it without making a sound. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't take it last night, and he had done it with her, she would have been tormented to death. Wei Wei Bai looked at him strangely. Her lips moved, and her voice was a little hoarse. "Were you the one who took care of me last night?" Arthur crossed his arms and put them under his chin. He nodded. "Why? Are you touched? I've been guarding you all night." Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but smile mockingly. Arthur thought that she was going to scold him again, but she suddenly said softly, "Thank you." Arthur paused for a while before blinking, as if he was suspecting that he had heard something unbelievable. "Thank you." He could not believe that he would hear such a sentence from his little prey. He thought that she was going to resist to the end. After Wei Wei Bai said this, she turned her face and didn't look at him anymore. Chapter 9:14. Suddenly, a hand gently caressed her face. "What? Isn't it too simple to say thank you? If you really want to thank me, you should at least do something." Wei Wei Bai angrily glared at him. "What do you want? My blood is valuable, so you can keep sucking it." Arthur lowered his head and moved closer to her, speaking in an incomparably deep voice. "Give me a kiss as a thank you gift." Wei Wei Bai's fingers tightly gripped the sheets. "You really are shameless." Arthur was only teasing her. He would rather see her this angry than see her coldly lying down. He gave an indifferent smile and was about to leave. A warm kiss lightly fell onto his cheek. Arthur's movements stopped as if he couldn't react. After Wei Wei Bai finished kissing him, she laid back down and no longer paid attention to him. Arthur was sluggish for a few seconds before returning to normal. He calmly said, "I heard that you haven't eaten enough for a long time. From today onwards, I will watch your diet, starting from now." After saying this, he turned around and ordered the maid to bring in food. After everything was done, he was stunned in place. His fingers couldn't help gently touching his cheek that was kissed. His chest seemed to have been hit by something. He touched his chest in confusion. It was a bit stuffy, but it wasn't uncomfortable. What was going on? He turned around and met her eyes that were secretly looking at him. She was surprised and immediately turned her head away, pretending that she wasn't looking at him. Arthur's eyes lit up, and his lips couldn't help curling into a smile. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 20. Arthur brought over some soft food that was easy to eat and walked to the side of the bed. Then he personally picked up the spoon, scooped up some, and brought it to her mouth. Come, eat something. He didn't seem to think that there was anything wrong with his appearance. Wei Wei Bai strangely looked at him. She reached out, wanting to take the spoon in his hand. Arthur calmly moved his fingers away, not letting her touch it. Then he stubbornly brought the food to her mouth. Eat. Wei Wei Bai stared at him for a while before finally bowing her head and swallowing the food in the spoon. The way she ate was very quiet and unhurried. It was Arthur's first time feeding someone, and he actually felt pleasure. He had never experienced such a feeling before. Seeing that she was almost done eating, Arthur said calmly, I've already captured your brother and locked him up in the dungeon. Do you plan to sell him to a vampire as a slave, or torture him to death? Wei Wei Bai froze and looked at him in disbelief. Why did you capture my younger brother? Arthur picked up a strawberry and brought it to her lips. Here, eat. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and did not eat. Arthur was very patient. He held the strawberry in his hand and waited. He was like an elegant gentleman waiting for the girl he liked to dress up and give him a sweet kiss. Under the light of the day, his eyes were shining brightly. There was even a soft smile on her face. Enchanting and profound. Wei Wei Bai's eyes trembled as if she couldn't stand him looking at her like that. She lowered her eyes, opened her lips, and sucked on the strawberry on his finger. Arthur's fingertip was accidentally sucked on by her. The moist and warm contact made Arthur's eyes darken a lot, and there was even a hint of blood. He lowered his eyes to hide the beastly look in them. His little prey's body was too weak now. Moreover, being so dishonest was also a problem. He thought about it all night and prepared a trap for her to jump into. Wei Wei Bai ate the strawberry with an ugly expression, but before she could open her mouth, he handed over another strawberry with a gentle expression, but his actions were domineering. Eat it. Chapter 9:15. Wei Wei Bai took a few deep breaths before biting the strawberry silently and continuing to eat. Arthur was addicted to the act of feeding her. He smiled and continued to take the strawberry. However, this time, before he could reach her lips, her hand was already tightly gripping his wrist. What are you going to do to my brother? She glared at him angrily. She no longer listened to him obediently, but directly questioned him. Arthur's smile deepened. What's wrong? Don't you want to take revenge on your brother who wanted to sell you? He's such a dirty and ugly person. I'll help you vent your anger and torture him to death. Isn't that good? Wei Wei Bai's face showed a struggle. Arthur continued to pressure her lightly. I heard that some bloodlings like men very much, especially torture and abuse. Wei Wei Bai's body trembled, and she grabbed his wrist even harder. He let her grab him, his voice calm and gentle. Anyway, your brother is just a burden to you. Wouldn't it be better if he died? Her information had been in his hands last night. As the best student in the aristocratic school, she had not been able to eat for a long time. It was because she had been using her food expenses to support her brother. When he saw the information, he was so angry that he tore it up one by one. Especially her brother's photo. He personally tore it up. That brother of hers had done a lot of things. Wanting to sell her to pay off his debt was just one of them. But she still took care of that ugly little brother. It was as if to her, that brother of hers was the only person she liked in this world. He was such a strong and beautiful bloodlings, and here he was. She didn't like him. She cared so much about the person who wanted to hurt her. For the first time, Arthur experienced the anger of frustration. The ridicule in his smile became obvious. Why? Can't you bear to part with him? Wei Wei Bai's face turned pale, and a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. I let him fend for himself. He owes a debt. If you let him go, you won't have a good ending. Sure enough, she still didn't want her brother to die. Arthur's tone became suppressed. Is it your wish to let him go? Wei Wei Bai said softly, although he is bad, he won't die. Let alone, He was sent to the vampires to be tortured. She didn't say this out loud. Arthur had already picked up a strawberry and licked it naturally. This action was surprisingly seductive and seductive. Then, he couldn't help but sneer. What a kind child. Even after being hurt by your younger brother, you still have to think for him. Wei Wei Bai was a little embarrassed. I'm not thinking for him. After all, he's my younger brother and my only family member. My mother asked me to take care of him before she died. Arthur finally spoke coldly, and the suppressed anger in his tone appeared. Enough. Don't talk to me about your great sibling relationship. He pressed the licked strawberry against her lips, and his tone became dangerous. Eat it. This action was somewhat insulting. Wei Wei Bai did not open her mouth. She was just about to avoid it. Arthur's words made her completely stop dodging. If you don't listen to me, I'll make your brother's life a living hell. Wei Wei Bai froze. Her eyelashes trembled a few times as she stared at him blankly. He was like a demon as he said word by word, "Be good. Eat it." Wei Wei Bai's lips moved. His fingers had already forcefully stuffed the strawberry into her mouth. She almost choked to death. Arthur grabbed her long hair and casually played with it. It's very simple if you don't want me to kill your brother. From today onwards, you have to obey me absolutely. /save button. Chapter 9:16. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were bloodshot with anger. Why? What if I don't care about my little brother? Arthur revealed a smile. If you don't care about your little brother, then I can't find a way to threaten you. After saying this, his expression became cold and cruel. Have someone go to the dungeon and chop off that dirty human's limbs and bring them here. Just as he finished speaking, his sleeve was fiercely pulled. She suppressed her fear and finally couldn't take it anymore. Don't kill him. Arthur should have been happy that the prey had walked into the trap, but he felt sullen for no reason. His tone was cold. What? Are you not going to care? I'll chop him into pieces for you to see. I promise. Arthur snorted. It's too late, I'm going to kill him. He didn't want her to care about her little brother, but he really wanted to kill him. Bai Weiwei suddenly hugged his body with both hands, snuggled into his arms, and buried her face in his neck. Her breathing was disorderly and her voice was trembling. Master, I beg you. The blood slaves respectfully called the vampire that owned them, Master. Arthur's eardrums trembled and an itchy feeling spread from the tip of his ear to his neck, reaching his entire body. He suddenly said in a soft voice, Say it again. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while before softly saying, Master. Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 25. Arthur lazily reached out and picked a rose ring. The rose-red luster gave off a gorgeous feeling under the candlelight. He sat on the chair, and Wei Wei Bai placed her hands on her knees, obediently sitting on his lap with her head down. Arthur picked up her finger and put on. Is this all you brought today? The merchants immediately brought out better gems. Sir, this is this year's newest gem design. The most expensive one is this brown earth color bracelet. Arthur saw the brown gem bracelet, took it, and put it on by Wei Wei's wrist. Also, this clothing material is the best and most expensive this year. Because the raw material is a natural deep-sea creature, it is not easy to catch. We have produced 3 bolts of cloth this year. The merchants then brought up 3 bolts of resplendent colors. They were so beautiful that they looked like they were flowing with light. Arthur said indifferently, Stay. The merchant bowed his head respectfully and flattered. Miss will definitely look good in it. Arthur smiled happily and then put a gorgeous sapphire necklace on Wei Wei Bai. There was an endless stream of merchants. Arthur purposely opened the castle gate. Let these merchants bring the best goods over. When Arthur put a little pink diamond crown on her head, Wei Wei Bai finally couldn't take it anymore. She pulled the crown off. That's enough. Am I a jewelry showcase? You've already hung so many things on me. This wasn't a character setting anymore. She was telling the truth. The jewelry bracelets and bracelets on both of her wrists weighed at least 5 kilograms in total, not to mention the necklace around her neck. Oh right, there was also a jeweled anklet on her ankle. Those who didn't know better would think that she was a jewelry box. No, it was a jewelry box. Arthur picked up a pair of aqua green ear studs, then pushed her long hair aside and put them on her. My blood slave, How can you be worse than others? I want you to wear the best clothes, wear the best jewels, use the best perfume, and serve me the best. Wei Wei Bai sighed to the system. Can the target's face evolve? One is more shameless than the other. Chapter 9:17. Wei Wei Bai suddenly thought of her scumbag sister. It had been a long time since she thought of her. She hoped that her scumbag sister could live a good life, in case she couldn't hold on until the day she came looking for her with a machete. When Arthur heard her mention her brother, his originally gentle expression suddenly turned cold. He opened the book unhurriedly, and his voice was incomparably calm. "Oh, you want to see your brother?" Wei Wei Bai nervously grabbed the blanket, and her breathing became heavier. She said in a trembling voice, "My brother, is he okay?" Arthur lowered his head, and the smile on his face became slightly sinister. "He's probably fine. If he's strong enough, he can hold on for 10 days to half a month in the dungeon. After all, there are a lot of rats and poisonous snakes there." Wei Wei Bai was shocked and immediately sat up. She looked at Arthur in panic and said, "There are poisonous snakes. Xiao Bai is most afraid of snakes." Xiao Bai, it was Xiao Bai. Arthur's fingers had already cut the book, and he coldly looked up. "You really like that brother of yours?" Wei Wei Bai's face paled, and she endured for a while before lowering her head and saying sadly, "My mom said that he's the last hope of my family. If something happens to him, my family will have no descendants." The immortal Arthur had a face of confusion. "What do you mean by no descendants?" "Wei Wei Bai, although he did something terrible to me, he is still young and will mature when he grows up. Scumbag was a little scumbag when he was young. He was an adult scumbag when he grew up. There was no such thing as a good thing that would turn for the better after he matured." Wei Wei Bai didn't even look at Arthur's gloomy face and continued to defend her brother. "Xiao Bai can be very cute sometimes, and thinks of me, and comes to school to visit me every month. The system couldn't help but say, he comes to see you because he wants to spend money. Wei Wei Bai, looking at my money is also looking at me." The system, Arthur finally couldn't take it anymore. He threw away the tattered book in his hand. He stood up, called for the maid, and ordered, "Tell the guard in the dungeon to put a few more snakes in there to eat the rats. Remember to put the poisonous ones." Wei Wei Bai was surprised at first. Then she got off the bed in a panic and immediately pulled on his sleeve. "Why did you release the snake?" Arthur turned around coldly and revealed a malicious smile. "There are too many rats in the dungeon. I just want to purify the environment of the dungeon so that your brother can live a better life." Wei Wei Bai's eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. "He's afraid of snakes. Aren't you trying to kill him by putting a snake in there?" Arthur hid his smile and pressed his hand on her shoulder expressionlessly. He lowered his head, his lips almost touching her face. Then, Wei Wei Bai heard his cold voice. "That's right. Wouldn't it be better for such an ugly person to die cleanly?" Bai Wei Wei's body stiffened, her expression shocked. She didn't care about the other party's identity as a vampire. She stretched out her hands and grabbed Arthur's collar. "You promised me to let him go as long as I obediently become your blood slave." Arthur looked at the anger rising in her eyes. The insidious anxiety in his heart appeared again. His fingernails couldn't even be controlled and suddenly grew longer. He really wanted to tear this delicate and beautiful face apart. Her expression was really an eyesore. Arthur suddenly lifted her chin, and his sharp nails almost pierced into her skin. Wei Wei Bai felt his cold, murderous aura and didn't dare to make a scene. Arthur's nails that had become hard and sharp touched her face with incomparable gentleness. He really wanted to cut off the worry and anxiety on her face. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. The is at https://m/sashu.com // to make it easier for you to read it next time. You can click on save. Chapter 9:18. He sneered and questioned, "If I was thrown into the dungeon, would you be so worried about me?" Wei Wei Bai looked at him in shock, as if she couldn't understand his words. When Arthur uttered this sentence, he was stunned for a moment before realizing how foolish his words were. Why did he care whether she was worried about him or not? And if something really happened to him, What use was there for a human like her to worry? He had always been dismissive of useless things. Before she could understand, Wei Wei Bai had already moved her eyes away with a guilty conscience. She pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment. Then she said with some uncertainty, "Yes, you are my master." These words were said without any confidence. Arthur obviously saw that Wei Wei Bai didn't mean what she said, but that irritating feeling dissipated a little. It was baffling. That was Arthur's evaluation of himself. But he still let go of her chin. He also retracted his fingernails that had grown longer. Then he suddenly turned around and said coldly, "Follow me." Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a few seconds. Then she suddenly thought of something and immediately followed him. The environment of the dungeon was particularly bad. Even if the walls were burning with bonfires, it still couldn't stop the cold and fishy smell. Wei Wei Bai had just entered the dungeon. She heard mournful cries. She was so scared that her face paled a little. Arthur sneered and then said indifferently, "What? You don't want to see your brother? It seems like you're not that worried about him." Wei Wei Bai didn't care about anything else and immediately chased after him. The cold smile on Arthur's face froze for a moment. He turned his head and quickened his pace. This dungeon has a history of 400 years. Countless traders have died here. I heard that every tile here has blood flowing through it. He introduced her maliciously. As expected, Wei Wei Bai's footsteps paused, and she gasped in fear. "That's right, a lot of people have died here. I heard that some people died so miserably that their souls haven't dispersed. They are wandering around the dungeon looking for a scapegoat." What a load of nonsense. Under his low voice, there was a kind of sinister and terrifying feeling. "Wei Wei Bai, she's afraid of the dark and ghosts," Arthur continued. "Most of those ghosts have severed heads and limbs. They cry day and night, and some even have hideous faces." Before he could finish his words, the little prey behind him had already reached out and grabbed the corner of his clothes tightly. She trembled with fear. Her fingers gripped his clothes tightly, refusing to let go. Arthur revealed a mischievous smile and then walked even faster. She deliberately circled the dungeon 3 times before walking towards her brother's cell. She was like his little tail that he couldn't shake off no matter how hard he tried. Arthur walked triumphantly to the darkest room. Then he heard the little idiot's cries for help. "Snake, snake, don't come over." He screamed so miserably. Wei Wei Bai immediately let go of his clothes and rushed to the cell door, shouting anxiously, "Xiao Bai, are you okay?" Her anxious look made her look like a perfect example of a madwoman trying to support her younger brother. Xiao Bai immediately rushed to the door, his face twisted in fear. "Sister, quickly save me. There are so many snakes here." Wei Wei Bai had a worried look, but her eyes were very cold. "Xiao Bai, sister is also very worried about you. I'm worried that you're living too well. Sister will save you. Just bear with it. Bear with it until you die." Her voice was so anxious and worried, but the way she looked at Xiao Bai revealed the opposite meaning. Even the smile on her lips wasn't a smile of worry at all, but a smile of schadenfreude. Little White understood what she was trying to say in a moment of fear. He immediately stretched out his hand, reached out through the gap of the door, and grabbed Wei Wei Bai's neck fiercely. Address of the full text: https://www. Sashu. Address of the Chapter 919. "Bitch, you just want to see me die." Wei Wei Bai grabbed his arm anxiously. "Xiao Bai, what's wrong with you? I'm here to save you." Xiao Bai saw through her true colors. "You've seduced a high-ranking vampire, so you're planning to dump me, bitch. If you want to save me, why don't you let me out now?" Wei Wei Bai couldn't make a sound at all. His hands were clutching her too tightly. The system couldn't bear to look at her. "I say, why do you have to make life difficult for a scumbag? You've already used him anyway." Wei Wei Bai looked helpless. "I have no choice. I don't have an evil female supporting lead, nor do I have an affectionate second male lead. With my weak identity as a blood slave, I can't do anything to provoke Arthur." She was also very desperate. If she wanted to shake the heart of a high-rank vampire, she would have to stir up a storm, stir up the heavens, and stir up the earth. But she only had a scumbag by her side that she could use. Using him once was not enough. Now that environmental protection was being advocated, of course waste had to be used a second time. How to use him? Her slogan was not afraid of old jokes. The older they were, the more classic they were. So the hero saving the damsel in distress joke should be repeated a few more times. Without bullies to bully, wasn't she just catching a scumbag to create a bully? Anyway, her blood was good, and the Chinibu vampire didn't want to starve, so he had to save her. As he saved her, this feeling came out. In this world, she could do whatever she wanted. The system also gave a rare decent hack. Wei Wei Bai's smile disappeared, and the mocking indifference in her eyes turned into fragile despair. Her fingers clasped the scumbag's arm, but gradually lost strength. In the end, her hand slipped, and she didn't struggle at all, letting him choke her. The light of the bonfire flickered. Under the light, she was like a fragile moth, about to stop breathing and fall to the ground at any time. Arthur was originally looking on coldly. He originally wanted to use a spell on that little idiot, to make him attack Wei Wei Bai crazily. He didn't expect that he didn't do anything. Things had happened as he had hoped. This was a lesson for Wei Wei Bai. She had always disobeyed him. If it wasn't for her unique blood, he would have killed her long ago. So, let's be even more desperate. He sneered at her. She was in so much pain that she couldn't hold on any longer and was about to fall to her knees. Arthur's fingernails grew longer again, and even his black eyes were dyed red. He frowned in dissatisfaction, somewhat disappointed at his impulsive personality. He would wait until his little prey was on her last breath before saving her. That was why she was so disappointed in that little idiot. Then, she would be loyal to him. So now was not the time to save her. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard a soft and weak cry for help. Lucen, she had already given up in despair, but she suddenly struggled with all her might. However, her body was weak to begin with, and a woman's strength could not be compared to a man's. That was why her struggle was so insignificant. Arthur looked at him coldly. If he still had the strength to struggle, then he should struggle a little longer. "Help!" she choked out in fear. Arthur held his breath. His respiratory system was used to catch the scent of his prey. The air was filled with her sweet smell, making him anxious. Even if she asked for help, he wouldn't easily save her. Who asked her to be so disobedient and insist on coming to see this dirty idiot? He didn't know his own mentality at all. It was like jealousy. Wei Wei Bai suddenly gasped for breath. Arthur! Arthur suddenly looked up, but heard her squeeze out her last breath and say, "Save me, Arthur." His mind went blank for a moment, but he found that his body had suddenly appeared behind Wei Wei Bai. Chapter 920. Arthur even had the thought of strangling her to death. His fingers curled and loosened. When did he become so calculative with a prey? Whether she had forgotten or not, it didn't matter to him at all, did it? Arthur saw the sunlight pouring in from outside and frowned as he got off the bed. Forget it. It was better to rest. The next Sacred Blood Conference was about to begin. He had to replenish his energy as much as possible so that he could deal with the upcoming experiment. Wei Wei Bai saw Arthur turn and leave. She silently despised him, took off her pants, called him Little Wei Wei, put on her pants, and left. Scumbag, be scumbag, super invincible and shameless scumbag. Arthur, who had suddenly turned and left, suddenly appeared. Wei Wei Bai's expression froze, and she almost couldn't retract the disdain on her face. Without waiting for her to say anything, Arthur had already gotten on the bed and held her tightly in his arms. Wei Wei Bai moved her lips. Arthur ordered coldly, "Sleep." He found the coffin cold and uncomfortable at all. The coffin was even open. He stood there for less than 3 seconds and immediately turned to leave. It was best to sleep with her in his arms. Wei Wei Bai, "Damn it, do you want me to sleep for 24 hours? She wanted to protest, but she looked up and opened her mouth to speak. Arthur had already pressed down with a kiss. After he finished kissing, his voice was hoarse. "If you don't want to continue what happened last night, be good." Wei Wei Bai trembled and lay in his arms obediently. Arthur immediately rubbed her hair and fell asleep with her in his arms with a satisfied expression. There was nothing wrong with the bed. It was much better than that dark and damned place in the coffin. He had also thought of carrying her into the coffin, but the coffin was custom-made for him alone. Although the two of them could lie in it, it was still not as spacious as a bed. Besides, Humans were all afraid of coffins. If she was so scared that she kept trembling, he would feel uncomfortable hugging her. Wei Wei Bai was in a daze as he hugged her. When vampires slept, their bodies were cold and hard. There was no heartbeat, and their skin was still cold. He was lying on such a soft bed, but his back was leaning against a big rock. It was really unbearable. Wei Wei Bai looked out of the window, speechlessly, and called the system. Ding! The system is dead. Would you like to revive it? Wei Wei Bai was speechless for a moment before she gritted her teeth and said, Revive your grandpa. The host agrees to revive her Sir system. Please give the system a kiss of love, and the system will immediately be revived. Wei Wei Bai said, Just die. Don't revive. It had died of sadness. Arthur noticed that his little prey had been feeling down recently. He gave her jewels, luxurious clothes, groups of servants, and the best food. She's always looked sickly. The only time he was energetic was when he read and studied. Only then did he remember that she was the best student in an aristocratic school. She must have liked to study. Arthur hesitated for a moment before he walked to her side and was about to touch her. However, he found that her body immediately stiffened. His fingers paused in the air. He hesitated for a moment before continuing to touch her shoulder as if nothing had happened. Isn't it too boring to stay in the castle all this time? Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment, not daring to answer. However, Arthur could feel her emotions. She was weak and bored. Even if he gave her a pile of jewels, she would not be happy. He could not help but say, Why don't you go back to school and take a look? He just wanted her to go back for a day trip. Wei Wei Bai misunderstood. She immediately turned around, her eyes shining brightly. You want me to go back to school? Her expectant and longing eyes made Arthur's words stop in his mouth. He was silent for a moment before he said ambiguously, It's right to say that you want to go to school. Going to school for a day also counted as going to school. Suddenly, a soft kiss landed on his cheek like a butterfly. There was no trace of coldness in her eyes. Her smile brightened. Thank you, Arthur. Going to school made her this happy? Arthur was a little stunned. He reached out and touched his face. That kiss was really light. Then, as if he was possessed, he said, If you like to go to school, then go. He could go to school until she graduated. As long as she was this happy, it was fine. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 45. Arthur suddenly frowned. Why did he care so much about whether she was happy or not? Then he saw that the joy on her face could not be suppressed. His brows relaxed again. Forget it. The blood is only delicious when the prey is happy. / Chapter 921. Wei Wei Bai packed up and went to school. There was a reason for going to school. The side mission was too powerful. She looked at the information. She knew that there were some anti-vampire humans in the school. These humans had all entered an alliance called Anti-Vampire. This name, could it be more violent and less attentive? She felt that she could get green by joining this anti-alliance. She was worried sick for the health bar above her head to turn green. Arthur had to rest and sleep during the day. Although his strength increased greatly after drinking her blood, he didn't go crazy during the day anymore. But because of habit, there was nothing special. He wouldn't wake up during the day. Wei Wei Bai carried her bag and was about to leave. Arthur suddenly pressed her shoulder with one hand and pressed her against the wall. Then he lowered his head and looked at her with some dissatisfaction. Wei Wei Bai also looked at him. The two of them looked at each other in a daze. Arthur snorted. What an ingrate. I've been so kind as to let you go to school, but you don't even show any gratitude. Then he lowered his head and asked for a deep kiss that made her blush. He kissed her until she almost collapsed. He asked someone to bring her a jewelry box and put on a beautiful sapphire bracelet and necklace for her. They were the latest and most expensive designs of the year. Wei Wei Bai's school uniform was also remade with a modified material. It looked bright and beautiful, and her long hair was combed to be especially soft and beautiful. What a cute little pet. When she first came, she was like a stray kitten. Now that he had taken care of her, it was obvious that she had an owner and was an especially expensive pet. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be a little resistant, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to go to school, so she endured it and let him put it on. Arthur held her face and said softly, Okay, it's time to let out some fresh air. Remember to come back on time. After saying that, he let go of her and turned to rest. Wei Wei Bai heaved a sigh of relief. Then she couldn't wait to run out with her bag of books. She didn't miss this damn place at all. With Arthur's keen hearing, how could he not hear her cheerful footsteps? Seriously, Arthur frowned slightly. This little blood servant really didn't know his place at all. He was full of patience and gentleness. She did not feel grateful, nor did she follow him wholeheartedly. She even had the delusion that she shouldn't be allowed to go to school because she kept running out. The aristocratic school was really all kinds of high-end, especially the food in the cafeteria, which was very much to Wei Wei Bai's liking. There are some students in this anti-alliance, and the person with the highest status in the alliance is the student council president of the aristocratic school. The system flipped through the information diligently and explained to Wei Wei Bai. It couldn't be helped. Its host finally had that first night, so it had to take up a responsibility as a system. At least let her be happy in one plane. As a system, it was also worried sick. Wei Wei Bai ate while thinking about how to join the anti-alliance. Then, from the corner of her eye, she saw the dining table not far away. That table was very lively. The president of the student union, Roth, explained some difficult topics to the students beside him while eating. He smiled gently. There was a faint halo around his short black hair. His handsome face leaned towards gentleness. He looked very much like the first love in everyone's dreams when they were young and inexperienced. Wei Wei Bai retracted her gaze and remembered this president in her plan. After she finished eating, she continued with the class and acted like a serious student. After the last class, the professor announced the end of the class. Wei Wei by then packed up her books and prepared to leave. However, just as she walked to the school gate, a group of women stopped her. They were her classmates, the female students of the aristocratic school. / Chapter 922. Wei Wei Bai looked at them expressionlessly. What? Are you going to invite me to a party for dinner? A large group of women were blocking her way. She thought that they were here to snatch the bride. How shameless, stealing Miss Jessie's sea sapphire and still strutting around. A girl spat viciously and said. The rest of the students heard that someone was stealing and could not help but stop to watch. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were blank for a moment, then slowly brightened up. She was excited. Trash, someone's here to pick a fight. System, trash. Wei Wei Bai, it's rare to meet someone who's picking a fight. I really want to take a picture of it so I can remember it later. System, you calm down. She felt a little sympathy for the person who came to pick a fight, but any evil female antagonist came to pick a fight. In Wei Wei Bai's eyes, they were all precious animals. She had to watch and enjoy. Wei Wei Bai was very calm and raised her bracelet in a friendly manner. The sea sapphire you're talking about, is it this? She only had this bracelet and the necklace on her neck that were blue. Among the girls, there was a girl wearing a school uniform, with long blonde hair and blue eyes, looking at her elegantly and slightly arrogantly. She gently opened a fan in her hand and said reservedly and disdainfully, the sea sapphire is this year's newest design and also the most expensive one. My brother went through so much trouble to get me one, but because I had to change my clothes, I left it in the changing room and forgot to take it. I didn't expect to lose it. Wei Wei Bai's gentle smile did not change. Is that so? What a sad thing. There's actually a thief in this damn school. Jessie's eyes turned cold, and the fan fanned even faster. That's right, shameless. This thief is dirtying my mouth if I were to say her name. Wei Wei Bai casually raised her hand and flipped her hair, purposely showing off her sea sapphire. Her smile was slightly provocative. Oh, so you know the thief's name? Hurry up and catch her. This attitude was very hateful. Sure enough, there was a female lackey at the scene who immediately exploded. She rushed over and was about to snatch the sapphire from Wei Wei Bai's wrist. You shameless thief. You're just a lowly woman from the slums. Who doesn't know how poor your family is? How could you have the aquamarine? Wei Wei Bai took a few steps back to avoid her and faintly raised an eyebrow. You think I stole it? Jessie sneered. Otherwise, where did your sea sapphire come from? Poor people are really lowly things. Our school shouldn't have recruited people like you. The discussions around them grew louder. Most of them believed that Wei Wei Bai had stolen something. Wei Wei Bai smiled and didn't care about this false accusation. Instead, she undid the bracelet and pinched it between her fingers. The sapphire bracelet sparkled. She looked at Jessie coldly, her smile unchanged. "Are you sure this thing is yours?" Jessie frowned. Of course, it wasn't her. After all, such a new gem hadn't been officially released yet. It was just that the blueprint had been released. Only one design had been released, and it was especially precious. She had always hated Wei Wei Bai, this green tea bitch. Recently, the school had been selecting the most outstanding students to get a chance to further their studies. Money couldn't buy it, and Wei Wei Bai was very likely to be promoted because of her excellent results. When she saw Wei Wei Bai come to school in the morning wearing a gem, she immediately thought of framing her. Wei Wei Bai's reputation was tarnished, so this opportunity might fall to her. After all, everyone knew that Wei Wei Bai came from a poor family. She couldn't afford to use a gem unless she was a mistress. Chapter 923. It was enough to spread the name of a thief. It didn't matter if she was wrongly accused. Anyway, even if she was kept, she was just a lowly mistress. No noble would be willing to offend her family for a mistress. So Jessie was fearless. She elegantly raised her neck and looked at Wei Wei Bai coldly. It was as if she was looking at a lowly bug. "Yes, this gem is mine. I can't believe that there is a thief like you in our school." Wei Wei Bai's smile didn't change. Her eyes were encouraging. It was good to find fault with girls. She hadn't seen them for a long time. "Let's have a few more together. Let her warm up." Always facing Arthur, that Chinibu, she was really tired of looking at him. Wei Wei Bai felt that she couldn't be too calm. Otherwise, when the other party saw that she was too calm, it wouldn't be good if they didn't play with her. "I didn't steal. You're wrongly accusing me." Wei Wei Bai's expression changed. She was a little scared and took a step back. Her lips trembled and her face was a little pale. The discussion around them became louder. This was simply a sign of guilt. If she didn't steal, why was she so scared? Jessie looked at it. This gem definitely came from a bad place. The last trace of worry in her heart was put down. She immediately took a few steps forward aggressively. "If you didn't steal, then where did you get the money to buy this?" Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and stared at her. She opened her mouth but couldn't say anything in the end. It seemed that there was something that was hard to say. Jessie immediately looked around proudly. More than half of the students were watching. The accusation of theft would definitely spread. To make the effect better, Jessie sneered and said loudly, "I swear in the name of a noble that the sapphire that Wei Wei Bai is wearing is mine." When this sentence came out, the eyes of the people around changed. After all, a noble's oath was very serious. If they were not careful, their reputation would be ruined. Since Jessie dared to swear like this, then Wei Wei Bai was definitely a thief. Her grades are so good, but her character is so bad. It's disgusting. I'm actually in the same class as a thief. Inform the principal to deal with this and kick her out of school. The crowd surrounded Wei Wei Bai. She stood in the crowd, her face pale and helpless. She muttered, "No, I didn't steal," but she couldn't say where her gem came from. The system coughed lightly. "Well, it feels good to pretend to be a weak white lotus, doesn't it?" Wei Wei Bai covered her face and said weakly, "Everyone is wronging me. It feels good. I haven't been wronged in a long time. It's time for me to pretend to be pitiful." The system silently squatted down. "Host, your pleasure is too different from others. Are you giving up on yourself now that you've lost your first time?" Wei Wei Bai turned her face away and looked around for help. She happened to see the student union president pass by. Roth seemed to be surprised by the number of people and could not help but stop in his tracks. Bai Weiwei found an opportunity, and her eyes fell on him. She said weakly, "I didn't steal anything." His eyes were so pitiful that it made one's heart soften. Roth was slightly stunned, but before he could say anything, Jessie frowned in disgust. At this time, she was still using her delicate face to seduce others. Roth was her secret crush. How could this green tea bitch look at him with such a disgusting expression? Stealing is stealing. You still dare to quibble. A woman like you should get out of school. After saying that, Jessie angrily rushed forward. She raised her hand and ruthlessly slapped her face. Weiwei Bai's eyes turned cold, just as she was about to kick Jessie out of the way. One hand, cold as ice, white as bone. Just like that, it passed through Wei Wei Bai's back and squeezed Jessie's wrist. Jessie's expression changed. She was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out and her whole body trembled. Is at https://www.sashu.com//. Chapter 924. Wei Wei Bai's body also stiffened. A hand hugged her waist, and she leaned against a hard and cold embrace from behind. "Oh, you hit my people. Is this your so-called aristocratic demeanor?" The man behind her had a deep and gorgeous voice. His cold breath brushed past Wei Wei Bai's ear, and Jessie was also ruthlessly thrown out by that hand. Jessie fell heavily to the ground and finally couldn't take it anymore and screamed. "So dirty," the man behind her disdained. He opened his hand and gently touched Wei Wei Bai's delicate face. "You're still clean." Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. Was her face toilet paper? Didn't his conscience hurt by rubbing it like this? "Why don't you tell them that I gave you the gem?" the man behind her said in a cold tone. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips, lowered her head, and didn't say anything. She even seemed to be resisting his hug. "Let go of me. This is school." Arthur snorted indifferently and ridiculed her. He fiercely pressed her into his arms, bit her ear, and whispered to her in a low voice in front of everyone. "Why am I so shameful? Or is a blood servant with the status of a prince too lowly and not worthy of such an excellent and kind student like you?" He wandered around the castle in broad daylight and couldn't sleep at all. The little blood servant went to school. The castle, which used to be considered good, was suddenly worthless in his eyes. The little blood servant laid on the antique lounge chair and read a book. The little blood servant drank afternoon tea at the gorgeous little round table. And the bed, Arthur's face darkened. Why did he always think of Wei Wei Bai when he saw everything? And he actually couldn't sleep? This was simply a disgrace to the vampires. He shouldn't have let her go to school. He should have just obediently stayed in the castle and had everything she wanted. It would be easy for him to open a school in the castle. And class had already ended. Why wasn't she back yet? If it weren't for the fact that the bats following her didn't act strangely, he would have thought that she had escaped. She was late on her first day of school. She should accept his punishment. Arthur immediately summoned his mount and excitedly went to the school, intending to personally bring her home. However, as soon as she landed, she heard that she had been framed for stealing gems. How could anyone bully her when he wasn't around? Furthermore, was it that difficult to say that the gem was his? As long as she revealed his identity, who would dare to offend her? Or was it because she still wanted to escape from him? Was that why she didn't dare to let others know that she was his blood slave? A dark and cold anger surged in his chest. Arthur looked at Wei Wei Bai coldly. He wanted to see how long she could hold on. But in the end, she stood there silently and was beaten up. She was his woman, so he could do whatever he wanted. And other people's dirty hands were not qualified to touch a single strand of her hair. Arthur crushed the dirty woman's wrist. He grabbed Wei Wei Bai's arm coldly. "Come home with me. It seems like you're not very popular in school. If you want to go to school, I'll hire a teacher for you." Then, without giving Wei Wei Bai any chance to speak, he picked her up and left. When he walked to Jessie's side, he looked at her coldly. The stunningly handsome prince had red eyes. When he looked at people, it was as if he could steal their souls. His thin lips moved slightly. "The oath of a noble is too insignificant. How can a person like you swear in the name of a noble?" Human nobles. They were all appointed by bloodlings. Arthur's light and gentle words destroyed Jessie's entire family. "Your family's honor has been stripped away. Everyone is expelled from the noble circle." Chapter 925. After that, he walked forward in large strides. A huge black bat descended from the sky and landed beside Arthur meekly. Arthur glared at the bat. Scram. After that, he angrily spread his black bone wings. His cold and powerful aura pressed down on everyone present. Then, he carried Wei Wei Bai and disappeared. After Arthur left for a while, the students on the ground finally dared to stand up, trembling. Who is he? This was everyone's doubt. He was handsome and powerful, and his aura was overwhelming. As a human noble, Jessie was like a lowly ant in front of him. The principal also rushed over and yelled at Jessie, who was still sitting on the ground and enduring the pain. Do you know who you have offended? That's a vampire prince. How can you frame a prince's blood servant? A vampire prince. Currently, there were only 3 princes in the vampire race, and they all held the position of the 13th elder, jointly leading the entire vampire race and the human race. Offending a prince would result in a tragic death. Jessie knew that she was done for when she heard that. She lowered her head in despair, and the people who were flattering her ran away immediately, afraid that they would be implicated. Ross stood far away. When he heard the prince's identity, a dark calculation flashed through his eyes. Then he turned and left. Wei Wei Bai's expression was cold. An open-top plane was not something a person could enjoy. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and the sour feeling of it hitting her face made her want to walk, not fly. Arthur looked down at her and smiled coldly. Suddenly, he stopped on the roof of the tallest building in the city. The roof was tilted twice. He put her on a horizontal bar in the middle of the roof, then stood aside with his arms crossed. He looked at her coldly, not daring to get up. The roof was dozens of stories high. If she fell, she would definitely die. Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened. The wind on the roof was strong, and she was about to fall. She looked up at Arthur, and her lips moved as if she wanted to ask for help. Arthur bent down, stretched out a finger, and pressed her lips. His cold eyes were full of gloomy anger. Understand who I am to you. Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes trembled as confusion appeared in her eyes. Arthur released her lips and stepped back a few steps. Wei Wei Bai was afraid and reached out to grab his trousers. Arthur immediately recalled the first time they had met. She was also like this, helplessly grabbing onto his trousers, begging him for help. At that time, he was full of annoyance. But now he was a little confused. It was just a blood servant. But he wanted her to admit it herself. Arthur moved his trousers, and Wei Wei Bai immediately panicked. Don't kick me. These words caused Arthur's body to stiffen for a moment. At that time, he kicked her away. Was she still afraid? She was afraid that he would kick her out. Wei Wei Bai was afraid that he would kick her away, so she could only say unwillingly, "You are my master, and I am your blood servant." He had clearly heard what he wanted to hear. But why didn't he feel relaxed at all? Arthur's eyebrows creased with irritation. What else? Wei Wei Bai asked blankly, what else? This sentence caused Arthur to be stunned. Right, what else? She didn't answer wrong. Her identity was a blood servant. Arthur originally wanted to punish her for hiding her identity at school, but when he touched her cold fingers, he knew that the wind on the roof was cold and that she might get sick. He frowned and immediately picked her up. He jumped off the roof expressionlessly and flew directly back to the castle. After returning to the castle, he pressed her into the bed and impatiently kissed her. It seemed that he wanted to hide something. Wei Wei Bai suddenly struggled. She bit her lips, her face extremely pale. Am I not a blood servant? Why must you force me to do this kind of thing? This is not what a blood servant should do. Arthur was already very irritable, and he urgently needed her body to make himself happy. He firmly grabbed her resisting hands and said with a cold and evil smile, "Oh, if this is not what a blood servant should do, then who has the qualifications to do this?" Wei Wei Bai's eyes showed a trace of extreme sadness, and then she laughed at herself. In the past, I thought that the person who would do this to me was my lover, my husband. Lover, husband. This form of address made Arthur stiffen. Blood servants, indeed, didn't have the obligation to accompany their master to bed. After all, vampires wouldn't easily do this kind of thing with a lowly blood servant. Even if they were licentious, they still had a choice. But he couldn't help but force her. This kind of restraint, could it be that his feelings for her weren't just that of a blood servant? Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 50. Transmigration system. Male god, come here, transmigration system. Male god, come here, transmigration system. Male god, come here and read at https://www. Sashu. Com transmigration system. Male god, come here, transmigration system. Male god, come here. Chapter 926. Arthur released by Wei Wei. Then, With a cold expression, he gave her a gloomy look. Then, he turned around and walked away without hesitation. Wei Wei Bai laid on the bed, stunned for a while, then slowly put away the expression on her face. She let out a sigh of relief. It's finally the emotional turning point. She spent a lot of effort to change Arthur's concept of a blood servant to that of a lover. The goal of this world, for him to admit his feelings for her, he had to first deny her identity as a blood servant. All kinds of pretentious acts, all kinds of bullies, all kinds of troublemakers. Finally, she got to this point. Wei Wei Bai rubbed her face, then went to eat dinner. When she finished showering and went to bed, Arthur still did not appear. Bai Wei Wei yawned very patiently. Then she covered herself with the blanket and went to sleep. Only by eating and sleeping well would she have enough energy to attack. Just as she was about to go to sleep, the system suddenly said, "Tonight, the Anti-Vampire Alliance will be holding a gathering in the West City Cathedral to discuss the important matters of how to wage war against the vampires." Wei Wei Bai said indifferently, "Okay." The system said, "Go to the gathering and you can get 1/10 of the green." Wei Wei Bai was about to go to sleep, but then she saw the HP bar above her head. The HP bar was shining brightly, the self-detonation punishment for her cheap mouth. She could only resign herself to her fate and bid farewell to her soft bed. Then, she put on her clothes and a hooded cloak and went to the party. This was a blood feast. It had just started, and the blood breeds who came were either rich or noble. This blood feast was called the Rose Blood Feast. Every girl was a noble, and they had all signed a contract, so they knew what to do here. Unlike normal blood feasts, no one died in this Rose Blood Feast. Instead, it was a feast for the blood breeds to choose their blood servants. Arthur held a wine glass in his hand. The blood breeds could eat very little. Their main food was human blood, and secondary, there were only a few things. The red wine in his hand was specially brewed for the blood breeds. It was so expensive that only the nobles could afford it. Arthur drank the wine like he was drinking water. His face was expressionless, and he even looked at the beautiful girls in the living room with tiredness. It was obviously very good food. However, he had no appetite at all. Even though his mouth was dry from thirst, his body was warning him of hunger. However, he felt that these women were dirty and smelly. He already had a blood servant of his own, but he was still hungry. Because he didn't dare to eat to his heart's content. He was afraid that he would break her. Moreover, he didn't rest well during the day, which made him very irritable. He's been so off lately. In the past, when there was no blood to drink, no matter how hungry he was, he would not feel so uncomfortable. But now, he felt very uncomfortable. Had he recently placed all his attention on that blood slave who didn't know what was good for him? Arthur drank another glass of wine expressionlessly. This wine had a very strong magic power that could make vampires drunk. Occasionally, vampires also needed this kind of entertainment. However, his body was too strong, and the magic of the wine was unable to make him completely drunk. Suddenly, a trembling but fawning figure approached him. "Your Royal Highness, I am willing to be your blood slave. Please let my family go." A woman knelt at his feet, her face full of fear. Arthur sat on the chair indifferently. His legs were elegantly crossed, his elbows were on the armrest, and his hand was holding the wine glass. His eyes were cold and empty. He glanced indifferently at the humble girl at his feet. Wasn't this woman Jessie who bullied Wei Wei Bai? Chapter 927. Jessie was also forced to the point of no choice. All of her family's noble titles were removed. All of her assets were frozen. Her family was driven to the slums. She was unwilling. She had to redeem herself. When she heard that there was a blood rose banquet, she used the hidden family badge to successfully obtain an invitation. Wei Wei Bai, that lowly woman from the slums, how could she compare to her? Jessie boldly raised her head to look at the prince who could control her life and death. He lazily leaned on the chair, his expression cold and arrogant. His long silver hair was tied with a golden ribbon. Only a few strands of hair fell beside his handsome face. This man simply had a cold gaze. He could make any woman kneel down to curry favor with him. Such a young, strong, immortal-looking prince with unparalleled power and immense wealth. He could have any woman he wanted. Jessie was immediately stunned. If her heart was for her family before, now she was greedy. She wanted to get closer to this perfect vampire. Arthur drank a mouthful of wine, his voice as cold as ice. "Back off." Jessie trembled and immediately backed off respectfully. "Back off again," he indifferently ordered. Jessie kept backing off, retreating until she was about 10 meters away. Arthur coldly said, "You stink too much." The smell of this woman's blood was simply too unbearable for him. Jessie was shocked by these words, her face incomparably pale. She forced a smile and said, "Your Highness, I've already bathed. Maybe the perfume is not good. I'll go change it now." Arthur leisurely swirled his wine glass, not having the time to listen to her. He looked up at the ceiling light. What was his little blood servant doing at this time? Sleeping? Or was it because he wasn't here and she couldn't sleep? Like him, his mind was full of her. No matter where he went, it was all about her. Arthur suddenly snorted in anger, his expression becoming a bit sinister. He hated that his mind couldn't be controlled. Jessie immediately felt the suppression of her level and painfully trembled. But she persevered, slowly crawling forward. She had to get his attention. It was said that other than Wei Wei Bai, Prince Arthur had never had a blood servant. As long as she stood out from the crowd, she would definitely be able to gain the prince's favor with her beauty. When that time came, she would make Wei Wei Bai and those who looked down on her suffer a fate worse than death. Arthur suddenly asked coldly, "Have you ever been occupied by someone in your mind?" Jessie lay on the ground and stopped crawling forward. A wave of ecstasy swept over him. She had caught his attention. Everyone knew that Prince Arthur did not care to speak to humans. Instead, he asked her questions. Jessie immediately rolled his eyes and said humbly in a fawning manner, "I didn't before, but after seeing your Highness tonight, I realize that from now on, my mind can only hold your figure." Arthur's lips curled into a mocking smile. But Jessie lowered his head and did not notice. She heard his deep and cold voice. "Then, why is your brain only able to accommodate me?" Jessie immediately grasped the question and finally dared to look up at him again. She completely revealed the infatuation in her eyes. She was like a shy girl facing the person she loved. "Because I like your Highness the Prince." No human would dare to say that they liked him. If she said that, it would definitely make her stand out from the crowd. Arthur's face was filled with confusion, but it disappeared in an instant. He said playfully, "You like me?" Chapter 928. Jessie immediately said, "Only when you like someone can you think of him all the time. When you leave his side, you feel uncomfortable, as if you have lost the most important thing. Whether it is in your heart or in your mind, there's always that person's shadow." When she said this, she lowered her head humbly. "I have such feelings for His Highness." After saying this, she wanted to kiss his feet. Kissing the feet was the lowest and most lowly form of salute in the vampires. If one person did this to another person, it was not a complete humiliation. It was a complete submission. Like, Arthur suddenly stood up. When he bit these two words, it was heavy and fierce. Murderous intent boiled. Jessie kissed the floor, and her teeth almost fell out. Arthur turned and left, casually instructing the people around him. A lowly human who approaches the prince without permission, a stowaway who does not have the right to appear in the blood rose banquet, hanged. Jessie was stunned for a moment and did not react. This was her crime. She had already been dragged away by 2 guards. Not long after, there was a scream. Arthur's eyes were terrifyingly cold, but his fingers were trembling. He liked a blood servant. It was only because her blood was delicious. How could he have such illogical feelings for a lowly human? He picked up the wine and drank a few glasses. He found that he still could not erase the image of Wei Wei Bai in his mind. Arthur's expression turned ugly. He smashed the glass in his hand, then turned and walked out. Suddenly, a feminine and pleasant male voice sounded. "Arthur, why are you so emotional today? Don't you have a blood servant? Are you still not full?" A series of questions. This made Arthur frown. He turned and saw a short-haired young man in a white suit appear behind him. It was one of the 3 princes more. He had lived for much longer than him. Moore's eyes were gentle and beautiful. Compared to Arthur's sharp and delicate appearance, his temper was obviously better. Arthur's bloody eyes were incomparably cold. Why don't you go and exterminate those anti-vampires? Why do you have time to care about my business? Moore had always been in charge of tracking down the anti-vampire rebels. He was very busy and rarely appeared at banquets. Moore smiled. I heard that you have a new blood servant that you love. I'm curious how delicious her blood must be to move your stone heart, an anorexic. Arthur reached out with strong, pale fingers and gripped the collar of his white shirt, strangling him. He indifferently lowered his blood-red eyes, which were filled with incomparably cold, killing intent. Don't touch my people, or I'll tear you into pieces and throw you into the flames. The only thing that could kill vampires was fire. Only in the first 7 days of a newborn would they be afraid of sunlight. A hint of excitement appeared in Moore's long and narrow eyes. Since you're so protective, it must be very delicious. Arthur's fingers instantly crushed his throat. The sound of bones breaking was exceptionally horrifying. Moore was unable to struggle for a moment. His strength was actually not as strong as Arthur, who was younger than him. Arthur threw him to the ground and picked up a tissue to wipe his hands in disgust. Listen up, my blood servant has my mark. If anyone dares to have any ideas about her, I'll make that guy die a horrible death. Domineering words of a Chinibu. Because of his strength, it seemed incomparably violent and real. Moore was a complete pervert, and he was also a collector. He liked to collect all kinds of young girls with different flavors of blood. Chapter 929. Once they entered his castle, no human could withstand his torture and abuse and survive. Arthur thought of his little blood servant. Would be remembered by a disgusting guy like Moore. He even had the urge to kill a prince on the spot. Moore climbed up from the ground awkwardly, reaching out to straighten his tilted head. He was not angry at all. Instead, he was smiling. Okay, I know you have a strong sense of territory. I won't touch your things. Arthur's pale and delicate face looked strong and violent because of the cold, murderous aura. He snorted. You better. Moore immediately raised his hands in surrender. You're really angry. I was just kidding. Look at your bad temper. Why don't you come with me to eliminate the rebels? Arthur said coldly, not interested. Moore spread his hands. Look at you. You're so scary. You'll scare your poor little blood servant to death when you go back. It's scary if you don't get rid of your murderous aura. Arthur had already turned to leave, but when he heard his words, he stopped in his tracks. Moore took the opportunity to come over. Let's go. We received a tip tonight that the so-called Anti-Vampire Alliance is gathering at the west side of the city. Let's go have some fun. Arthur looked down and saw that his fingers were still trembling. He pursed his thin lips, and on his cold face, there was a struggle of confusion. He suddenly shook his head, wanting to shake off that damned emotion, and then he stepped forward. Let's go in case those poor little bugs escape. Arthur said with murderous intent. He suddenly did not want to go back to the castle. The more he wanted to, the more he could not get rid of her image in his mind, and the more he did not dare to approach her. It was as if this could hide those feelings that were about to burst out. Wei Wei Bai wore a mask and sneaked into the gathering. The real meeting was at the back of the church. They gathered in front of the church to discuss how to fight against the vampires. Wei Wei Bai ate the fruits provided by the gathering in boredom. The church was very remote and looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. The crows outside were cawing, and there were a lot of mice inside. She missed her warm bed and delicious desserts. The system said, 5 more minutes will be enough. Your HP bar will turn green by 1/10. Participating in the gathering meant that one was a member of the Anti-Alliance. The system automatically assumed that this was the completion of the mission of resisting the vampires. As for whether Wei Wei Bai had really joined the Anti-Alliance, it was not that important. Wei Wei Bai nodded and began to count down the time. She had to be back before dawn. If Arthur found out she was at the party, with only half of the favorability, it was very likely that the enraged vampire would think that she had betrayed him. Then, he would directly kill her. At that time, all the side quests and main quests would be useless. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, if Arthur appears, remember to tell me. The system flipped through the male lead's whereabouts. He's here. Wei Wei Bai was still in a daze. He went back to the castle. This was not easy to handle. She could only leave in a few minutes. If she had to spend an hour rushing back, she would have to think of a decent excuse. For example, she was in a bad mood and went for a walk or something like that. The system was silent for a moment, then laughed awkwardly and said, "No, I mean he's already outside the church." Wei Wei Bai immediately stood up and pulled the hood tightly, not letting her conspicuous brown hair show. "Hurry up and run. The favorability is only 50. Any trick of self-injury won't work." Chapter 9:30. For the first time in her life, a favorability of 50 made her feel uncertain. It was the system's first time seeing such an unconfident host. It immediately said, "The back door is behind the cross. Run quickly." Wei Wei Bai nodded. She hurriedly grabbed the collar of her cloak and ran quickly. But before she could reach the cross, a hand suddenly tugged at her arm. Wei Wei Bai almost tripped. She turned around and saw a man wearing a mask. He had short black hair and was tall and slender. He looked somewhat familiar. The system immediately reminded her, the president of the student council. All the anti-vampire members of the city had come for today's gathering. Wei Wei Bai didn't have time to chat with this undercover president. She used all her strength and raised her leg to kick his calf. However, the other party was one step ahead of her. He quickly retreated and pulled her into his arms. He seemed to be a little surprised, but more than that, he was smiling. "Look what I've caught, the little darling of His Highness the Prince," he said softly, his fingers carelessly touching her mask. Prey that walked right into the trap. "Tell me, how did you get here?" The people who came here were all anti-vampires. Only those who understood the special code could find this place. Wei Wei Bai had never appeared in their list, so she shouldn't have come to this gathering. Wei Wei Bai heard the system's reminder. The castle has been surrounded. Only the back door and the escape route are left. If she didn't leave now, she probably wouldn't be able to. Wei Wei Bai's expression changed. She was a little panicked, but more than that, she was calm and brave. "I'm here to join the Anti-Vampire Alliance." The president didn't quite believe her. "Oh, you're living a high and mighty life. These are all bestowed to you by your master. Are you willing to part with them?" After all, there weren't many humans who could resist the temptation of being favored by vampires. The system suddenly reminded her, "Batty." Wei Wei Bai, on the other hand, spoke too quickly. Her emotions were also very quick. "I hate vampires. If it weren't for vampires, I wouldn't have been reduced to a captive. Furthermore, the humans that vampires harm are my own kind. How can I tolerate this?" Her eyes were sorrowful and resentful, but there was also natural pity. "Everything the vampires gave me was dirty. I've been looking for you for a long time. You don't know how happy I am to be able to join you." The system sighed. "Bats are." With a wave of her hand, Wei Wei Bai put on a righteous appearance and took the opportunity to break away from Los's embrace. Then he swore, "I will never submit to a vampire. That so-called master is just a despicable bandit to me." Luo Si was stunned for a moment, and the killing intent and vigilance in his eyes faded a little. "It's very dangerous for you to join so rashly. Go back first, lest your master becomes suspicious." The various emotions in Wei Wei Bai's eyes calmed down. She said gently, "Okay, thank you for your reminder. This could be considered as a crisis being averted." Only then did she remember to ask the system, "What did you say Batty is?" Just as she finished speaking, the alarm outside the castle suddenly sounded, and the crows were all startled and flew away. Everyone's expression changed. "Not good. The vampire army has arrived. Quickly evacuate from here." Los immediately grabbed Wei Wei Bai's hand. "Let's go." There were too many people, and they all ran to the back door in fear. Suddenly, a bat screeched and attacked Los. Los had no choice but to let go of Wei Wei Bai's hand and threw out the fireball in his hand. The bat immediately disappeared on the spot, dodging the fireball. Is at https://www.sashu.com// The Chapter 9:31. A few key traitors have disappeared, and all the traitors in the cathedral were killed by Prince Arthur. Moore was helpless. Arthur's murderous intent is really strong. Doesn't he know to leave someone alive for interrogation? Suddenly, he smelled a sweet scent of blood that he had never smelled before. The hairs on his back stood up. This smell was the best. Moore immediately turned around to look for prey with this scent of blood. But he saw a familiar cold figure walking over from the cathedral. He carefully carried a petite body wrapped in a black coat. It was wrapped from head to toe, only revealing some beautiful brown curly hair. And the sweet scent of the highest quality came from the human in Arthur's arms. Poppy blood was a fatal attraction to vampires above the Duke rank. The higher the rank, the more irresistible it was. A poison-like scent. It was addictive. Moore immediately rushed forward, his eyes full of greed and excitement. Is this a survivor of the rebel army? I thought you killed everyone. Moore finished speaking and reached out to take Wei Wei Bai from him. He was in charge of dealing with the survivors of the rebel army. But just as he reached out, a red light blade flew toward his body. Moore's expression changed. He raised his hand, and a blue ice blade collided with it. The blue ice blade was dissolved by the powerful light blade. Moore still couldn't dodge in time, and the light blade cut a frightening wound on his chest. Arthur's handsome face was like an ice sculpture, and his eyes were gloomy and irritable. The rebels in the cathedral are all dead. Where are your hands? She's mine. Moore coughed and laughed as he spat out blood. This is against the rules, Arthur. Even if she's your blood slave, her identity must be strange. Let me guess, this blood slave is a spy. You have to hand her over. Arthur looked at him coldly, his face expressionless. But his voice was gentle and soft. Do you want to die? I'll grant you your wish. Moore's expression changed, and he quickly left. But it was too late. Countless light blades lit up the dark night. An abyss-like fissure appeared where Moore was standing. Any vampires facing such an attack, they might not be able to piece their bodies back together and die. Arthur carried Wei Wei Bai and walked over with a cold face. No vampires dared to stop him. After returning to the castle, Liz hurried over. When Wei Wei Bai ran away, she knew something was wrong. No matter how jealous she was of this human was Prince Arthur's blood slave. She was the one responsible for losing her life. If she entered the dungeon, her job as a housekeeper. So she rushed over. When she saw Arthur carrying Wei Wei Bai, she was worried. His Highness, Mississippi Arthur glanced at her indifferently. This gaze made Liz's hair stand on end. It was filled with a terrifying, killing intent. Liz, Arthur, when, he, Moore, wasn't she leaving him? He would not betray her as she wished. He would destroy all the rebels. If she dared to leave him, he would cut off all her escape routes. No matter where she escaped to, she would be in his palm. This life was not enough. A human's life was too short. She should accept his imprisonment and punishment for all eternity. Chapter 9:32. Immortality was a scary word. His first reaction was not to kill her. Her crimes were enough to kill her 1,000,000 times over. Arthur's heart hardened, his eyes sharp, and he threw by Wei Wei into Li's arms. Liz hugged her in a hurry. Arthur turned around and left. Throw her into the lowest level of the dungeon. Liz was shocked. Even the highest level of the dungeon was unbearable for humans. The lowest level of the dungeon was so bad that humans would probably die within a month. Liz hugged Wei Wei Bai and was in a dilemma. Did this blood slave offend the prince? She looked down and saw half of Wei Wei Bai's face popping out of her clothes. Her eyes were tear-stained, and under her face, there were horrible bruises all over her snow-white neck. It was obvious that they were violent kiss marks. Liz's hands trembled, but she still obeyed the order and sent Wei Wei Bai to the lowest level of the dungeon. The dungeon was extremely dark, with only a small lamp. There was no sound, only endless darkness and endless silence. It was enough to drive anyone, including the bloodbreeds, crazy. When Wei Wei Bai woke up, she complained, "At least let me take a shower. My whole body is," the system said. "Put it mildly. If you're too direct, I'll have to look at the bullet screen again." The bullet screen army was now controlling even the conversation. Whoever dared to say dirty jokes would be banned from the bullet screen. Wei Wei Bai shut up and move her feet. She heard the sound of iron chains clanking. She was silent for a moment. Then she said, "Is this the imprisonment joke?" This joke was not only old and hard to understand, but it also frequently appeared in her strategy world. The system said earnestly, "Just bear with it. Although your affinity won't go up, you're green by 20%. Wei Wei Bai looked up and saw that her HP bar was green by 20%. How to turn green so quickly? The system explained, because the male lead is the main character of this time's elimination of the Anti-Vampire Alliance, and because you resisted and rejected him, causing him to be hurt, the main system considered that you succeeded in resisting the vampire army and gave you a green score. Wei Wei Bai. This weird calculation method. Very experienced, she pulled on the chain and calculated the length. Then, he looked at the system's map of the dark dungeon. She found that the dungeon she was locked in was the largest and most well-equipped one. There was also a bathroom. Although it was very old, at least there was water, ice-cold water. Wei Wei Bai didn't care about anything else. She probably wouldn't be able to sleep with such marks on her body. Shivering from the cold, she groped her way through the shower in the dark. Only then did he realize that he only had Arthur's coat left. As for the rest of his clothes, they were all torn apart. Wei Wei Bai did not mind. She wrapped her body in the clothes and curled up to sleep. The strategy had been derailed to this extent. She was very glad that his favorability was still at 50. She sorted out the entire process from beginning to end. Then, she counted her life points. It was so painful. Every second spent was painful. Wei Wei Bai, who was so stingy that she was trembling, gritted her teeth and bought a data modifier from the system. "Change it for me. Change it severely. Anyway, do whatever you want to do with vampires." In this world, the strategy target had no grudges with her. She thought that there was finally a small and fresh world, and that she could have a sweet and beautiful strategy trip. She didn't expect that the strategy target had no grudges with her. She had to work hard to have grudges with the strategy target. Yes, the data she wanted to change was this. The original owner's parents were both killed by vampires. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on Chapter 9:33. The atmosphere in the castle was getting more and more gloomy. Before Wei Wei Bai came, Prince Arthur's work and rest were very normal. He would sleep for a few months, then wake up for half a day and continue to sleep. At most, he could sleep for a year. Then he would get up to participate in the blood feast, or meet the most delicious young men and women who had been strictly selected. Of course, without exception, he would fall into irritable hunger with nothing to show for it, because none of those humans could satisfy his appetite. In the end, he could only drink some artificial vampire food that replaced blood. The food tasted very bad, but in Prince Arthur's eyes, at least the food didn't smell like humans. Of course, for all vampires, the smell of humans was delicious, and they couldn't understand the feelings of an anorexic vampire. So he slept most of the time. As the most powerful vampire, the prince's hobby was to sleep. This caused the servants in Arthur's castle to be very leisurely and orderly. But everything ended after Wei Wei Bai came. As Prince Arthur's first blood servant, this blood servant's identity and status were very special. For her, Prince Arthur woke up every day during the day and didn't sleep at night. As a result, all the vampire attendants and human maids in the castle didn't dare to lower their guard. The most terrifying thing was that Prince Arthur's emotions began to become more extreme. When he was happy, it was like a spring breeze. When he was unhappy, it was like a tornado. The entire castle was destroyed into ruins. And now his emotions were like a huge tornado, and it was continuous. He would be irritable for as long as Wei Wei Bai was locked up. Many rooms became the target of his anger, and under his red light blade, they were completely turned into broken stones. Liz estimated that in a few days, the castle would collapse, because many of the load-bearing walls were destroyed by their prince. The current castle was only a little bit better than a ruin. Liz trembled a little as she carried the wine and came to another room. She was really terrified of the current prince. After all, it wasn't just the castle that was destroyed, but also many people who were affected and died by his power. Entering the room, the sun shone in from the huge balcony. Arthur sat on a chair with a blank expression next to a pile of wine bottles. These were extremely expensive liquids that could make vampires drunk. To Arthur, it was like drinking water. The more powerful a vampire was, the harder it was for them to be affected by the demonic power of the wine. Liz lowered her head and respectfully put the wine on the table next to her. "Your Highness, we have guests." Arthur looked at the sunlight outside the window coldly. Sunlight was one of the things that vampires hated the most. Although they weren't affected, vampires liked dark environments. Looking at the sun for a long time was like humans being suppressed in a dark environment for a long time. It could easily affect one's mind. He was silent and cold, like a sharp blade that emitted a terrifying killing intent. Rise's body trembled even more violently. She was in a lot of pain. She could only leave in a hurry. "I'll just tell the guests that you're resting." Suddenly, he said coldly, "Let him in." It seemed that he already knew who the visitor was. Liz immediately bowed and said, "Yes, Your Highness." Just as she was about to turn around and leave, the prince's voice sounded hesitant. "Is there anything wrong with her?" Liz's footsteps froze. She thought of the information sent by the servant who monitored Wei Wei by. She could only shake her head with difficulty. "Miss is sleeping most of the time. She looks a bit weak." / for convenience next time. You can click on the button below to record this reading record. Chapter 9:34. Arthur didn't say anything, but he still didn't want her to leave. Liz knew that he wanted more information. She thought for a moment before answering. Miss didn't refuse the food and didn't show too much emotion. Arthur was silent for a moment. What else? Liz hesitated and said, "She seemed a bit cold." After all, the lowest level of the dungeon has an extremely cold environment, which is very bad for humans. Suddenly, a cup was smashed on the ground. She didn't regret what she did or call my name to beg for mercy. Liz kept beating around the bush, not daring to say too much. She was afraid that Arthur would ask this question, because that blood slave was terrifyingly stubborn. In such a silent and almost lightless environment, there were many powerful humans who had entered. They couldn't hold on for more than a few days, and their minds couldn't take it. But in these few days, she didn't show a trace of regret or discomfort. At first, she was jealous and disgusted, thinking that humans were too weak and mediocre and definitely not worthy to stand beside the noble and perfect Prince Arthur. Now, she could only admire. Another cup was smashed on the ground. Arthur said darkly, "She ate and slept well. Did she think that I wouldn't punish her?" Last time, he was gentle to her when she had nightmares, which made him panic, so he didn't go to the dungeon for the next few days. He wanted to torture her, but he could only hide here and drink. Liz immediately said fawningly, "The environment of the dungeon is not suitable for humans to live in. It's estimated that in a month, the cold will enter her bones, and she won't be able to hold on and die. Also, in the dungeon, the cold will torture her body like ice thorns, making her very painful." Arthur crushed the wine bottle in his hand. He lowered his head, his messy silver hair covering his dark red eyes. "She's in so much pain, but she still won't beg for mercy. It seems that her heart to rebel against the vampires is strong," he said with a cold smile. "Even if she calls my name," his tone became weak, like he was pleading with a trace of pitiful grievance. Every time he fell into a state of self-pity, the room would start to be destroyed. Thinking of those vampires and humans who died tragically, Liz took the opportunity to leave. When she walked out of that oppressive room, she let out a sigh of relief. Now, she was not jealous of Wei Wei by it all. Following by the side of such a murderous god, who knows when they might even lose their lives. Moore, who was covered in bandages, walked to Arthur with a gentle smile. He took a new cup and poured wine for himself. "Why are you in such a bad mood? Who provoked you?" Arthur glanced at him indifferently. "Not dead yet." There was an indescribable pity in his tone. Moore's smile deepened. He lowered his head and approached him. "What's wrong? Where's your blood servant? Where's that beautiful cutie who appeared in the rebel army and tasted so sweet?" Arthur raised his head. His cold red eyes reflected Moore's sinister face. "I heard that you locked her up. Are you suspecting that she's a spy for the rebel army? Instead of dirtying your hands, why don't you hand her over to me? I'm good at extorting confessions." Arthur was expressionless. He lowered his voice and said, "Do you know why I want to see you?" Moore's smile was gentle. "Because I'm your best friend." Arthur shook his head and suddenly raised his hand. A red circular magic array appeared. Moore's expression changed. If he was hit by this power, he would really be crippled. Although vampires could regenerate continuously, if they were hit by Arthur's magic power, there was no possibility of recovery at all. Chapter 9:35. Moore quickly dodged the attack. The powerful force shattered a wall in the room. Arthur also stood up slowly and gracefully. His back was to the light. His face was cold, but his aura was cold and threatening. "I'm in a bad mood. I need a sandbag. You're more durable." "Moore, I finally know why the butler looked at me with pity." When Arthur was in a bad mood, he hit a sandbag. It was too cruel. Moore couldn't afford to offend him and wanted to escape, but he found that the room was sealed by magic. Everyone in the Bloodline Empire knew. Arthur, who inherited the power of the ancestor, was extremely strong. He had no opponent at all. Moore used all his strength to escape and was not disabled, but he was still pinched by Arthur with one hand and thrown a sandbag several times. In the end, he had no strength left and lay in the room that looked like a ruin. Arthur was in a better mood. He turned around and picked up his wine glass. He stood on the half-ruined balcony and watched the sunset. "You can get out now." The prince couldn't take his beating. What piece of trash. Moore stood up impatiently and staggered out. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned around and smiled maliciously. "By the way, I've given the information of your little blood slave to the Council of Elders. After all, it's a prince-level blood slave. It's a big deal to be suspected of being a spy." Arthur suddenly turned around. "What did you say?" Moore smiled, but the corners of his mouth twitched. "Arthur, what's wrong with you? It's just a blood slave. If it's really a spy, it'll be dealt with immediately. You don't feel bad, do you?" Arthur immediately retorted, "Who feels bad? It's just a lowly human." Moore agreed. "Yes, it's just a human. No matter how good the blood is, if it's a traitor, it should be sentenced to death. The Council of Elders will send someone to pick up your blood slave in a few days. You could just hand him over then." With that, he immediately turned around and left. Arthur raised his hand. A murderous blood blade appeared and aimed at Moore's back. But Moore's words suddenly flashed in his mind. "You don't feel bad, do you, bad?" He felt bad for that lowly human who didn't know what was good for him and only knew how to resist him. The blade disappeared in his hand. He turned around and sat down again. He continued to drink expressionlessly, but his fingers holding the glass was shaking. Wei Bai ate and drank well. She was not mistreated by the food. Although the water was cold, a cold shower was good for the brain. Plus, the system played the free pleasant goat and Big Bad Wolf. Ultraman fought against the little monsters. Big Head's son, Little Head's father. Super Speeder 1, 2, 3, 4. It made her feel as if she had returned to her childhood, and she actually enjoyed watching it. The dark and quiet environment was no pressure for her at all. The system was exasperated. "Look at these cartoons. Other than Ultraman, can you watch the rest?" Wei Bai. "Then what do you recommend?" The system said Peppa Pig. Wei Bai. He felt that there was no difference. The system said, "You've been locked up for a few days, but your affinity and green bar haven't increased at all. Pull yourself together." Wei Bai looked at Peppa Pig and said with a laugh, "Isn't this waiting for the information about my feud with vampires when I was young to be exposed? Arthur has to investigate this himself to be credible." The system was anxious. "He didn't investigate at all." Wei Bai said, "Don't worry, I'll cry a few more times and have a few more nightmares. Then he'll be suspicious and investigate. By then, his affinity will definitely increase." Just as she finished speaking, the system reminded her. "The male lead is here." Wei Bai's happy expression disappeared, and her body curled up. She looked pale and haggard. After a cold shower, her face was as pale as it could be. In the dark, the sound of the door opening was very obvious. Arthur's footsteps were sluggish as he walked in. His red eyes were filled with suppressed emotions, as if he was about to explode at any time. Download the at https://m. Sashu. com// to make it easier for you to read it next time. You can click save at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 9:36. Arthur had not slept so deeply in a long time. He had always been tormented by hunger, so he was extremely alert even when he was sleeping. Recently, he had not rested at all and had been relying on alcohol to survive. In the end, he hugged Wei Wei Bai's warm and soft body. The feeling was so good that he was unwilling to wake up. His hands could not help but want to hug her even more tightly. In the end, he only hugged air. Arthur suddenly woke up and found that there was no one else on the stone bed except for himself. His cold and ruthless expression instantly turned into panic. He was about to rush out like lightning. Did she escape? But just as he walked to the door, he heard fragments of sorrowful cries, which sounded suppressed in the darkness. Arthur's footsteps stiffened, and he turned to look at the ancient bathroom. It was made of stones, so the soundproofing was not bad, but it could not stop the vampire's good hearing. She wanted to take a bath again. The cold water, the cold and dark dungeon. This was not a living environment prepared for humans. Her body was in a very bad condition. Be sensible. She knew that she should not touch cold water at this time and accelerate the loss of her life. So, was she asking for death? Or would she rather die than leave his traces on her body? Arthur's hand reached for the door. With a light push, he could pull her out. Damn, Mom, I want to go home. This sentence was so wronged and pitiful. The soreness in his body stopped Arthur from pushing the door open. It's so dark here, I'm scared. He stood in front of the dark door, listening to her helpless cries. I won't be tempted by him. Vampires are my enemies. This sentence made Arthur take a few steps back. His cold face finally showed signs of struggle. She hated vampires to the extent that she saw them as her enemies. It was not that there were no rebels, but more humans lived a good life under the vampire's rule. He clearly gave her such a good status and life. Everyone should be envious of her, but she still did not know what was good for her and stupidly wanted to go against him. All vampires were her enemies. No, he was the one who should be her enemy. Arthur's red eyes trembled a few times. Finally, he held back his anger and turned to leave. If he didn't leave, the killing intent of the Blood Clan in his body would erupt. As the Bloodkinder Prince, he could not allow a human who had joined the rebel army to live. Letting her live until now was already the limit. Heartache? He was just a lowly human being. It was not worth his heartache. Arthur closed the heavy dungeon door and walked out with a gloomy face. The next day, the garrison of the House of Elders sent someone over. They were in charge of the trial of the rebel army. As for Wei Wei Bai's appearance at the rebel army's gathering point, the Elder Council believed that she was most likely a spy by the prince's side. If something happened to the Grand Prince, the empire would suffer heavy losses. Everyone attached great importance to this spy incident. Arthur sat in the room, the moonlight illuminating half of his delicate and cold face. His eyelids were half closed, and his thick and long eyelashes cast a shadow under his pale eyes. Liz said cautiously, "The Elder Council is here to ask for him." Arthur was expressionless. After a moment of silence, he said coldly, "Let them take him away." This sentence was like a blade, full of killing intent. The cold and cruel prince seemed to want to make a decision. He suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, not allowing himself to be swayed in the slightest. Chapter 9:37. The pride of a prince did not allow him to have the slightest bit of pity for a human who resisted him. This was cowardice. He hated himself for being controlled by unknown emotions, making his cold and unshakable heart a captive of those inexplicable feelings. So, he had to give up on Wei Wei Bai. The humans who were suspected of being spies who were taken away all ended up dead, without exception. Outside the huge stone balcony, under the cold moonlight, the Elder Council of Vampires wore black hooded robes. A petite figure wearing a dress prepared by Liz and a long cloak walked out of the castle. She staggered, her long curly hair fluttering with her footsteps. The moonlight shone on her face, giving her a kind of crystal clear beauty. She seemed to have sensed something and looked back. A pair of beautiful brown eyes, under the moonlight, dimmed a lot, like amber honey. Her eyes were calm, without fear or regret, and she did not beg for mercy. She even took the initiative to walk towards the Grim Reapers, then extended her slender and weak hands to let them handcuff her. Arthur suddenly stood up and walked to the edge of the balcony, staring at her with a terrifying gaze. She finally realized that someone was staring at her. Wei Wei Bai looked up again and saw him standing on the balcony. The silver-haired vampire looked down at her, like a god looking at an ant. There was a slight fluctuation in her eyes, a fragile longing, struggling pain, and a trace of imperceptible admiration. These were all emotions that only lasted for a moment. In the blink of an eye, they were suppressed by her. She lowered her head, thinking of something, but she smiled as if relieved of a burden. This smile was very relaxed. It was as if going to die was a relief for her. Then she did not look back and left with the vampires. The vampires' car left the castle. It slowly disappeared in front of Arthur. Arthur was stiff for a long time before he realized that his fingers had crushed the stone railing on the balcony. He suddenly turned around and continued drinking, unable to calm down. But for some reason, he kept thinking of her smile of relief in his mind. Did she not know that she was going to die? How could she still smile? It was as if leaving him, even if it was death, she would still be happy. But what did her last look mean? Arthur held the glass and lowered his head. His fingers kept trembling. Until dawn, he still couldn't figure out why. And because he drank too much wine, he finally felt drunk. He did not resist the magic of the wine and let the drunkenness drag him down. In a trance, the sun shone in. A white figure, like a butterfly, landed lightly in his arms. He looked up in surprise, only to see Bai Weiwei looking at him with a smile. "Arthur, do you like me?" Arthur stared at her blankly for a long time and couldn't help but reach out to touch her face. What an obedient face, white and cute. This was his little pet. He couldn't help but nod. "If you're obedient, I'll like you." Bai Weiwei suddenly lowered her head and kissed his thin lips, lingering and warm. This kiss made him feel an overwhelming sense of pleasure. She leaned against his neck and murmured, "Am I good?" Arthur reached out to stroke her hair and smiled gently. "Very obedient." "Bai Weiwei, then do you like me?" Arthur said, yes. He liked her so much that he became weak, cowardly, and he hated himself for being so hesitant. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 60. // Chapter 9:38. He disliked her. He knew. So he had to cut off this emotional tie before it turned into a deep love. Because he hated the weak, he only wanted to be strong. But when she was in his arms, he couldn't help but want to pamper her even more. He sighed and kissed her hair. "Don't resist me anymore. Just be my blood servant. When your blood doesn't taste good, I'll grant you the identity of a vampire." Didn't all humans like this identity? They liked it so much that they didn't hesitate to kill each other. After Arthur finished speaking, he suddenly realized that there was nothing in his fingers. He woke up from his drunken state, and the warm sunlight shone on him. He sat on the floor, surrounded by wine bottles. There was no sign of Wei Wei Bai. Arthur's expression turned cold. He was stunned for a while. Then he stood up, walked into the room, and entered the coffin. He decided to sleep. Humans were fragile. When he woke up, she would be old and dead, no longer able to affect him. Wei Wei Bai was in the prison of the elder's house, gnawing on tasteless bread. "Sigh, this stupid Chinibu is too hard to attack. I've already lost half my life, but his favorability has only climbed to 60. I'm so cute. Why can't the target fall in love with me at first sight, have deep feelings for me at second sight, and have a favorability of 100 at third sight?" The system said earnestly, "How can you love someone based on their looks? Love is too superficial." Wei Wei Bai thought for a while. No, if a 300-pound fatty were chase after me, I definitely wouldn't be moved. Even if that fatty was the richest man in the world, had the best talent and the best personality. She couldn't do it. The top narcissistic dog Wei Wei Bai said straightforwardly, "I'm ugly, I don't deserve love." System, it was bad enough that she was ugly, but she was still cursed every day. Could you give these ugly dogs a way out? The closed door of the dungeon opened, and a young man with a feminine appearance walked in, followed by a few guards. My little cutie, you look so pitiful. She was very cute, but what was up with this man who acted so familiar with her? The system immediately told her about Moore's information and his perverted fetishes. He was not her target. Wei Bai was not interested. Moore squatted down and said in a friendly manner, "You're Arthur's blood servant. How can you be used to such coarse food? Give me another dinner." Wei Bai looked at him silently, but she didn't reject the dinner. Her movements were restrained and elegant. It was impossible to tell that she was a human who had walked out of the slums. Moore observed her with interest. After all, it was rare to find such a tasty human. This aroused his intense appetite. He couldn't help but gulp and say, "What's your purpose in getting close to Arthur?" Bai Weiwei glanced at him indifferently and continued to eat. Moer's smile became warmer, but his eyes were very cold. Did the traitor's spies poison their own blood and then feed it to him to make him weak? This was a tactic that the traitor army spies often used. Suicide attack. They turned themselves into blood servants and turned their blood into poison to corrode the vampire's body. Wei Bai finally finished eating. She wiped her mouth with a napkin and said calmly, "Purpose? I look down on vampires and hate you. I don't want to get close to you, and I don't want to have anything to do with you." To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record your reading record. Next time you open the bookshelf, you will be able to see it, if you like. Chapter 9:39. Moore looked at her coldly, but suddenly picked up a glass of wine beside him. "If what you said is true, then drink it." Wei Bai was not afraid. "Is this poison wine? That's good. I've had a delicious last dinner, so I'll die a worthy death." After that, she drank the wine without hesitation. Moore stared at her, but he did not see any trace of fear in her. There really were humans who were not afraid of death. After drinking the wine, Wei Bai started to feel dizzy. She collapsed on the ground and looked at Moore helplessly. The system said, "This wine is a confession potion. You'll tell the truth after drinking it." Wei Bai frowned. "How effective is it?" The system said, "Who do you think is the most beautiful person in the world?" Wei Bai said, "Me." She was straightforward and not hypocritical. The system said, "The confession potion's effect is that your answers are so honest." Basically, she would answer whatever Moore asked without any pretense. The system said proudly, "My magic is boundless. I'll give you some spiritual support so you won't be affected by this thing." Wei Bai was alarmed. "How much life points do I have?" The system said, 3 days. Wei Bai was speechless. Moore had already started to ask, "What's your position in the rebel army?" A blood servant of the rank of prince must have a high position. Wei Bai was confused and finally answered, "What's the rebel army?" Moore was speechless. What the hell? Didn't she appear in the rebel army's gathering? How could she not know what the rebel army was? Sensing something was wrong, Moore asked again, "Why did you appear in the rebel army's gathering?" Bai Weiwei frowned and seemed to be resisting something, but her weak struggle only lasted for a while. Finally, she couldn't hold on any longer and said weakly, "I was scared. I could only run away from him, but I didn't know where to go. Then I saw a few people in cloaks and masks running past. I followed them." Mo Air raised his eyebrows. "Walking with strangers? Aren't you afraid of death?" Wei Bai weakly muttered, "I'll die if I fall in love with that damn vampire. I'd rather die than let him know that I like him." "Moore, who do you like?" Wei Bai was silent for a moment. Tears suddenly flowed from her eyes. "I like that bastard who sucked my blood. How could I like him?" Moer, he was stuffed with cold dog food. He was here to interrogate the prisoner, not to listen to the confession of a girl's secret love. Wei Bai cried and said, "I should hate him. I hate all vampires. You killed my parents. I hate you." Moer, Wei Bai, why would I like him? He won't even look at me. He even locked me up and abused me. Moore silently covered his ears with his hands. Get lost. He did not want to eat this kind of dog food. He was a single bat with dignity. So at the end of the interrogation, Wei Bai was just a fragile human girl who had a grudge against vampires but did not do anything harmful to them. She was also a pitiful little girl who fell in love with her master. She was not a big fish in the rebel army at all, let alone a damned spy. If the spy was this kind of mentally retarded girl whose head was full of pink bubbles, the rebel army would have been destroyed long ago. Mor was a little disheartened. He touched her face with pity. Although I know you are not a rebel, you have a grudge against us. Plus, Arthur has feelings for you, so you'd better die. / Chapter 940. Arthur's emotional fluctuations were so obvious. Only that emotional retard didn't realize how he felt about his blood servant. Arthur was very important to the Blood Kindred Kingdom. His combat power was heaven-defying. He was the pure-blooded descendant of the ancestor, and he was God's favorite. He was the most likely to take over the position of the 13th Elder. Mor himself was a strong supporter of Arthur. That was why he would remove any obstacles to Arthur's succession in advance, including the ridiculous possibility that Arthur would fall in love with human girls. He would remove it in advance, too. That was why Mor said to Wei Wei Bai with a rare pity, I won't torture you anymore. I wanted to suck your blood dry, but since you didn't hurt Arthur and even adored him, I'll let you die quickly. There were many kinds of death sentences, and he would choose the less painful one to reward her. After that, Mor stood up coldly and turned to leave. Wei Wei Bai is a traitor. Since she didn't cause any harm to the Blood Kindred, we'll let her off lightly. We'll choose the easiest death sentence. The clerk behind him recorded it immediately. After he left, Wei Wei Bai struggled to sit up and leaned against the wall tiredly. I feel tired, the system said. You have a fever. It was a problem caused by taking a cold shower. Wei Wei Bai touched her head. She really did have a fever. The system said, you'll be executed tomorrow. Do you want to use your life points to escape? Wei Wei Bai said, what's that Shinibu doing? The system said, he's suffering from insomnia. He's irritated and asked someone to find a beautiful girl for him to drink blood. Wei Wei Bai said, I'm not dead yet, and he's already looking for a replacement. That scumbag. The system said, escape first? If the target's affinity was too low, he might not remember to save her. Wei Wei Bai thought for a moment, then closed her eyes and said softly, let's wait. Tomorrow is the turning point. If he doesn't come, we'll think of something then. She was used to wandering on the edge of life and death, so she accepted it calmly. If she wanted to fight for her life, she had to give it her all. The Blood Kindred's execution time was at night. She was led to the judge's stand. A vampire with a long sword stood beside her. Wei Wei Bai's hands were tied with ropes. Her face was flushed red as she looked around tiredly. Mor sat in the front seat, and beside him were several guards who accompanied him. The sword will cleanly cut off your head. You won't feel any pain. Mo Air raised his hand casually. The prisoner, Wei Wei Bai, colluded with the rebel army to murder the prince. Her crime is unforgivable. Death penalty. After saying that, the vampire behind him pulled out his sword. The cold sword light reflected the moonlight. Wei Wei Bai was just about to communicate with the system to purchase the items needed to escape. However, that blade was extremely fast, and very soon it arrived at her neck. A strand of long hair was cut off and blown over her shoulder. Before she could dodge, the sword froze. It stopped half a centimeter away from her neck. She looked ahead. He saw the shocked expressions of Mo Air and all the officials. Just as she was about to turn around, a beautiful pale hand covered her eyes. Then her entire body was pulled into someone's embrace. This embrace was so cold and domineering, but also filled with a sense of security. His voice was low and suppressed, with a trace of vexed fragility. I'm hungry. Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened, as if she couldn't believe who was behind her. The man's kiss was on her neck, but he didn't hurt her. His long hair fell over her shoulder, so gorgeous that she could see the light. Without you, I can't sleep. It was a cold voice, but it was as soft as a child who couldn't find his home. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 65. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. / transmigration system. Male god, come here. / transmigration system. Male god, come here. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Chapter 941. He lowered his head and buried it in her thin shoulder. His silver hair draped over her body. In his red eyes, there was a weak, confused and tired softness. This was the first time the strongest vampire in the Empire had shown such a weak side in front of others. He didn't even want her to see him. It was as if he had lost in front of her when she saw his weak side. During the few days of her trial, he experienced for the first time what it meant to pass a day like 100 years. He had never felt that time was so hard to pass. Wine couldn't do it, and those young boys and girls couldn't do it either. He couldn't sleep, and he couldn't eat. He could only think of her. This feeling was too painful. Arthur covered her eyes tightly. He pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "Come back with me." This was a plea. A vampire was pleading to a human. This unprecedented humility surprised and shocked all the vampires present. Wei Wei Bai's body leaned in his arms. She was stiff and seemed to be resisting. The prince who had chased her here had really thrown away his 100 years of face and dignity. He restrained her with his arms and said word by word, "Come back with me. Don't be stubborn, okay?" He was actually asking. He didn't take her away domineeringly and unreasonably. Wei Wei Bai looked at the health bar above her head silently. It had turned green. When she didn't answer, the health bar increased by 10%, a total of 30% green. She didn't expect that resisting Arthur would give her so much green. It seemed that Arthur's identity and status were very important in this vampire empire. So important that the empire would tremble if he was uncomfortable. She stopped while she was ahead. After all, it was very dangerous to resist a vampire prince to death when his favorability hadn't exceeded 70. Plus, her body really couldn't take it anymore. Her body was weak. She had a high fever and cold air entered her body. No wonder this plane only took 6 months to conquer. If this continued, this body would really only last half a year. Wei Wei Bai felt the embrace behind her. It was getting more and more confining, even to the point that she couldn't breathe. At the last moment when Arthur exploded, she finally nodded gently. He nodded his head in a reserved and suppressed manner, but to the vampires behind him, it was the most beautiful answer. He sounded agitated. "You've agreed to go back, Wei Wei?" But before he could get a reply from the girl in his arms, she had already softly leaned against his chest and fainted. Arthur was shocked and reached out to cup her face. Her face was abnormally red, and her body temperature was higher than normal. He was not a human, so he did not immediately notice that something was wrong with her. Only now did he realize that her body temperature was frighteningly high. Arthur's face darkened. He reached across her knees and easily hugged her into his arms. Bai Weiwei furrowed her brows tightly and let out a pained and fragmented groan. The redness in Arthur's eyes deepened, as if a terrifying storm was brewing. He looked up more. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Moore gripped the armrest tightly. He stood up slowly and said with a smile, "Arthur, she is a member of the rebel army. Are you trying to protect the rebel army?" Once this accusation was put on him, it would not be easily dealt with. Arthur's expression turned cold. All the weakness he had in front of Weiwei by just now had disappeared. He said calmly, "Yes, I am covering for her." So matter of fact and domineering. Moore finally could not smile. "Arthur, she is only a human. Even if she turned into a vampire through the embrace, she is still a sub-vampire with a low status. The Sacred Blood Conference is about to begin. Are you planning to give up your position as the leader?" Chapter 942. The Sacred Blood Conference was a voting system. If Arthur chilled the hearts of the vampires, then he would not get support. He did so many things to let Arthur get support. How could he completely lose this opportunity because of a human? Arthur was expressionless. He did not feel Moore's emotions at all. He asked indifferently, "Did you touch her?" She had a few traces of Moore's aura on her. It was something that could only be touched when a vampire was very close to a human. If it were not for the fact that he could not find traces of torture on her body, he would have already exploded. Moore saw his murderous intent. He could not help but show his bloody teeth, his red eyes frightening. "If I touch her, will you kill me?" Arthur did not answer, but directly raised his hand. A huge red blood blade array suddenly appeared. In an instant, blood blades appeared everywhere at the execution site. Magic power formed a terrifying sealing circle around them. No one could run out. Arthur wrapped his coat around Weiwei Bai, then walked out calmly and elegantly. We passed by more. He lowered his head, his eyes cruel and cold. You didn't touch her this time, so I won't kill you. His tone was like a gift. Facing a vampire of the same prince level, Arthur looked like he was facing a lowly slave. He had been in a deep sleep for many years. He rarely woke up, and he rarely went out. So many people had forgotten how terrifying and cruel he was when he quelled the rebellion, and how admirable he was. As long as he was around, the vampires, no matter what happened, they would not be wiped out. Moore once again felt the suppression that surpassed the prince level. They were of the same level, but Arthur could suppress him. Moore watched as Arthur carried his cute little blood servant and walked out as if nothing had happened. If he wanted to protect a rebel, no vampire would dare to stop him. Not to mention, Bai Weiwei wasn't part of the rebel army. How pitiful! I thought we were friends. Moore got up helplessly and began to look for his broken limbs. The attack this time was too powerful. A few of the vampires at the scene were crushed on the spot and could not recover. They died. He was slightly better off. He only had a few broken ankles and hands, and his intestines were all over the floor. He just had to stuff him back in. Weiwei slept painfully. She felt hot and cold at the same time, and a cold hand kept touching her face. The torment of ice and fire made her unable to sleep soundly. Then he began to have nightmares. She dreamt that her life points were all eaten up by the system, and then she pinched the system and died together. Trash, you didn't steal the snacks, did you? The system looked at its feverish host and shuddered. I only ate some dried fruits. I didn't eat much. I really didn't. The feverish host was filled with murderous intent. If you dare eat too much, I'll strangle you to death. The system silently looked at the dried mango in its hand. Should it throw it away and destroy the evidence? In any case, he had already bought it. Sooner or later, the host would know that he would strangle it to death. It had to eat more before it died to be worthy of its bones and flesh. Beside the soft bed, Arthur supported his chin with one hand and closed his eyes. His pale face had a faint trace of tiredness. He suddenly opened his eyes vigilantly and found that the sleeping Weiwei had a pained expression. She seemed to be saying something in her sleep, but it was too chaotic. Arthur couldn't understand it. Was she having a nightmare? Arthur lowered his head and gently touched her face with his fingers. He felt the fever recede. He gently said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Chapter 943. This sentence made her expression calm down, and the sound of her shallow and steady breathing could be heard. Arthur let out a sigh of relief before lowering his head and kissing her soft and beautiful hair. His expression was surprisingly gentle. The light of the day made him uncomfortably close his eyes. But when he thought of the doctor's words, he resisted the urge to close the curtains. The doctor said that he couldn't force her to drink his blood anymore. Although the blood of a prince had the ability to repair the human body. But if it was used on humans who were too weak, it could be effective in the short term, but it was based on overdraft of life. In other words, the more he fed her blood, the shorter her life would be in the future. Humans were truly too weak in front of the blood race with eternal life. And she needed sunlight. The days in the dungeon had worsened her body's weakness. She needed a bright and stable environment. Arthur had never been so careful to raise such a young girl. He was afraid that her fragile, soft, delicate, and beautiful life would disappear because of his carelessness. Liz bent her body and silently appeared behind Arthur. "Your Highness, the information of the interrogation is here. The clerk is also waiting outside." Arthur took the information. He clasped Weiwei Bai's fingers, kissed them, and said softly, "I'll be back later." This kind of prince was terrifyingly sticky. What was even more frightening was that the young girl didn't wake up at all. Arthur turned his head, and his expression had changed. He stood up and walked out with a cold arrogance on his face. The clerk fearfully told him the process of the interrogation. Arthur's expression was cold. In other words, she didn't join the rebel army. She just accidentally entered the gathering place, and then you deliberately sent her to her death. The clerk didn't dare to say anything. This decision wasn't something small shrimps like them could make. Wasn't this the judgment of Moore's prince? Arthur snorted, "I'm too kind to you. You know that she's my baby, but you still dare to treat her like this. Clerk, baby, you even sent her to trial. You changed your attitude too quickly. He answered with fear. Your Highness, this is not something we can decide. Arthur continued to ask, as if he didn't hear him. What happened to her parents? The clerk said, I think he was killed by vampires. We haven't investigated it yet. Arthur's face darkened. You didn't investigate anything, and you convicted her. The clerk trembled in fear. Your Highness, when you sent her for trial, didn't you tacitly approve of her death? When humans were brought to trial by the vampires, almost all of them died. Even if they were wrongly accused, they would still die. Because humans were too lowly, death was insignificant. Therefore, when Arthur sent her over, they thought that he was going to kill her. Even if he knew that she wasn't a rebel, he still wanted to get rid of her. Arthur also thought of this, and his body felt like it was being pricked by needles. He frowned and thought for a while with a cold face, just as he was about to raise his hand to get rid of these clerks. Suddenly, a familiar sweet smell drifted past his nose. Arthur immediately turned his head, only to see a light blue pajama skirt flash past on the stairs of the hall. It was Wei Wei Bai's nightgown. She heard everything. Wei Wei Bai's footsteps were a little weak. Just as she ran into the corridor, she didn't have time to push open the door. A hand passed over her shoulder and rested on the door, locking her in an embrace. Wei Wei Bai turned around and found Arthur standing in front of her. His face was still expressionless, but his thin lips were tightly pressed together, as if he was enduring something. Chapter 944. She immediately wrapped her arms around herself in an insecure posture. Then she turned her head away to avoid looking at him. Arthur's eyes turned gloomy. He had many ways to force her to look at him, but he couldn't do any of them. He suddenly suppressed his voice and said, Were your parents killed by vampires? Wei Wei Bai's body trembled as she looked at him in panic. Her hands gripped her skirt tightly as the corners of her mouth twitched. Finally, she said coldly, So what if they were? Do you vampires care how a human died? Arthur's fingers almost broke the door. He held back his frustration and said, Of course I don't care. Wei Wei Bai looked up and glared at him. She was about to explode. But he continued, But don't you care? When did they die? Her parents seemed to have died a long time ago. The fact that she was an orphan was clearly written in the school's records. Wei Wei Bai said, If you don't care, why are you asking this? Do you think you can take revenge for them? Arthur repeated, You care. Wei Wei Bai said, What does that have to do with you? Arthur paused, and his expression suddenly became gentle. Of course I care about what you care about. Wei Wei Bai's mouth tightened. She couldn't understand what was wrong with him. Arthur saw that a strand of her long hair fell to her shoulder and couldn't help but comb it. Wei Wei Bai immediately looked at him warily. Her gaze was guarded and uneasy. Arthur's expression darkened. He carefully suppressed the violent emotions in his body. He tried to say gently, It's my fault for frightening you when I sent you to trial. Don't be angry. He was a grand prince of the blood race, and it was already extremely lowly of him to treat her like this. Wei Wei Bai didn't appreciate it at all. She looked at him with a cold smile. I thought you couldn't wait to kill me, a sinner who disobeyed you in every way. Arthur's calm eyes showed a trace of intense annoyance. He stared at her as if he had a lot to say. In the end, he only said one sentence. If you hate vampires because of your parents' death, then I will give you an explanation. With that, he immediately turned around and left. He didn't have the slightest reluctance. But in a place where Wei Wei Bai couldn't see, his calm eyes finally surged with conflicting joy and pain. He clenched his fists, afraid that he would turn around again. He couldn't help but hug her and get close to her. In front of her, his self-control was too weak. Suppressing it became the most difficult thing for him to do. But he also knew that he didn't want to scare her anymore. He didn't want her to cry and have nightmares. When Wei Wei Bai was having dinner, Arthur suddenly walked in wearing a black coat. His long hair was tied up, and his coat was embroidered with gold-rimmed patterns, looking luxurious and exquisite. It made him look even colder and more arrogant. He bent down and picked her up from the chair, not allowing her to refuse. Wei Wei Bai couldn't resist at all and was brought to the hall by him. A few of the lower-ranking members of the Blood Clan were trembling on their knees. Arthur sat on the chair, and Wei Wei sat on his lap. She was trapped in his arms, unable to struggle. Speak. Those Blood Clan members looked at each other, unwilling to speak. Arthur sneered. He didn't even move, but those Blood Clan members were already lying on the ground in pain. I'll say we killed them. At that time, we were passing by the slums and suddenly thought of a hunting game. So another Blood Clan member continued. So we mistakenly killed a lot of humans. Hunting humans was a hobby of the Blood Clan aristocrats. /save button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 945. Often, when the vampires gathered, they would encircle an area where humans lived. Usually, it would be the slums, and then they would start to hunt humans. Whoever killed the most humans would be the winner. Arthur was expressionless and unmoved, but the person in his arms started to tremble. He looked down and saw that her eyes were filled with anger and hatred. This anger made Arthur tense up, and he even felt heartache for the hatred in her eyes. Arthur already knew the truth. He thought for a while before making a decision. Continue. One of the vampires immediately said, I've killed too many people. I really can't remember their names. This was the truth. The high and mighty vampires had a hard time remembering the names of humans. This sentence finally ignited the anger of the girl in his arms. She suddenly pushed Arthur fiercely and escaped from his arms. She had already rushed in front of the vampire. She raised her hand and ruthlessly slapped the Blood Clan member without any hesitation. The vampire was stunned after hurting his hand, but it didn't hurt much. After all, a human's strength was still too weak to attack a vampire. Wei Wei lowered her head, and her long hair fell. Her pale face was dyed with a bright red, and her round and harmless eyes burst out with an unimaginable light. At this moment, she was like a lush flame that burned people's eyes. Arthur sat up straight, and the careless expression on his face disappeared. This was the first time he had experienced the hatred of humans. It could actually bring such great power. She said word by word, That's right. Humans are as lowly as ants. You can kill them as you want, but you don't need to remember who we are. We're just pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep in your eyes. So what if we die? I still remember how you looked like. At that time, I hid under the bed and saw with my own eyes how you dug out my mother's heart with your fingers, and how you killed my father with one kick. At this point, Wei Wei couldn't continue. Her voice was trembling badly, and her eyes were red. She was in pain and despair. I hate you, you animals. Arthur had already stood up. He never thought that she would be in so much pain. To him, the death of a human was something he did not care about at all. Therefore, he knew that she hated him because her parents were killed by vampires. He looked at the information and found that he didn't kill her by mistake. He heaved a sigh of relief and let her vent her anger on the murderer. That way, she wouldn't hate him. But when he saw the hatred and fury in her eyes, he realized that she might already hate all vampires. Arthur immediately walked over, casually pulled out a sword, and stuffed it into Wei Wei's hand. He held her hand and pointed the sword at the vampire. He was the one who killed your parents. Wei Wei, I killed him with my own hands and freed myself from hatred. This was his goal. He wanted her to let go of her hatred. Wei Wei's fingers were trembling badly. She suddenly said coldly, Let go of me. Arthur was silent and hesitant. Let go, she snapped. Ordering a prince around like this was simply courting death. But to everyone's surprise, the prince only hesitated for a moment before letting go and taking a few steps back. He said worriedly, Don't hurt yourself. Wei tightened her grip on her sword and remained silent. She didn't even turn around to look at him. She walked step by step towards the vampire with her back straight. Then, she raised her sword and threw it out. But she didn't kill the vampire. Then, she didn't even look back as she walked out. Chapter 946. The moonlight outside was cold, and it shone on her. Before she reached the door, she saw Arthur leaning against the door with his arms crossed. His long black coat was draped over his shoulders, looking casual and relaxed. Why don't you kill your enemy? Arthur asked in confusion. Wei turned to look at him coldly and suddenly laughed. Didn't you want to humiliate me? I can't kill him at all. Vampires could always recover, and she couldn't kill vampires with her strength. Arthur sighed. I'll help you kill him. As long as she raised her sword, he would help her solve it. Wei Wei Bai looked at him expressionlessly, and the confusion in her eyes deepened. She sneered. What's wrong with you? Aren't you unhappy that I disobeyed you and wanted to kill me? Now that you're acting like this, people who don't know would think that you like me. Arthur was silent for a while before nodding. A little. Wei Wei Bai, what? Arthur, I like you. The cold moonlight was extremely hazy. The two of them stood under the moonlight, and the silence stretched on. Arthur suddenly couldn't take it anymore. You should say something. Wei Wei Bai took a few steps back with a look of disbelief. Say something. Arthur suddenly came in front of her, held her face with both hands, and kissed her fiercely. Wei Wei Bai was so shocked that she couldn't move. After he finished kissing her, he pursed his lips tightly and said after a long time, Don't you like me a lot? He had seen the information at the trial. The clerk had also described the scene at that time. The effect of the self-bleaching agent was irresistible to humans because it had magic power. This was not a power that humans could resist. So what she said was true. She didn't betray him. She just entered that place by mistake. He later heard her conversation with the rebel members. Maybe she wanted to join in at that time. But because he interrupted, she didn't succeed. And she hated vampires and even wanted to join the rebel army because she had a grudge against them. For the first time, Arthur saw in the file that she liked him about it. His mind was in a daze, and then he was ecstatic, but he suppressed it. He was afraid that he had made a mistake. That was why he had found her enemy. All she had to do was take revenge. Would she admit that she liked him then? Wei Wei Bai was in a daze. She repeated foolishly, I like you. For the first time, Arthur felt nervous. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't sweating, his palms would probably be wet like a disappointing human. He was extremely reserved. Didn't you say that you like me? Wei Wei Bai's eyes went blank, and then she panicked. She suddenly retreated, wanting to dodge. No, I don't like you. Who told you that? Arthur closed in step by step. One of them retreated while the other chased. Of course you said it yourself. Did you forget what you said when you were interrogated? Wei Wei Bai was anxious. Who said that? I didn't. One of the side effects of the self-bleaching agent was that humans would not be able to remember what happened during the period of self-bleaching. Only then did Arthur remember, and his face immediately turned ugly. If she couldn't remember, wouldn't that mean she didn't know that he had confessed to her? Then wouldn't it be too much of a loss for him to say that he liked her just now? Arthur immediately sped up and grabbed her shoulders tightly, not allowing her to escape. Say that you like me. Wei Wei Bai straightened her neck. Scram, I don't like you. Arthur was also angry. I said that I like you. Why didn't you respond to me? Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes. Do I have to like you just because you like me? Arthur, of course. Wei Wei Bai struggled to break free from his fingers and turned to leave. The man behind her held onto her waist with one hand. He lowered his head in silence, as if he was struggling with something. Is it so difficult to admit that you like me? He complained softly, even feeling wronged. You were the one who confessed first. He nagged endlessly, as if he was not satisfied with her indifference after his confession. Wei Wei Bai finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted in annoyance. I like you, okay? Are you satisfied that the whole world likes you? Arthur was speechless for a moment before softly saying, I don't need the whole world. You are enough. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 70. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. /transmigration system. Male god, come here. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Chapter 947. A favorability of 70 was actually like a favorability of 90 on a Chinibu vampire. Wei Wei Bai had never seen such a clingy man. What style do you like when you renovate the castle? Arthur dragged her to the front of the castle and pointed at the trees in front. He directly ordered the butler. Girls don't like forests. Cut down the trees and plant roses. Wei Wei Bai, what the hell was with planting roses? She didn't like roses. But before she could say anything, Arthur dragged her to the back again. When you rebuild the damaged room on the 3rd floor, give me a new style. Add more pink lace, make the balcony bigger, and give me a set of white tea table and chairs. It's exquisite and pretty. All girls like it. Wei Wei Bai, I don't like it. Before she could finish, Arthur suddenly waved his hand angrily and scolded the maids and the butler behind him. The style of this castle is not good. It's not the style of a young girl. Change it for me. Wei Wei doesn't like it. Wei Wei Bai. She suddenly felt very tired. She didn't want to see a pink castle. It was too scary. Liz asked respectfully behind her, "Miss, what style do you like? Is soft and delicate decoration okay?" The butler was still the best. Wei Wei Bai looked at her gratefully and said, "I like the atmosphere." Arthur's face immediately darkened. "How are you on duty? The softness is not enough. The outer walls of the castle are too cold and hard. Paint them all pink. Plant roses in the inner and outer courtyards. Make them pink. Renovate the room. Make the bed warmer. Make it light yellow. Oh right, the outer walls of the castle are too monotonous. Plant roses. Let the whole castle be filled with flowers. The flowers must be pink." Wei Wei Bai, no, she refused. It was too scary. She didn't want to live in a pink castle full of flowers. Arthur concluded, Wei Wei will like it. Wei Wei Bai, no, I don't. Arthur lowered his head and revealed a gentle but very pressurizing smile. You like it, right? This smile actually contained killing intent. Wei Wei Bai felt like she would be killed if she didn't say she liked him. She compromised. I like it, Arthur said. Yes, I knew you would like it. Wei Wei Bai, so hopeless. The system's face was full of anticipation. I really want to live there. What a romantic castle. Wei Wei Bai, even more hopeless. After deciding on the style of the castle's decoration, Arthur waved his hand and the maids brought in the clothes one by one. These are all the latest dresses this year. I asked them to send one of each. What kind of dress do you like? Wei Wei Bai looked at the line of maids that were about to leave the castle. The number of dresses was too terrifying. She wanted to be free, so she casually pointed at a dress that was more conservative in color, but had a very smooth design. This one. Arthur looked up and said, No, this color is too old-fashioned. Wei Wei Bai didn't want to argue with him, so she pointed to a light blue dress that looked dreamy, but not dazzling. Arthur snorted. The style is old-fashioned. No, Wei Wei Bai said to the system. Why is he so experienced with women's dresses? The system said, Who said that men can't have experience with women's dresses? We men have a lot of taste, and we have a lot of experience when it comes to women's dresses. Although she didn't think much of the system's boasting, Wei Wei Bai was relieved. She mustered up her courage and said, Why don't you choose for me? Transmigration system, Adonis, come here. Transmigration system, Adonis, come here. /transmigration system, Adonis, come here. Transmigration system, Adonis, come here. Download the at https://m/com button at the bottom to record this chapter. Transmigration system, Adonis, come here. Chapter 948. She was pressed against the door. A man's hands were on both sides of her ears, completely trapping her in his arms. He lowered his head, his short black hair glowing. His attitude was gentle, but there was an imperceptible coldness in his eyes. I heard that you were involved in the chaos of the rebel army. Are you okay? Wei Wei Bai's eyes flashed with a trace of vigilance. What rebel army? I don't know. She didn't know that Los was one of the leaders of the rebel army. She pretended not to know. Los didn't feel that it was ambiguous to press her against the wall like this at all. He looked worried. You don't have to guard against me. I'm just worried about you. Wei Wei Bai replied calmly. Thank you for your concern, but the way the president worries is really different. He pulled her into the utility room and pressed her against the wall like this. Those who didn't know better would think that he was a pervert. Los seemed to appreciate her vigilance. His voice was gentle and sincere. You don't have to guard against me, Wei Wei. I'm someone you can trust. Wei Wei Bai still looked at him coldly, seeming a little nervous. Lothian stroked her hair, only to be slapped in the face by the girl. His face was slapped to the side. Wei Wei Bai said coldly, I don't like people touching my hair. It's like a pet. The feeling of an owner touching a pet's hair. It was very unpleasant. Los was stunned for a while, feeling his cheeks burning. He didn't withdraw his hand. Instead, the gentleness in his voice became more playful. Why? Only your owner is allowed to touch you. Wei Wei Bai looked up. The anger in her eyes made her look particularly aggressive. Are you here to insult me, President Los? The playfulness on Los's face disappeared and was replaced by helplessness. He let go of his hand and took a few steps back, giving Wei Wei Bai her freedom. No, I thought you'd want to join us. Wei Wei Bai opened the door without hesitation and was about to walk out. I think there will be more outstanding students joining the student union. After all, the student union's rewards are very generous, aren't they? 3 slots for the embrace. How enviable. These words were full of sarcasm in her mouth. After she finished speaking, she walked out of the storage room. However, she heard a faint voice behind her. I'm inviting you to join the Anti-Vampire Alliance. Wei Wei Bai stopped in her tracks, but she did not turn around. Los leaned against the door and looked at her seriously. I know you hate vampires. The last time you appeared at our gathering, didn't you want to join us? Wei Wei Bai finally looked back at him in disbelief. It's you? Roth smiled. Yes, it's me. I'm a small leader in the Anti-Alliance. We suffered heavy losses in the last gathering and need a large number of new members. So, I'd like to invite you to join us. Wei Wei Bai frowned. Aren't you worried that I will betray you? Just like that, he revealed his identity. If you really want to betray me, I'm willing to die. I've never dared to tell you that I like you. I've liked you for 3 years. When he said this, there was no expression on his face, and his voice was incomparably indifferent. However, his eyes seemed to be dyed with light, and there was deep affection in them. He suddenly looked away, blushing slightly. I'm too abrupt. You might not even know me. He acted out the lowly part of having a crush on someone very well. Wei Wei Bai's face showed a trace of shock, but she quickly concealed it and said coldly, Don't joke around. Also, if I join the Anti-Alliance, it won't be because of you. It's because I know that humans and vampires can't coexist, and I'm a human. It's my duty to fight against vampires. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click Save at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 949. She turned and left after she finished speaking. Her high ponytail was tied with a pink bow, cute and tacky, but it was very harmonious on her. It was not awkward at all. Maybe it was because her eyes were too round, or maybe it was because her temperament was too cold. Los thought for a while, and suddenly realized that he had put too much thought into Wei Wei Bai. He put away his shy expression, and his face became cold. A blood servant of the prince who hated vampires, if used well, could be a powerful weapon. Wei Wei Bai walked to the corner, expressionless. You can tell he's not a good person. The system said, Didn't he have a crush on you? Wei Wei Bai said, I saw his eyelashes tremble, the smile on his face stiffen, and his eyes don't show any sign of love. He needs to practice lying better. The system said, Why do I feel like his acting is not bad? Wei Wei Bai said, It's because of trash like you that the entertainment industry is deteriorating. Trash system. It's used to the host's attacks, and even thinks that it's cute when the host calls it trash. It's all because of the host's love for it. Wei Wei Bai walked halfway, and suddenly turned back. Los had put out the bait, and was waiting for Wei Wei Bai to take the bait. He knew that Wei Wei Bai hated vampires, so she would definitely join the Anti-Alliance. He just had to instigate her for a while, provoke her anger towards vampires, and then invite her to join suddenly. He turned around vigilantly, and saw Wei Wei Bai standing behind him. He immediately put on a gentle smile, and was about to speak. Wei Wei Bai put on a smile, clear and firm. I've thought about it, President. I'm applying to join the Anti-Vampire Alliance. Los was silent for a while, as if he was surprised. He did not expect Wei Wei Bai to suddenly join. She was a blood servant of the prince, and among the humans, she was treated like a noble. No human could resist such temptation. But she gave up so easily. She chose to fight vampires. After Wei Wei Bai finished speaking, her smile disappeared and she turned to leave. It's better if we don't get to know each other in school. If I'm exposed in the future, at least I can protect you. Roth stood there in a daze. He waited for the reaction to return. Wei Wei Bai had disappeared at the end of the corridor. Roth was speechless for a long time before he faintly nodded. You are approved to join. After saying this, Roth showed a gentle smile. His impression of Wei Wei Bai had also changed greatly. She was a good girl. Wei Bai. The green bar has increased again. It's now at 40%. Sure enough, joining the Anti-Vampire Alliance would immediately give him green bars. If you want favorability, you have to rub off Arthur. If you want the green bar value, you can freeload Los. Perfect. The system asked, aren't you afraid of split? If you keep rubbing like this, you might break a bone. Wei Bai was as calm as the wind. Trust me, I'll take care of it. After all, with such a trashy system like you, if I don't pull myself together, I can only drag you to the grave and commit suicide. The system was also calm. How much does the host love me? Even if you die, you'll drag me down with you. The host and the system both laughed at each other at the same time. Wei Bai had just walked out of the school gate when she heard a cry of surprise. She saw a huge shadow under her feet. She looked up blankly and saw a big black bat suddenly descending. The scary big bat was crawling on the ground. A tall figure walked down gracefully from the bat's wings. His silver hair was tied up neatly. His cold and delicate face was like a work of art, without a single flaw. Download the ad. https://m Sasha. com// the button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 950. She grabbed Arthur's clothes tightly with both hands. Arthur stopped in the air and had no intention of landing. His voice was very gentle, like a poisonous snake. Tell me, who is the man who approached you in school? He smelled the scent of another male human on her body. He must be very close to her to have such a strong scent. Bai Weiwei buried her head in his arms, gritted her teeth, and said with a trembling voice, I don't know what you're talking about. Today, there's so many people who approach me. Everyone wants to please me. They can't wait to stick to me just to get your favor. Arthur frowned. My favor. Wei Bai raised her head fiercely, her eyes still trembling with fear. She pulled the corners of her mouth into an ugly smile. Yes, your highness the prince's favor. As your blood slave, am I not the best target to please? There are even people who pounced on me just to get information about you going out. Arthur thought about how humans turned into vampires for the sake of killing each other in the past. It was possible that they had been sticking to her to please her. So the scent on her body was just some human who didn't know what was good for them and stuck to her to climb up. His fingers were on her back, and he could still feel her trembling in fear. A sense of pity surged in his heart. This is a joke that vampires often do. Sometimes we will give our partners a surprise. For example, we will push her off a building and catch her. Then the women will be very happy. He was talking about the women of the vampires. Wei Bai. You idiotic joke. She was so scared that she almost showed her true face. Arthur saw that she was really scared. He thought for a moment and suddenly lowered his head, revealing his neck. I'll let you take a bite. Wei Bai looked at him like he was an idiot. Arthur explained patiently, if your partner is angry, let her take a few bites and she will be happy. Wei Bai finally realized that the words were wrong. Partner? Arthur looked at her calmly, but his eyes were complicated, expectant, and hesitant. Tonight, there will be a sacred blood banquet. The 13th elder, as well as the nobles, will be attending. If you have a partner, you must bring your partner with you. Wei Bai was still a loss. Arthur said softly but firmly, Tonight, you will accompany me. Wei Bai said, I don't. Arthur didn't allow her to refuse. He didn't even give her a chance to speak. He raised his chin coldly. If you say no, I'll just joke with you again. With that, he loosened his grip and was about to throw her out. Wei Bai immediately shouted, I will participate. I will definitely participate. Arthur tightened his arms and revealed a smug smile. It seems that you're also looking forward to this banquet. Let's go back. Wei Bai was hugged tightly by him and almost suffocated by his strength. She fiercely said to the system, Next time when you torture this bastard, remember to remind me not to be soft-hearted. The system retorted, When did you become soft-hearted? Wei Bai thought about it and agreed. When had she ever been soft-hearted? The Sacred Blood Banquet was the most important banquet for the blood race. All the most powerful and honorable blood breeds would be present. After the banquet, the Sacred Blood Conference would begin and the true leader would be chosen. Arthur was seen as the most likely blood breed to become a leader. That was why his presence was very eye-catching. especially the human beside him, who was even more eye-catching. That was because it wasn't appropriate for a human to appear in such an occasion. But Arthur had a human partner with him. Just like that, he walked into the banquet. Download the at https://m/sashu.com button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 9:51. It was unbelievable. Wei Wei Bai wore an evil pink banquet dress and felt that she was as eye-catching as a Christmas turkey. So when those vampires stared at her strangely, she actually felt that it was natural. Who wouldn't be surprised when looking at a pink Christmas tree? Arthur wore a complicated aristocratic costume, a white man's suit with golden patterns on the collar and cuffs. He bent his arm and let Wei Wei Bai hold him as they walked into the hall. His posture was elegant and impeccable, and his expression was arrogant and cold. Only when he looked at her could there be a trace of gentleness in his eyes. Arthur more limped over with the aid of his crutch. Then he saw Wei Wei Bai, and his expression changed. He whispered to Arthur, "You are too brazen. Can't you wait until the Sacred Blood Conference to bring this human out?" Arthur sized up his leg coldly and snorted. Moore shook 3 times. He found his leg, but it was missing a bone. It would take time to grow it back. Now that he saw Arthur, his whole body hurt. Moore's tone was much weaker. "When you become the leader, no one can resist you as long as you want. Why can't you bear with it?" Bringing it out at this time would reduce Arthur's votes. Arthur said calmly, "I can't bear it. I waited 100 years for a woman to make me excited. If I bear with it for a second, I will be dismembered. If anyone is not convinced, I accept a one-on-one fight." Wasn't this bullying? Let someone fight him one-on-one. Fighting one-on-one with the vampire's strongest martial artist, he was looking for trouble. Moore turned and left helplessly. "Up to you. Sooner or later, you will play yourself to death." Arthur said, "There is no one who can play me to death," he said confidently halfway, but suddenly hesitated. He glanced at Wei Wei Bai, who lowered her head and didn't know what to do. Then he pursed his lips and didn't dare to say too much. Vampires were a race that was good at enduring when they were full. Today's vampires were all elegant and well-dressed, although everyone's cold eyes would size up Wei Wei Bai. But no one came forward to greet him. The greetings were all directed at Arthur. His attitude towards Bai Wei Wei was like treating air. The opening dance of the banquet was about to begin. The music was cheerful and pleasant. The ladies would walk to the waiting area on the other side, and then the men would come forward to invite their dance partners. Arthur loosened his grip. "Wait for me." Wei Wei Bai had no choice but to walk to the waiting area and sit on the sofa. The female vampire beside her looked at her with disdain and indifference. Then, she quietly distanced herself from her. Even if she was brought in by Prince Arthur, no one really thought that Bai Wei Wei had the status of a partner. How could a mere blood servant have the right to sit with a group of great nobles like them? The banquet was lavishly decorated. The revelry of the night was just about to begin. When the music reached its climax, the male vampire slowly walked over. She reached out to invite her dance partner. Wei Wei Bai watched as the female vampires were invited away one by one. She was still sitting there in a daze. The system said, "The male protagonist is being held back. It's the prince who is competing with him for the leadership. He's very capable. He wants Arthur to give up on you and dance with his sister. Then, Arthur will smoothly take the position of leader." This was a very tempting suggestion. After all, Arthur's biggest competitor was the prince. 3 princes, if the remaining 2 supported him. He would be the undisputed king. Suddenly, the music of the banquet quieted down. The prince looked up and said loudly, "Let Arthur and his partner begin the opening dance." He looked very happy. It seemed that he had reached an agreement with Arthur to dance with his sister. Arthur smiled gently. He tidied up his sleeves and slowly walked to the waiting area. On the sofa beside Wei Wei Bai, a reserved and arrogant female vampire sat upright. As Arthur walked in, she trembled with excitement. Arthur walked in front of her. Everyone looked at them expectantly. Duo Deng is a pair of beautiful women. As for Wei Wei Bai, who was that? He didn't know her. Wei Wei Bai looked at this scene and couldn't help but think. Could it be that this vampire suddenly had a brain and knew that he had to be the leader first before he could talk about love? Just as she thought so, a cold hand held her warm fingers. She looked up and saw this handsome, silver-haired man. He lowered his head and looked at her gently. It was as if his eyes were filled with her. "Do you want to dance, my princess?" Ding, the male protagonist's favorability is at 80. Download the ad. https://m Sashu. Calm then. Chapter 952. Wei Wei Bai did not answer, but was pulled up by this pair of hands that would not allow her to refuse. Then, he lifted her arm and brought her to the dance floor. The lights around them were dazzling. Wei Wei Bai seemed to hear the sound of many blood breeds gnashing their teeth. She was really hated by the blood breeds. But the person who started all this hugged her waist, lowered his head, and whispered in her ear, "Do you know how to dance?" Wei Wei Bai put her hand on his shoulder with some effort. There was a difference in height between them. She said awkwardly, "Not really." Bloodbreed's music was obviously different from human social dance. Arthur hugged her, and with one step, he had already turned around elegantly. Then he held her waist without any hesitation, and if it was a complicated dance, he would lift her up lightly and let her feet leave the ground for a few seconds to complete a move. Then he put her down again. Was this a marionette dance? Wei Wei Bai's face was stiff, and under the watchful eyes of the blood breeds, she finished the dance with Arthur. His last action was to lower his head and kiss her cheek. The Prince Charming, who was always indifferent, was smiling gently. Their silhouettes were under the gorgeous lights. They were a perfect match. "You're so cute." His eyes were soft, and his voice was full of laughter. Wei Wei Bai looked up, and a helpless expression flashed across her pale face. Then she pushed him away, turned around, and left. Arthur saw her expression, and his expression became even gentler. She was not indifferent to him. Wei Wei Bai walked to the waiting area and took a break after dancing for a while. The system reminded her, "There's going to be a fight later. Be careful." Wei Wei Bai, fight? Is it from Roth's side, or the Prince Charming who was slapped in the face by Arthur because he failed to deliver a girl? The system, it's Roth. The members of the Anti-Vampire Alliance gathered 70 to 80% of their elites from various cities, and they want to wipe out the blood breeds today. Wei Wei Bai. Humans are too weak compared to vampires. What did they do? The system said, use poison and mana bombs. Under the system's painstaking explanation, she finally found out that the magic bomb was an extremely powerful bomb. In any case, this kind of bomb's power did not have a large range, but to the Blood Clan, one explosion was enough to kill one. This was because the magic bomb could temporarily prevent vampires from regaining their ability to regenerate. During this time, he would be able to kill a large number of vampires with his fireballs. It was said that many bombs had been buried around the castle where the banquet was held. Wei Wei Bai supported her chin with her hand and began to think. That's not right. I feel that Arthur will definitely be able to charge out. When that happens, those humans outside will be slaughtered by him alone. He had seen how Arthur attacked others. It was akin to an atomic bomb explosion. Once the encirclement was set up, the people within the encirclement would die one by one. Furthermore, it was an indiscriminate attack. It was like a bug in the system. Could it be that they have some sort of ultimate move to deal with Arthur? Wei Wei Bai was still thinking about whether she could use this plan. The system suddenly said, I saw the message from the main system. If you participate in this plan, you will receive 30% of the green bar value. Wei Wei Bai's eyes lit up. To what extent is participation? The system said, it's probably to assist the humans in completing this plan to deal with the Blood Clan. You will receive the reward if you successfully annihilate more than 80% of the Blood Clan. Wei Wei Bai frowned. This was too difficult. // You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 953. But if she missed this opportunity, with the speed at which Arthur's favorability increased, she was not far from self-destructing on the spot. Wei Wei Bai raised her head to look at the group of bloodlings. Arthur was standing beside Moore, and opposite him was the prince just now. That prince seemed to be questioning something. Arthur, however, just slightly raised the corner of his mouth, as if he was not interested in him. He seemed to sense her gaze and turned his cold face around. Under the light, his face was as white as porcelain, and his lips were as red as a rose. He saw her. The frosty indifference on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Then, a maid beside him came to Arthur respectfully with a plate of food. Arthur glanced down, as if he was picking at something. Then, he took the plate, not caring about the ugly expression of the other prince who had been slapped in the face. He took a step forward and walked towards her. Arthur came in front of Wei Wei Bai and put the plate on the small table in front of her. There was some freshly squeezed fruit juice and some human desserts on it. Arthur picked up a small piece of cream strawberry and pressed it on Wei Wei Bai's lips. There is no human food here. I ordered them to bring it here. Eat some. His attitude was considerate, but his actions were very domineering, because he stuffed the food into Wei Wei Bai's mouth, not allowing her to refuse. Eat more. You are too thin. I will let you nourish yourself during this period. You must eat supper in the future and eat more meat. Wei Wei Bai frowned. Are you feeding pigs? Arthur's attitude was calm as he took another piece of high-calorie cream cake and stuffed it into her mouth. No, I want to fatten you up. After all, a demi-vampire's body will never change after the embrace. Although you're already cute enough, your body is unbelievably soft and slender. I'm still greedy. I want to make your face rounder and healthier. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be struck by lightning. She looked at him blankly. Sub-vampire? Sub-vampires were humans who were turned into vampires after being embraced by bloodlings. They had eternal life and were no different from vampires. However, the inferior blood race had a very fatal flaw. It was a vampire who couldn't resist the embrace. In other words, if Wei Wei Bai were to become a sub-vampire, she would become a vampire. She would forever live under Arthur's control. She would be suppressed by the blood breed's level and be unable to resist her father, who gave her the embrace. This was the heavy price one had to pay to obtain eternal life. Wei Wei Bai thought a key point. Slag stem. How did I die after being stuck here for 6 months? The system replied. Struck by lightning. Wei Wei Bai. Couldn't there be a more romantic way to die? She decided that she would kill herself in this plane. She would never let the original way of dying happen again. If I turn into a blood kindred because of the embrace, what if the lightning doesn't kill me? That was the key point. He had become a vampire. If one was immortal, they would not die from illness. If one's body was strong, they would not die even if they were hit by a car, drowned in water, slashed by knives, or struck by lightning. The system replied, if you really become a vampire, you will not die after 6 months. At that time, there will be a mission for you to kill yourself. If you fail, there will be a terrible punishment. Wei Wei Bai refused to hear what the terrible punishment was. Arthur's red eyes darkened. Yes, I will give you eternal life, an ageless body, and the position of my partner. / Chapter 954. Wei Wei Bai opened her mouth and didn't wait for her to say anything. I won't accept your rebuttal. You don't have any right to decide on this matter. I'm just informing you, not discussing it with you. Arthur's expression was gentle, but his voice was unusually strong and scary. He reached out and held her fingers, approached her, and kissed her lips. The cold breath made Wei Wei Bai shrink back involuntarily. Soon you won't be afraid of the cold anymore. Arthur smiled happily. Wei Wei Bai didn't even have a chance to speak. This guy in front of her didn't listen to others at all. Once he made a decision, he would just inform her. One look, and she could tell that he had a strong desire to control. She couldn't imagine how strong he would be after 100 favorability points. Wei Wei Bai shivered. She didn't want to live in a castle full of control freaks forever. Arthur picked up a fork. Okay, we have to finish all these. I'll go over and say hello. Then we can go back. With that, Arthur turned and left. Wei Wei Bai ate some cake without tasting it. She couldn't stand the sweetness and threw the fork aside. Then she got up and went to the bathroom. Just as she finished washing her hands and was about to go out, a hand appeared behind her shoulder. It pressed down on the door. Although the system reminded her that the president was hiding in the bathroom, but when these people press people against the wall, do they all do it silently? She gathered her emotions and suddenly turned around, looking at the man who appeared behind her warily. Ross's hair was dyed dark brown. He was wearing a waiter's uniform, and his body was very cold. It seemed that he used some special method to disguise himself as a vampire. He smiled at her. Wei Wei Bai, I have a mission to trouble you with. Wei Wei Bai's pupils shrank, and her fingers clutched her sleeves tightly. She took a deep breath. What do you need me to do? Ross stretched out his hand, and two small and thin syringes appeared in his palm. The red one is an anesthetic that makes vampires lose their mobility. It can paralyze vampires of the prince rank for about 10 minutes. Wei Wei Bai finally knew what Ross was planning. They came to destroy the castle without fear. Because she was there, she had to deal with Arthur. As long as Arthur lost his mobility for a period of time, the plan to destroy the castle would succeed. Wei Wei Bai frowned. I'm not fast enough. He can stop me. Lo smiled ambiguously and suddenly approached her. His breath was as cold as that of the vampires. He said softly, You must have a way, a woman's way. Wei Wei Bai blushed and turned her face away. Watch yourself. Los immediately corrected his attitude. All right, this black syringe is the kiss of death. As long as it is injected into a vampire's body, he will fall into an eternal slumber, unable to wake up. It was no different from being dead. It was very easy to kill a prince who was always asleep. Wei Wei Bai looked at the syringe in his hand, and an intense struggle appeared on her face. I'll put him to eternal sleep. Ross stuffed the syringe into her hand. You are our hope. As long as you get rid of Arthur, then the human race will be able to recover. We have been oppressed for too many years and have been turned into vampires' domestic pigs for too long. I don't want our descendants to still live in the vampire's shadow. These words made Wei Wei Bai suddenly tighten her grip on the syringe in her hand. Roth let out a sigh of relief, knowing that she had agreed. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This matter is very dangerous. You have to be extremely careful. If in the end you really don't have a chance, crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www.sashu. Download Transmigration System. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record your reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 955. Los hesitated for a moment and finally said, Just give up. Wei Wei Bai looked up, a little surprised. Los let go of her. Okay, you can go now. Once you're done with Arthur, quickly go to the bathroom. I've already opened an escape route in the bathroom. Wei Wei Bai's footsteps were a little hesitant, but in the end, she turned around and opened the door. Los's voice came again. If you don't have a chance to do it, then, when the battle starts, pretend that you don't know about this plan and follow Arthur. At least she wouldn't die when she was with Arthur. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment before saying coldly, Just don't die yourself. You still have time to worry about others. With that, she lifted her feet and left without hesitation. Wei Wei Bai returned to the banquet and looked for Arthur. She found that he wasn't there. Moore saw her like a little pitiful girl in an environment full of vampires. He smiled a little nastily, then shook a glass of blood and walked behind her. Little blood slave, are you looking for your master? Wei Wei Bai saw that it was him and immediately took a few steps back with a look of disdain. Moore didn't mind her disdain. Your master is now with Duchess Sang-Air. Maybe Arthur will change his mind and kick you out to marry Sang-Air. With that, he pointed to the lounge behind the banquet. Wei Wei Bai snorted. What does it have to do with me, who he marries? Her tone was so sour that one could smell jealousy. Moore wasn't angry. He shook the glass of blood wine and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Your identity is just a blood slave. If one day Arthur doesn't want you, I'll be the first to suck your blood dry. Wei Wei Bai's face paled in fright. She quickly turned around and ran to the lounge. Moore's face turned cold. Really? How can you be tempted by a human? If this continues, the votes won't be enough. If only Wei Wei Bai could leave on her own accord. Wei Wei Bai walked to the door and saw that it was half open. A female voice pleaded, Arthur, I've loved you for so many years. Can't you look at me? I can't even compare to a lowly human. Arthur was indifferent. Yes, I can't compare. The prince's sister, Sang Air couldn't help but say loudly. How can I not compare to you? I can give you the ultimate enjoyment. My brother can support you to become a king. I can give you anything. Arthur, oh, no need. This rejection made it impossible for there to be any ambiguity between them. Arthur's voice sounded with some disdain. Also put on some clothes. This dried-up body of a few hundred years is too disgusting. Besides, you're 200 years older than me. I'm just a baby in front of you. Don't you think you're molesting a minor? This was a blow. An underage baby who was like a psychopath. Wei Bai suddenly pondered. Compared to Arthur, who was 100 years old, was she a newborn baby? She stole a glance and saw Xander standing naked in front of Arthur. That white body was very well proportioned and good-looking. Why would he dislike this? Sangir suddenly realized that Wei Bai was standing at the door. Shame flashed across her face. Then she pulled the cloak over, wrapped herself up, and turned to leave. When she brushed past Wei Bai, she gave her a vicious look. Wei Bai was calm. Why did a woman have to make things difficult for another woman? Why didn't she make things difficult for a man together? An arm suddenly pulled her into the room. Arthur raised her face, a trace of grievance on his face. Just now, a woman wanted to molest me. Wei Bai, you're so strong. She can't molest you. Arthur, she's a few hundred years older than me. She's stronger than me. Wei Bai was skeptical. Really? Arthur put away the grievance on his face. It's fake. My level is higher than hers. Then he looked at her anxiously. Wei Bai was confused. Aren't you going to comfort me? She felt that Sang Air was more miserable and in need of comfort. Arthur, my eyes are very uncomfortable. I saw something dirty. Kiss them. Wei Bai hesitated, as if she was hesitating about something. Arthur, however, put his hands behind his back and bent down obediently, putting his face in front of her. Kiss them. Such an exquisite and handsome face, so pitiful and pleading. As if bewitched, she couldn't help but kiss his eyes. But before she could leave, he raised his chin slightly and kissed her lips. This kiss was lingering and gentle. Arthur could feel the sweetness of her warm lips. He wanted to have this sweetness forever. Her hand suddenly stroked his neck gently. Arthur didn't stop her, and even indulged her intimate actions. But in the next second, he could have stopped her, but he quickly patted her hand and he paused. This kind of strength would break the bones in her hand. This hesitation. The syringe in her hand had already pierced his skin. The cold hit and froze his body. It also froze the tenderness and sweetness in his eyes. Chapter 956. Arthur's body began to numb. This was an anesthetic specially developed by the Anti-Vampire Alliance to deal with vampires. Arthur had seen this anesthetic before. He was very sure. It was something that only the rebel army could obtain. His hand tightly grasped her wrist, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. So from the beginning, you were on the rebel army's side? From the beginning, she only approached him to gain his trust, and then deal with him? This was the first time Arthur trusted a human so much. It was also the first time he was slapped in the face so hard. His red eyes were filled with killing intent, and there was a trace of uncontrollable sadness. The pain was so extreme that he didn't feel anything. He hated the people who betrayed him the most. No, it was the people who ruined his feelings. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 80, 75, 60. The notifications kept ringing as the favorability dropped. Wei Bai's hand was gripped so tightly that the bones were about to break, but her expression seemed to be frozen, and her eyes were empty and helpless. It was as if the person who gave him the needle wasn't her. How could she still look at him with such an innocent expression? Humans were really weak and cunning. They didn't know what was good for them, and they deserved to die. Arthur's body slowly leaned on her and slid to the ground. He also lost the strength to grab her wrist. Wei Bai seemed to be shocked, and immediately reached out to grab his sleeve. She finally reacted. Her eyes were filled with tears. Then she lowered her head to look at him. Seeing his cold and ruthless expression, she was a bit scared. Arthur forced out a cold smile. You're still scared? Wei Bai seemed to think of something, and her fingers trembled as she took out a black needle. Arthur had been dealing with the rebel army for a long time, so how could he not know about the kiss of death? This was a precious poison that only the rebel army's higher-ups could get. It was researched internally by the rebel army, so no one could get it except the rebel army. Wei Wei Bai held the needle as if she was holding something terrible, and a fierce struggle appeared on her face. This thing will only make you sleep. Arthur looked at her coldly, but grief began to appear in his eyes. He didn't speak and didn't bother to beg. He didn't even bother to threaten him. Wei Wei Bai was a rebel and had betrayed him. The fact that she wanted him to fall into an eternal slumber made him lose his will to fight. Wei Wei Bai repeated, "You only know how to sleep. You are a vampire. You are the vampire I hate the most." He seemed to be convincing himself. He kept convincing himself. She bent down, lowered her head, and hugged his neck with both hands, pressing him into her warm embrace. His movements were gentle and careful. However, the black syringe in her hand was already placed by his neck. There was only a fine line between eternal slumber. Arthur's face was buried in her chest. She couldn't see his expression, but his voice suddenly weakened. "Have you ever liked me?" The syringe in her hand paused. She maintained this posture for a while before lowering her eyes. Tears fell from her eyes without warning. "I don't like you. I won't like you. As long as you disappear from my life, I will definitely not like you." His voice almost broke when he said this. More and more tears fell on his forehead and neck. The killing intent and madness in Arthur's heart were suppressed bit by the tears. He couldn't raise his head because his whole body was numb. He could only feel the trembling of her suppressed sobs and the warmth of her tears. She was in pain. She was in so much pain that she couldn't even control her movements. Chapter 9:57. The black syringe missed him by a little bit, but she didn't dare to stab him. A strange emotion surged in Arthur's heart, as if he was unexpectedly at a loss. But more than that, it was pity that she was crying so pitifully. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 70. The madly dropping favorability started to rise back up. Arthur leaned against her body and suddenly felt her push him away bit by bit. He also weakly lay on the red carpet. But Wei Wei Bai's black syringe didn't fall on him. If it was the rebel army, how could she miss such a good opportunity? Next time, she wouldn't have this opportunity to kill him. And once he regained his revenge, it was impossible that she didn't know what would happen to her. He struggled to look up. His scarlet eyes reflected Wei Wei Bai's pale face. She stared at him blankly, holding the syringe. Suddenly, she smiled. Her smile was indescribably fragile and painful. "We are enemies. Arthur, humans and vampires can't coexist. I've long wanted to join the Anti-Alliance because I don't want to be a pet, a prey. I want to be a person with dignity. Do you know how it feels to have nightmares? I will never forget the scene of my parents being killed in front of my eyes, and I could only cover my mouth and hide under the bed." She lowered her head in pain, her bangs covering her misty eyes. "Even if you get those culprits for me to take revenge, I will never be able to get rid of the shadow of that time." Wei Wei Bai lowered her head and smiled bitterly. "I don't want to be a vampire. I don't want to be a monster that can only live by sucking the blood of my own kind." When she said the word monster, she finally looked up. Her eyes were calm and firm, like a bird that had broken out of its cage, full of hope for freedom. Her every word was so firm. "I will always stand on the side of humans. This has nothing to do with hatred. I just want to see my future children live under the sun and not be afraid of the attacks of predators." After saying that, she revealed a faint smile. This smile was relieved and gentle. It made her feel as if she was bathed in light, warm to the heart. Arthur was speechless. His eyes never left her face. He had never seen this side of her before. She was no longer resisting in a sorry state, nor was she as terrified as when she was imprisoned by him. It was as if his little blood slave had grown up overnight. She had broken free of the shackles that bound her and intended to fly to a wider sky. He had left his former master far behind. She was obviously going to abandon him, but he thought she was damn dazzling. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 80. Wei Wei Bai turned around. "I'm leaving. There are still 5 minutes before the explosion. By then, the anesthesia on your body won't wear off. You'll die here." She was clearly pretending to be calm when she said this, but he could hear the trembling of pain. Arthur's bloodshot eyes were half closed, and his silver hair covered half of his face. It was exquisite and eerie. He used all his strength to force his numb tongue to say a few words. Needles, why don't you kill? There was clearly a syringe that could make him fall into an eternal sleep, so why didn't he use it on him? If she was truly doing this for the sake of humanity, she should have gotten rid of this scourge first. Wei Wei Bai heard his words and knew what he was going to ask. She stood by the door with her back straight. Under the light, her back seemed more fragile and sorrowful. Finally, she lowered her voice and said softly, "Because I couldn't bear to do it. Crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read it on. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Chapter 958. She couldn't help but turn around, the strong love in her eyes pouring out. Wei Wei Bai smiled, the pain and sadness in her eyes not much less than Arthur's. I like you, but I can't like you. I can't kill the man I like with my own hands. If you died in the explosion. She almost couldn't finish this sentence because the calm on her face was completely occupied by sadness. She was afraid that he would see her, so she immediately turned around and left, leaving behind the last sentence. That's what you deserve. I won't be sad for you. Arthur watched as she ran away from him. It was always like this. When she ran, there was no hesitation at all. He moved his fingers and found that the effect of the anesthetic began to wear off. An anesthetic that could affect a prince for 10 minutes. For him, 5 minutes was barely enough. If she stayed even a minute longer, he would be able to catch her. Like me, his lips and tongue began to recover, and a cold sneer sounded. Like me, yet you want to leave me. Dignity? What is human dignity? I can make all the vampires bow down in front of you. Isn't that dignity enough? Arthur's expression began to slowly distort. Your child in the future? You won't have children. Where will you get children? And you want to find a wild human man to give birth to? Vampires couldn't have children. The reproduction of vampires relied on a huge, ancient magic reproduction array. It would create something out of nothing, continuing the bloodline of a powerful vampire from before. But this situation was very rare. These vampires were all pure blood nobles. This was how he was born with the most powerful primogenitor bloodline. He didn't need to think about what humans were, as long as they were food and the most disgusting food. He also didn't need to think about whether human traders could be successful. Anyway, they would be destroyed by him in the end. It wasn't easy for him to fall in love with her, but she ruthlessly trampled on his feelings. Sure enough, he still hated humans the most. His fingers suddenly moved, and a powerful force appeared. The red wind blade smashed the entire room. In the center of the violent force, Arthur, who broke free from the anesthetic, slowly stood up. His face was filled with rage. His face was snow white, his eyes were red, and his teeth were sharp. His feet were stepping on the offensive magic circle. The Blood Clan's tyrannical and brutal aura suddenly surged. Arthur reached out and touched the door. The door began to shatter and disappear. Amidst the bloody light blade, he revealed a cold smile. Wei Wei, with your weak personality, how are you qualified to resist us invaders for the sake of humanity's dawn? He could kill him, but he couldn't bear to do so. He was really too disappointing. If she was one of his soldiers, he would have killed her. Naive and simple-minded. Letting go of the last chance to kill him, it would be impossible to kill him in the future. You should be a canary in my palm. You deserve to be imprisoned by me. If she liked him, she should act like she liked him, instead of running away from him like this. He didn't want this kind of love that was similar to pity. If he wanted something, he would take it himself. Not killing him was one of the things she regretted the most. The door and the wall were all shattered. Arthur walked out of the shattered dust. The Blood Clan prince who calmed the internal strife and suppressed the external strife with one hand. He swept away the decadent calm of his long sleep. Once again, he appeared in front of all the Blood Clan with a bloody and boiling murderous aura. The wine with the anesthetic made many of the Blood Clan lie flat. The humans began to attack the castle. Chapter 959. Fireballs were everywhere. Arthur walked into the battlefield with a calm expression and began his massacre. Humans were just a bunch of pitiful insects. The food rebelled against the master. They really overestimated themselves. Bai Weiwei brushed up the favorability to 80 and immediately ran away. Anyway, she tried to get both green bars and favorability. It would be best if he could fill up both of them before he did the splits. System: anesthetics don't work on the male lead. He's starting to recover. Weiwei Bai, I should have gotten more anesthetics. I'm in such a hurry. I'm going to wait in the little black room when I'm caught. Once in the little black room, don't even think about getting green bars. Whether or not he could survive was a difficult matter. 80 favorability, plus Arthur's control freak and Shinibu attitude. He might not take the sweet and affectionate route anymore. He might go from love to hate or love to death. He might kill her and make her into a specimen to display his love. Thinking of that scene, Weiwei Bai shivered. She ran even faster. She was used to running, so she was very experienced. She bypassed many obstacles and finally saw the door of the bathroom. A cold white light suddenly shot toward her back. The system immediately shouted, "Move, Weiwei." Weiwei Bai instinctively trusted the system. She dodged to the left and slammed into the wall. The white light that attacked her also disappeared into the air. After the white light disappeared, an elegant figure appeared. Sang-er had a resentful expression on her face. "Where are you running to?" Weiwei Bai, "I need to go to the toilet. I'm going to pee my pants." Sang-er, her love rival, was too vulgar. She didn't know how to fight back. Her expression twisted a few times before she finally rushed in front of her. She grabbed her collar and lowered her head to threaten her. "You lowly human. What right do you have to stand beside Arthur? He's mine. Weiwei Bai, yours, all yours. To be honest, if it wasn't for the strategy, who would want a Chinibu like Arthur? He would die young. Do you know how many years I have loved him?" At that time, he had only been born for 3 years, but he was already the strongest warrior of the blood race. He was so handsome, so cold, so powerful, so noble. Sang-er fell into a crazy and brainless fangirl mode. He used at least 100 idioms to express his love for her. Weiwei Bai was dumbfounded. She glanced at the time. In another 2 minutes, this place would explode. There was no time to listen to the old woman's foot-binding nagging. Weiwei Bai's eyes sharpened. He suddenly leaned in front of her and wanted to kiss her mouth. Sang-er was stunned. Weiwei Bai took the opportunity to insert the black needle into her neck. Vampires were terrifyingly fast, and there was no way she could outrun them. He could only create a diversion so that Sang-er would not be able to react in time. Sang-er was knocked down, his face full of disbelief. Weiwei Bai heartlessly turned around and ran into the bathroom. When she found the escape tunnel, she immediately stepped into it. At this moment, the castle shook violently. What was going on? The attack was brought forward? No, the explosion came from outside the castle. Total destruction? The system said, "Your strategy target has resurrected with full HP. He's coming to catch you." Oh my god, he's going to do a split. Weiwei Bai's original plan was to knock down Arthur. She would take the opportunity to escape and meet up with the anti-alliance, then hide for a while. She wanted to increase the green bars and reduce Arthur's anger, then start the second round of strategy. But Arthur was too strong, so she unsealed it ahead of time. Chapter 960. If she didn't run faster, she would feel that something was wrong. Weiwei Bai finally ran out of the castle. Outside was a dark forest. The castle had already fallen into a fierce fight. Those who were lying in ambush in the forest were the outer members of the anti-alliance. They saw a human who was also Weiwei Bai running out. Maybe it was Roth's order, but someone quickly came over. "Miss Weiwei Bai, come with me. President Roth asked us to ensure your safety." Weiwei Bai couldn't care about anything else and could only speed up to catch up with the other person. But after running for a few steps, a fire suddenly broke out in the forest. This fire was especially strange. There was no wind, and it was burning fiercely in such a humid environment. Humans could only die in this kind of fire. Those who were lying in ambush in the forest immediately rushed out while coughing. But the outside was sealed off. The vampire guards quickly appeared and had already sealed off the outside of the forest. Once humans went over, they would be torn apart. All the remaining members of the Anti-Alliance had no choice but to gather together. Where's President Roth? Seems like he's in a tough battle at the castle. Didn't they say that Arthur was held back? Why did he suddenly appear? Who can hold him back? It's already a miracle to hold him back for a few minutes. Are we just going to be burned to death like this? Some people cried on the spot. Those who were lying in ambush in the forest were not the core members, and there were some who couldn't withstand the pressure. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in the forest through amplification magic. Wei Bai, come out yourself, or I'll go in and find you. This was a voice. It was the ferocious, blackened version of Arthur. The system comforted her. Why don't you go out and die a better death? The burnt body is black and ugly. Wei Bai thought about it. Being burnt to death was indeed ugly. She wanted to die beautifully. Bah, she was almost dragged into the ditch by the garbage system. She wanted to live. That voice continued. As long as Wei Bai walks out, I'll let you go. This voice was like a demon, but also like the sound of nature. If they could live, who wouldn't want to live? Especially the outer members of the Anti-Alliance. They didn't have the strong will of the core members. If they could sacrifice an outsider to save so many members, then the faces of several members immediately turned cold. They immediately appeared behind Wei Bai, grabbed her, and ran out. If we hand her over, we'll be able to protect all of us. The president will definitely agree. Aren't you afraid it's a trap? Even if it's a trap, we still have to jump in. The fire is coming. Wei Bai was sold by a bunch of people who wanted to live. On the outskirts of the forest, the grim vampire guards stood beside the trees. Come and kill a human. They were Arthur's personal guards. They rarely appeared, but once the prince summoned them, this group of vampire soldiers would become the nightmare of every enemy. Wei Bai was dragged out of the forest by a group of people. Those vampires actually didn't attack them. The members of the Anti-Alliance heaved a sigh of relief. They pushed Wei forward, pushing her towards the vampire side. Then they scattered in all directions and started running away. Sacrificing Wei Bai in exchange for the lives of so many people was worth it. Wei Bai fell to the ground. She was in a sorry state. Her hair was messy, and her gorgeous dress was torn and dirty. She seemed to be in a daze, but she still struggled to get up. But she suddenly paused and didn't dare to raise her head. A cold voice that was as clear as ice resounded. Do you like it? This kind of betrayal, giving up everything you have and trampling on my dignity and feelings, all for this kind of human? Wei Bai, this is a split and even a fracture. This voice, this murderous intent, could 80 favorability points be exchanged for a life? Arthur's fingers were long and terrifyingly sharp. He gently lifted her face. The soft and pitiful girl trembled in his palm. Her eyes were filled with panic and vulnerability, as well as helplessness from being betrayed. She was bullied to this extent the moment he let go. Arthur's fingernails slid to her fair and slender shoulders. He pressed hard, and blood flowed out from under his fingers. He lowered his head and kissed the blood on her shoulders. His scarlet lips curled into a cold smile. Humans are such ugly and stupid creatures. Because of these people, you actually don't like me and only want to kill me. His words contained a sharp, murderous intent. Chase after them and kill all the people who escaped from the forest just now. Wei Bai trembled. She seemed to be frightened by his murderous intent. But Arthur gently pressed down on her hair and comforted her gently by her ear. Don't be afraid. How can I bear to let you die? After all, you are a delicious food that I found with great difficulty. After saying that, he bit her neck with his sharp, bloody teeth. He didn't show any mercy and didn't pity her anymore. He wantonly plundered her life and blood. Wei Bai, oh my God, it's really a split. And read the full article at https://www.sashu.com and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com. Say button at the bottom to record the reading record. Chapter 9, 61. Still not eating? Arthur looked at the crystal bottle in his hand gloomily. Inside the bottle was a blue liquid. It was called the water of life. For humans, it was hard to get. He got it for more. Liz said respectfully and carefully, Miss doesn't have much of an appetite. She has been in a daze and sleeping. It had been 2 days. She'd been like this. At that time, he was too angry and couldn't help but drink her blood. Because he was too impulsive, he overdosed. Her body was on the verge of collapse. He had to go against the doctor's advice and feed her his blood. A short life was a short life. Anyway, that was the standard for humans. And she wouldn't be a human soon. When she became the bloodling she hated the most, even the human world couldn't accept her. She couldn't go anywhere. He wanted to wait until she was better and fatter before giving her the embrace. He looked at the water of life in his hand, his eyes cold. But he couldn't wait any longer. Even when she died, she wouldn't willingly become a bloodling. What was he waiting for? Anyway, with the water of life, even if she was weak during the embrace, she would be able to hang on. Go and prepare the embrace array, Arthur ordered coldly. Liz asked, Is the embrace ceremony tonight? Arthur was silent for a moment before saying in a low voice, Tomorrow at noon. Liz asked noon, when the sun was at its best. Arthur smiled maliciously. Yes, when the sun is full, she won't be able to resist becoming the race she hates the most. She will definitely hate me. Liz was speechless. The smile on Arthur's face suddenly disappeared. He said expressionlessly, You can leave. Liz bowed and retreated. Just as she was about to close the door, Arthur's voice sounded again. Ask the kitchen to prepare another meal. Liz was about to agree. But Arthur said, Send it to me. Was he going to personally send it to Wei Wei Bai? He clearly cared a lot about her, and he had such a deep hatred. Liz felt lucky that she had pulled out of her crush in time. Such a pretentious prince and such a pretentious Miss Wei Wei Bai were really a good match. She politely declined. The system chatted with Wei Wei Bai. Isn't it just a small black room? There's still enough time to conquer it. Look, it's already at 80 favorability. What else can it pass? The host is dispirited. If the host doesn't eat or drink, the host will starve to death. The system felt that it was like a tired old mother who still had to worry about its host's psychological problems. Wei Wei Bai looked haggard. No, I really can't eat. When I look at those bloody steaks, it's like looking at myself. That day, Arthur had no qualms about biting her until she was bloody. It made her stomach turn at the sight of the food. When she was so short of blood, the vampires had brought her a pile of undercooked meat. But her stomach protested, and her spirit resisted. She wanted to eat something light. However, as a prisoner, her character also determined that she could not ask for a recipe. Otherwise, her noble and pure image of a delicate and pitiful little white flower in the wind would crumble. I want to eat some millet congee with some southern tea and snacks. It would be even better if I had some mushroom cabbage, shrimp dumplings, and crab roast soup dumplings. The system swallowed its saliva. It was hungry. What did you say you wanted to eat? Wei Wei Bai had lost a lot of blood and was confused from hunger. She thought that the system was asking. She said weakly, Anyway, I'll eat anything as long as I don't eat the bloody steaks in this damned castle. Bang! A plate fell heavily on the table. Slash. Chapter 962. In the dark and silent room. This voice was especially frightening. Wei Wei Bai suddenly woke up. The weakness and confusion in her eyes were instantly replaced by a shrewd light. But in the blink of an eye, her gaze changed. A trace of stubbornness and fear appeared, and her expression became nervous. Behind her, the familiar man's voice had a trace of low anger. It seems that you don't like everything here, even the food you're angry at. Wei Wei Bai's fingers clutched the blanket, vowing to fight the little white flower character to the end. She had no choice but to fight. Who asked her to create such a ghost character in the beginning? Now it was too late to change. Even if she wanted to change, the green bar value was still there. She glanced at the green bar value above her head. This time, the humans had suffered heavy losses. She had stalled Arthur for a few minutes, and in the end, the green bar value had increased by 10%. Now, the green bar value was only 50%. She just wanted to have a sweet relationship. Why was it so difficult to fall in love? This fucking 10,000-year-old psychopathic old dog system couldn't stand other people showing off their love. Wei Wei Bai gritted her teeth and cursed the main system. Only then did she realize that a pair of cold hands had already clasped her shoulders. She saw Arthur's black eyes. His emotions weren't violent, and his eyes were basically black because he was full. After sucking so much of her blood 2 days ago, he was still in a full state. And she was so hungry that she was on the verge of death. Arthur saw that her face was haggard and pale, and even her eyes that were usually lively had lost their luster. The fangs at the corner of his mouth couldn't help but protrude out. He was angry. "Get up and eat," Arthur ordered. Wei Wei Bai looked at him helplessly and refused a rare steak. This refusal made Arthur's face even darker. His fingers were about to strangle her neck, but seeing how weak she was, the strength in his fingers softened. He couldn't do anything to her. He knew it from the beginning, but he still couldn't do anything to her. Even if she betrayed him, there was still a terrifying voice in the depths of his heart that kept repeating. He liked her, cherished her, and loved her dearly. Arthur hated himself for being so weak and lowly. His face darkened as he coldly said, "If I don't eat, then those traitors locked in the dungeon shouldn't think about eating either." It was as if those traitors had food to eat. Wei Wei Bai found out from the system. The Anti-Alliance, including Ross, were all locked up. Because of the trial, he had to be locked in Arthur's dungeon for a few days. For the past few days, they had nothing to eat but water. Could it be that he wasn't even allowed to drink water? Wei Wei Bai helplessly curled up the corners of her mouth. Her eyes were extremely tired. "I'll eat." When she said this, she saw that the green bar had increased to 55%. This was submission for the sake of the Anti-Alliance. Therefore, the system still determined that she was resisting the vampire. Wei Wei Bai had a flash of inspiration in her heart, but she couldn't grasp it. She seemed to have missed a good way to get the green bar value. Fortunately, there was no bloody steak on Arthur's plate. There was only soup, bread, and some fruit for dessert. They were all easy to digest. They were not as good as soup dumplings, but it was better than nothing. Wei Wei Bai ate all the food without tasting it. When it was time to eat the last plate of fruit, Arthur suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist, stopping her movement. "Enough. You feel sorry for those traitorous bugs. They hate me so much that they want to go on a hunger strike. I threatened to touch them, but you still want to eat?" Wei Wei Bai was too hungry. She didn't feel full at all. In the end, she even felt that the soup tasted good and the bread was soft and delicious. // Chapter 963. Arthur laughed at himself. He actually expected her to reply. But after a while, she said with a suppressed voice, "Yes, I hate vampires." Arthur couldn't even laugh, because what he was going to do tomorrow was to turn her into a vampire. She paused and said, "But I don't hate you." These words were too soft, as if she was mumbling to herself. Arthur's sharp ears caught it. He blinked and couldn't help but hug her tighter. Wei Wei Bai sighed. "But we can't be together. I'm a member of the Anti-Alliance, and I'm also human." Was she so stubborn about this human identity? Arthur asked impulsively, "What if I turn you into a vampire?" Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened. After a long time, she said, "I'll die. Vampires will be burned to ashes when they enter the fire. I heard that they don't even have souls." Arthur's pupils constricted. He thought that turning her into a vampire would solve the problem once and for all. He never thought that she would commit suicide. He pinched her chin fiercely. There was a threat in his mouth, and he was about to say it. But he stopped. Wei Wei Bai's face was silently filled with tears. She was expressionless, but this fragile expression with tears was extremely sad. It went deep into his bones. He felt so bad that his back bent. Arthur opened his mouth and took a deep breath. This human-like action didn't make him feel much better. It only made his body inhale her fragrance. Suddenly, he pressed her head down and buried her face in his arms. "You treat me like this, and I'm served well. You still have a nerve to cry? Go to sleep." Wei Wei Bai felt so bad that she started to sob, but she stayed in his arms obediently and didn't say anything. Arthur thought about tomorrow's embrace. For the first time, he was violently shaken. He wanted to cut off her escape route, but now he didn't dare to. He didn't know how to deal with this kind of reluctant and conflicted emotion. What will make you willing to become a vampire and stay by my side? He couldn't help but spit out all the anger in his heart. Wei Wei Bai paused for a while before saying softly, maybe, when humans and vampires can coexist, I can give you all to love and protect you. This thought, it was harder than letting him die. Arthur pulled out a cold smile. You sure know how to dream. She didn't answer. After a long time, he realized that she closed her eyes quietly and fell asleep from crying. The fierceness in Arthur's expression disappeared. It was replaced by a trace of fragile gentleness. He reached out and gently wiped the tears on her face. Why can't you like me more? Isn't it better not to care about humans? They push you out to survive, so why are you still standing with the humans? Ding. When she woke up the next day, Arthur was gone. Bai Weiwei asked the system, only to find out that Arthur had gone to the dungeon to visit those poor anti-alliance people. She thought of the scent that Los had left on her. Arthur wouldn't have killed the adulterers so early in the morning, right? Wei Wei Bai looked at the green bar on her head and couldn't help but pull her hair. I won't succeed in self-destructing, will I? There was no other plane that was so difficult to deal with. The main system was getting scarier. The system said, I'll clean up your body. It was relieved that the main system didn't punish it this time. Wei Wei Bai didn't want to talk at all and raised her middle finger at the system. At noon, Wei Wei Bai was still thinking about how to increase the green bar when she suddenly realized. His green bar value soared to 70% in an instant. Wei Wei Bai, ? She was about to ask the system. Outside the door, a figure with an imposing aura walked in hurriedly. It was Arthur. He casually threw his black coat to the maid. Then he came in front of her and saw that she was sitting, but the lunch in front of her was untouched. He frowned. You're not eating again. Do you think that humans and blood breeds can live in peace just because you're on a hunger strike? Wei Wei Bai moved her fork. I'll eat. Humans and vampires can't live in peace. Arthur snorted, but bent down and kissed her ear. Wei Wei Bai felt ticklish and wanted to avoid it, but his next sentence made her freeze. I released all the rebels. His voice was low, gentle, steady, and filled with a strong sense of dominance. If I let humans and blood breeds live in peace, will you love me? Next time you open the bookshelf, you'll see it. If you like. Chapter 964. Wei Wei Bai finally caught the glimmer of inspiration that flashed through her mind. It turned out that she didn't need to do it personally. She just needed to make people start working hard for peace between humans and vampires because of her. In that case, the credit could also be considered hers. In her eyes, Arthur immediately became a gold-plated, delicious cake. She couldn't help but smile. Under the sunlight, this smile simply melted the cold barrier between them for many days. Arthur's eyes widened a little, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Her smile, which he hadn't seen for many days, instantly shattered the pain in his heart. Arthur felt that he seemed to have found a way to make her like him wholeheartedly. He said in a hoarse voice, Let's eat. Wei Wei Bai nodded lightly, looking unusually obedient. He hadn't seen her so obedient in a long time. Her previous obedience was just an act. Now he could really feel the happy mood that was emanating from her body. Wei Wei Bai suddenly asked, Will it cause you any trouble? After all, so many people from the Anti-Alliance were released. Arthur was silent for a moment, revealing a defeated expression. His eyes even became pitiful. The Sacred Blood Conference will be held in a few days, and I'm one of the candidates. I originally caught the rebel army and saved so many vampires, so I could firmly hold the position of leader, but now his voice was indescribable grievance. Now it's definitely not possible. They might arrest me for letting the rebel army go without permission and burn me to death. Wei Wei Bai was shocked, reaching out to grab his sleeve, her eyes filled with anxiety. Really? A trace of a smile flashed through Arthur's eyes, but his expression was still dejected. Yes, you can still see me now, so hurry up and treat me well, otherwise I'll be dead in a few days. When he lied and acted coquettishly, he was simply shameless to the extreme. Although the rebel army's escape would have a certain impact on his reputation. But who would dare to judge him? In this empire, the bloodline was respected, and his bloodline was the purest and oldest bloodline in the Empire. Unless there was a vampire older than him with a purer bloodline than him, only then would they be qualified to judge him. Unfortunately, there wasn't. Wei Wei Bai's breathing became erratic. She frowned and no longer had her previous indifference. The smile in Arthur's eyes deepened. He especially enjoyed her worry. If you don't love me now, you won't be able to love me in the future. If you don't kiss me now, you won't be able to kiss me in the future. Don't, he suddenly paused. A soft and warm embrace hugged him tightly. She buried her head in his shoulder, trembling with fear. Arthur's joking mood faded, and he gently placed his hand on her back. I'll be fine. Don't be afraid. If she was so scared, he would not be able to live up to her expectations and suffer as well. He thought he could at least trick her into giving him a kiss. Oh, she suddenly turned her head, closed her eyes, and sucked on his lips. Her tight dependence on him made his mind go blank. Her sweet breath filled his mouth and reached his heart. Arthur hugged her with both hands and took the initiative to kiss her. How long had it been? He still thought that she didn't like him anymore. He would have to face her hateful gaze for a long time to come. This was a brainless act of benevolence. He was actually able to get her gentle treatment. Arthur felt that this kind of brainless act could be done a few more times. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 90. The embrace spell was put aside, and Arthur suddenly found that he had a chance to regain her love. Chapter 965. He was so excited that everywhere he looked was pink. It was indeed pink. The castle was painted pink by him. Arthur told her his plan. This is a 100-year plan. The most fundamental conflict between humans and vampires is the conflict between prey and food. After all, to vampires, humans were pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep. Have you ever seen humans discuss with pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep before eating them? It's taking so long because we need to change everyone's views. Also, the replacement food for vampires can be made. The researchers on the trader's side have already come up with a specific research plan. The traders actually wanted to live peacefully with vampires. So their scientists began to research blood replacement food. They did, but the taste was relatively bad. They could have continued to research in depth. But when the vampires started to hunt humans on a large scale, the traders began to understand. It was impossible for vampires to live peacefully with humans. Because vampires were not willing to eat replacement food, they wanted the pleasure of hunting and the superior attitude of enslaving humans. Even if they developed delicious food, no vampires would buy it and let humans go. Arthur said gently, so I will first take the position of leader, then promote delicious replacement food. When it's about time, I will start to negotiate peace with humans. Of course, there were more terrifying, more radical, and more terrifying reforms. He could even massacre the vampires in one night. All vampires could only listen to him obediently. Then he would carry out a cruel and efficient ruling plan. Within 10 years, the vampires would obediently change their views and eat replacement food. But why did he do that? Of course, he wanted to drag the time of the peace talks, drag it out until Wei Wei Bai was in a time crisis. Only then would she accept his embrace. She would become a vampire and follow him, supervising him to carry out this plan. As expected, Wei Wei Bai fell into the trap. 100 years is too long. Arthur's eyes flashed. It's not long. The grudge between humans and vampires is too big. I do need that much time. Also, my personality is a little short-tempered. If no one comes to monitor me, I might be a hands-off manager and hand over the peace talks to someone else. Wei Wei Bai fell silent. She seemed to be struggling with something. Arthur was afraid that she would change her mind, so he immediately said, "You can be my supervisor until I implement this plan. It's only 100 years. It'll be over soon." His 100 years of life felt very short indeed. Because there was no stimulation to wake him up, he almost fell asleep. However, the few months he had spent with Wei Wei Bai felt like his entire life. His life was filled with her scent. Sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. He wanted to stay on the sweet side. He would be sweet with her for eternity. To achieve this goal, he would do everything he could. Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a moment. "I won't live for 100 years, Arthur. Arthur held her fingers tightly and frowned unhappily. How can you not live for more than 100 years? Could it be that you want to abolish the plan to let humans and vampires live in peace? He looked at her reproachfully, as if she were a murderer who had obstructed world peace. Wei Wei Bai frowned. But it's very difficult for humans to live for more than 100 years. This is determined by human genes. Arthur played with her slender fingers and casually said, "There has to be someone who could be the link between me and the rebel army. I believe you. If you die, then the plan will be scrapped." Chapter 966. This was a threat. A blatant threat. Wei Wei Bai's fingers trembled. Arthur smiled and kissed her fingertips, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. "So, you won't die, right, Wei Wei?" This sentence was cold and ruthless. He didn't give her any way out. Bai Wei Wei noticed that the strength of his grip on her fingers had increased a lot, and even carried a few imperceptible tremors. She held his hand back, hesitation in her eyes. "Give me some time. Let me think about it." Arthur looked disappointed. Wei Wei Bai chuckled softly. "This is a lifelong matter. I have to hesitate for a while. Otherwise, if I'm too eager, won't you think that I'm throwing myself at you?" Arthur complained softly. "I want you to throw yourself at me, but you should do it for me." From the beginning to the end, he was the one who stuck to her like a plaster. "Wei Wei Bai, can I still go to school?" "Arthur, yes." This sentence was said very reluctantly. It wasn't easy for the atmosphere to ease to this point. Arthur didn't want her to leave, but he also didn't want to break the fragile relationship. "Wei Wei Bai, can I meet Ross?" "Arthur, I'm not dead yet, and you're already having an affair?" "Wei Wei Bai, I want to discuss with him a 100 years plan." Arthur snorted. "You can just discuss with me. Look at how rotten he will be in 100 years' time. What's there to discuss with him?" "Wei Wei Bai, but," Arthur said coldly, "no buts, you're not allowed to meet. What other requests do you have?" "I'm very busy." Wei Wei Bai said indifferently. "Can I marry you?" Arthur's expression was frozen as he stared at her blankly. He looked much cuter now. He was no longer fierce. Wei Wei Bai said, "After all, if we're always together in the future, what should we call you? Call you by your name? Or should I call you Grandpa?" Arthur bared his fangs. He was so angry that his voice was out of tune. "To hell with your grandfather." "Who's your grandfather?" Wei Wei Bai tilted her head and smiled. It was indescribably cute. "Then, big brother, let's—" She suddenly kissed his lips and said with a sweet smile, "Hubby." Arthur felt as if his entire body was boiling. He suddenly hugged her with both hands and pulled her into his embrace. Huge black wings appeared with a whoosh. He broke through the window and disappeared into the air. Wei Wei Bai was carried by him and flew to a white cemetery. This was the holy tomb of the vampires. Arthur gracefully landed on the ground and retracted his wings. Then, he held Wei Wei Bai's hand and came to a solemn and cold tombstone. This is the resting place of the kindred's primogeniture. Vampires wouldn't die. However, after living for too many years and losing the passion to live on, one would fall into a long slumber. Eternal sleep was not considered death. The ones who truly accepted death and moved into the holy tomb were vampires who had slept for over 1,000 years and suddenly reproduced using their own bloodline through the reproduction formation. The birth of an heir. The reproducing vampires would die. Arthur had the primogenitor's bloodline, and he was the only one. There wouldn't be another one. This was also the reason why his status in the Empire was so high, because his bloodline was the oldest. In theory, as long as he was old enough and had enough power, his bloodline power could suppress all vampires. Arthur suddenly bent down and respectfully plucked a blood-red rose beside the primogenitor's tombstone. The rose was covered in thorns. Wei Wei Bai watched as he plucked the rose one by one. She didn't know if those thorns were because they carried magic. Chapter 967. Those thorns actually pierced Arthur's tough finger skin, and all 10 fingers were bleeding. The blood of the ancestors' bloodline flowed into the rose petals. The flowers looked even more enchanting red, as if they were alive. His expression was calm, without a trace of pain, but his movements were getting slower and slower. It was as if there was some force stopping his movements. Wei Wei Bai grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Your fingers are injured. He heard her worry. Arthur smiled and said gently, I picked roses to weave a magic corolla for your wedding. The rose corolla from the ancestor's tombstone has an absolute binding power. Wei Wei Bai didn't understand. What power? Looking at the innocent girl, Arthur didn't hide anything. He began to weave the rose corolla with his hands full of blood. It's the binding power of marriage. The corolla took shape. The gorgeous corolla with the smell of blood. The flowers were thick and heavy, gorgeous and heavy. Arthur took a few steps back, his eyes serious. He held the corolla. Wei Wei, this is a corolla made by my blood condensed with the ancestor's magic. Once you wear it, you acknowledge our marriage. Wei Wei Bai was a little hesitant. She stared at the corolla in Arthur's hand, not moving. Arthur seemed to know what she was hesitating about. I won't turn you into a vampire immediately. Even if you become my wife, I will still respect you. No matter what he secretly planned, what he wanted was still her willing companionship and the heart that loved him. Wei Wei Bai seemed a little helpless. She reached out and held Arthur's bloody fingers. She lowered her head and said gently, Does getting married hurt so much? Why don't the two of us go to the store and buy a pair of rings? It's cheap and fast. Then she lowered her head, a gentle smile on her lips. Put on for me. Arthur's eyes lit up. These flowers are the flowers of thorns. Once I put it on your head, your heart will be wrapped around me. You will never be able to like anyone in the future. As long as she was willing to wear it, these flowers would become terrifying shackles that would completely lock up her emotions. Apart from him, she could not be moved by anyone else. This was what he had always dreamed of. He was afraid that she wouldn't agree. Wei Wei Bai suddenly bent down and kissed the blood on his fingertips. Then she looked up with a smile on her face. Do you think I can like anyone else other than you? These words completely soothed his insecurity. Arthur solemnly placed the corolla in her hair. The beautiful flowers made her face even more charming. Arthur looked at her deeply and felt that the passion in his body was about to burst out. He suddenly straightened his back and knelt down on one knee. His hands tightly interlaced with hers, and his expression became serious. His voice resounded clearly in the cold and silent eternal graveyard. With blood as a bond and time as a shackle, I will give you the eternal love of the blood clan. Wei Wei, please accept me as your husband. This request was overbearing and could not be refused. Wei Wei Bai's heart moved. She stared at his eyes, full of affection. She saw her own shadow in his eyes. She seemed to be bewitched. She also bent down, and her lips were almost touching his. Then she softly said, Okay, I accept. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 95. Arthur suddenly pulled her into his arms and then lowered his head to kiss her. In the white graveyard, the moonlight of the eternal moon elongated their intertwined shadows. It seemed to be lingering and gentle. // Chapter 968. The system took out a handkerchief to wipe its tears. I'm so touched. Congratulations to the two of you for finally getting married. Wei Wei Bai affectionately turned to the system, her face instantly paralyzed. The system? I've never seen such a compatible non-human couple. Wei Wei Bai, do you have money? Convert it to life points and transfer it to me. Thank you. The system? You're talking to me about life points at such a romantic moment. Wei Wei Bai, you don't have life points and you're talking to me about romance. Trash. Arthur touched by Wei Wei's face. She opened her eyes and saw his eyes full of gentleness. Did you have a nightmare? Wei Wei Bai was silent, her hands hugging his cold body, gently shaking her head. In the few days since they came back from the cemetery, Arthur had been accompanying her to sleep. In the past, when she was disobedient, their nights were filled with all kinds of dirty details. Now that their relationship was stable, he became a gentle gentleman, hugging her to sleep. Arthur, on the other hand, did not think so much. To him, he could stare at Wei Wei Bai the whole night without sleep, and he was satisfied. Wei Wei Bai looked at the green bar above her head. It was only 70, but the favorability was 95. The end of self-destruction seemed to be waiting for her in the near future. Arthur's plan was not feasible at all. She only had less than a month left. She did not have 100 years to waste with him. And if she became a vampire, it would take a lot of effort to kill herself. After all, compared to humans, vampires were. Humans died more easily. Many thoughts ran through her mind. She closed her eyes again, whispering softly, "With you here, I'm not afraid of any nightmares." Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 96. Way by. My mouth is too cheap. I want to slap myself. Can't hold back. Self-destruction crematorium. Arthur's fingers gently stroked her hair. He supported his head with one hand and hugged her waist with the other, completely encircling her in his arms. "Sleep. I'll watch over you." The sunlight outside the window was slightly bright. To Arthur, the daytime had become a lovely time. Because Wei Bai was in his arms, she could wake up at any time. This feeling of his lover waking up beside him, it was strange but blissful. Suddenly, she respectfully called out softly outside, "Your Highness." Arthur silently let Wei Bai in his arms and put a big pillow next to her to let her sleep better. Then he went out. Liz bowed. "Prince Moore is here." Arthur nodded. "Ask him to come to the hall. I have something for him to do." Moore must be here for the Holy Blood Conference. The day of the meeting was just around the corner. Moore had supported him for so many years and had placed almost all his chips on him. It was natural for him to be anxious now. Moore was sitting on the sofa, drinking her morning tea. The cup was filled with blood. He saw Arthur. "You're only free during the day? At night? B." It was almost impossible to get Arthur to come out at night. He had no choice but to not sleep and come during the day. Arthur asked Liz to bring him a cup of substitute blood, and then he said, "The Holy Blood Conference is about to begin. How are the votes now?" Moore glanced at the thing in his cup and couldn't help but frown. "The votes are still stable. Don't you have a little cutie? Why are you still drinking this?" He hated Wei Bai, but the smell of blood was irreplaceable. At the banquet last time, the smell on her body made many vampires above the Duke level want to steal her. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 969. If it wasn't for Arthur's scent and mark on her body, she would have been eaten by the vampires. Arthur was expressionless. "I won't treat my wife as food." Only then did Moore notice the scent on his body. It was the strong scent of roses. He was shocked. "You went to the cemetery with her for a ceremony?" Arthur couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. Moore's head hurt as he drank a few more mouthfuls of blood. "Hurry up and give her the embrace. What's the big deal about a prince marrying a human?" Wei Bai could become a sub-vampire through the embrace. She was naturally inferior to vampires, but if the person she embraced was Arthur, then Wei Bai would also inherit the bloodline of the ancestor. This kind of special status was not bad. Arthur said casually, "When I become the leader, I'll give her a gift and then discuss the embrace with her." Now that they were in love, he couldn't bear to force her, and he was confident that whether it was for him or for the 100-year plan, she would agree to the embrace. Moore looked up, and the gentleness in his eyes was replaced by calmness. "You've finally made up your mind." His biggest problem was not whether Arthur could become the leader. It was whether he wanted to. Arthur had no interest at all in the past. So what if he had the oldest bloodline and the most respected status? If he didn't want to be the leader, they couldn't force him. For Wei Bai, he finally wanted this position. He suddenly felt that Wei Bai was so cute. Arthur looked at the sunlight outside the door, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. There are indeed many things easier to do in that position. What about the rebel army? Moore couldn't help but sigh at the mention of the rebel army. Those rebel army were all let go by you. If you didn't save so many vampires, they would probably think that you made peace with the rebel army. Arthur nodded. "Yes, we're going to start the peace talks." Moore was speechless. Arthur added, "Not now. I'll wait until they've researched a blood food that can replace humans. Then I'll start to discuss this with them." Moore was speechless. She suddenly couldn't take it anymore. It was very likely that the future leader of the blood race had suddenly said that he wanted to negotiate with food. It felt like the sun had risen. Arthur sighed. 100 years or so should be enough time for humans and vampires to coexist peacefully. Wei should be satisfied. Moore felt dizzy. "For a woman, you want us to eat food that can replace blood?" And you want humans to be on the same level as us? He must have misheard. It was too frightening. What was wrong with this world? Arthur suddenly stood up. He could not be bothered with more anymore. He turned to Liz and ordered, "Mrs. Awake, prepare the toiletries and breakfast. Tell the kitchen not to prepare food with a strong smell of blood. Prepare more food that is easy to digest." Liz immediately bowed respectfully and went to prepare. Moore stared at Arthur, dumbfounded. Was he still a prince? She must be a human nanny. Arthur glanced at him indifferently. His cold eyes made Moore shiver. "It's time for you to scram. I'll be there on time for the meeting the day after tomorrow. Don't worry about the rebel army for now. Let them research the blood food in peace. If necessary, provide them with some funds." Moore felt like the whole world was a fantasy. He stared blankly at the blood in his cup. Suddenly, he drank it all, leaving not a single drop behind. He might have to eat food that can replace blood in the future. He would not be able to drink such fresh blood. Now, he did not think that Wei Wei Bai was cute at all. Chapter 970. That was a devil. She had lured away the most respected prince of the blood race, and then the entire blood race would be on equal footing with humans. Could prey be on equal footing with predators? What a joke. The predators had become the nannies of humans, so what if they were on equal footing? It would be good enough if the blood race did not become the servants of all humans. Moore thought of that sunny future. He felt uncomfortable all over. He hurriedly took his leave, not wanting to see how Arthur surrendered at by Wei Wei's feet. Arthur was his idol, and he did not want to see his idol's ego crumble. The day of the meeting came quickly. The moon had just hung in the east when the castle was bustling. Arthur put on his complicated and gorgeous aristocratic clothes, and the carriage was waiting outside. He reached out his fingers and buttoned his cufflinks with one hand. His every move was full of heavy and ancient elegance. This was the aristocratic temperament created by time. Wei Wei Bai looked at him, gently tiptoed, and reached out to adjust his collar. Arthur smiled at her and could not help but hold her hand. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head a little embarrassedly. "Go early and come back early." Arthur bent down and kissed her forehead. "Well, the meeting will continue until midnight to choose the leader of the blood race. If I am chosen, the leader's bloodbath ceremony will be held. I may not come back until tomorrow afternoon." His tone was calm, as if the Sacred Blood Conference was just an ordinary gathering. Wei Wei Bai did not dare to say anything flirtatious, so she just smiled. "Okay, I wish you success." Arthur heard the bell outside and knew that the meeting was about to begin. He let go of her fingers, then took a few steps back, looked at her a few more times, then suddenly turned around and walked out. Wei Wei Bai watched Arthur leave. Then she began to think about how to accelerate the progress of the green bar value. The system had nothing to do, so it gave her an idea. "I heard that this bloodbath ritual thing will trap the recipient in a magic circle, making it impossible for them to leave. Why don't you take the opportunity to steal Arthur's badge, make a peace agreement, stamp it, and send it to Los Cannon Fodder, and the green bar will be full." Wei Wei Bai shook her head calmly. "I don't think it's that easy." The side quests of the main system were getting more and more ridiculous. She had a feeling that the main system wanted to kill her, and it was a very obvious and violent way, which made her feel that her table manners were too unsightly. Moreover, these side quests were almost always in opposition to the raid objective. Did the main system want her and her target to kill each other? She clearly wanted to capture Love, but she wanted her to risk her life to kill the target. She, who was deprived of feelings, couldn't understand how painful it was to capture a target with a favorability of 100. But it was definitely not a good feeling. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but mutter, "Does the main system have a grudge against all the targets? Am I a tool for revenge?" Just as these words were spoken, the system blurted out, "How could there be a grudge? It loves the male lead to death." Back then, to make the male lead, this sentence was cut off halfway. The system was choked. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while before nodding lightly. She dragged out her words. "Oh, I love the male lead to death. So much so that it wanted her to torture him." Was the main system an S&M lover? The system silently squatted behind a trash can. "I don't know anything. Don't ask me. If you ask me, I'll self-destruct." Wei Wei Bai What exactly was this trash hiding from her? Quick! Chapter 971. Bai Weiwei felt like she was caught up in a shocking conspiracy. She wouldn't be caught up in the end, right? Suddenly, she started to doubt the system. The system seemed to know what she was thinking and immediately cried, "You heartless person. I didn't dare to eat too much just to do so much. I know you're poor, and I can't bear to take the system's reward. I protected you, gave you rewards, and carried your soul through the plains every day. Do you know how fat you are? You broke my little arm, and you dare to doubt me. You dead ghost, I want to divorce you." Weiwei Bai caught the main point. System's reward? The system said, "Our system has labor laws, and there's a minimum wage. You have to give me half of your life points in every plane, and I didn't give you any." The main thing was that 30 days was too little. If it really took it, the host would probably die. Weiwei Bai couldn't bear it. "Then can I fire you and change to a more powerful system? I can give you salary." Now that she had life points, she could give out 15 days worth of salary. The system felt like its little heart was broken. It vomited blood. "You scumbag master! How dare you abandon me in the middle of the night and turn into a ghost to hang in front of the bed, licking your face every day?" Weiwei Bai thought of that scene and felt disgusted. Today was another day of loving between the host and the system. Weiwei Bai still couldn't get any conspiracy out of it. She was about to rearrange her doubts when suddenly there was a strong wind outside the window. She looked up and saw a black wing breaking through the window. A man's face that she had never seen before suddenly appeared in front of her. He fiercely bared his teeth. "You're the one who put my sister into a deep sleep forever." Weiwei Bai suddenly remembered. Wasn't he Sang Er's brother, one of the 3 princes? What was his name again? Cannon fodder number 2. Before she could retreat and call for help, the other party had already grabbed her and flew out of the castle. He broke through all the magic defenses and successfully kidnapped her. "Arthur definitely doesn't know that I will support him. He has already successfully obtained all the votes to become the leader." Cannon fodder number 2 sneered. He was a prince, and he suppressed the servants and guards in Arthur's castle. The vampires guarding Weiwei Bai wouldn't be able to react in time and abduct Weiwei Bai. He flew to a dilapidated warehouse. Then, he pushed Weiwei Bai into a huge, bloody magic array. Weiwei Bai stood up, only to find that a few blood-red chains had appeared in the array, instantly locking her hands and feet, imprisoning her in the center of the array. The second cannon fodder was called Sang Exile. Sad? What kind of stupid name is this? Can't you be any more lazy with your naming? Songxin grinned at Weiwei Bai. "Arthur is in the middle of the bloodbath ceremony. He can't come out. It's useless even if you scream yourself hoarse until tomorrow afternoon." After he finished speaking, he clapped his hands. A crystal coffin was pushed out. Sang Xian lay quietly in the coffin. Sang Xian said coldly, "I heard that you and Arthur have become husband and wife. You are bound by the ancestral magic and have Arthur's mark. I will deprive you of everything to save my sister." Weiwei Bai sat in the middle of the array, her expression incomparably cold. She really couldn't be bothered to make an expression towards passers-by other than her target. She was afraid that she would inexplicably seduce a random cannon fodder. It was very tiring to deal with this. As a result, when she saw the villain now, her expression was also paralyzed. Chapter 972. Sang Xian thought that his words could scare Weiwei Bai. However, her eyes were terrifyingly calm, as if she was looking at a clown. Was he not fierce and scary enough? Sang Xian thought that she didn't realize how cruel she was, so she immediately added, "This formation will continuously give my sister your blood, your soul, and your memories, including the mark that Arthur gave you, and the power of the rose crown." Weiwei Bai finally looked up at him. Sang Xian sneered, thinking that she was afraid. "Do you know what this means? Everything you have, including Arthur's love for you, will become my sister's. I support Arthur's ascension because he must marry my sister. With everything you have, he will definitely fall in love with my sister." Weiwei Bai suddenly could not help but laugh. She really could not hold it in. It was fine that Arthur was Chinibyu, but why was his opponent even more Chinibyu than him? Sang Xian's eyes darkened. "What are you laughing at? Wei Wei Bai held her chin with both hands. Her cat-like eyes suddenly filled with tenderness and warmth. It was like the falling stars, but also like the flowing river of light. Her smile was unbelievably beautiful, and it came from the depths of her soul. Even Sang Xin, who was used to seeing beautiful girls, was stunned. He was also stunned. He had never seen such a lively smile before. Then he heard the girl say word by word with a smile, "What a big face. I worked so hard to make that bastard Arthur bend his knees to serve me." Sang Xin. Wasn't she a delicate little white flower? Why was she suddenly so strange? Wei Wei Bai looked up casually. Her eyes were cold and piercing. "I'm such a unique and perfect girl. My smile can win the Guinness Book of World Records for the most beautiful smile. Who do you think can replace me?" The system said, "Hey, that's enough. Please stop boasting and let your bottom line hit a new low." Wei Wei Bai listened to the system's advice and decided to lower her bottom line. She slowly stood up, crossed her arms, and looked at Sang Xin in the crystal coffin. "Your face is 3 parts, your body is 2.5 parts, your temperament is low. Even if you were to stick a fragment of my beautiful soul on your face, you would still be able to find me. She can't even save that shriveled figure of hers, that mung bean like myopia, and that rotten conscience of hers." Sang Xin glanced at her sister in confusion. Was his sister that bad? Wei Wei Bai's aura was cold, and her words were sharp. "Don't talk about extracting my soul, blood, and memories. Even if you clone an exact copy of me, I'm sorry, but my man still won't look at her." Sanson was about to say something. Wei Wei Bai raised her hand. "There's no need to refute. This is the truth. I am me, the one and only firework." The system held its head in silence. It suddenly felt that it wasn't so bad to have a new host. It did not want to admit that it had followed such a lowly host. It had such a tough life. Wei Wei Bai looked coldly at Sang Xin, the man she had risked her life to win over. This damned cannon fodder wanted to steal her fruit with just one formation. What did it mean to steal Arthur's love? It meant that her HP was gone. What did it mean that her HP was gone? It meant that she had to kill someone. She felt the pinch to give the system some HP. Other than the system, anyone who dared to steal her HP was her enemy. Sang Xin was stunned by the scolding and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why was he listening to her boasting? He was here to save his sister. Sang Xin immediately activated the formation and said angrily, "I don't care if you're a firework or a firecracker. I have to wake my sister up today." Far away at the location of the Sacred Blood Conference, Arthur, who was holding the bloodbath ceremony, suddenly opened his eyes. Silver strands of hair cascaded down his naked body. The huge blood pool formation slowly rotated. The blood-red light was imprinted on his delicate snow-white face, giving him a strange charm. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his chest, and the pattern of a rose faintly appeared. Did something happen to Wei Wei? The S/the full articles the downloads the ST. Chapter 973. The huge plundering array began to activate. The system immediately activated the life guarantee. This array threatens your life, and even intends to deprive your soul. This is not allowed in the system world. The life guarantee can ensure that you will be fine for 10 minutes. Because it was a magic deprivation from a special plane, the effect of a life guarantee suddenly changed from 1 day to 10 minutes. It was rare for the system to be so serious. Vivian, don't underestimate this array. The spirit array will damage your soul. Your soul doesn't have any protective measures in this plane, so as long as it's an attack from the soul magic, you may be affected. Just like the immortal cultivation plane last time. Her soul was almost locked in that plane by the male lead. Wei Wei Bai could feel that she was very uncomfortable in this array. She muttered to herself in a low voice, "Can't the system world protect the host's soul? Isn't this the most basic thing?" If she was the system, she would let her host carry out the mission. The first thing she would protect was the host's soul. This was because the flesh and skin could change, but the soul was gone. The host was finished. Although she didn't know what benefits the system would gain from collecting the target's love and forcing her to leave after 100 favorability points. But if the host failed halfway and the soul disappeared, it would definitely be a loss. She, a businessman, knew this principle. There was no reason why the system didn't know. The system was silent. It didn't dare to say anything. Wei Wei Bai was just complaining. After all, her life was earned by herself. Complaining was never her style. She frowned at the array. The blood-colored array symbols began to emit a bloody light. It was terrifying to look at. Sang Xian stood outside the array and looked at her coldly. Don't think that Arthur can come and save you. He is now under the most ancient and powerful binding baptism array of the vampires. It is also the leader's final test. The malicious smile on his lips was obvious. He can only come out of the array in the afternoon. No vampire can break free from the binding of that blood array, so you will obediently become my sister's nourishment. Wei Wei Bai watched as the terrifying blood patterns began to spread to her feet. But because of the life support, it couldn't enter her body. She counted her HP and planned to ask the system to give her a life-saving item. He was usually stingy, but when it came to life-saving situations, he had to be willing to part with it. Trash, do you have anything in your supermarket that can help me get rid of this thing? The system flipped through it. There is, but it's too expensive. Why don't I buy you a retarded halo, the one you gave your senior brother in the immortal hero dimension? Once the villain's IQ was lowered, her chances of survival were much higher. Wei Wei Bai's thinking hard. Xin Xiaoplain? It was too long ago, and because of the system, her memory was even more blurred. He couldn't remember the cannon fodder from that plane at all. Retarded halo definitely didn't sound reliable. She suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from her ankle. The red blood traces turned into sharp vines that wrapped around her feet. It was as if her soul was about to be ripped out of her body. Her eyes trembled. Just as she was about to agree with the system's suggestion, her pupils suddenly shrank as if she had sensed something. At the same time, the system reminded her, the male lead is here. A terrible tearing sound came from the roof of the warehouse. The sound of the metal house being cut by some terrible sharp weapon made people's backs go numb and their hearts tremble. / the save button below to record this reading record. Chapter 974. Wei Wei Bai immediately put away the coldness on her face and sat on the ground. Her face was pale, showing a painful expression, and her body was curled up pitifully. The system was impressed by the host's dedication to maintaining the character for thousands of years. Just now, she was still arguing with the sky and the earth. When the male lead came, she could change her face in 0.01 seconds. The roof was suddenly cut open, and sunlight poured in from the crack. A huge bat fell from the roof. On the back of the bat, a head of long silver hair fluttered in the wind. The sunlight fell on the man's exquisite and cold face, illuminating the boiling, killing intent in his red eyes. He saw Wei Wei Bai curled up in the center of the array. The overbearing blood pattern of the plunder array wrapped around her slender and fragile ankles, and her blood was beginning to be plundered by the array. The air was filled with the smell of blood coming from her body. It was an unbelievably sweet smell, but it made Arthur completely explode. He couldn't bear to drink the blood, couldn't bear to touch the person. She was actually treated like this. Arthur, who had never lost his composure in the face of thousands of soldiers and horses, was like a terrifying killing god at this moment. His expression was even sinister. He raised his hand, and the cold and terrifying blood blade fell from the sky. The plunder array began to shake violently. The vines that wanted to plunder Wei Wei Bai were ruthlessly cut up and smashed by the blood blade. Wei Wei Bai felt an earthquake, and the vines on her feet disappeared. Just as she looked up, a half-naked man was already standing in front of her with his back to her. His silvery hair fell over his broad shoulders, over his handsome shoulder blades, to just below his powerful waist. In the faint strands of hair, she could even see his slender legs wearing trousers. His voice came from above her head. It seems that I slept for too long. You forgot how unkind I am to this world. No matter, I will let you remember today. With that, Arthur raised his hand, and a complex and terrifying circular attack array began to form. This power was oppressive and terrifying. As a prince, Sang Xian suddenly felt that the same rank was useless, because he was suppressed. It was bloodline suppression. The power that erupted from Arthur's body completely suppressed him to the ground. He could only watch as his sister's coffin began to shatter. Songsheen screamed, "Arthur, you will be judged for slaughtering your own kind." Arthur's face was expressionless. He lowered his blood-red eyes and looked down at him. "Trial? There's only one person who can judge me, and none of you are qualified." With that, he raised his hand and crushed Sang Heir's sleeping body. "Since you like this array so much, I'll give you one." With that said, a complex formation began to form under Sang Xian's feet. It took Sang Xian 3 days to construct this array. Arthur only glanced at it for a moment before replicating it instantly. The formation was instantly formed, and its power was even more terrifying. A vampire prince was locked in the center of the plunder formation. In the red light, Sang Heir's flesh began to erode. Vampires had no soul, and all their power came from their bloodline. When the formation completely stripped the bloodline from Sang Xian's body, he had become a shriveled, empty shell. Arthur looked on indifferently. His body blocked Wei Wei Bai's line of sight. He couldn't suppress his urge to brutally punish others, but he still didn't want her to see anything too terrifying. What was stripped away, Arthur waved his hand and instantly crushed the prince's bloodline. To read the full article at https://www.sashu.com to read the ad. https://m.sashu.com. Chapter 975. The warehouse was empty. There was only shattered remains on the ground. The cold killing intent surging from Arthur's body began to fade. He slowly turned around, his body naked, his cold face still carrying a cruel killing intent. Wei Wei Bai looked up at him blankly. Arthur looked at her silently for a while, then suddenly clenched his fingers and knelt down on one knee. He was like her most loyal knight, kneeling down to his only princess. The sunlight shone on his eyelashes, casting broken shadows. He said in a hoarse voice, "It's all my fault. I didn't protect you well." He shouldn't have been so careless, thinking that all the vampires could be trusted. When he protected Wei Wei Bai, he was fully prepared. What Wei Wei Bai didn't even know was that he had personally asked Mo Heir to protect her. Because of the 3 princes, if he entered the bloodbath ceremony, then only Sang Xian could pose a threat to Wei Wei Bai. And because of the bloodline suppression, only Mo Heir could restrain Sang Xian. But he didn't expect that Mo Heir had planned to let Wei Wei Bai die from the beginning. That was why he let Sang Xian deal with Wei Wei Bai. This was his negligence. The prince who never apologized when he did something wrong and would even destroy the evidence. It was the first time he was so scared, so guilty, and so heartbroken. Arthur saw the scar on her ankle. His lips trembled, and pity and guilt appeared in his blood-red eyes. His thin lips opened slightly. "Only you can judge me, Wei Wei." His tone could even be said to be humble. Wei Wei Bai supported herself with both hands and sat up with difficulty. Her ankle had lost feeling, making her movements very slow. She didn't have any expression, and her complexion wasn't very good. Suddenly, she stretched out her hands and hung them around his neck, leaning against him. Her soft hair rubbed against his naked body, and she said softly, "Let's go back." It was a simple sentence, but it softly drilled into his body. He felt the fear and anger that something had happened to her, and it all dissolved. There was only her warm words in his heart. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 97. Arthur lowered his head and pressed her head into his embrace. His lips were close to her ear. "You go back first. I'll be back to normal tomorrow." Before Wei Wei Bai could ask anything, Arthur had already picked her up and placed her on the back of the bat. He looked up at her with a gentle smile. Then he patted the bat on the head. The bat flapped its wings and flew up with Wei Wei Bai on its back. Wei Wei Bai sensed that something was wrong with Arthur. What happened to him? He forcefully broke free from the ancient formation's power and interrupted the leader's baptism. He suffered a severe backlash. His bloodline is now severely injured. What are the consequences? The system's tone was heavy. For the blood breeds, they will die unless they receive a large amount of blood. This was true death. Once a member of the blood race's bloodline was damaged, their body would wither and they would die. Wei Wei Bai frowned as she watched Arthur getting further and further away from her. His expression was still calm and gentle, and no one could see the pain of the backlash. Wei Wei Bai sighed. Do you know, this guy is really asking for a beating. I've been thinking every day that when the favorability is full, I'll slap him a few times to wake him up. The system said, you can do that now. The favorability is almost full. The male lead probably wouldn't fight back now, Wei Wei Bai said, but he was actually quite handsome just now. The system was shocked. The host actually praised someone. The Chapter 976. No, it was inhuman. Was the world going to turn upside down? Wei Wei Bai muttered to herself. I can only take a gamble. Otherwise, if the target really dies, I'll die too. The most unfair thing about this stupid mission was, most of the time, side quests were attached to the target of the quest. If he died, she would definitely explode on the spot. Don't ask her how she figured it out. The main system was such a jerk. After going through so many worlds, she had a rough idea of its character. It was just that the main system didn't treat her with the friendliness of an employee at all. It probably treated her as a useless tool. It would abandon her at any time. As for her life, there was a high probability that it would be tied to the goal of the mission. The only one who had feelings for her now was the scumbag system that only knew how to eat and not work. Unfortunately, the scumbag system was a poor loser in the system world. It had no money, power, or connections. They were simply the most pitiful and poor system in the system world. So the target could not die? Wei Wei Bai patted the bat's head. Go back. The bat ignored her. Wei Wei Bai, the system felt awkward for her, and then ordered, go back. The bat turned around and immediately flew back. When it saw the warehouse, the bat refused to go over, as if it was afraid of something. It stopped outside the warehouse and did not fly. Wei Wei Bai could only struggle to get off the bat and then limp toward the warehouse. Fortunately, the door was unlocked. She pushed open the door. A terrifying chill came over. She shivered. The sunlight above the warehouse fell, but there was no warmth at all. Wei Wei Bai walked in slowly. She tried calling, Arthur? No one answered. Wei Wei Bai turned around and was shocked. A black figure was curled up in the corner of the warehouse. She saw that it was Arthur. His eyes were tightly shut, and his face was even paler. It was so pale that it was abnormal, like a lifeless plaster statue. The bloody teeth by his lips were exposed. His body was trembling violently, as if he was enduring something. In the dark corner, only his messy silver hair shone with some light. Wei Wei Bai walked in front of him, frowning, worried that she would touch him. Arthur suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with blood and lost focus. The tip of his nose twitched, and he suddenly smelled something he desperately needed. The smell of blood. And it was the smell of the highest quality blood. His body, on the verge of collapse, needed food. Arthur's mouth revealed a ferocious smile, and his hand quickly grabbed Wei Wei Bai's wrist. He pulled her into his arms. Then he lowered his head and bit her neck. The blood quickly entered his dry body, moistened his hungry tongue. Bai Weiwei expected that he might become a predator, but she did not expect him to lose his mind. Then she looked to see the green value increase. Bai Weiwei's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, knowing that she had guessed correctly. The target and the mission. If she can save Arthur's life, then the progress bar of the mission would start to rise. In other words, the main system believed that Arthur could promote peace between humans and vampires. Wei Wei Bai saw the green value increase to 80. She said to the system, if my body can't take it, remember to tell me. She did not come here to give up her life. Just as she finished speaking, the teeth biting her neck paused. She heard the sound of violent breathing, which could even be called panic. Wei Wei. He gritted his teeth and said with a trembling voice. Chapter 977. Wei Wei Bai looked up and saw Arthur's eyes that had regained their clarity. His eyes were filled with disbelief. She pulled out a weak smile, her voice weak. Are you feeling better? Arthur's body began to tremble, his expression a little distorted. His lips were stained with blood, and his face was terrifyingly pale. He could vaguely smell her scent, and he knew that something was wrong. but his body was in desperate need of food. He couldn't control his instincts. When there was more blood in his body and he recovered a little, he used all his strength to break free from his instincts. He saw a scene from a nightmare. He actually treated her as food and ate her. His tone became agitated. Why did you come back? He was afraid that she would come back. He was picky about food. If he started to lose his mind, Wei Bai would be his first choice of food. Even if he went out to hunt, he would very likely give up on those humans with bad smells. Instead, he would follow her sweet smell and hunt her. He was afraid that he would become a demon that preyed on his lover. He used a binding array to bind himself. He tied himself to a corner and couldn't walk out. He wanted to rely on his willpower to endure the blood damage. He did so much to prevent himself from treating her as food. Arthur's expression became angry. He gripped her shoulder and repeated the question word by word. Why did you come back? Wei Bai saw that he was so agitated and her head started to feel dizzy. She knew that it was the sequela of excessive blood loss, so she didn't take it to heart. As long as his life was not in danger, it was fine. She was about to comfort him. Arthur was already in a hurry to carry her, his eyes trembling with fear. Hurry, I'll take you to the rebel army. They have a lot of holy water that can save you. Wei Bai, ? Save her? Send her to the hospital for a blood transfusion. Arthur's voice was choked with despair. I was cursed. There's poison in my teeth. You will die. Once the baptism bloodbath backfired, it would carry a terrifying poison that would start to corrode his body. His body was strong and could temporarily resist this corrosion. But Wei Bai was a human. She would be tainted. He was dead for sure. Wei Bai was shocked. Poison, the system said. Poisonous? Arthur lowered his head and looked at her pale face. A layer of greenish-gray death chi appeared. Why did you come back? Could it be that to save me, you would even give up your life? Wei Bai, why didn't you tell me earlier that it was poisonous? What the hell was with the setting that vampires were poisonous creatures? If I had known that you were poisonous, who would have dared to come back? Wei Bai reached out and grabbed his long hair, looking at him anxiously. Arthur had a pained expression on his face. He felt like his body was being torn apart by an intense pain. Even if they managed to break free from the ancient formation, they would suffer unimaginable torture. He had never been in such pain before. The holy water can save you. Even if I have to kill the entire rebel army, I will steal all of their holy water for you. To the rebel army, holy water was the most precious medical resource. He would never give it to an outsider. If he wanted to get all of their medical supplies in a short time, he could only kill. Ding, the male lead has killing intent towards humans. 5% of the green bars have been deducted. Wei Bai's expression became even uglier. Arthur felt her trembling. He hugged her even tighter, afraid that she would lose her breath halfway. Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 98. Wei Bai looked at the terrifying favorability and the green bars that had been deducted. If this continued, once the favorability was full, she would self-destruct. Chapter 978. The Anti-Alliance had not been peaceful recently. When Los was released, he came back with a promise to negotiate peace with Arthur. But many people had deep hatred for vampires. They expressed great resentment towards the proposal of peace that was obviously biased towards humans. They all felt that Arthur was just trying to deceive them, so that he could catch them all in one fell swoop. Fortunately, Los had a special identity. His father was the founder of the Anti-Alliance, and his mother was a human aristocrat. He had also made countless contributions to the Anti-Alliance that gave him the power to speak on this proposal. He wanted to negotiate. He had seen enough bloody killings since he was young. He was not willing to let his descendants live under the shadow of slaughter. Another important reason was that he did not want Wei Bai's efforts to go to waste. When he was hung up and tortured, he thought that he would definitely die. But in a daze, he suddenly saw Arthur sitting in front of him. He held his chin, and his eyes were terrifyingly cold. He looked at him with a judgmental gaze. Los thought that he was here to kill him. However, Arthur frowned in confusion. Why does she like to stand on your side so much? She was just born a human. Why does she look down on high-level creatures like vampires? Why does she have to die to join you? She Wei Bai? Los opened his mouth and said dryly, She didn't join us. I just used her. Arthur looked up lazily. Oh, you have deep feelings for my woman. Loth bit his lip. The unspeakable feelings in his heart made him feel a little guilty. Arthur touched his chin. You have good taste. My baby always has so many people admiring her. It really bothers me. Loth was speechless. He did not have the habit of chatting with a vampire. After Arthur finished speaking, he casually gave him a blood blade to worsen his injuries. I'm here today to talk to you about peace. Loth spat out a mouthful of blood. Did he come to negotiate just to give him a blood blade and worsen his injuries so that he could wait for death? Arthur did not care whether Loth died or not. After he finished explaining his plan, he casually made 2 cuts on Loth's face. Although men did not care about their faces, and with the current technology, they could easily restore their looks. But this Arthur was a psychopath. He seemed to dislike him very much. At the same time, he told him that he wanted to make peace. Why was he torturing him? Split essence? Roth thought that this was a new form of torture. In the end, when he was on the verge of death, Arthur waved his hand and said, "Let everyone go. Think about the proposal we made just now. After all, we still have 100 years to slowly discuss it. Remember to go back and tell everyone that I was the one who suggested it. It's best to write my name clearly. Ross?" This was undoubtedly a plan to betray the vampires. Shouldn't normal vampires hide their names? Why would there be vampires who wanted to announce their existence to the world? He must be out of his mind. It was only when Rosie was carried out that he realized that Arthur was being serious. When he turned around, Arthur was sitting in the sun with his back to him, but his back was indescribably lonely and haggard. He heard Arthur scoff at himself. I'm really crazy. I'm willing to do anything to stop you from crying. Ross knew who the she he was talking about was. Arthur's voice gradually weakened. We've already made peace. You'll pay attention to me, right? You said that making peace means you love me. Although his tone was extremely calm, Ross could hear the bitterness and grievance in his voice. It was only later that he realized that this proposal was requested by Wei from Arthur. Chapter 979. Loth did not expect that they had such a deep feud with vampires for so long, but could not compare to the efforts of a young girl. Peace was indeed the best way out for humans. A researcher ran over. Lord Loth, we don't have enough holy water here. We need to ask for more from the headquarters. Loth frowned. Why is it not enough? The researcher sighed. We are short of raw materials, and we have distributed more holy water to the slums this year. Holy water was developed by the Anti-Alliance medical team. It had a certain effect on attacking vampires. But the more important effect was to cure vampires' poison. Many humans did not know that vampires' poison was not only lust poison. Under some special circumstances, vampires could also secrete other kinds of poison. For example, during the embrace, the poison would be different, and when they were injured, the poison would become highly toxic. What was even more terrifying was that vampires who were cursed and had their blood damaged would have the most terrifying poison. Holy water had a certain effect on alleviating this kind of poison. So they distributed diluted holy water to the slums so that more poor humans could survive. Of course, if they encountered highly toxic poison, the diluted holy water would not be of much use. The Anti-Alliance would store some precious holy water stock. Different from outside, it had a very good detoxification effect. But it was not easy to make, and once there was a shortage of holy water, many of the injured members would also die. Loth rubbed his forehead and said tiredly, because of the peace talks, everyone is very tired. I will sign a transfer contract to the headquarters tomorrow. There have been fewer attacks on vampires recently. There was no increase in injured members. Those who relied on holy water for treatment were only the heavily injured members who were released by Arthur last time. The researcher nodded and was about to leave. Suddenly, a terrifying and sharp warning sound came from the sky. Vampire attack. Loth turned around in shock. What was going on? Arthur clearly said that during the peace talks, he would suppress the Vampire Empire's actions and not let them attack the Anti-Alliance. The fierce attack, the terrifying power, instantly destroyed all of the Anti-Alliance defenses. A human against a prince-level vampire. There was no chance of winning. Loth picked up his weapon and ran out. The door collapsed. and Roth saw the countless blood blades coming at him. His pupils constricted, and he rolled on the ground to avoid them. Countless specks of light surged into the collapsed dust. A slender figure that looked like a god of slaughter walked in with a terrifying stench of blood. Roth's eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Arthur, you betrayed our agreement." He had been running around for so many days to negotiate peace, but in the end, it was just a joke from Arthur. Arthur arrived in front of Rosie in the blink of an eye. His sharp fingernails dug into Los's shoulders as he glared at him with his blood-red eyes. "Where is the holy water here?" Only the rebel army had a large amount of holy water. The diluted holy water that was circulating outside was completely useless. Roth then saw the person he was most familiar with lying in the arms of this furious and crazy vampire. Wei Wei Bai. Her face was deathly pale and her eyes were half closed. Her eyes were lifeless and had long lost their lively color. Was he poisoned? Poisoned by the vampiric curse. Roth's teeth started to chatter. How could she be like this? Who attacked her? She was dying. He was too experienced. Many of the members had died from being poisoned by vampires. /crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record your reading record. You can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 980. Arthur didn't answer. He dug his nails deeper and asked fiercely, "Don't force me to kill all the humans. Hurry up and take out all the holy water here." What was a negotiation? What were humans? If she were to die, there would be no point in the existence of these playthings that pleased her. Arthur's fingers were cold, but the girl in his arms was even colder. Her body had always been so warm, like a small sun to him. But now it was so cold that it made him shiver. Laos didn't hesitate and immediately got up. "Follow me." The holy water was stored in a special warehouse. After Arthur knew the location, he didn't even think and blasted all the doors. Laos's expression was ugly. This was simply a violent demolition. The high-concentration holy water is all here. Arthur saw the row of glass bottles. Where's the bathroom? The venom had already entered her internal organs. The high-concentration holy water couldn't be drunk directly. It could only be soaked. Laos was very cooperative. He pointed to his room for Arthur. Arthur took away all the holy water. Then he poured into the bathtub. He took off Wei Wei Bai's clothes. Halfway through, he reacted and raised his hand fiercely, throwing Laos behind him. The murderous look on Arthur's face was replaced by anxious pain. His hands trembled violently as he took off her clothes. Then he carefully put the petite and fair girl into the holy water. The holy water was quickly dyed black. It wasn't enough. The venom was too powerful. The holy water needed to be replaced constantly. Bai Weiwei's complexion began to become abnormal. Originally, she was deathly pale, but her pale face began to turn red. Gorgeous and dazzling, tender and beautiful to the point of being bewitching. She forced herself to open her eyes and saw that the green bar had decreased again. 65%. This side mission was simply poisonous. She moved her lips and said with difficulty, "Don't hurt others." If Arthur killed a few more humans, no amount of holy water could stop her from self-destructing on the spot. This death was too ugly. She refused. Arthur saw her face and knew that the venom had entered her heart. He revealed a smile that was filled with killing intent. "You better hold on and not die. Otherwise, not only will I hurt others, I will also become the greatest nightmare of mankind in my lifetime." He didn't care about threats. It was fine as long as it was useful. As long as she didn't leave him. Under the man's ferocious expression was a fearful and humble plea. Outside the door, Los heard that something was wrong. "How's Wei Wei?" He had just made an emergency call to the headquarters to get the holy water. However, when the headquarters heard that it was going to be used here, they refused. It was impossible to use so much holy water for a single human. Arthur suddenly appeared outside the door. His eyes were scarlet. and his cold face was filled with murderous intent. "Where's the infirmary?" Lowe's knew what he was going to do. He grabbed Arthur's arm tightly. "I won't let you touch the holy water in the infirmary. It's life-saving." Arthur's face was expressionless. He raised his hand and grabbed his neck, lifting him up. "Help? Once she's dead, your lives are worthless. How can a bunch of cheap bugs talk to me about saving your lives?" To the prince, the lives of all humans were not worth a single strand of Wei Wei Bai's hair. When Arthur saw Lowe's unyielding expression, he was so irritable that he wanted to break his neck. An intense pain suddenly burned through his palm. Arthur let go of his hand. Lowe's quickly fell to the ground and retreated. A crystal cross appeared on his neck. Slash!